it's really something to strive for. And then he's also an exciting writer, like Dostoevsky, and dynamic and romantic in that emotional way. And so it's really something. And I really enjoyed doing that. I did that lecture that you described. That lecture series is on the first half of Beyond Good and Evil, which is a stunning book. And that was really fun to take pieces of it and then to describe what they
deconstructing it. I think underpinning approach to writing requires deep respect for the person. I think if we approach writing with that kind of respect, you can take Orwell, you can take a lot of writers and really dig in on singular sentences.
Yeah, well, those are the great writers, because the greatest writers, virtually everything they wrote is worth attending to. And I think Nietzsche is in some ways the ultimate exemplar of that, because often when I read a book, I'll mark one way or another. I often fold the corner of the page over to indicate something that I found that's worth remembering. I couldn't do that with a book like Beyond Good and Evil, because every page ends up marked. And that's in marked contrast, so to speak, to many of the books I read now, where it's quite frequently now that I'll read a book and there won't be an idea that I haven't come across before. And with a thinker like Nietzsche, that's just not the case at the sentence level. And I don't think there's anyone that I know of who did that to a greater extent than he did. So there's other people whose thought is of equivalent value. I've returned recently, and I'm going to do a course on the work of this Romanian historian of religions, Mircea Eliade, who's not nearly as well known as he should be, and whose work, by the way, is a real antidote to the postmodern, nihilistic, Marxist stream of literary interpretation that the universities as a whole have adopted. And Eliade is like that too. I used this book called The Sacred and the Profane quite extensively in a book that I'm releasing in mid-November, We Who Wrestle with God. And it's of the same sort. It's endlessly analyzable. Eliade walked through the whole history of religious ideas, and he had the intellect that enabled him to do that. And everything he wrote is dreamlike in its density. So every sentence or paragraph is evocative in an image-rich manner, and that also, you say, deepens and broadens the scope. And that's part of often what distinguishes writing that has a literary end from writing that's more merely technical. Like the literary writings have this imagistic and dreamlike reference space around them, and it takes a long time to turn a complex image into something semantic. And so if you're writing evokes deep imagery, it has a depth that can't be captured merely in words. And the great romantic poetic philosophers, Nietzsche is a very good example, Dostoevsky is a good example, so is Mircea Eliade. They have that quality. And it's a good way of thinking about it. It's kind of interesting from the perspective of technical analysis of intelligence. There's a good book called The User Illusion, which is the best book on consciousness that I ever read. It explains the manner in which our communication is understandable in this manner. So imagine that when you're communicating something, you're trying to change the way that your target audience perceives and acts in the world. So that's an embodied issue. But you're using words which obviously aren't equivalent to the actions themselves. Imagine that the words are surrounded by a cloud of images that they evoke, and that the images can be translated into actions. Yeah, and the greatest writing uses words in a manner that evokes images that profoundly affects perception and action. And so I would take the manner in which I act and behave, I would translate that into a set of images. My dreams do that for me, for example. Then I compress them into words. I toss you the words, you decompose them, decompress them into the images and then into the actions, and that's what happens in a meaningful conversation. It's a very good way of understanding how we communicate linguistically.
So if the words spring to the full visual complexity, and then that can then transform itself into action.
Yes, and changing perception. Because
changing perception.
Well, those are both relevant. it's an important thing to understand because the classic empiricists make the presumption, and it's an erroneous presumption, that perception is a value-free enterprise. And they assume that partly because we think of perception as something passive. You know, you just turn your head and you look at the world and there it is. It's like, perception is not passive. There is no perception without action, ever, ever. And that's a weird thing to understand because even when you're looking at something, like your eyes are moving back and forth. If they ever stop moving for a tenth of a second, you stop being able to see. So your eyes are jiggling back and forth just to keep them active. And then there's involuntary movements of your eyes. And then there's voluntary movements of your eyes. Like what you're doing with your eyes is very much like what a blind person would do if they were feeling out the contours of an object. You're sampling. And you're only sampling a small element of the space that's in front of you. And the element that you choose to sample is dependent on your aims and your goals. So it's value saturated. And so all your perceptions are action predicated. And partly what you're doing when you're communicating is therefore not only changing people's actions, let's say, but you're also changing the strategy that they use to perceive. And so you change the way the world reveals itself for them. See, this is why it's such a profound experience to read a particularly deep thinker, because you could also think of your perceptions as the axioms of your thought. That's a good way of thinking about it. A perception is like a, what would you say? It's a thought that's so set in concrete that you now see it rather than conceptualize it. A really profound thinker changes the way you perceive the world. That's way deeper than just how you think about it or how you feel about it.
What about not just profound thinkers, but thinkers that deliver a powerful idea? For example, utopian ideas of Marx, or utopian ideas, you could say dystopian ideas of Hitler. Those ideas are powerful and they can saturate all of your perception of value, and they focus you in a way where there's only a certain set of actions.
Yeah, right. Even a certain set of emotions as well.
And it's intense and it's direct, and they're so powerful that they completely alter the perception. The words spring to life.
Yeah, it's like a form of possession. So there's two things you need to understand to make that clear. The first issue is that, as we suggested or implied, perception is action predicated, but action is goal predicated, right? You act towards a goal. And these propagandistic thinkers that you described, they attempt to unify all possible goals into a coherent singularity. And there's advantages of that. There's the advantage of simplicity, for example, which is a major advantage. And there's also the advantage of motivation, right? So if you provide people with a simple manner of integrating all their actions, you decrease their anxiety and you increase their motivation. That can be a good thing if the unifying idea that you put forward is valid. But it's the worst of all possible ideas if you put forward an invalid unifying idea. And then you might say, well, how do you distinguish between a valid unifying idea and an invalid unifying idea? Now, Nietzsche was very interested in that, and I don't think he got that exactly right. But the postmodernists, for example, especially the ones, and this is mostly with the neo-Marxist bent, their presumption is that the fundamental unifying idea is power, that everything's about compulsion and force, essentially, and that that's the only true unifying ethos of mankind, which is, I don't know if there's a worse idea than that. I mean, there are ideas that are potentially as dangerous. The nihilistic idea is pretty dangerous, although it's more of a disintegrating notion than a unifying idea. The hedonistic idea that you live for pleasure, for example, that's also very dangerous. But if you wanted to go for sheer pathology, the notion, and this is Foucault in a nutshell, and Marx for that matter, that power rules everything, not only is that a terrible unifying idea, but it fully justifies your own use of power. And I don't mean the power Nietzsche talks about. His will to power was more his insistence that a human being is an expression of will rather than a mechanism of self-protection and security. He thought of the life force in human beings as something that strives not to protect itself, but to exhaust itself in being and becoming. It's like an upward-oriented motivation drive, even towards meaning. Now, he called it the will to power. That had some unfortunate consequences, at least that's how it's translated. But he didn't mean the power motivation that people like Foucault or Marx became so hung up on.
So it's not power like you're trying to destroy the other. It's power, full flourishing of a human being, the creative force of a human being.
Yeah. Well, you can imagine that, and you should. You can imagine that you could segregate competence and ability. Like, imagine that you and I were going to work on a project. We could organize our project in relationship to the ambition that we wanted to attain, and we can organize an agreement so that you were committed to the project voluntarily, and so that I was committed to the project voluntarily. So that means that we would actually be united in our perceptions and our actions by the motivation of something approximating voluntary play. Now, you could also imagine another situation where I said, here's our goal, and you better help me or I'm going to kill your family. Well, the probability is that you would be quite motivated to undertake my bidding. And so then you might say, well, that's how the world works. That's power of compulsion. But the truth of the matter is that you can force people to see things your way, let's say, but it's nowhere near as good a strategy, even practically, than the strategy that would be associated with something like voluntary joint agreement of pattern of movement strategy towards a goal. See, this is such an important thing to understand because it helps you start to understand the distinction between a unifying force that's based on power and compulsion and one that is much more in keeping, I would say, with the ethos that governs Western societies, free Western societies. There's really a qualitative difference. It's not some morally relativistic illusion.
So if we just look at the nuance of Nietzsche's thought, the idea he first introduced in Das Zarathustra of the Übermensch.
Yeah.
That's another one that's very easy to misinterpret because it sounds awfully a lot like it's about power.
Yeah, right.
For example, in the 20th century, it was misrepresented and co-opted by Hitler to advocate for the extermination of the inferior non-Aryan races.
Yeah, and the dominion of the superior Aryans. Yeah, and well, that was partly because Nietzsche's work also was misrepresented by his sister after his death. But definitely, but I also think that there's a fundamental flaw in that Nietzschean conceptualization. So Nietzsche, of course, famously announced the death of God, but he did that in a manner that was accompanied by dire warnings. Like Nietzsche said, because people tend to think of that as a triumphalist statement, but Nietzsche actually said that. He really said something like the unifying ethos under which we've organized ourselves psychologically and socially has now been fatally undermined by the rationalist proclivity, by the empiricist proclivity. There's a variety of reasons. Mostly it was conflict between the Enlightenment view, let's say, and the classic religious view, and that there will be dire consequences for that. And Nietzsche knew, like Dostoevsky, that there's a proclivity for the human psyche and for human societies to move towards something approximating unity, because the cost of disunity is high. Fractionation of your goals, so that means you're less motivated to move forward than you might be because there's many things competing for your attention, and also anxiety, because anxiety actually signals something like goal conflict. So there's an inescapable proclivity of value systems to unite. Now, if you kill the thing that's uniting them, that's the death of God, they either fractionate and you get confusion, anxiety, and hopelessness, or you get social disunity, and you get social disunity, or something else arises out of the abyss to constitute that unifying force. And Nietzsche said specifically that he believed that one of those manifestations would be that of communism, and that would kill, he said this is the will to power, that would kill tens of millions of people in the upcoming 20th century. He could see that coming 50 years earlier. Dostoevsky did the same thing in his book Demons. So this is the thing that the a-religious have to contend with. It's a real conundrum because, I mean, you could dispute the idea that our value systems tend towards a unity, and society does as well, because otherwise we're disunified. But the cost of that disunity, as I said, is goal confusion, anxiety, and hopelessness. So it's like a real cost. So you could dispense with the notion of unity altogether, and the postmodernists did that to some degree. But they pulled off a sleight of hand too, where they replaced it by power. Now Nietzsche he's responsible for that to some degree, because Nietzsche said, with his conception of the overman, let's say, is that human beings would have to create their own values, because the value structure that had descended from on high was now shunted aside. But there's a major problem with that. Many major problems. The psychoanalysts were the first people who really figured this out after Nietzsche, because imagine that we don't have a relationship with the transcendental anymore that orients us. Okay, now we have to turn to ourselves. Okay, now if we were a unity, clear unity within ourselves, let's say, then we could turn to ourselves for that discovery. But if we're a fractionated plurality internally, then when we turn to ourselves, we have to turn to a fractionated plurality. Well, that was Freud's observation. It's like, well, how can you make your own values when you're not the master of your own house? Like you're a war of competing motivations. Or maybe you're someone who's dominated by the will to force and compulsion. And so why do you think that you can rely on yourself as the source of values? Or why do you think you're wise enough to consult with yourself to find out what those values are or what they should be, say, in the course of a single life? You know, it's difficult to organize your own personal relationship, like one relationship in the course of your life, let alone to try to imagine that out of whole cloth you construct an ethos that would be psychologically and socially stabilizing and last over the long run. It's like, and of course, Marx, people like that, the people who reduce human motivation to a single axis, they had the intellectual hubris to imagine that they could do that. Postmodernists are a good example of that as well.
Okay, well, if we lay on the table religion, communism, Nazism, they are all unifying people. They're unifying ideas, but they're also horribly dividing ideas. They're both unify and divide. Religion has also divided them.
Yeah.
Because in the nuances of how the different peoples wrestle with God, they have come to different conclusions, and then they use those conclusions, or perhaps the people in power use those conclusions to then start wars, to start hatred, to divide.
Yeah, well, it's one of the key sub-themes in the Gospel is the sub-theme of the Pharisees. And so the fundamental enemies of Christ in the Gospels are the Pharisees and the scribes and the lawyers. So what does that mean? The Pharisees are religious hypocrites. The scribes are academics who worship their own intellect. And the lawyers are the legal minds who use the law as a weapon. And so they're the enemy of the Redeemer. That's a subplot in the Gospel stories. And that actually all means something. The Pharisaic problem is that the best of all possible ideas can be used by the worst actors in the worst possible way. And maybe this is an existential conundrum, is that the most evil people use the best possible ideas to the worst possible ends. And then you have the conundrum of how do you separate out, let's say, the genuine religious people from those who use the religious enterprise only for their own machinations. We're seeing this happen online. Like one of the things that you're seeing happening online, I'm sure you've noticed this, especially on the right-wing troll side, right-wing psychopathic troll side of the distribution, is the weaponization of a certain form of Christian ideation. And that's often marked, at least online, by the presence of, what would you say, cliches like Christ is King, which has a certain religious meaning, but a completely different meaning in this sphere of emerging right-wing pathology, right-wing. Political dimension isn't the right dimension of analysis, but it's definitely the case that the best possible ideas can be used for the worst possible purposes. And that also brings up another spectrum, which is like, well, is there any reliable and valid way of distinguishing truly beneficial unifying ideas from those that are pathological? And so that's another thing that I tried to detail out in these lectures, but also in this new book. It's like, how do you tell the good actors from the bad actors at the most fundamental level of analysis?
And good ideas from the bad ideas and the lecture on truth that Nietzsche also struggled with. So how do you know? How do you know that communism is a bad idea versus it's a good idea implemented by bad actors?
Right, right. That's a more subtle variant of the religious problem, and that's what communists say all the time. The modern day communists, real communism has never been tried, and you could say, I suppose, with some justification, you could say that real Christianity has never been tried because we always fall short of the ideal mark, and so, I mean, my rejoinder to the communists is something like every single time it's been implemented, wherever it's been implemented, regardless of the culture and the background of the people who've implemented it, it's had exactly the same catastrophic consequences. It's like, I don't know how many examples you need of that, but I believe we generally need sufficient examples so that that case is basically resolved. Now, the general rejoinder to that is, it's really something like, well, if I was in charge of the communist enterprise, the utopia would have come about, right? But that's also a form of dangerous pretense. Part of the way, see, that problem is actually resolved to some degree in the developing notion of sacrifice that emerges in the Western canon over thousands and thousands of years. So one of the suggestions, for example, and this is something exemplified in the Passion story, is that you can tell the valid holder of an idea because that holder will take the responsibility for the consequences of his idea onto himself. And that's why, for example, you see one way of conceptualizing Christ in the gospel story is as the ultimate sacrifice to God. So you might ask, well, what's the ultimate sacrifice? And there are variants of answering that. One form of ultimate sacrifice is the sacrifice of the child, the offering of the child, and the other is the offering of the self. And the story of Christ brings both of those together because he's the Son of God that's offered to God. And so it's an archetypal resolution of that tension between ultimate sacrifice. Ultimate because once you're a parent, most parents would rather sacrifice themselves than their children. Right? So you have something that becomes even more valuable than yourself. But the sacrifice itself is also a very high order level of sacrifice. Christ is an archetype of the pattern of being that's predicated on the decision to take, to offer everything up to the highest value, right? A pattern of self-sacrifice. And I think part of the reason that's valid is because the person who undertakes to do that pays the price themselves. It's not externalized. They're not trying to change anyone else, except maybe by example. It's your priority. Like Solzhenitsyn pointed that out too, when he was struggling with the idea of good versus evil. And you see this in more sophisticated literature, in really unsophisticated literature or drama. There's a good guy and the bad guy. The good guy's all good, and the bad guy's all bad. And in more sophisticated literature, the good and bad are abstracted. You can think of them as spirits, and then those spirits possess all the characters in the complex drama to a greater or lesser degree, and that battle is fought out both socially and internally. In the high order religious conceptualizations in the West, if they culminate, let's say, in the Christian story, the notion is that battle between good and evil is fundamentally played out as an internal drama.
Yeah, so for a religious ethos, the battle between good and evil is fought within each individual human heart.
Right, it's your moral duty to constrain evil within yourself. But there's more to it than that, because there's also the insistence that if you do that, that makes you the most effective possible, like warrior, let's say, against evil itself in the social world. That you start with the battle that occurs within you, in the soul, let's say. The soul becomes the battleground between the forces of good and evil. The idea that there's an idea there too, which is if that battle is undertaken successfully, then it doesn't have to be played out in the social world as actual conflict. Right? You can rectify the conflict internally without it having to be played out as fate, as Jung put it.
What would you say to Nietzsche, who called Christianity the slave morality? And his critique of religion in that way was slave morality versus master morality, and then you launch into that.
See, I would say that the woke phenomenon is the manifestation of the slave morality that Nietzsche criticized, and that there are there are elements of Christianity that can be gerrymandered to support that mode of perception and conception. But I think he was wrong in his essential criticism of Christianity in that regard. Now, it's complicated with Nietzsche because Nietzsche never criticizes the gospel stories directly. What he basically criticizes is something like the pathologies of institutionalized religion. And I would say most particularly of the, of the sort of casually too nice Protestant form. You know, that's a thumbnail sketch and perhaps somewhat unfair, but given the alignment, let's say, of the more mainstream Protestant movements with the woke mob, I don't think it's an absurd criticism. It's something like the degeneration of Christianity into the notion that good and harmless are the same thing, or good and empathic are the same thing, which is simply not true, and far too simple. And I also think Nietzsche was extremely wrong in his presumption that human beings should take it to themselves to construct their own values. I think he made a colossal error in that presumption.
And that is the idea of Lieberman's that the great individual, the best of us, should create our own values.
Well, I think the reason he was wrong about that is that, so when God gives instructions to Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, he basically tells them that they can do anything they want in the walled garden. So that's the kind of balance between order and nature that makes up the human environment. Human beings have the freedom vouchsafed to them by God to do anything they want in the garden, except to mess with the most fundamental rule. So God says to people, you're not to eat of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, which fundamentally means there is an implicit moral order and you're to abide by it. Your freedom stops at the foundation. And you can think about that. I'd be interested even in your ideas about this as an engineer, let's say, is that there is an ethos that's implicit in being itself. And your ethos has to be a reflection of that. And that isn't under your control. You can't gerrymander the foundation because your foundational beliefs have to put you in harmony, like musical harmony, with the actual structure of reality as such. I could give an example of that. So our goal, insofar as we're conducting ourselves properly, is to have the kind of interesting conversation that allows both of us to express ourselves in a manner that enables us to learn and grow, such that we can share that with everyone who's listening. And if our aim is true and upward, then that's what we're doing. Well, that means that we're going to have to match ourselves to a pattern of interaction, and that's marked for us emotionally. Like you and I both know this. If we're doing this right, we're going to be interested in the conversation. We're not going to be looking at our watch. We're not going to be thinking about what we're aiming at. We're just going to communicate. Now, the religious interpretation of that would be that we were doing something like making the redemptive logos manifest between us in dialogue. And that's something that can be shared. To do that, we have to align with that pattern. I can't decide that there's some arbitrary way that I'm going to play you. I mean, I can do that if I was a psychopath manipulator, but to do that optimally, I'm not going to impose a certain mode of, a certain a priori aim, let's say, on communication, and manipulate you into that. So the constraints on my ethos reflect the actual structure of the world. And I can't, this is the communist presumption. We're going to burn everything down and we're going to start from scratch. We've got these axiomatic presumptions. We're going to put them into a place. And we're going to socialize people so they now think and live like communists from day one. And human beings are infinitely malleable. And we can use a rational set of presuppositions to decide what sort of beings they should be. The transhumanists are doing this too. It's like, no, there's a pattern of being that you have to fall into alignment with. And I think it's the pattern of being, by the way, that if you fall into alignment with, it gives you hope. It protects you from anxiety. And it gives you a sense of harmony with your surroundings and with other people. None of that's arbitrary.
But don't you think we both arrived in this conversation with rigid axioms that we have, maybe we're blind to them, but in the same way that the Marxists came with very rigid axioms about the way the world is and what it should be. Are we coming to that?
We definitely come to the conversation with a hierarchy beneath you guys, right? And I would say the more sophisticated you are as a thinker, the deeper the level at which you're willing to play. So imagine first that you have assumptions of different depth. There's more predicate about and then there's a species of play around them. And that's basically what it is going to depend on the sophistication of the player. Those who are capable of engaging in the conversation talk about more fundamental things with more play. Now, we have to come to the conversation with a structure because we would understand each other, communicate if a lot of things were already assumed or taken for granted.
How rigid is the hierarchy of access that religion provides? This is what I'm trying to understand. Rigidity, that
Rigid is play.
or plays not rigid.
No.
There's some constraints.
It took me about 40 years to figure out the answer to that question. So it wasn't, I'm serious about that. So it wasn't a random answer. So play is very rigid in some ways. So like if you and I go out to play basketball or chess, like there are rules and you can't break the rules because then you're no longer in the game. But then there's a dynamism within those rules that's, well, with chess, it's virtually infinite. I think, there's more patterns of potential games on the chessboard than there are subatomic particles in the observable universe. Like it's in the same space. So it's not like there's not freedom within it. But it's a weird paradox in a way, isn't it? Because music is like this too, is that there are definitely rules. And there are things, you can't throw a basketball into a chessboard and still be playing chess. But weirdly enough, if you adhere to the rules, the realm of freedom increases rather than decreasing. And I think you can make the same case for playful conversations. Like we're playing by certain rules, and a lot of them are implicit. But that doesn't mean, it might mean the reverse of constraint, because in this seminar, for example, that I was involved in the Exodus seminar and in the Gospel seminar, everybody in the seminar was going to play. Nobody used power. Nobody tried to prove they were right. They put forward their points.
Oh, you're the man. Dude, you're very smart, man. Well, good on you. It's not hard, is it? Excellent, man. Go. I want to see this shit come out of your nose. There you go. Okay. I understand. Sacrifices need to be made. I get it. So, on how many different accounts are you?
But you're also
yes. So, you got it. Maple knows what's up. Excellent. Yeah. So, on how many different accounts are you? Devices, I should say.
Just, I got like a lot of.
All right. How many different devices are you using in Discord?
Just about. I don't use it. I use the hand when I'm close, but it never really works. Like I used to try to use it instead, but it just never works. Nobody really clicked it. People clicked it, but they didn't listen to it.
Yeah, music's hard. Is there any way you can put like a board with it?
It was like old graphic. That wasn't.
Okay. All right. So you were doing what you could. All right. So you have all those devices. Why don't you just install Discord on it and then just pay in the biggest Discords that are available, and then if they get no, that's no big deal. Just create another account that's specifically for this. So if they do throw you out, that's fine. Then you just create another account. Any VPN work. I want to put it in. So basically, what you do is you go to Discord. You can create the account under any VPN. The key is when you want to join the new server, you have to make sure your VPN is on. And then once your VPN is on, no one's banned you in any of those with this VPN, you should be good to rejoin all the biggest ones. So I would join whatever the biggest ones are on. You got it. That's that's absolute horseshit. Absolutely, people get really, really protective, and I also find that it's not the most fair system. It's like you could literally be not pissing off 150 people in the server, but if one person doesn't like what you do, and they have the ability, ban, bye, and not just for like a day or a week or even a year, permanently. You're going to be 75 years old and you can't get into those accounts with those discords with your account, which is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, totally. And what a strange number. Like, right? That's probably 30 days. Something like that. 31 days. Okay, so something like that. Basically, like a month. So, but okay, so what you do is you create an account. Now, it now you can get really interesting in how you want to market. So you just want people to listen to your music. Perfect, man. Okay, and you have a Spotify. Excellent. Okay, so we're gonna set you up with that. All right, so beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so what you want to do is create an account, and then from there, if you really want to get well known, you know where you can do connections, so you can connect your Spotify and Instagram and your YouTube, all of that. You want to connect every single one of them. So, like, if you go, just I'll send you a friend request right now with like the account that I generally use the most. And when you see it, you will be like, oh wow, I can see how that just gets people's attention just because it has so many different accounts associated. Yeah, that one. That's it. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And you see how much stuff I have, and you're like, oh wow, this person has more data, more accounts than anybody. But that's the kind of reaction that you want to give someone when they look at your account. It's like everything is filled out, and you've got everything essentially associated with your account. And then we're going to work on how you promote the account itself. So, like the name that you can use. I know some people who have the name, please add me. Like in the Daddy Discord, is it Daddy? No, it's in Chills. No, it's in Socialize. In the number one VC in Socialize, they have like 3 people that are in there, and all 3 of them, their name is please add me. And I think that's a very smart name to have because then a bunch of people will just add you because they know that you'll essentially friend them back. And also, it's a very good name because it's vague enough. Like if you go in there and it's like, hey, Maple's music is going to get remembered really, really easily. And they're going to see Maple's music. It's everywhere. And they're going to be like, hey, we already banned this person. We don't let this person back. But if you put, please add me, just like these other people, then you're going to get a ton of friend requests. You're going to get a ton of people looking at your content, listening to your music. And that's the goal. How many simultaneous virtual machines can you run? Yeah, but actually, you'll potentially also need another app that is called the Containers app. But basically, because even if you log in with one account in multiple incognito windows, it treats it all as one account still, unless you have an add-on called containers, so multi-containers as well on Firefox. You need one of those programs, and then each individual incognito tab will be exactly. Yeah. It takes now, as you know, like Discord picks up is really heavy, but chances are you probably can get, depending on how fast your computer is, maybe half a dozen different simultaneous instances occurring, which is going to get you a ton more views. And what you want to do before you do anything is you want to check and see how many plays your video is that has, and then you're just going to say, okay, let's say it has 200. Okay, so 200 in your mind. But you started on November 18th and had 200, and then you can judge it by the next few days when you're essentially silently promoting, which I don't consider it. I mean, silent promotion. Consider it whatever you want. If Discord gives you the ability to write a profile and be in a VC, then you're just following the rules, in my opinion. And it's up to somebody to say, hey, this person is VC campaign, which is not a legal practice. It's not like it's against the terms and conditions. Exactly. It's just your opinion. And that you don't like me and you don't think I should be here as long as I am. That's just your opinion. All right. So you want to create your Discord account, and you can, you don't need any of that. I mean, you could if you want, but there are temporary email accounts you could use. I would advise you though to just make a new Gmail account just for this purpose.
Yeah, because I'm using temporary email. Shut down and online and online account that has like $4 million.
Okay. Yeah. So we want to avoid anything. So you get your Gmail account, and then make sure to call this one. Like, what are we calling your account? What is it going to be? What's the name of your music? Okay, so you're really doing this for your father. Okay, wow, that's really admirable. Shout out to you and shout out to your dad. We're going to make sure you're already doing really well. You're a good kid, and good kids help their parents. So good on you. All right, so I don't know if I would use that name everywhere because it's too memorable. It's really good, but it's too memorable. So yeah, you want to be careful. Okay, cool. Absolutely. Just keep in mind you want your account to be as least memorable as possible, yet still pushing people to your links. What will happen is you'll get a moderator who doesn't like you, and they'll remember you for a long time, and you want to avoid that in many ways as possible. So, when we're thinking about your avatar, your profile picture, there's a lot of things that you could choose. You could be really specific and be like, hey, check out my profile, and you're going to get thrown out of a lot of places. But I would say if you have your profile picture, probably, in my opinion, the best thing that you can do is just have it be a solid red circle because it'll catch everybody's attention. What is this red going on? And especially if you're just searching down the whole VC list and you see red, it's your natural inclination to see it. So just a solid red circle. And when they ban that account, that's fine. Then you go and do something like what Caspian C has or anything, just to change it up. These, well, there are two kinds of names. There's the username and the display name, right? Yeah. Exactly. Yes, it does. It wears on you all the different passwords. Okay, so we could make it. Well, are you doing your Google account right now? Oh, good job. Okay, So then I would just call it, you know what? I would make, yeah, you could make them the same. So just please add me. And if, I doubt that's available. You could make it, please add me, let's be friends. That's specific enough, but still get your across the message. Excellent. I mean, that's why we made it so long. Because please add me is not going to be available, but please add me, let's be friends. Great. And then it shows you're a friendly person. You're using the word please, you want to be friends. Dog, how many fucking times do you have to do this on Discord? It's ridiculous. Oh, I know. Hey, all the time, man. I imagine that you guys go through. I go through it like 12 times or more. And if you do it too much, you send too many friend requests, they make you reset your password. And then when you're doing what Maple's doing, it can take you an hour to reset all the different passwords. It's a pain in the ass. But I'm glad to know that you guys experience the same shit that I have to experience, which is like it's overkill with the captions on Discord or the "Are you a human?" It's absolutely ridiculous. Morning, how are you, Kat? How'd you sleep? Excellent. Dog, I did last night. We did the Frankie Valley for like an hour and a half, and then this morning for another hour and a half, more than an hour and 40 minutes. I did the Supremes, the Chevelles, all those brokers of the 60s, and it was really good. So I slept for like 3 hours. I've gotten a lot of positive people, especially in my playhouse, who they ask for requests and all kinds of things. So, do I want to add the account as a friend? Yeah, sure. Hold on 1 second. I mean, don't even tell me. I'll see if I can. Add it. You. Okay, that works. Wait, are you a human? I'm gonna have to do a caption. Oh, okay. Friend request sent. Did you get it? Excellent. Excellent. Okay, so now you want to take some time and you want to create the profile. So it depends how you want to do the profile, but like you want to connect it to your YouTube account, you want to connect it to your Instagram. Well, you can't do Instagram anymore. It used to be able to. So Instagram accounts are like grandfathered. You want to do Spotify, definitely. Does your dad have a website? Okay, you can connect the domain if you want to do that too. Um, now, sure. Yes, can you hear me? This is what I want. People to notice me. Now we get people who are kind of following in the footsteps, which is cool. And I'll take it in the front and we'll show them what to do. What a nice person for their father. Just being that they want to help their dad. I think that's what
things. But they were like, here's a way of looking at it, assess it. And they were also doing it genuinely. It's like, this is what I've concluded about, say, this story. And I'm going to make a case for it, but I'd like to hear what you have to say, because maybe you can change it, you can extend it, you can find a flaw in it. And that's a conversation that has flow and that's engaging and that other people will listen to as well. And that's also, see, I think that one of the things that we can conclude now, and we can do this even from a neuroscientific basis, is that that sense of engaged meaning is a marker not only for the emergence of harmony between you and your environment, but for the emergence of that harmony in a way that is developmentally rich, that moves you upward towards, what would you say? Well, I think towards a more effective entropic state. But it makes you more than you are, and there's a directionality on it.
Well, I'd like to sort of, the reason I like talking about communism is because it has clearly been shown as a set of ideas to be destructive to humanity. But I would like to understand from an engineering perspective the characteristics of communism versus religion, where you can identify religious thought is going to lead to a better human being, a better society, and communist Marxist thought is not. Because there's ambiguity, there's room for play in communism and Marxism, because they kind of had a utopian sense of where everybody's headed. Don't know how it's going to happen. Maybe revolution is required, but after the revolution is done, we'll figure it out. And there's an underlying assumption that maybe human beings are good and they'll figure it out once you remove the oppressor.
Yeah.
I mean, all these ideas kind of, until you put them into practice, it can be quite convincing.
Very.
In the 19th century, if I was reading, which is kind of fascinating, the 19th century produced such powerful ideas. Marx, Nietzsche.
Oh, fascism too, for that matter.
Fascism. So, if I was sitting there, like, especially if I'm feeling shitty about myself, a lot of these ideas are pretty powerful as a way to plug the nihilist hole.
Yeah, right, absolutely. Well, and some of them may actually have an appropriate scope of application. It could be that some of the foundational axioms of communism, socialism / communism are actually functional in a especially small social group, maybe a tribal group even. Like I also have I'm not sure this is correct, but I have a suspicion that the pervasive attractiveness of some of the radical left ideas that we're talking about are pervasive precisely because they are functional within, say, families, but also within the small tribal groups that people might have originally evolved into. And that once we become civilized, so we produce societies that are united, even among people who don't know one another, different principles have to apply as a consequence of scale. So that's partly an engineering response, but I think there's a deeper way of going after the communist problem. So I think part of the fundamental problem with the communist axioms is the notion that the world of complex social interactions can be simplified sufficiently so that centralized planning authorities can deal with it. And I think the best way to think about the free exchange rejoinder to that presumption is no, the sum total of human interactions in a large civilization are so immense that you need a distributed network of cognition in order to compute the proper way forward. And so what you do is you give each actor their domain of individual choice so that they can maximize their own movement forward, and you allow the aggregate direction to emerge from that rather than trying to impose it from the top down, which I think is computationally impossible. So that might be one engineering reason why the communist solution doesn't work. Like I read in Solzhenitsyn, for example, that the Central Soviet authorities often had to make 200 pricing decisions a day. Now, if you've ever started a business or created a product and had to wrestle with the problem of pricing, you become aware of just how intractable that is. Like, how do you calculate worth? Well, there's the central existential problem of life. How do you calculate worth? It's not something like a central authority can sit down and just manage. And there is a lot of inputs that go into a pricing decision. And the free market answer to that is something like, well, if you get the price right, people will buy it and will survive.
This is a fascinating way to describe how ideas fail. So communism perhaps fails because just like when people believe the earth is flat, when you look outside, it looks flat.
Mhm.
But you can't see beyond the horizon. So
Yeah, right.
in the same way with communism seems like a great idea in my family and my people I love, but it doesn't scale.
And it doesn't iterate. And that's a form of scaling too.
Right. But in whatever ways it breaks down, it doesn't scale.
Yeah.
And you're saying religious thought is a thing that might scale.
I would say religious thought is the record of those ideas that haven't got scaled. Right.
And
Right.
iterated.
And iterated.
Does religious thought iterate? I mean, there's a fundamental conservative aspect to religious thought.
Yeah.
Tradition.
Yeah. This is why I like Nietzsche Eliade, for example, who I referred to earlier. One of the things Eliade did, and very effectively, and people like Joseph Campbell, who in some ways were popularizers of Eliade's ideas and Carl Jung's, what they really did was devote themselves to an analysis of those ideas that scaled and iterated across the largest possible spans of time. And so Eliade and Jung, Eric Neumann, they were looking, and Campbell, they were looking at patterns of narrative that were common across religious traditions that had spanned millennia, and found many patterns. The hero's myth, for example, is one of those patterns. And it's, I think, the evidence that it has its reflection in human neurophysiology and neuropsychology is incontrovertible. And so these foundational narratives, they last. They're common across multiple religious traditions. They unite, they work psychologically, but they also reflect the underlying neurophysiological architecture. So I can give you an example of that. So the hero myth is really a quest myth. And a quest myth is really a story of exploration and expansion of adaptation. Right? So Bilbo, the Hobbit, he's a kind of an ordinary everyman. He lives in a very constrained and orderly and secure world. And then the quest call comes and he goes out and he expands his personality and develops his wisdom. And that's reflected in human neuropsychological architecture at a very low level, way below cognition. So one of the most fundamental elements of the mammalian brain, and even in lower animal forms, is the hypothalamus. It's sort of the root of primary motivation. So it governs lust and it regulates your breathing, and it regulates your hunger, and it regulates your thirst, and it regulates your temperature. Like really low-level biological necessities are regulated by the hypothalamus. When you get hungry, it's the hypothalamus. When you're activated in a defensively aggressive manner, that's the hypothalamus. Half the hypothalamus is the origin of the dopaminergic tracts, and they subsume exploration. And so you can think of the human motivation and reality as a domain that's governed by axiomatic motivation states, love, sex, defensive aggression, hunger, and another domain that's governed by exploration. And the rule would be something like, when your basic motivation states are sated, explore. Well, then, and that's not cognitive. Like I said, this is deep, deep brain architecture. It's extraordinarily ancient. And the exploration story is something like, go out into the unknown and take the risks, because the information that you discover and the skills you develop will be worthwhile even in saving the basic motivation of drives. And then you want to learn to do that in an iterative manner, so it sustains across time, and you want to do it in a way that unites you with other people. And there's a pattern to that, and I do think that's the pattern that we strive to encapsulate in our deep religious narrative. And I think that in many ways we've done that successfully.
What is the belief in God? How does that fit in? What does it mean to believe in God?
Okay, so in one of the stories that I cover in We Who Wrestle with God, which I've only recently begun to take apart, say in the last 2 years, is the story of Abraham. It's a very cool story. And it's also related, by the way, to your question about what makes communism wrong. And Dostoevsky knew this, not precisely the Abraham story, but the same reason. In Notes from Underground, Dostoevsky made a very telling observation. So he speaks in the voice of a cynical, nihilistic, and bitter bureaucrat who's been a failure, who's talking cynically about the nature of human beings, but also very accurately. And one of the things he points out with regards to modern utopianism is that human beings are very strange creatures, and that if you gave them what the socialist utopians want to give them, so let's say all your needs are taken care of, all your material needs are taken care of, and even indefinitely. Dostoevsky's claim was, you don't understand human beings very well, because if you put them in an environment that was that comfortable, they would purposefully go insane just to break it into bits, just so something interesting would happen. Right, and he says it's the human proclivity to curse and complain. He says this in quite a cynic and caustic manner, but he's pointing to something deep, which is that we're not built for comfort and security. We're not infants. We're not after satiation. So then you might ask, well, what the hell are we after? That's what the Abraham story addresses. And Abraham is the first true individual in the biblical narrative. So you can think about his story as the archetypal story of the developing individual. So you said, well, what's God? Well, in the Abraham story, God is characterized in a lot of different ways in the classic religious texts. Like the Bible is actually a compilation of different characterizations of the divine, with the insistence that they reflect an underlying unity. In the story of Abraham, the divine is the call to adventure. So Abraham has the socialist utopia at hand. He's from a wealthy family, and he has everything he needs. And he actually doesn't do anything until he's in his 70s now. Hypothetically, people in those times lived much longer. But a voice comes to Abraham and it tells him something very specific. It says, leave your zone of comfort. Leave your parents, leave your tent, leave your community, leave your tribe, leave your land. Go out into the world. And Abraham thinks, well, why? I've got naked slave girls peeling grapes and feeding them to me. It's like, what do I need an adventure for? And God tells them, this is the covenant, by the way. Part of the covenant that the God of the Israelites makes with his people. It's very, very specific. It's very brilliant. He says, if you follow the voice of adventure, you'll become a blessing to yourself. So that's a good deal, because people generally live at odds with themselves. And he says, God says, that's not all. You'll become a blessing to yourself in a way that furthers your reputation among people and validates it, so that you'll accomplish things that were real and people will know it, and you'll be held high in their esteem, and that will be valid. So that's a pretty good deal, because social people would like to be regarded as of utility and worth by others, and so that's a good deal. And God says that's not all. You'll establish something of lasting, permanent, and deep value. That's why Abraham becomes the father of nations. And finally, he caps it off, and he says there's a better element even to it. There's a capstone. You'll do all three of those things in a way that's maximally beneficial to everyone else. And so the divinity in the Abrahamic story is making a claim. It says, first of all, there's a drive that you should attend to. So the spirit of adventure that calls you out of your zone of comfort. Now, if you attend to that and you make the sacrifices necessary to follow that path, then the following benefits will accrue to you. Your life will be a blessing. Everyone will hold you in high esteem. You'll establish something of permanent value, and you'll do it in a way that's maximally beneficial to everyone else. And so think about what this means biologically from an engineering standpoint. It means that the instinct to develop that characterizes outward moving children, let's say, or adults, is the same instinct that allows for psychological stability, that allows for movement upward in the social hierarchy. It establishes something iterable, and it does that in a manner that allows everyone else to partake in the same process. Well, that's a good deal. And I can't see how it cannot be true, because the alternative hypothesis would be that the spirit that moves you beyond yourself to develop, the spirit of a curious child, let's say. Okay? What is that antithetical to your own esteem? Is that antithetical to other people's best interest? Is it not the thing that increases the probability that you'll do something permanent? That's a stupid theory.
So God is a call to adventure with some constraints.
A call to true adventure.
The true
To a true
adventure.
adventure. Yeah, and then that's a good observation because that begs the question: what constitutes the most true adventure? Well, that's not fully fleshed out until, at least from the Christian perspective, let's say, that's not fully fleshed out until the Gospels, because the passion of Christ is you could say, this is the perfectly reasonable way of looking at it. The passion of Christ is the truest adventure of Abraham. That's a terrible thing, because the passion story is a catastrophic tragedy, although it obviously has its redemptive elements. But one of the things that's implied there is that there's no distinction between the true adventure of life and taking on the pathway of maximal responsibility and burden. And I can't see how that cannot be true. Like, because the counter hypothesis is, well, Lex, the best thing for you to do in your life is to shrink from all challenge and hide, right? To remain infantile, to remain secure, not to ever push yourself beyond your limits, not to take any risks. Well, no one thinks that's true.
So basically, the maximally worthwhile adventure could possibly be highly correlated with the hardest possible available adventure.
The hardest possible available adventure voluntarily undertaken.
Does it have to
It
be
has to be
voluntary?
absolutely.
How do you define voluntary?
Well, here's an example of that. That's a good question too. When Christ is the night before the crucifixion, which in principle he knows is coming, he asks God to relieve him of his burden, and understandably so. I mean, that's the scene famously in which he's sweating, literally sweating blood, because he knows what's coming. And the Romans designed crucifixion to be the most agonizing and humiliating possible. Agonizing, humiliating, and disgusting possible death. Right, so there was every reason to be apprehensive about that. And you might say, well, could you undertake that voluntarily as an adventure? And the answer to that is something like, well, what's your relationship with death? But that's a problem you have to solve. And you could fight it, and you could be bitter about it, and there's reasons for that, especially if it's painful and degrading. But the alternative is something like, well, that's what's fleshed out in religious imagery. It's very difficult to cast into words. It's like, no, you welcome the struggle. That's why I called the book "You Wrestle with God." You welcome the struggle. And Lex, I don't see how you can come to terms with life without construing it as something like, bring it on, welcome the struggle. And I can't see that there's a limit to that. It's like, well, I welcome the struggle until it gets difficult.
So there's not a bell curve, like the struggle in moderation. Basically, you have to welcome whatever as hard as it gets. And the crucifixion in that way is a symbol
of that. Well, it's worse than that in some ways, because the crucifixion exemplifies the worst possible death. But that isn't the only element of the struggle, because mythologically, classically, after Christ's death, he heralds hell. And what that means, as far as I can tell, psychologically, is that you're not only required, let's say, to take on the full existential burden of life and to welcome it, regardless of what it is, and to maintain your upward aim despite all temptations to the contrary. But you also have to confront the root of malevolence itself. So it's not merely tragedy. I think the malevolence is actually worse. And the reason I think that is because I know the literature of post-traumatic stress disorder. And most people who encounter, let's say, a challenge and it's so brutal that it fragments them, it isn't mere suffering that does that to people. It's an encounter with malevolence that does that to people. Their own, sometimes, often, by the way. Soldier will go out into a battlefield and find out that there's a part of him who really enjoys the mayhem. And that conceptualization doesn't fit in well with everything he thinks he knows about himself and humanity. And after that contact with that dark part of himself, he never recovers. That happens to people. And it happens to people who encounter bad actors in the world, too. If you're a naive person and the right narcissistic psychopath comes your way, you are in, like, mortal trouble because you might die. But that's not where the trouble is.
If there's a young man in their 20s listening to this how do they escape the pull of Dostoevsky's knows some money? With the eyes open to the world, how do they select the adventure?
So there's other characterizations of the divine, say, in the Old Testament stories. So one pattern of characterization that I think is really relevant to that question is the conception of God as calling and conscience. Okay, so what does it mean? It's a description of the manner in which your destiny announces itself to you. And I'm using that terminology, and it's distinguishable, say, from Nietzsche's notion that you create your own values. Like, part of the way you can tell that that's wrong is that you can't voluntarily gerrymander your own interests, right? Like, you find some things interesting, and that seems natural and autonomous, and other things you don't find interesting, and you can't really force yourself to be interested in. Now, so what is the domain of interest that makes itself manifest to you? Well, it's like an autonomous spirit. It's like certain things in your field of perception are illuminated to you. Think, oh, that's interesting, that's compelling, that's gripping. Rudolf Otto, who studied the phenomenology of religious experience, described that as numinous. Thing grips you because you're compelled by it, and maybe it's also somewhat anxiety provoking. It's the same reaction that like a cat has to a dog, and the cat's hair stands on end. That's an awe response. And so there's going to be things in your phenomenological field that pull you forward, compel you. That's like the voice of positive emotion and enthusiasm. Things draw you into the world. It might be love, it might be aesthetic interest, it might be friendship, it might be social status, it might be duty and industriousness. There's various domains of interest that shine for people. That's sort of on the positive side. God is calling, right? That would be akin to the spirit of adventure. Certain things bother you. They take root within you, and they turn your thoughts towards certain issues, like the things you're interested in that you've pursued your whole life. There are things I'm interested in that I felt as a moral compulsion. And so you can think, and I think the way you can think about it technically is that something pulls you forward so that you move ahead and you develop. And then another voice, just the voice of negative emotion, says, while you're moving forward, stay on this narrow path, right? And it'll mark deviations, and it marks deviations with shame and guilt and anxiety, regret. And that actually has a voice. Don't do that. Well, why not? Well, you're wandering off the straight, narrow path. So the divine marks the pathway forward and reveals it, but then puts up the constraints of conscience. And the divine in the Old Testament is portrayed not least as the dynamic between calling and conscience.
What do you do with the negative emotions? You didn't mention envy. There's some really dark ones that can really pull you into some bad places. Envy, fear.
Yeah, envy's a really bad. Pride and envy. Those are the sins of Cain, in the story of Cain and Abel. Because Cain failed because his sacrifices are insufficient. He doesn't offer his best, and so he's rejected, and that makes him bitter and unhappy. And he goes to complain to God, and God says two things. He said, God tells him, if your sacrifices were appropriate, you'd be accepted. It's a brutal thing. It's a brutal rejoinder. And he also says, you can't blame your misery on your failure. You could learn from your failure. When you failed, you invited in the spirit of envy and resentment, and you allowed it to possess you, and that's why you're miserable. And so Cain is embittered by that response, and that's when he kills Abel. And so you might say, well, how do you fortify yourself against that pathway of resentment? And part of classic religious practice is aimed to do that precisely. What's the antithesis of envy? Gratitude. It's something you can practice, right? And I mean literally practice.
I think envy is one of the biggest enemies for a young person, because basically you're starting from nowhere. Life is hard. You've achieved nothing, and you're striving and you're failing constantly because.
And you see other people who you think aren't having the same problem.
Yeah, and they succeed. And they could be your neighbor, they could be succeeding by a little bit, or somebody on the internet succeeding by a lot. And I think that can really pull a person down. That kind of envy can really destroy a person.
Yeah. Definitely. Well, the gratitude element would be something like, well, yeah, you don't know anything, and you're at the bottom, but you're not 80. You know, one of the best predictors of wealth in the United States is age. So then you might say, well, who's got it better? The old rich guy or the young poor guy? And I would say most old rich guys would trade their wealth for youth. So it's not exactly clear at all at any stage who's got the upper hand, who's got the advantage. And you know, you could say, well, I've got all these burdens in front of me because I'm young, and oh my God. Or you could say, every dragon has its treasure. And that's actually a pattern of perception. You know, I'm not saying that people don't have their challenges, they certainly do. But discriminating between a challenge and an opportunity is very, very difficult. And learning to see a challenge as an opportunity, that's the beginning of wisdom.
It's interesting. I don't know how it works. Maybe you can elucidate. But when you have envy towards somebody, if you just celebrate them, so gratitude, but actually, as opposed to sort of ignoring and be grateful for the things you have, like literally celebrate that person. It transforms. It lights the way. I don't know why that is exactly.
The only reason you're envious is because you see someone who has something that you want. Okay, so let's think about it. Well, first of all, the fact that they have it means that in principle you could get it. At least someone has. So that's a pretty good deal. And then you might say, well, the fact that I'm envious of that person means that I actually want something. And then you might think, well, what am I envious of? I'm envious of their attractiveness to women. Like, okay, well, now you know something about yourself. You know that one true motivation that's making itself manifest to you is that you wish that you would be the sort of person who was attracted to women. Now, of course, that's an extremely common longing among men, period, but particularly among young men. Like, well, what makes you so sure you couldn't have that? Well, how about, here's an answer. You don't have enough faith in yourself. And maybe you don't have enough faith in, well, I would say the divine. You don't believe that the world is characterized by enough potentiality so that even miserable you has a crack at the brass ring. And like I talked about this actually practically in one of my previous books, because I wrote a chapter called Compare Yourself to Who You Are and Not to Someone Else. Well, why? Well, your best benchmark for tomorrow is you today. And you might not be able to have what someone else has on the particular axis you're comparing yourself with them on, but you could make an incremental improvement over your current state, regardless of the direction that you're aiming. And it is the case, and this is a law. The return on incremental improvement is exponential or geometric and not linear. So even if you start, this is why the hero is always born in a lowly place, mythologically. Like Christ, who redeems the world, is born in a manger with the animals to poverty-stricken parents in the middle of a God-forsaken desert, in a nondescript time and place, isolated. Well, why? Well, because everyone young struggles with their insufficiency. But that doesn't mean that great things can't make themselves manifest. And part of the insistence in the biblical text, for example, is that it's incumbent on you to have the courage, to have faith in yourself and in the spirit of reality, the essence of reality, regardless of how you construe the evidence at hand. Right? Look at me, I'm so useless. I don't know anything. I don't have anything. It's hopeless. I don't have it within me. The world couldn't offer me that possibility. Well, what the hell do you know about that? This is what Job figures out in the midst of his suffering. Job, because Job is tortured terribly by God, who makes a bet with Satan himself to bring him down. And Job's decision in the face of his intense suffering is, I'm not going to lose faith in my essential goodness, and I'm not going to lose faith in the essential goodness of being itself, regardless of how terrible the face it's showing to me at the moment happens to be. And I think, okay, what do you make of that claim? Well, let's look at it practically. You're being tortured by the arbitrariness of life. That's horrible. Now you lose faith in yourself and you become cynical about being. So are you infinitely worse off instantly? And then you might say, well, yeah, but it's really asking a lot of people that they maintain faith even in their darkest hours. So, yeah, that might be asking everything from people. But then you also might ask, this is a strange question. If you were brought into being by something that was essentially good, wouldn't that thing that brought you into being demand that you make the best in yourself manifest? And wouldn't it be precisely when you most need that it would be that you'd be desperate enough to risk what it would take to let it emerge?
So you kind of make it seem that reason could be the thing that takes you out of the place of darkness, to finding that calling through reason. I think it's also possible when reason fails you to just take the leap. Navigate not by reason, but by finding the thing that scares you, the risk, to take the risk, take the leap, and then figure it out while you're in there.
Yeah, well, I think that's always part of a heroic adventure. Is that ability to cut the Gordian knot. But you could also ask from an engineering perspective, okay, what are the axioms that make a decision like that possible? And the answer would be something like, I'm going to make the presumption that if I move forward in good faith, whatever happens to me will be the best thing that could possibly happen, no matter what it is. And I think that's actually how you make an alliance with truth. And I also think that truth is an invention. The way you make an alliance with truth is by assuming that whatever happens to you, if you're living in truth, is the best thing that could happen, even if you can't see that at any given moment. Because otherwise, you'd say that truth would be just the handmaiden of advantage. Well, I'm going to say something truthful, and I pay a price. Well, that means I shouldn't have said. Well, that possibly, but that's not the only possible standard of evaluation. Because what you're doing is you're making the outcome your deity, right? Well, I just reverse that and say, no, truth is the deity. The outcome is variable, but that doesn't eradicate the initial action. Where's the constant, right? What's the constant?
It may be when you said Abraham was being fed by naked ladies.
That's an interpolation, obviously, but would have been out of keeping for the times.
But it does make me think, sort of in stark contrast to Nietzsche's own life, that perhaps getting laid early on in life is a useful starter. Step one, get laid, and then go for adventure. There's some basic satiation of
so
desires.
I think it's perfectly reasonable to bring the sexual element in because it's a powerful motivating force. It has to be integrated. I don't think it's adventure. It's romantic adventure.
Right. But the lack of basic interaction, sexual interaction, I feel like is the engine that drives towards that cynicism of the incest.
It is,
and
but
just the yes, he's not too much about.
There's very little doubt about that. We know perfectly well anthropologically that the most unstable social situation you can generate is young men with no access to women. That's not good. And they'll do anything to reverse that situation. So that's very dangerous. But then I would also say there's every suggestion that the pathway of adventure itself is the best pathway to romantic attractiveness. We know this in some ways in a very blunt manner. The Google boys, the engineers, were too, what would you say, naively oriented towards empirical truth to note when they're being politically incorrect. They wrote a great book called A Billion Wicked Thoughts, which I really like. It's a very good book, and it's engineers as psychologists. And so they'll say all sorts of things that no one with any sense would ever say that happen to be true. And they studied the pattern of pornographic fantasy, and women like pornographic stories, not images. So women's use of pornography is literary. Who are the main protagonists in female pornographic fantasy? Pirates, werewolves, vampires, surgeons, and billionaires. Tony Stark.
Yeah.
And so the basic pornographic narrative is Beauty and the Beast. Those 5 categories. Terrible, aggressive male, tameable by the right relationship, hot erotic attraction. And so I would say to the young man who, and I have many times, to young men who are locked in isolation, first of all, join the bloody club. Because the default value of a 15-year-old male in the dating market is 0. And there's reason for that. And 0 is a bit of an exaggeration, but not much. And the reason for that is, well, what the hell do you know? Like, you're not good for anything. You have potential, and maybe plenty. And hopefully that'll be made manifest. But you shouldn't be all upset because you're the same loser as everyone else your age has always been since the beginning of time. But then you might ask, well, what should I do about it? The answer is, get yourself together. Stand up straight with your shoulders back. Take on some adventure. Find your calling. Abide by your conscience. Put yourself together, and you'll become attractive. I mean, we know this is true. The correlation between male sexual opportunity and relative masculine status is about 0.6. That's higher than the correlation between intelligence and academic achievement. I don't think that there's a larger correlation between two independent phenomena in the entire social science and health literature than the correlation between relative male social status and reproductive success. It's by far the most fundamental determinant.
But what's the cause and effect there?
Men are motivated to attain social status because it confers upon them reproductive success, and that's not only cognitively but biologically. I'll give you an example of this. There's a documentary I watch from time to time, which I think is the most brilliant documentary I've ever seen. It's called Crumb. And it's the story of this underground cartoonist, Robert Crumb, who was in high school, was in the category of males, for whom a date was not only not likely, but unimaginable. So he was at the bottom of the bottom rung, and almost all the reactions he got from females wasn't just no, it was like, are you out of your mind? Like, with that contempt, right? And then he became successful. And so the documentary is super interesting because it tracks the utter pathology of sexual fantasy because he was bitter and resentful. And if you want to understand the psychology of serial sexual killers and the like, and you watch Crumb, you'll find out a lot more about that than anybody with any sense would want to know. But then he makes this transition, partly because he does take the heroic adventure path. And he actually has a family and children, and he is actually a pretty functional person, as opposed to his brothers, one of whom commits suicide, and one of whom is literally a repeat sexual offender. It's a brutal documentary. But what he did in his adolescence, after being rejected, was he found what he was interested in. He was a very good artist. He was very interested in music. And he started to pursue those sort of single-mindedly, and he became successful. And as soon as he became successful, and the documentary tracks this beautifully, he's immediately attractive to women. And then you might ask, too, even if you're cynical, why do I have to perform for women and dance? And that is something like, why the hell should they have anything to do with you if you're useless? They're going to have infants. They don't need another one. Right? Partly the reason that women are hypergamous, as they want males who have higher status than they are, is because they're trying to redress the reproductive burden. And it's substantial. I mean, the female of any species is the sex that devotes more to the reproductive function. That's a more fundamental definition than chromosomal differentiation. And that's taken to its ultimate extreme with humans. So of course women are going to want someone around that's useful, because the cost of sex for them is an 18-year-old period of dependency with an infant. So I think the adventure comes first.
Heroic adventure comes first.
Well, it's complex because the other problem, let's say, with the Crumb Boys is that their mother was extremely pathological and they didn't get a lot of genuine feminine nurturance and affection.
Well, of course, so the family and society are not going to help you most of the time with a heroic adventure, right? They're going to be a barrier.
Well, in good families, they're both, because they put up constraints on your behavior. But I've interviewed a lot of successful people about their calling, let's say, because I do that with all of my podcastings. How did the path that you took to success make itself manifest? It's very different. Almost all the people that I've interviewed had a mother and a father. Now, it's not invariant, but I'd say it's there in 99% of the time. It's really high. And both of the parents parents, or at least one of them, but often both, were very encouraging of the person's interests and pathway to development.
That's fascinating. I've heard you analyze it that way before, and I had a reaction to that idea because you focus on the positive of the parents.
Yeah.
I feel like it was maybe I see biographies differently, but it feels like the struggle within the family was the catalyst for greatness in a lot of biographies. Maybe I'm misinterpreting it, but I
don't think you. I think that's a reflection. Maybe, correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's a reflection of that dynamic between positive and negative emotion. Like my son, for example, who's doing just fine. He's firing on all cylinders as far as I'm concerned. He has a nice family. He gets along with his wife. He's a really good musician. He's got a company that's running well. He's a delight to be around. He was a relatively disagreeable infant. He was tough-minded. And he didn't take no for an answer. And so there was some tussle in regulating his behavior. He spent a lot of time when he was sitting on the steps trying to get his act together. And so that was the constraint. And that wasn't something that was, it's an opposition to him away, because it was in opposition to the immediate manifestation of his hedonistic desires. But it was also an impetus to further development. I mean, the rule for me, when he was on the stairs, was as soon as you're willing to be a civilized human being, you can get off the stairs. And you might think, well, that's nothing but arbitrary, super ego, patriarchal, oppressive constraint. Or you could say, well, no, what I'm actually doing is facilitating this part of the maturation. Because when a child misbehaves, it's usually because they're under the domination of some primordial emotional motivation impulse. They're angry, they're over enthusiastic, they're upset, they're selfish, like it's narrow self-centeredness expressed in an immature manner.
See, okay, tell me if I'm wrong, but it feels like the engine of greatness, at least on the male side of things, has often been trying to prove the father wrong or trying to gain the acceptance of the father. So that tension, where the parent is not encouraging, like you mentioned, but is basically saying, no, you won't be able to do this.
So my observation as a psychologist is that it's very, very difficult for someone to get their act together unless they have at least one figure in their life that's encouraging and shows them the pathway forward. So you can have a lot of adversity in your life. And if you have one person around who's a good model and you're neurologically intact, you can latch onto that model. Now, you can also find that model in books. And people do that sometimes. Like I've interviewed people who had pretty fragmented childhoods who turned to books and found the pattern that guided them in, let's say, the adventures of the heroes of the past, because that's a good way of thinking about it. And I read a book called Angela's Ashes that was written by an Irish author, Frank McCourt. Fantastic book, beautiful book. And his father was an alcoholic of gargantuan proportions. He just, an Irish drinker who drank every cent that came into the family, many of whose children died in poverty. And what Frank did is a testament to the human spirit, is he sort of divided his father conceptually into two elements. There was sober morning father who was encouraging and with whom he had a relationship, and then there was drunk and useless later afternoon and evening father, and he rejected the negative and he amplified his relationship with the positive. Now, like he had other things going for him, but he did a very good job of discriminating. And I mean, partly the question that you're raising is, to what degree is it useful to have a beneficial adversary? Yeah, and I mean, struggle-free progress is not possible. And I think there are situations under which where you might be motivated to prove someone in your immediate circle wrong. But then that also implies that at some level, for some reason, you actually care about their judgment. You just didn't write them off completely.
Well, I mean, that's why I say there's an archetype of a young man trying to gain the approval of his father. And I think that repeats itself in a bunch of biographies that I've read. I don't know, there must have been an engine somewhere that they found of approval, of encouragement. Maybe in books, maybe in the mother, or maybe the parents split.
Well, my father was hard to please. Very.
Did you ever succeed?
Yes. But it wasn't easy, ever.
When was the moment when you succeeded?
Late, pretty late. Like 40, maybe later.
Was it gradual or a definitive moment when a shift happened?
My father was always willing to approve of the things I did that were good, although he was not effusive by any stretch of the imagination. The standards were very high. I was probably fortunate for me, and it does bear on the question you're asking. It's like, if you want someone to motivate you optimally, it's complicated because there has to be a temperamental dance between the two people. Like, what you really want is for someone to apply the highest possible standards to you that you're capable of reaching, right? And that's a vicious dance, because you have to have a relationship with your child to do that properly. Because if you want to be optimally motivating as a father, you keep your children on the edge. It's like, you might not reward something in your child that you would think would be good in someone else because you think they could do better. And so my father was pretty clear about the idea that he always expected me to do better. And was that troublesome? It was like, I felt often when I was young that there was no pleasing him. But I also knew that wasn't right. See, I actually knew that wasn't right, because I could remember, especially I think when I was very young, that I did things that he was pleased about. I knew that was possible. So it wasn't unpredictable and arbitrary. It was just difficult.
It sounds like he's hit a pretty good optimal. But it's for each individual human, that optimal differs.
Well, that's why you have to have a relationship with your children. You have to know them. And well, with yourself too, and with your wife. You can't hit that optimal. That optimal is probably love. Because love isn't just acceptance. Love is acceptance and encouragement. And it's not just that either. It's also, no, don't do that. That's beneath you. You're capable of more. How hard should that be? So that's a really hard question. Like, if you really love someone, you're not going to put up with your stupidity. Don't do that. One of the rules I had with my little kids was, don't do anything that makes you look like an idiot in public. Why? Because I don't want you disgracing yourself. Why not? Because I like you. I think you're great. And you're not going to act like a bloody fool in public so that people get the wrong idea about you. No.
What about inside a relationship? How a successful relationship is, how much challenge, how much peace? Is a successful relationship one that is easy, or one that is challenging?
I would say to some degree that depends on your temperament. My wife is quite a provocative person. And there are times when I suppose, there are times when I casually wish that she was easier to get along with. But as soon as I think about it, I don't think that. Because I've always liked her. We were friends ever since we were little kids. And she plays rough. And I like that, as it turns out. Now, that doesn't mean it isn't a pain from time to time. But, and that is going to be a temperamental issue to some degree. And an issue of negotiation. Like, she plays rough, but fair. And the fair part has been establishing that's been part of our ongoing negotiation.
And part of it is in the play, you get to find out about yourself and what your temperament is. Because I don't think that's clear until it's tested.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not. You find out all sorts of things about yourself in a relationship. That's for sure. Well, and partly the reason that there is provocativeness, especially for women in relation to men, is they want to test them out. Like, can you hold your temper when someone's bothering you? Well, why would a woman want to do that? Well, maybe she doesn't want you to snap and hurt her kids. And so how's she going to find that out? Ask you? Well, you're going to say, well, I'd never do that. It's like, never, eh? Let's find out if it's never. So we don't know how people test each other out in relationships, or why exactly, but it's intense and necessary.
What's in general a man's relationship with temper be?
You should have one, and you should be able to regulate it. Like that's part of that attractiveness of the monsters that characterizes women's fantasies. Right? Because, and Nietzsche pointed this out too, going back to Nietzsche, Nietzsche, one of Nietzsche's claims was that most of what passes for morality is nothing but cowardice. I'd never cheat on my wife. So, is there anybody asking you to that you actually find attractive? Or are there dozens of people asking you to that you find attractive? It's like, well, I would never cheat. It's like, no, you just don't have the opportunity. Now, I'm not saying that everyone's in that position, that they would cheat even if they had the opportunity, because that's not true. And it's the same with regards to, well, I'm a peaceful man. It's like, no, you're not. You're just a weak coward. You wouldn't dare have a confrontation, physical or metaphysical. And you're passing it off as morality because you don't want to come to terms with the fact of your own weakness and cowardice. And part of that what I would say is twisted pseudo-Christian morality that Nietzsche was criticizing was exactly of that sort, and it tied into resentment and envy, and he tied that in explicitly. So that failure in life, masked by the morality that's nothing but weak cowardice, turns to the resentment that undermines and destroys everything, and that does that purposefully.
Yeah, I think he was criticizing under the facade of niceness, there's an ocean of resentment.
Yeah, that's for sure. For sure. That's also the danger of being too forthcoming with people. See, this is another thing I would say about my wife, who's not particularly agreeable. It's like, she's not particularly agreeable, but she's not resentful. And that's because she doesn't give things away that she isn't willing to. And if you're agreeable and nice and you're conflict avoidant, you'll push yourself too far to please the other person. And then that makes you bitter and resentful. So that's not helpful.
Do you think you'll be in trouble for saying this on a podcast later?
We know each other pretty well. And like I said, it's a trait that I find admirable. It's provocative and challenging.
And it seems to work.
Well, we've been together 50 years, so
quick pause, bathroom break. If we can descend from the realm of ideas down to history and reality, I would say the time between World War I and World War II was one of history's biggest testing of ideas, and really the most dramatic kinds of ideas that helped us understand the nature of good and evil. I just want to ask you sort of a question about good and evil. Churchill, in many ways, was not a good man. Stalin, as you've documented extensively, was a horrible man. But you can make the case that both were necessary for stopping an even worse human being in Hitler. So to what degree do you need monsters to fight monsters? Do you need bad men to be able to fight off greater evils?
It's everything in its proper place is the answer to that. We might think that our life would be easier without fear. Let's say we might say that our life would be easier without anger or pain. But the truth of the matter is that those things are beneficial, even though they can cause great suffering, but they have to be in the proper place. And that capacity that could in one context be a terrible force for evil can, in the proper context, be the most potent force for good. A good man has to be formidable. And partly what that means, as far as I can tell, is that you have to be able to say no. And no means, I thought a lot about no, working as a clinician, because I did a lot of strategic counseling with my clients in a lot of extremely difficult situations. And I learned to take apart what no meant, and also when dealing with my own children, because I used no sparingly, because it's a powerful weapon. But I meant it. And with my kids, what it meant was, if you continue that pattern of behavior, something you do not like will happen to you with 100% certainty. And when that's the case and you're willing to implement it, you don't have to do it very often. With regards to monstrosity, it's like weak men aren't good. They're just weak. That's Nietzsche's observation. That's partly again why he was tempted to place the will to power, let's say, and to deal with that notion in a manner that, when it was tied with the revaluation of all values, was counterproductive. And counterproductive in the final analysis. It's not like there wasn't something to what he was driving on. No, formidable men are admirable, and don't mess with them. Douglas Murray's a good example of that. He's a rather slight guy, but he's got a spine of steel, and there's no more than a bit of what's monstrous in him. And Jocko Willink is like that, and Joe Rogan is like that, and you're like that.
But there's a different level. I mean, if you look, to me, Churchill might represent the thing you're talking about, but World War II, it would not be stopped without Stalin.
Well, I wonder. Yes.
And if I may insert into this picture of complexity, Hitler would have not stopped until he enslaved and exterminated the entirety of the Slavic people. The Jewish people, the Slavic people, the Gypsies, everybody would not. But then Stalin, in the mass rape of German women by the Red Army as they marched towards Berlin, is a kind of manifestation of the full monstrosity that a person can be.
You can easily be in a situation. You can easily, unfortunately, find yourself in a situation where all you have in front of you are a variety of bad options. That's partly why, if you have any sense, you try to conduct yourself very carefully in life, because you don't want to be in a position where you've made so many mistakes that all the options left to you are terrible. And so you said, well, was it necessary to ally with Stalin? Well, it's very difficult to second guess the trajectory of something as complex as World War II, but we can say casually, at least as Westerners have in general, that that alliance was necessary. Now, I think the mistake that the West made in the aftermath of World War II was in not dealing as forthrightly with the catastrophes of communism as an ideology as we did with fascism. And that's especially true of the intellectuals in the universities. I mean, it was very common when I was teaching both at Harvard and at the University of Toronto for the students in my personality class, where we studied Solzhenitsyn, who's actually an existential psychologist in many ways, on a deep point. None of them knew anything about the Soviet atrocities. None of them knew anything about what happened in Ukraine and the death of 6 million productive people. They had no idea that the communists killed tens of millions of people in the aftermath of the Russian Revolution.
They know even less about now and Great.
Yeah, right. Which some estimates are 100 million people. Now, when your error bars are in the tens of millions, well, that's a real indication of the cataclysm. And nobody knows how many people died from direct oppression or indirect in the Soviet Union. 20 million seems like a reasonable estimate. Solzhenitsyn's upper bound was higher than that.
And how do you measure the intellectual output that was suppressed and killed off? The number of intellectuals, artists, writers that were put into
productive farmers, for that matter, anyone who was willing to tell the truth, right? Absolutely. So, yeah, catastrophic. And so I think the West's failure wasn't so much allying with Stalin. I mean, it was Douglas MacArthur who wanted to continue. He thought we should just take the Soviets out after the Second World War. And they removed him from any position of authority where such a thing might be made possible. And people were tired. But was MacArthur wrong? Well, he certainly wasn't wrong in his insistence that Stalin was as big a monster as Hitler, or bigger. So the valorization of the leftist proclivity, the radical leftist proclivity, is the sin of the West, I think, more intensely than allying with Stalin.
Tricky, nuanced topic, but if we look at the modern day and the threat of communism in the United States, to me, it's disrespectful to the atrocities of the 20th century to call somebody like Kamala Harris a communist. But I see the sort of escalation of the extremeness of language being used. When you call somebody like Donald Trump a fascist, then it makes total sense to them to use similar extreme terminology for somebody like Kamala Harris. But maybe I could ask your evaluation. If you look at the political landscape today, somebody like Joe Biden, Kamala Harris.
Well, the first thing I would say is that I think that viewing the political landscape of today as a political landscape is actually wrong. I think it's not the right frame of reference, because what I see happening are a very small percentage of dark tetrad personality types, so Machiavellian, manipulative, narcissistic, wanting undeserved attention, psychopathic, that makes them predatory parasites, and sadistic, because that goes along with the other three. That's about, in the serious manifestation, that's probably 3 to 5% of the population. And they're generally kept under pretty decent control by civilized people and stable social interactions. I think that their machinations are disinhibited by cost-free social media communication. So they gain disproportionate influence. Now, these people want undeserved recognition and social status and everything that comes along with it. And they don't care how they get it. When I say they want that, I mean that's all they want.
So in the realm of social media, you mentioned yes, but are you also suggesting that they're overrepresented in the realm of politics, politicians, and so on?
They're overrepresented in the realm of fractious political discourse because they can use ideas. First of all, they can use, let's say, the benevolent ideas of the right and the benevolent ideas of the left, either one, and switch back and forth for that matter, as a camouflage for what they're actually up to.
So how do you've interviewed a lot of people, you have a really powerful mind, you have a good read on people. So how do you know when you're sitting across the side?
I wouldn't say that I do. In normal social circumstances, we have evolved mechanisms to keep people like that under control. Let's say that you and I have a series of interactions and you screw me over once. I'm not going to forget that. Now, I might not write you off because of one time. But if it happens 3 times, it's like, we're not going to play together anymore. And in normal times, most of our social networks are connected and interactive. So, like, if you rip me off 3 times and I noted that, I'm going to tell everybody I know, and they're going to tell everybody they know, and soon everyone will know, and that's the end of your trips. But that assumes that we know who you are and we're in continual communication. Well, all of that's going online. So anonymity does that, and so does the amplification of emotional intensity by the social media platforms and their algorithms. I think what we're doing, this is happening on Twitter continually, is we're giving the 5% of psychopaths a radically disproportionate voice. And what they're doing is there's a bunch of them on the left, and they're all, we're so compassionate. And there's a bunch of them on the right, and at the moment they're all, we're so Christian and free speech oriented. It's like, no, you're not. You're a narcissistic psychopath, and that's your camouflage. And you hide behind your anonymity, and you use fractious and divisive language to attract fools and to elevate your social status. And not only that, to gain, what would you say, satisfaction for your sadistic impulses.
The problem is hard to tell who's a psychopath and who is a heterodox truth seeker.
Yeah, well, if you were charitable about Tucker Carlson's recent interview, you'd say that was exactly the conundrum he faced. And it is hard. Like, I've thought about, for example, interviewing Andrew Tate. And I thought, I don't think so. And then I thought, why? I figured it's not obvious to me at all that he wouldn't charm me. So I knew this guy, Robert Hare. Robert Hare was the world's foremost authority on psychopathy. He established the field of clinical analysis of psychopathic behavior. And Hare was a pretty agreeable guy, so he would give people the benefit of the doubt. And he interviewed hundreds of serious psychopaths, like imprisoned violent offenders. And he told me in one of our conversations that every time he sat down with violent offender psychopath. He had a measure for psychopath. It was a clinical checklist, so he could identify the psychopaths from just the, say, run-of-the-mill criminals. Every time he sat down with them, they pulled the oil over his eyes. And it wasn't until he videotaped the interviews, and it wasn't until later when he was reviewing the videos that he could see what they were doing. But in person, their tricks were more sophisticated than his detection ability.
Well, okay, this is fascinating because, again, you're a great interviewer. I would love it if you interviewed somebody like Putin. So this idea that you are a fool in the face of psychopathy just doesn't jive with me.
I'm an agreeable guy. That's the problem. I'll give people the benefit of the doubt.
Right, but that's good because the way you reveal psychopathy is by being agreeable, not weak, but seeking with empathy to understand the other person. And in the details, in the little nuanced ways that they struggle with questions,
Yeah,
the psychopathy is revealed. So,
yeah,
so from we're kind of just to separate the two things. So one, the representation of psychopathy online with anonymity, that's a serious, fascinating problem. But in the interview, one-on-one,
yeah.
I don't know if the job of a human being in conversation is to not talk to psychopaths, but to talk. Like, how would you interview them?
Well, I've had very difficult clinical interviews with people in my clinical practice.
So how do you approach that?
Well, I really probably approach that the way I approach most conversations, and it's something like, I'm going to assume that you're playing a straight game, but I'm going to watch. And if you throw in the odd crooked maneuver in, then I'll note it. And after you do it 3 times, I'll think, okay, I see. I thought we were playing one game, but we're actually playing another one. And if I'm smart enough to pick that up, that usually works out quite successfully for me. But I'm not always smart enough to pick that up.
Here's the nice thing. It's a one-on-one conversation that's not recorded is different than one that's listened by a lot of people. Because I would venture that I trust the intelligence of the listener to detect even better than you.
Yes, and I think that's true, by the way.
To detect the psychopathy.
I've had the odd interview with people that I wasn't happy with having organized because I felt that I had brought their ideas to a wider audience than might have been appropriate. But my conclusion and the conclusion of my producers and the people I talked to was that we could run the interview, the discussion, and let the audience sort it out. And I would say they do. So I think, as a general rule of thumb, that's true. And I also think that the long-form interviews are particularly good at that because it's not that easy to maintain a manipulative stance, especially if you're empty for like 2.5 hours. You get tired, you get irritable, you show that you lose the track, you're going to start leaking out your mistakes. So,
and that actually is the case for all the world leaders, I would say. 1 hour is too short. And something happens in a 2 hour plus mark where you start to leak. And I trust in the intelligence of the listener to sort of to detect that.
Yeah, and it might be the intelligence of the distributed crowd. And I mean, that's right. What I've seen with the YouTube interviews. It's hard to fool people as such over a protracted period of time. And I guess it's partly because everybody brings a slightly different set of falsehood detectors to the table. And if you aggregate that, it's pretty damn accurate.
But of course, it's complicated because ideas of Nazi ideology spread in the 1920s. There was a real battle between Marxism and Nazism.
Oh, yeah.
And I believe there's some attempts at censorship of Nazi ideology. Censorship very often does the opposite. It gives the fringe ideologies power if they're being censored, because that's an indication that the man in power doesn't want the truth to be heard. Yeah. That's kind of idea, and that just puts fuel to the fire.
It also motivates the paranoid types because one of the reasons that paranoia spirals out of control is because paranoid people almost inevitably end up being persecuted because they're so touchy and so suspicious that people start to walk on eggshells around them as if there are things going on behind the scenes. So then they get more distrustful and more paranoid, and eventually they start misbehaving so badly that they are actually persecuted, often by legal authorities, and it's down the rabbit hole they go. And so, Musk is betting on that to some degree, right? He believes that free expression on Twitter, X, will sort itself out and be of net benefit. And I follow a lot of really bad accounts on X because I like to keep an eye on the pathology of the left, let's say, and the pathology of the right, thinking, at least in my clinical way, that I'm watching the psychopaths dance around and try to do their subversion. And it's an ugly place to inhabit, that's for sure. But it's also the case that a very tiny minority of seriously bad actors can have a disproportionate influence. And one of the things I've always hoped for social media channels is that they separate the anonymous accounts from the verified accounts. They should just be in different categories. People who will say what they think and take the hits to their reputation. Anonymous types, if you want to see what the anonymous types say, you can see it, but don't be confusing them with actual people, because they're not the same. We know that people behave like that when they're anonymous. That's a very well established psychological finding. Well, and I think the danger to our culture is substantive. I think the reason that everything started to go sideways pretty seriously around 2015 is because we invented these new modes of communication. We have no idea how to police them. And so the psychopathic manipulators, they have free reign. About 30% of the internet is pornography. A huge amount of internet traffic is outright criminal. And there's a penumbra around that that's, psychopathic, narcissistic, troublemaking trolls. And that might constitute the bulk of the interactions online. And it's partly because people can't be held responsible. So the free riders have free reign.
It's a fascinating technical challenge.
Yeah.
Of how to make our society resilient to the psychopaths on the left and the right.
It might be the fundamental problem of the age, given the amplification of communication by our social networks.
And sort of to generalize across psychopaths, you could also think about bots.
Yeah.
Which behave similar to the psychopaths in their certainty and not caring. They're maximizing some function, they're not caring about attention.
Yeah. Short-term attention, even worse. Yeah, because you might, that's another problem. Like, if the algorithms are maximizing for the grip of short-term attention, they're acting like immature agents of attention, right? And so then, imagine the worst-case scenario is negative emotion garners more attention, and short-term gratification garners more attention. So then you're maximizing for the grip of short-term attention by negative emotion. I mean, that's not going to be a principle. We were talking earlier about, unsustainable unifying axioms. That's definitely one of them. Maximize for the spread of negative attention, negative emotion that garners short-term attention. Jesus, brutal.
I tend to not think there's that many psychopaths. So maybe to push back a little bit, it feels like there's a small number of psychopaths.
3 to 5% is the estimate worldwide.
In terms of humans, sure. But in terms of the pattern stuff we see online, my hope is that a lot of people in the extreme left and extreme right, or just the trolls in general, are just young people kind of going through similar stuff that we've been talking about, trying on the cynicism and the resentment. There's a drug aspect to it. There's a pull to that. To talk shit about somebody, to take somebody down. I mean, there is some pleasure in that. There's a dark pull towards that, and I think
that's the sadistic pull.
And I think a lot of people, I mean, when you say sadistic, it makes it sound like some kind of pathology.
It's pleasure in the suffering of others.
Right. But I just think that all of us have the capacity for that. All humans have the capacity for that.
Some more than others, but everyone to some degree.
And when you're young, you don't understand the full implications of that on your own self. Yep. And so if you participate in taking other people down, that's going to have a cost on your own development as a human being. It's gonna take you towards the Dostoevsky's Master from Underground,
Yeah.
in the basement,
Yeah.
cynical, all that
Yeah,
kind of stuff.
alone.
Which is why a lot of young people try it out. You know, the reason is you get older and older, you realize that there's a huge cost to that, so you don't do it. But there's young people that, so like, I would like to sort of believe and hope that a large number of people who are trolls are just trying out the derision,
No doubt.
and then so they can be saved. They can be helped. They can be shown that there is more growth, there's more flourishing to celebrating other people, and it actually and criticizing ideas, but not in the way of derision, LOL, but by formulating your own self in the world, by formulating your ideas in a strong, powerful way, and also removing the cloak of anonymity and just standing behind your ideas and carrying responsibility for those ideas.
I think all of that is right. I think the idea that that's more likely to occur among young people, that's clear. People, as they mature, get more agreeable and conscientious. To actually know that what you said is true technically. It's definitely the case that there's an innate tilt towards pleasure and that sort of behavior, and it is associated to some degree with dominant striving. And I do think it's true, as you pointed out, that many of the people who are toying with that pattern can be socialized out of it. In fact, maybe most people, even repeat criminal types, tend to desist in their late 20s. So imagine that. So 1% of the criminals commit 65% of the crimes. So imagine that 1% are the people that you're really concerned with. They often have stable patterns of offending that emerge in very, very young, like even in infancy, and continue through adolescence and into adulthood. If you keep them in prison until they're in the middle of their late 20s, most of them stop. And that might be the easiest way to understand that, might just be delayed maturation. So, are most people salvageable? Yes, definitely. Is everyone salvageable? Well, at some point it becomes, first of all, they have to want to be selfish. That's a problem. But then it also becomes something like, well, how much resources are you devote to that? Like, the farther down the rabbit hole you've gone, the more energy it takes to haul you up. So there comes a point where the probability that you'll be able to get enough resources devoted to you to rescue you from the pit of hell that you've dug is zero. And that's a very sad thing, and it's very hard to be around someone who's in that situation. Very, very hard.
And it seems that it's more likely that the leaders of movements are going to be psychopaths, and the followers of movements are going to be the people that we're mentioning that are kind of lost themselves to the ideology of the movement.
Well, we know that what you said is true even historically to a large degree, because Germany was successfully denazified. And it's not like everybody who participated in every element of the Nazi movement was brought to justice, not in the least. The same thing happened in Japan. So, to some degree, the same thing happened in South Africa, right? And it's the case, for example, also in the stories that we were referring to earlier, the biblical stories, the patriarchs of the Bible. Most of them are pretty bad people when they first start out. Like Jacob's really good. Jacob is the one who becomes Israel. He's a major player in the biblical narrative. And he's a pretty bad actor when he first starts out. He's a mama's boy. He's a liar. He steals from his own brother, and in a major way, he deceives his father. He's a coward, and yet he turns his life around.
So be careful the leaders you idolize and worship. But then it's not always clear to know who's the good and who's the evil.
Yeah.
It's hard. You have been through some dark places in your mind over your life. What have been some of your darker hours, and how did you find the light?
Well, I would say I started contending with the problem of evil very young, 13 or 14. And that's been that was my main motivation of study for 30 years, something like that. At the end of that 30 years, I became more and more interested in fleshing out the alternative. Once I became convinced that evil existed, I was very young, I I always believed that if you could understand something well enough that you could formulate a solution to it. But it turns out that seeing evil and understanding that it exists is less complicated than a technical description of its opposite. What is good? You can say, well, it's not that, for sure. It's not Auschwitz. How about we start there? It's as far from Auschwitz as you can get. It's as far from enjoying being in Auschwitz camp garden as you can get. Okay, well, where are you when you're as far away from that as you can possibly get? What does that mean? And it does have something to do with play, as far as I'm concerned. Like, I think the antithesis of tyranny is play. So that took me a long time to figure out that specifically, you know. And so that was very dark. Like, I spent a lot of time studying the worst behaviors that I could discover abstractly in books, but also in my clinical practice and in my observations of people. And so that's rough. More recently, I was very ill and in a tremendous amount of pain. Like, it lasted pretty much without any break for 3 years. And what was particularly useful to me then was the strength of my relationships, my immediate relationships, my friendships. Also the relationships that I had established more broadly with people. You know, because by the time I became ill, I was reasonably well known and people were very supportive when I was having trouble, and that was very helpful. But it's certainly the case that it was the connections I had, particularly with my family, but also with my friends, that were the saving grace. And that's something to know. You know? I mean, it's necessary to bear the burdens of the world on your own shoulders, that's for sure. The burdens of your own existence and whatever other responsibilities you can mount. But that by no means means that you can or should do it alone. And so, you know, you might say, well, welcoming the adversity of life as a redemptive challenge is a task that's beyond the ability of the typical person, or maybe of anyone. But then when you think, well, you're not alone, maybe you're not alone socially, you're not alone familially, maybe you're not alone metaphysically as well. You know, there's an insistence, and I think it's true, there's an insistence, for example, in the Old and the New Testament alike, that the more darkness you're willing to voluntarily encounter, the more likely it is that the spirit of Abraham and the patriarchs will walk with you. And I think that's right. Like, I think it's sort of technically true in that the best parts of yourself make themselves manifest, if you want to think about it that way, the best parts of yourself, whatever that means, make themselves manifest when you're contending actively and voluntarily with the most difficult challenges. Why wouldn't it be that way? And then you can think, well, that's yourself. Like, well, are the best unrevealed parts of you yourself? Well, no, they're a kind of metaphysical reality. They're not yet manifest. They only exist in potential. They transcend anything you're currently capable of, but they have an existence. You could call that yourself, but like, it was Jung's contention, for example, with regards to such terminology, that the reason we use the term self instead of God is because when God was dispensed with, let's say, by the processes Nietzsche described, we just found the same thing deep within the instinctive realm, let's say. We found it at the bottom of the things instead of at the top. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter fundamentally. What matters is whether or not that's reality. And I think it's the fundamental reality, because I do think that the deeper you delve into things, this is what happens to Moses when he encounters the burning bush. So Moses is just going about his life. He's a shepherd. He's an adult. He has wives. He has children. He has responsibilities. He's left his home and he's established himself. And so things are pretty good for Moses. And then he's out by Mount Horeb in that story, but it's the central mountain of the world. It's the same mountain as Sinai, which is the place where heaven and earth touch. And he sees something that grabs his attention, right? That's the burning bush. And the bush is a tree, that's life, that's the tree of life. And the fact that it's on fire that's life exaggerated, because everything that's alive is on fire. And so what calls to Moses is like the spirit of being itself, and it attracts him off the beaten track. And he decides to go investigate. So Moses is everyone who goes off the beaten track to investigate. And so as he investigates, he delves more and more deeply until he starts to understand that he's now walking on sacred ground. So he takes off his shoes, and that's a symbolic reference of identity transformation. He's no longer walking the same path. He no longer has the same identity. He's in a state of flux. And that's when what happens is that he continues to interact with this calling. And Moses asks what it is that's being revealed. And God says, I'm the spirit of being itself. That's basically the answer. I am what I am. It's a more complex utterance than that. I am what I will be. I am what was becoming. It's all of that at the same time. It's the spirit of being that's speaking to him, the spirit of being and becoming. And it tells Moses that he now, because he's delved so deeply into something so compelling, his identity is transformed and he's become the leader who can speak truth to power. And so he allies himself with his brother Aaron, who's the political arm and who can communicate, and he goes back to Egypt to confront the tyrant. And that's an indication of that idea that if you wrestle with life properly, that the spirit of being and becoming walks with you. And it's like, how can that not be true? Because the contrary would be that there would be no growth in challenge. Well, you have to be infinitely nihilistic.
It's obvious, but it's also just fascinating that hardship is the thing that is that ends up being the catalyst for delving deeply.
It's hardship voluntarily undertaken. And it's crucially true. Look, if you bring someone into therapy, let's say they're afraid of elevators, and you trick them into getting near an elevator, you'll make them worse. But if you negotiate with them so that they voluntarily move towards the elevator on their own recognizance, they'll overcome their fear and they become generally braver. But it has to be voluntary.
See, I got to push back and explore with you the question of voluntarily.
Yeah.
Let's look at Nietzsche.
Yeah.
He suffered through several health issues throughout his life. Migraines, eyesight issues, digestive problems, depression, suicidal thoughts. And yet he is one of the greatest minds in the history of humanity. So were these problems that he was suffering, arguably involuntarily, a feature or a bug?
That's a good question. The same thing happens in the story of Job. Because Job is a good man. God himself admits it. And Satan comes along and says to God, I see you're pretty proud of your man there, Job. God says, yeah, he's doing pretty well. And Satan says, I think it's just because things are easy for him. Let me have a crack at him and see what happens. And God says, yeah, I think you're wrong. Do your worst. Right, and that's how people feel when those slings and arrows come at them, let's say, like Nietzsche. Well, Job's response to that, now, the story is set up so that what befalls Job is actually quite arbitrary, right? These catastrophes that you're describing. The voluntarism in Job is his refusal to despair even in the face of that adversity. And that seems like something like an expression of voluntary free will. He refuses to lose faith. And the way the story ends is that Job gives everything back and more. And, so that's a descent and ascent story. And a cynic might say, well, the ends don't justify the means. And I would say, fair enough, but that's a pretty shallow interpretation of the story. What it indicates instead is that if you're fortunate, because let's not forget that, and you optimize your attitude even in the face of adversity, that it's not infrequently the case that your fortunes will reverse. And I found that in many situations, the journalists whose goal was most malicious in relationship to me, who were most concerned with improving their own, what would you say, fostering their own notoriety and gaining social status at my expense, were the ones who did me the greatest favor. Those were the interviews that went viral. And so that's interesting, because they were definitely the places where the most disaster was at hand. And I felt that in the aftermath. Every time that happened, my whole family was destabilized for like 2 months because things, it wasn't obvious at all which way the dice were going to roll.
But you leaned into that. So in a sense that there's this kind of transformation from the involuntary to the voluntary. Basically saying, bring it on. That act of bring it on turns the hardship, involuntary hardship into a voluntary hardship.
Well, not necessarily, let's say, but you could say that's your best bet. Well, you know, I'm never going to say that you can transcend all catastrophe with the right attitude, because that's just too much to say. But I could say that in a dire situation, there's always an element of choice, and if you make the right choices, you improve the degree, you improve your chances of success to the maximum possible degree.
It might be too much to say, but nevertheless, it could be true. Viktor Frankl, Marcus Aurelius.
Well, that's what the resurrection story proclaims, is that, you know, even under the darkest imaginable circumstances, the fundamental finale is the victory of the good. And that seems to me to be true.
Do you have regrets when you look back at your life in the full analysis of it?
Well, as I said, I was very ill for about 3 years, and it was seriously brutal. Like this is no lie, every single minute of that 3 years was worse than any single time I'd ever experienced in my entire life up to that. So that was rough.
Was the roughest the physical or the psychological?
Pain.
Just literal pain.
Yeah, I was walking like 10 to 12 miles a day. Rain or shine, winter, didn't matter. Not good. And it was worse than that, because as the day progressed, my pain levels would fall until by 10, 11 at night, and I was starting to get tired. I was approaching, what would you say? I was approaching something like an ordinary bad day. But as soon as I went to sleep, then the clock was reset, and all pain came back. And so it wasn't just that I was in pain, it was that sleep itself became an enemy. And that's really rough, man, because sleep is where you take refuge. You know, you're worn out, you're tired, and you go to sleep and you wake up, and it's something approximating a new day. This was like Sisyphus on steroids. And it was very difficult to maintain hope in that, because I would do what I could. Like, there were times when it took me like an hour and a half in the morning to stand up. And so I do all that and more or less put myself back into something remotely resembling human by the end of the day. And then I knew perfectly well, exhausted, if I fell asleep, that I was going to be right at the bottom of the bloody hill again. And so after a couple of years of that, it was definitely the fact that I had a family that carried me through that.
What did you learn about yourself and about the human mind from all of those days?
Well, I think I learned more gratitude for the people I had around me. And I learned how fortunate I was to have that and how crucial that was. My wife learned something similar. She was diagnosed with a form of cancer that, as far as we know, killed every single person who ever had it except her. It's quite rare. And her experience was that what really gave her hope and played at least a role in saving her was the realization of the depth of love that her son in particular had for her. And that says nothing about her relationship with Michaela, with her daughter. It just so happened that it was the revelation of that love that made Tammy understand the value of her life in a way that she wouldn't have realized of her own accord. We're very, very, there's no difference between ourselves and the people that we love. And there might be no difference between ourselves and everyone, everywhere. but we can at least realize that to begin with in the form of the people that we love. And I hope I'm better at that than I was. I think I'm better at it than I was. I'm a lot more grateful for just ordinariness than I was, because when I first recovered, I remember I was first started to recover, I was standing in this pharmacy waiting for a prescription in a little town, and they weren't being particularly efficient about it. So I was standing in the aisle for about 20 minutes, and I thought, I'm not on fire. I could just stand here for like the rest of my life, just not being in pain and enjoying that. And, that would have been something that before that would have been, I would have been impatient and raring to go because I didn't have 20 minutes to stand in the middle of an aisle. And I thought, well, if you're just standing there and you're not on fire, things are a lot better than they might be. And I know that. And I think I remember almost all the time.
You gain a greater ability to appreciate the mundane moments of life.
Yeah, definitely. The miracle of the mundane. Right?
Yeah.
I think Nietzsche had that. He was very ill. And so I suspect he had, and he was regarded by the inhabitants of the village that he lived in near the end of his life as something approximating a saint. He apparently conducted himself very admirably despite all his suffering.
But that's still, there's this tension, as there's much of Nietzsche's work, between the miracle of the mundane, appreciating the miracle of the mundane versus fearing the tyranny of the mediocre.
More the mediocre and resentful.
Yes, but that's you giving him a pass or seeing the good.
Well, fair enough.
There's a kind of, the tyranny of the mediocre. I always hated this idea that some people are better than others. And I understand it, but it's a dangerous idea.
This is why I like the story of Cain and Abel, I would say. Because Cain is mediocre. But that's because he refuses to do his best. It's not something intrinsic to him. And I actually think that's the right formulation. Because, I have people in my clinical practice who were lost in many dimensions from the perspective of comparison. One woman I remember in particular who, she had a lot to contend with. She was not educated. She was not intelligent. She had a brutal family, terrible history of psychiatric hospitalization. And when I met her at a hospital, she was an outpatient from the psychiatric ward, and she had been in there with people that she thought were worse off than her, and they were. And that was a long way down. That was like Dante's Inferno level down. It was a long-term psychiatric inpatient ward. Some of the people had been there for 30 years. It made One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest look like a romantic comedy. And she had come back to see if she could take some of those people for a walk and was trying to find out how to get permission to do it. And so, better than other people. Some people are more intelligent, some people are more beautiful, some people are more athletic. Maybe it's possible for everyone at all levels of attainment to strive towards the good. And maybe those talents that are given to people unfairly don't privilege them in relationship to their moral conduct. Right? I think that's true. But there's no evidence, for example, that there's any correlation whatsoever between intelligence and morality. You're not better because you're smart. And what that also implies is if you're smart, you can be a lot better at being worse.
I think for myself, I'm just afraid of dismissing people because of my perception of them.
Yeah, well, that's why we have that metaphysical presumption that everybody's made in the image of God, right? Despite that immense diversity of apparent ability, there's that underlying metaphysical assumption that, we all vary in our perceived and actual utility in relationship to any proximal goal, but all of that's independent of the question of axiomatic worth. And that preposterous as that notion appears to be, it seems to me that societies that accept it as a fundamental axiomatic presumption are always the societies that you'd want to live in if you had a choice. And that, to me, is an existence proof for the utility of presumption. And also, if you treat people like that in your life, every encounter you have, you make the assumption that, it's an assumption of what would you guess, radical equality of worth despite individual variance in ability, something like that. Man, your interactions are way better. I mean, everyone wants to be treated that way. Look, here's a developmental sequence for you. Naive and trusting, hurt and cynical. Okay, well, is hurt and cynical better than naive and trusting? It's like, yeah, probably. Is that where it ends? How about cynical and trusting as step 3? Right, and then the trust becomes courage. It's like, yeah, I'll put my hand out for you, but it's not because I'm a fool. And I think that's great, because that's the reinstantiation of that initial trust, right, that makes childhood magical and paradisal. But it's the admixture of that with wisdom. It's like, yeah, we can walk together uphill, but that doesn't mean, and I'll presume that that's your aim, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to watch.
What's a better life? Cynical and safe, or hopeful and vulnerable to be hurt?
Oh, you can't dispense with vulnerable to be hurt. That's the other realization. It's like you're going to stake your life on something. You could stake your life on security. It's not going to help. You don't have that option.
So what do you do when you're betrayed, ultimately, by some people you come across?
Breathe and look elsewhere. Do what you can to forgive, and not least so you lighten your own burden. Maybe do what you can to help the person who betrayed you. And if that all proves impossible, then wash your hands of it and move on to the next adventure.
And do it again.
Yeah?
Boy, this life, something else. We've been talking about some heavy, difficult topics, and you've talked about truth in your Nietzsche lectures and elsewhere. When you think, when you write, when you speak, how do you find what is true? You know, Hemingway said, all you have to do is write one true sentence. How do you do that?
Well, I would say first that you practice that. It's like, that question is something, and Hemingway knew this, at least to some degree, and he certainly wrote about it, is that you have to orient your life upward as completely as you can, because otherwise you can't distinguish between truth and falsehood. It has to be a practice. And for me, I started to become serious about that practice when I realized that it was individual, it was the immorality of the individual, the resentful, craven, deceitful immorality of the individual that led to the terrible atrocities that humans engage in that make us doubt even our own worth. I became completely convinced of that the fundamental root cause of evil, let's say, wasn't economic or sociological, that it was spiritual, just psychological. And that if that was the case, you had an existential responsibility to aim upward and to tell the truth. And that everything depends on that. And I became convinced of that. And so then, look, you set your path with your orientation. That's how your perceptions work. As soon as you have a goal, a pathway opens up to you and you can see it. And the world divides itself into obstacles and things that move you forward. And so the pathway that's in front of you depends on your aim. The things you perceive are concretizations of your aim. If your aim is untrue, then you won't be able to tell the difference between truth and falsehood. And you might say, well, how do you know your aim is true? It's like, well, you course correct continually, and you can aim towards the ultimate. Are you ever sure that your aim is the right direction? You become increasingly accurate in your apprehension.
Is it like part of the process to cross the line, to go outside over to window, to dip a toe outside the window for a bit?
Of course, that's what you do in part and play. I was at Comedy Mothership, and every single comedian was like completely reprehensible. All they were doing was saying things that you can't say. Well, but it was in play. What I'm trying to do in my lectures is I'm on the edge. I have a question I'm trying to address, and I'm trying to figure out. I don't know where the conversation is going. Truly, like it's an exploration, and I think the reason that the audiences respond is because they can feel that it's a high wire hour, and I could fail. And my lectures have degrees of success, and sometimes I get real fortunate. There's a perfect narrative arc. I have a question, I'm investigating it. It comes to a punchline conclusion just at the right time, and it's like the whole act is complete. And sometimes it's more fragmented, but I can tell when the audience is engaged because everyone's silent. Except maybe when you're laughing.
It's the kind of sense that you're arguing with yourself in your lecture. It's beautiful. It's really beautiful and powerful to watch. Like Nietzsche does the same. There's contradictions in what you're saying. There's a struggle in what you're saying. But I do think that when you're doing the same on the internet, you get punished for the deviations. You get punished for the exploration, especially when that explores outside the Overton window.
Look, if you're going to play hard in a conversation to explore, you're going to say things that are edgy, right? That are going to cause trouble, and that might be wrong. And that's another reason why free speech protection is so important. You actually have to protect the right. Let's say in the optimal circumstance, you have to protect the right of well-meaning people to be wrong. Now, you probably have to go beyond that. To truly protect, you have to even protect the right of people who aren't meaning well to be wrong. And we also need that because we're not always well-meaning. But I don't, the alternative to that protection would be the insistence that people only say what was 100% right all the time.
I guess this is a call to our fellow humans not to reduce a person to a particular statement. This is what the internet tends to want to do.
Especially if it's the worst thing they ever said.
Yeah,
because anyone judged by that standard is doomed unless they're silent.
But it also just makes you not want to play.
Yeah, right.
Not want to take sort of radical thought experiments and carry out.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the definition of the totalitarian state.
Yes.
Totalitarian state ever.
But in this case, an emergent one.
Yeah.
With psychopaths roaming the landscape.
Well, that might be the general pattern of totalitarianism.
Well, in totalitarianism, they usually not psychopaths. Not multiple.
Yeah, but everyone else is complicit, at least in your silence.
Does the study of the pathology of psychopaths online wear on you?
Yes, definitely.
Do you ever consider doing less of that?
Yes, definitely. But, probably I experienced most of that on X. But that's also where I find most of my guests. That's also where I get the sense of the zeitgeist, which is necessary. For example, it's going to be a podcast host. It's necessary for me to make my lectures on point and up to date, to get a sampling of the current moment. You have to be of the moment in many ways to function at a high level. Is there a price? There's a price to be paid for that because you're exposed to everything in a sense.
And you can also oversample the darkness.
Yeah, definitely.
It can make you more and more cynical.
Yeah, well,
it's a danger, right?
Yeah. Well, luckily for me, I have many things to counterbalance that: the familial relationships we talked about, the friendships, and then also all of the public things I do are positive. The lecture tours, for example, which I'm on a lot, they're basically 100% positive. So I'm very well buttressed against that.
That's great to
darker
hear.
Element.
As a fan in the arena watching the gladiators fight, your mind is too important to be lost to the cynical, to the battles with the abyss.
Well, you have a moral obligation too to maintain a positive orientation. It's a moral obligation. The future is, of course, rife with contradictory possibilities, and I suppose in some ways the more rapid the rate of transformation, the more possibility for good and for evil is making itself manifest at any moment. But it looks like the best way to ensure that the future is everything we wish it would be is to maintain faith that that is the direction that will prevail. And I think that's a form of moral commitment when it's not just naive optimism.
Well, Jordan, thank you for being courageous and being the light amid the darkness for many, many people. And thank you for once again talking to me.
Thanks very much for the invitation and for the conversations. But it's always a pleasure to see you. And you're doing a pretty decent job yourself about their illuminating dark corners and bringing people upward. I mean, you've got a remarkable thing going with your podcast, and you're very good at it.
Thank you, man. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jordan Peterson. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you some words for future teaching. I would like to learn more and more to see as beautiful that which is necessary in things. Then I shall be one of those who make things beautiful. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with the founding members of the Cursor team, Michael Truhl, Swale Asif, Arvid Lundmark, and Aman Sanger. Cursor is a code editor based on VS Code that adds a lot of powerful features for AI-assisted coding. It has captivated the attention and excitement of the programming and AI communities. So I thought this is an excellent opportunity to dive deep into the role of AI in programming. This is a super technical conversation that is bigger than just about one code editor. It's about the future of programming, and in general, the future of human-AI collaboration in designing and engineering complicated, powerful systems. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, there's Michael, Swale, Arvid, and Aman. All right, this is awesome. We have Michael, Aman, Swale, Arvid here from the Cursor team. First up, big ridiculous question. What's the point of a code editor?
So the code editor is largely the place where you build software. And today, or for a long time, that's meant the place where you text edit a formal programming language. And for people who aren't programmers, the way to think of a code editor is like a really souped up word processor for programmers. Where the reason it's souped up is code has a lot of structure. And so the quote unquote word processor, the code editor, can actually do a lot for you that word processors, sort of in the writing space haven't been able to do for people editing text there. And so, that's everything from giving you visual differentiation of like the actual tokens in the code so you can scan it quickly, to letting you navigate around the code base, sort of like you're navigating around the internet with like hyperlinks, or going to sort of definitions of things you're using, to error checking, to like catch rudimentary bugs. And so traditionally, that's what a code editor has meant. And I think that what a code editor is going to change a lot of things. As what it means to build software maybe starts a little bit different.
I think also code editor should just be fun.
Yes, that is very important. And it's actually sort of an underrated aspect of how we decide what to build. Like a lot of the things that we build, and then we try them out, we do an experiment, and then we actually throw them out because they're not fun. And so a big part of being fun is like being fast. Fast is fun.
Yeah, fast is yeah.
like fundamentally, I think one of the things that draws a lot of people to building stuff on computers is this like insane integration speed, where in other disciplines you might be sort of gatekept by resources or the ability to get a large group together. And coding is this like amazing thing where it's you and the computer, and that alone you can get really cool stuff really quickly.
So for people who don't know, Cursor is this super cool new editor that's a fork of VS Code. It would be interesting to get your kind of explanation of your own journey of editors. How did you, I think all of you are big fans of VS Code with Copilot. How did you arrive to VS Code, and how did that lead to your journey with Cursor?
Yeah. So I think a lot of us, all of us, were Vim users. Pure Vim, yeah. No NeoVim, just pure Vim. And at least for myself, it was around the time that Copilot came out, so 2021, that I really wanted to try it. So I went to the Expo, the only platform, the only part area in which it was available. And even though I really enjoyed using them, just the experience of Copilot with VS Code was more than good enough for me to use it. And so that kind of was the default until we started with our course.
And maybe we should explain what Copilot does. It's like a really nice autocomplete. It suggests, as you start writing a thing, it suggests 1 or 2 or 3 lines how to complete the thing. And there's a fun experience in that, like when you have a close friendship and your friend completes the sentences, like when it's done well, there's an intimate feeling. There's probably a better word than intimate, but there's a cool feeling of like, holy shit, it gets me. Now, and then there's an unpleasant feeling when it doesn't get you. And so there's that kind of friction, but I would say for a lot of people, the feeling that it gets me overpowers it doesn't.
And I think actually one of the underrated aspects of GitHub Copilot is that even when it's wrong, it's like a little bit annoying, but it's not that bad because you just type another character and then maybe then it gets you, or you type another character and then it gets you. So even when it's wrong, it's not. Yeah, you can sort of iterate and fix it. With the other underrated part of the Copilot for me, sort of, this is the first real AI product, the first language model consumer product.
So Copilot was kind of like the first killer app for LLMs.
Yeah, and like the beta was out in 2021.
Right. Okay. So what's the words, the story of Cursor?
So around 2020, the scaling loss papers came out from OpenAI. And that was a moment where this looked like clear predictable progress for the field, where even if we didn't have any more ideas, it looked like you could make these models a lot better if you had more compute and more data.
By the way, we'll probably talk for 3 to 4 hours on the topic of scaling loss. But just to summarize, it's a paper and a set of papers, a set of ideas that say bigger might be better. The model size and data size and
it's bigger and better, but predictably better.
Okay, that's another conversation.
Yeah.
But anyway,
So around that time, some of us, there were like a lot of conceptual conversations about what's this going to look like, what's the story going to be for all these different knowledge worker fields, how they're going to be made better by the technology getting better. And then I think there were a couple of moments where like the theoretical gains predicted in that paper started to feel really concrete. It started to feel like a moment where you could actually go and not do a PhD if you wanted to work on do useful work in AI. I actually felt like there was this whole set of systems for people that were really useful. And I think that the first moment we already talked about a little bit, which was playing with the early beta of Copilot. That was something magical. I think that the next big moment where everything kind of clicked together was actually getting early access to GPT-4. So it was sort of end of 2022 was when we were tinkering with that model. And the step-up in capabilities felt enormous. And previous to that, we've been working on a couple of different projects. We've been, because of Copilot, because of scaling laws, because of our prior interest in the technology, we had been tinkering around with tools for programmers, but things that are like very specific. So, we were building tools for financial professionals who have to work with an interpreter notebook, or like playing around with, can you do static analysis with these models? And then the step up in GPT-4 felt like, look, that really made concrete the theoretical gains that we had predicted before. Felt like you could build a lot more just immediately at that point in time. And also, if we were being consistent, it really felt like this wasn't just going to be a point solution thing. This was going to be all of programming was going to flow through these models. It felt like that demanded a different type of programming environment, a different type of programming. And so we set off to build that sort of larger vision around that.
There's one that I distinctly remember. So my roommate is an IMO Gold winner. There's a competition in the US called the Putnam, which is sort of the IMO for college people. And it's this math competition. He's exceptionally good. So Shengtong and Oman, I remember it's sort of June of 2022 had this bet on whether the 2024 June or July you were going to win a gold medal in the IMO with like models.
IMO is International Mathematical.
IMO is International Mathematical. And so Arvid and I are both also competed in it. So it was sort of personal. And And I remember thinking, Matt, this is not going to happen. This was like, like, even though I sort of believed in progress, I thought, I'm a girl, just like Ahmad is just delusional. Yeah. That was the, and to be honest, I mean, I was, to be clear, very wrong, but that was maybe the most prescient bet in the group.
So the new results in DeepMind, it turned out that you were correct. That's what I was.
Well, it was technically
correct, but 1 point away. Ahmad was very enthusiastic about this stuff. Yeah, and before Ahmad bought this like scaling laws t-shirt that he would wear on where it had like charts and like the photos on it.
So you like felt the scaling.
Yeah, I distinctly remember there was this one conversation I had with Michael where before I hadn't thought super critically about scaling, and he kind of posed the question, why isn't scaling or why isn't scaling a result of massive wins in progress? And I think I went through like the stages of grief. There is anger, denial, and then finally at the end, just thinking about it, acceptance. And I think I've been quite hopeful and optimistic about progress since. I think one thing I'll caveat is I think it also depends on which domain you see progress. Like math is a great domain because, especially in formal theorem proving, because you get this fantastic signal of actually verifying if the thing is correct. And so this means something like that works really, really well. And I think like you could have systems that are perhaps very superhuman in that and still not technically that easy.
Okay, so can we take it all the way to Cursor? And what is Cursor? It's a fork of VS Code, and VS Code is one of the most popular editors for a long time. Like everybody fell in love with it. Everybody left Vim. I left Emacs for. Sorry. So it unified in some fundamental way the developer community. And then you look at the space of things, you look at the scaling laws, AI is becoming amazing, and you decided, okay, it's not enough to just write an extension for your VS Code because there's a lot of limitations to that. We need, if AI is going to keep getting better, we need to really like rethink how the AI is going to be part of the editing process. And so we decided to fork VS Code and start to build a lot of the amazing features we'll be able to talk about. What was that decision like? Because there's a lot of extensions, including Copilot, of VS Code that are doing sort of AI type stuff. What was the decision like to just fork VS Code?
So the decision to do an editor seemed kind of self-evident to us for at least what we wanted to do and achieve. Because when we started working on the editor, the idea was these models are going to get much better, their capabilities are going to improve, and it's going to entirely change how you build software. Both in a, you will have big productivity gains, but also radical and out like the act of building software can change a lot. And so you're very limited in the control you have over a code editor if you're a plug-in to an existing coding environment. And we didn't want to get locked in by those limitations. We wanted to be able to just build the most useful stuff.
Okay, well then the natural question is, VS Code is kind of with Copilot a competitor. So how do you win? Is it basically just the speed and the quality of the features?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a space that is quite interesting, perhaps quite unique, where if you look at previous tech waves, maybe there's kind of one major thing that happened and unlock any way the companies, but every single year, every single model capability, or chunky model capabilities, you now unlock this new wave of features, things that are possible, especially in programming. And so I think in AI programming, being even just a few months ahead, let alone a year ahead, makes your product much, much, much more useful. I think Cursor a year from now will need to make a Cursor of today. And I think Microsoft has done a number of like fantastic things, but I don't think they're in a great place to really keep innovating on this in the way they're started can.
Just rapidly implementing features.
And push, and kind of doing the research experimentation necessary to really push the ceiling.
I don't know if I think of it in terms of features as I think of it in terms of like capabilities for programmers. It's that as the new one model came out, and I'm sure there could have been more models of different types of longer context, maybe faster. Like there's all these crazy ideas that you can try, and hopefully 10% of the crazy ideas will make it into something kind of cool and useful. And we want people to have that sooner. To rephrase, it's like an underrated fact is we're making it for ourselves. When we started Cursor, we really felt this frustration that models, you could see models getting better, but the global experience had not changed. It was like, man, these guys, like the ceiling is getting higher. Like, why is it not making new things? Like they should be making new things. They should be like where's all the alpha features? There were no alpha features. It was like I'm sure it was selling well. I'm sure it was a great business, but it didn't feel. I'm one of these people that really want to try and use new things, and it's just there's no new thing for like a very long while.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know how you put that into words, but when you compare Cursor with Copilot, Copilot pretty quickly started to feel stale for some reason.
Yeah, I think one thing that I think helps us is that we're sort of doing it all in where we're developing the UX and the way you interact with the model at the same time as we're developing like how we actually make the model do better answers, so, like how you build up the prompt or like how do you find the context, and for Cursor tab, like how do you track the model. So I think that helps us to have all of it like sort of like the same people working on the entire experience end to end.
Yeah, it's like the person making the UI and the person training the model like sit to like 18 feet away, so
Often the same person.
yeah, often in the same person. So you can create things that are sort of not possible if you're not talking, you're not experimenting.
And you're using, like you said, Cursor to write Cursor.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's talk about some of these features. Let's talk about the all-knowing, the all-powerful praise be to the tab. So the autocomplete on steroids, basically. So how does tab work? What is tab?
To highlight and summarize at a high level, I'd say that there are two things that Cursor is pretty good at right now. There are other things that it does, but two things that it helps programmers with. One is this idea of looking over your shoulder and being like a really fast colleague who can kind of jump ahead of you and type and figure out what you're going to do next. And that was the original idea behind. It was kind of the kernel of the idea behind good autocomplete, predicting what you're going to do next. You can make that concept even more ambitious by not just predicting the characters after your cursor, but actually predicting the next entire change we make, next diff, next place that you jump to. And the second thing Cursor is pretty good at right now too is helping you sometimes jump ahead of the AI and tell it what to do and go from the scratch from some code. And on both of those, we've done a lot of work on making the editing experience for those things ergonomic, and also making those things smart and fast.
One of the things we really wanted was we wanted the model to be able to edit code for us. That was kind of a wish, and we had multiple attempts at it before we had sort of a good model that could edit code for you. Then after we had a good model, I think there have been a lot of efforts to make the inference fast for having a good experience, and we've been starting to incorporate. I mean, Michael sort of mentioned this like ability to jump to different places, and that jump to different places I think came from a feeling of once you accept an edit, it's like, man, it should be just really obvious where to go next. It's like I made this change. The model should just know that like the next place to go to is like 18 lines down. Like if you're a Win user, you could press 18JJ or whatever. People like why am I doing this? Like the model should just know. And then so the idea was, you just press tab and we'll go 18 lines down, and then show you the next edit, and you press tab. It was just you, as long as you could keep pressing tab. And so the internal competition was how many tabs can we make someone press. Once you have like the idea, more sort of abstractly, the thing to think about is sort of like how are the edits sort of zero entropy. So once you've sort of expressed your intent and the edit is, there's no like new bits of information to finish your thought, but you still have to type some characters to like make the computer understand what you're actually thinking. Then maybe the model should just sort of read your mind, and all the zero entropy bits should just be like tab doing.
That was sort of the abstract
There's
version.
this interesting thing where if you look at language model loss on different domains, I believe the bits per byte, which is kind of character normalized loss for code, is lower than language, which means in general, there are a lot of tokens in code that are super predictable, a lot of characters that are super predictable. And this is, I think, even magnified when you're not just trying to autocomplete code, but predicting what the user is going to do next in their editing existing code. And so, the goal of cursor caps lets eliminate all the low entropy actions you take inside the editor. When the intent is effectively determined, let's just jump before skip forward.
Well, what's the intuition and what's the technical details of how to do next cursor prediction? That jump, that's not so intuitive, I think, to people.
Yeah, I think I can speak to a few of the details on how to make these things work. They're incredibly low latency, so you need to train small models on this task. In particular, they're incredibly refill token hungry. What that means is they have these really, really long prompts where they see a lot of the code, and they're not actually sharing that many tokens. And so the perfect fit for that is using a sparse model. So that was kind of one breakthrough we made that substantially improved performance and longer context. The other being a variant of speculative code that we kind of wrote down called speculative edits. These are two, I think, important pieces of what makes it quite high quality and very fast.
Okay, so MOE, if you're an expert, the input is huge, the output is small.
Yeah.
Okay, so what else can you say about how to make is caching play a role in this?
Caching plays a huge role. Because you're dealing with this many of the tokens, if every single keystroke that you're typing in a given line, you have to rerun the model on all of those tokens passed in, you're just going to, one, significantly degrade latency, two, you're going to kill your GPUs with load. So you need to design the actual prompts used for the model such that they're caching aware. And then you need to reuse the KB cache across requests, just so that you're spending less compute.
Again, what are the things that Tab is supposed to be able to do kind of in the near term? Just to sort of linger on that. Generate code, fill empty space, also edit code across multiple lines.
Yeah.
And then jump to different locations inside the same file.
Yeah.
And then
Hopefully jump to different file sources. So if you make it edit one file, maybe you have to go to another file to finish your stuff. It should go to the second file or something. Yeah. And then the full generalization is the next action definition. Sometimes you need to run a command in the terminal, and it should be able to suggest the command based on the code that you wrote too. Or sometimes you actually need to it suggests something, but it's hard for you to know if it's correct because you actually need some more information to learn. You need to know the type to be able to verify that it's correct. And so maybe it should actually take you to a place that's the definition of something, and then take you back so that you have all the requisite knowledge to be able to accept my application.
So providing the human the knowledge.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you integrate, I just gotten to know a guy named PrimeGen, who I believe has an SS, you can order coffee via SSH.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we did that.
So can that also the model do that? Give you and provide you with that. Okay, so that's the general framework.
Yeah. And the magic moment would be if it is, programming is this weird discipline where sometimes the next 5 minutes, not always, but sometimes the next 5 minutes what you're going to do is actually correctable from the stuff you've done recently. And so can you get to a world where that next 5 minutes either happens by you disengaging and taking you through, or maybe a little bit more of just you seeing next step what it's going to do, and you're like, okay, that's good. And you can just sort of tap through these big changes.
As we're talking about this, I should mention one of the really cool and noticeable things about Cursor is that there's this whole diff interface situation going on. So the model suggests with the red and the green of here's how we're going to modify the code. And in the chat window, you can apply, and it shows you the diff, and you can accept the diff. But maybe can you speak to whatever direction of that?
We'll probably have 4 or 5 different kinds of diffs So we optimized the diff for the autocomplete, so that has a different diff interface than when you're reviewing larger blocks of code. And then we're trying to optimize another diff thing for when you're doing multiple different files. And sort of at a high level, the difference is for when you're doing autocomplete, it should be really, really fast to read. Actually, it should be really fast to read in all situations. In autocomplete, it's sort of you really like your eyes focused in one area. You can't be in too many. The humans can't look in too many different places.
You're talking about on the interface side? Like
On the interface. So it currently has this box on the side. So we have the current box, and if it tries to delete code in some place and tries to add other code, it tries to show you a box on the side.
You can maybe show it if we pull it up. Right? This is what we're talking
Go on. So that box, it was like 3 or 4 different attempts at trying to make this thing work. Where first the attempt was like this blue crossed out line. So before it was a box on the side, it used to show you the code to delete by showing you like Google Docs style. You would see like a line through it, then you would see the new code. That was super distracting. And then we tried many different, there was sort of deletions, there was trying to red highlight. Then the next iteration of it, which is sort of funny, you would hold on Mac the option button. So it would sort of highlight a region of code to show you that there might be something coming. So maybe in this example, like the input and the value would all get blue, and the blue would highlight that the AI had a suggestion button. So instead of directly showing you the thing, it would show you that the AI, it would just hint that the AI had a suggestion, and if you really wanted to see it, you would hold the option button, and then you would see the new suggestion. And if you release the option button, you would then see your original code.
So that's, by the way, that's pretty nice, but you have to know to hold the option button.
Yeah.
So
By the way, I'm not a Mac user.
it was
It's a button, I guess. You people have.
it's just non-intuitive. I think that's the key thing.
And there's a chance this is also not.
I am personally very excited for making a lot of improvements in this year. Like we often talk about it as the verification problem, where these diffs are great for small edits. For large edits, or like when it's multiple files or something, it's actually a little bit prohibitive to review these diffs. And so there are like a couple of different ideas here. Like one idea that we have is, okay, like parts of the diffs are important. They have a lot of information. And then parts of the diff are just very low entropy. They're like the same thing over and over again. And so maybe you can highlight the important pieces and then gray out the not so important. Or maybe you can have a model that looks at the diff and sees, oh, there's a likely bug here. I will like mark this with a little red squiggly and say like, you should probably like preview this part of it. And ideas in that vein, I think are fascinating.
Yeah, that's a really fascinating space of like UX design engineering.
Yeah.
So you're basically trying to guide the human programmer through all the things they need to read and nothing more.
Yeah.
Like optimally.
Yeah, and you want an intelligent model to do it. Like currently, diff algorithms they're they're just like normal algorithms. There's no intelligence. There's like intelligence that went into designing the algorithm, but then there's no like, you don't care if it's about this thing or this thing. Because you want a model to do this. So I think the general question is like that these models are going to get much smarter. As the models get much more, the changes they will be able to propose are much bigger. So as the changes get bigger and bigger and bigger, the humans have to do more and more and more verification work. It gets more and more and more hard. Like it's just you need to help them out. It's sort of I don't want to spend all my time with you.
Can you say a little more across multiple files, Div?
Yeah, I mean, so GitHub tries to solve it, right? With code review. When you do code review, you're reviewing multiple diffs across. But like Arvind said earlier, I think you can do much better than code review. You know, code review kind of sucks. Like you spend a lot of time trying to grok this code that's often quite unfamiliar to you, and it often like doesn't even actually catch that many bugs. And I think you can significantly improve the review experience using language models. For example, using the kinds of tricks that Archive described, maybe pointing you towards the regions that actually matter. I think also if the code is produced by these language models and it's not produced by someone else, like the code review experience is designed for both the reviewer and the person that produced the code. In the case where the person that produced the code is the language model, you don't have to care that much about their experience. You can design the entire thing around the reviewer so that the reviewer's job is as fun, as easy, as productive as possible. And I think that feels like the issue with just kind of naively trying to make these things look like code reviewer. I think you can be a lot more creative and push the boundary.
And just one idea there is, I think, ordering that. Generally, when you review a PR, you have this list of files and you're reviewing them from top to bottom. But actually, like you actually want to understand this part first because that came like logically first, and then you want to understand the next part. And you don't want to have to figure out that yourself. You want the model to guide you through.
And is the step of creation going to be more and more natural language? Is the goal versus with accurate?
I think sometimes. I don't think it's going to be the case that all programs will be natural language. And the reason for that is, you know, if I'm programming with Scala as well as I think computer and keyboard. And sometimes if I'm like driving, I want to say to Scala, hey, like implement this function, and that works. And then sometimes it's just so annoying to explain to Scala what I want him to do. And so I actually take over the keyboard and I show him, I write like part of the example, and then it makes sense. And that's the easiest way to communicate. And so I think that's also the case for AI. Like sometimes the easiest way to communicate with AI will be to show an example and then it goes and does the thing everywhere else. Or sometimes if you're making a website, for example, the easiest way to show to the AI what you want is not to tell it what to do, but you know, drag things around or draw things. And yeah, and like maybe eventually we will get to like brain machine interfaces or whatever and kind of like understand what you're thinking. And so I think natural language will have a place. I think it will not, definitely not be the way most people are going to listen to it.
I'm really feeling the AGI with that. It feels like there's a lot of machine learning going on underneath. Tell me about some of the ML stuff that makes it all work.
Precursor really works via this ensemble of custom models that we train alongside, you know, the frontier models that are fantastic at producing and testing. And so Cursor Tag, for example, is a great example of where you can specialize models to be even better than even frontier models if you look at evals from the task we started out. The other domain, which it's kind of surprising that requires custom models, but it's kind of necessary and works quite well, is in apply. So I think these models are, like the frontier models are quite good at sketching out plans for code and generating like rough sketches of the change, but actually creating diffs is quite hard. The frontier models, frontier training models, like you try to do this with Sonnet, O1, any frontier model, and it really messes up stupid things like counting line numbers, especially in super large files. And so what we've done to alleviate this is we let the model kind of sketch out this rough code block that indicates what the change will be, and we train a model to then apply that change to apply.
I was just saying that apply is the model looks at your code, it gives you a really damn good suggestion of what new things to do, and the seemingly trivial step of combining the two, you're saying is not so trivial.
Contrary to popular perception, it's not a deterministic algorithm.
Yeah. I think like you see shallow copies of apply elsewhere, and it just breaks like most of the time because you think you could kind of try to do some deterministic matching and then it fails, you know, at least 40% of the time, and that just results in a terrible. I think in general this regime of you are going to get smarter and smarter models, and like so one other thing that like lets you do is it lets you use fewer tokens with the most. This is both expensive in terms of latency for generating all these tokens and cost. So you can give this very, very rough sketch and then have your smaller models go and implement it because it's a much easier task to do this very, very special. I think that this regime will continue where you can use smarter and smarter models to do the planning, and then maybe the implementation of those can be handled by the less intelligent ones. Perhaps you'll have, maybe O1, maybe it'll be even more capable models, given an even higher level plan that is kind of recursively applied by Sonnet and Rabbi.
Maybe we should talk about how to make it fast.
Yeah.
Fast is always fast.
Yeah. How do you make it fast?
Yeah, so one big component of making it fast is speculative edits. So speculative edits are a variant of speculative decoding, and maybe be helpful to briefly describe speculative decoding. With speculative decoding, what you do is you can kind of take advantage of the fact that most of the time, and I'll add the caveat that it would be when you're memory bound in language model generation. If you process multiple tokens at once, it is faster than generating one token at a time. So this is like the same reason why, if you look at tokens per second, with prompt tokens versus generated tokens, it's much, much faster for prompt tokens. So what we do is, instead of using what speculative decoding normally does, which is using a really small model to predict these graph tokens that your larger model will then go in and verify. With code edits, we have a very strong prior over these, and that prior is literally the same exact code. So what you can do is you can just feed chunks of the original code back into the model, and then the model will just pretty much agree most of the time that, okay, I'm just going to spit this code back down. And so you can process all of those lines in parallel. And you just do this with sufficiently many chunks, and then eventually you'll reach a point of disagreement where the model will now predict text that is different from the ground truth code. It'll generate those tokens, and then we kind of will decide after enough tokens match the original code to restart speculating. What this actually ends up looking like is just a much faster version of normal code. It looks like a much faster version of the model rewriting code. So we can use the same exact interface that we use for diffs, but it will just stream down.
And then the advantage is that wireless streaming, you can just also be start reviewing the code before it's done, so there's no big loading screen. Maybe that is part of the intent.
So the human can start reading before the thing is done.
I think the interesting riff here is something like speculation is a fairly common idea nowadays. Like, not only in language models, and there's obviously speculation in CPUs, and like speculation for databases, and speculation all over the place.
Let me ask the ridiculous question. Which I code GPT, Claude, who wins in the context of programming? And I'm sure the answer is much more nuanced, because it sounds like every single part of this involves a different model.
Yeah, I think there's no model that Pareto dominates others, meaning it is better in all categories that we think matter. Categories, speed, ability to edit code, ability to process lots of code, long context, a couple of other things, and kind of coding capabilities. The one that I'd say right now is just kind of net best is Sonnet. I think this is a consensus opinion. Our one's really interesting. It's really good at reasoning. So if you get a really hard programming interview or leak code problems, you can do quite well on them. But it doesn't feel like it kind of understands your rough intent as well as Sonnet does. Like, if you look at a lot of the other models, one problem I have is it feels like they're not necessarily over. I'm not saying they train in benchmarks, but they perform really well in benchmarks relative to kind of everything that's kind of in the middle. If you try it in all these benchmarks and things that are in the distribution of the benchmark they're evaluated on, they'll do really well. But when you push them a little bit outside of that, Sonnet's, I think, the one that kind of does best at kind of maintaining that same capability like you kind of have the same capability in the benchmark as when you try to instruct it to do anything.
What another ridiculous question is the difference between the normal programming experience versus what benchmarks represent? Like, where do benchmarks fall short, do you think, when we're evaluating these models?
By the way, that's like a really, really hard, like critically important detail. How different like benchmarks are versus like real coding. For real coding, it's not interview style coding. You're doing these. Humans are saying like half broken English sometimes, and sometimes you're saying like, "Oh, do what I did before." Sometimes you're saying, "Go add this thing and do this other thing for me, and then make this UI element." And it's just like a lot of things are context dependent. You really want to like understand the human and then do what the human wants, as opposed to sort of this. Maybe the way to put it is sort of abstractly is the interview problems are very well specified. They lean a lot of specification, while the human stuff is less specified.
I think that this benchmark question is really complicated by what Charlie just mentioned, and then also what Amon was getting into is that even if you there's this problem of like the skew between what can you actually model in a benchmark versus real programming, and that can be sometimes hard to encapsulate because like real programming is like very messy and sometimes things aren't super well specified what's correct and what isn't. But then it's also doubly hard because of this public benchmark problem, and that's both because public benchmarks are sometimes kind of hill climbed on. Then it's like really, really hard to also get the data from the public benchmarks out of the models. And so, for instance, like one of the most popular like agent benchmarks, SpeedBench, is really, really contaminated in the training data of these foundation models. And so, if you ask these foundation models to do a SpeedBench problem, you actually don't get into context of the code base. They can like hallucinate the right file paths, they can hallucinate the right function names. And so it's also just the public aspect of these things is tricky.
Yeah, like in that case, it could be trained on the literal issues of and maybe the labs will start to do a better job, or they've already done a good job at decontaminating those things. But they're not going to omit the actual training data of the repository itself. Like these are all like some of the most popular Python SymPys. I don't think they're going to Python repositories in order to get true evaluation scores from these benchmarks. So I think that given the dearth in benchmarks, there have been like a few interesting crutches that places that build systems with these models or build these models actually use to get a sense of are they going in the right direction or not. And in a lot of places, people will actually just have humans play with things and give qualitative feedback on these. Like one or two of the foundation model companies, they have people who that's a big part of their role. Internally also, qualitatively assess these models and actually lean on that a lot, in addition to like private evals that we have.
Like the live.
The vibe benchmark, human benchmark.
Yes.
You pull in the humans to do a vibe check.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's kind of what I do, like just like reading online, forums and Reddit and X. Just like, well, I don't know how to properly load in people's opinions, because they'll say things like, I feel like Claude or GPT's gotten dumber. I'll say, I feel like, and then I sometimes feel like that too, but I wonder if it's the model's problem, not mine.
With Claude, there's an interesting take where I think AWS has different chips, and I suspect they have slightly different numerics than NVIDIA GPUs, and someone speculated that Claude's degraded performance would have to do with maybe using the quantized version that existed on AWS Bedrock versus whatever was running on Anthropic's GPUs.
I interview a bunch of people that have conspiracy theories online. We spoke to this conspiracy.
Well, it's not like conspiracy theories. They're humans are humans, and there's these details. You're doing like these crazy amount of flops, and chips are messy, and you just have bugs. Bugs are. It's hard to overstate how hard bugs are to avoid.
What's the role of a good prompt. You mentioned that benchmarks have really structured, well-formulated prompts. What should a human be doing to maximize success? And what's the importance of it? You wrote a blog post and called it prompt design.
Yeah, I think it depends on which model you're using, and all of them are slightly different and they respond differently to different prompts. But I think the original GPT-4 and the original sort of last year, they were quite sensitive to prompts. They also had a very small context window. And so we have all of these pieces of information around the code base that would maybe be relevant in the prompt. Like you have the docs, you have the files that you have the conversation history. And then there's a problem like, how do you decide what you actually do when you have a limited space? And even for today's models, even when you have long context, filling out the entire context window means that it's slower. It means that sometimes the model actually gets confused. Some models get more confused than others. And we have this one system internally that we call preempt, which helps us with that a little bit. And I think it was built for the era before where we had 8,000 token context windows. And it's a little bit similar to when you're making a website. You want it to work on mobile, you want it to work on a desktop screen, and you have this dynamic information, which you don't have, for example, if you're making like this on your print magazine, you have to know exactly where you can put stuff. And when you have a website or when you have a prompt, you have these inputs, and then you need to format them to always work. Even if the input is really big, then you might have to cut something down. And so the idea was, okay, like let's take some inspiration. What's the best way to design websites? Well, the thing that we really like is React and the declarative approach, where you use JS in JavaScript, and then you declare this is what I want, and I think this has higher priority, or like this has higher Z index than something else. And then you have this rendering engine in web design. It's like Chrome, and in our case, it's Chrome renderer, which then fits everything onto the page. And as you declare, it'll decide what you want, and then it figures out. And so we have found that to be quite helpful. And I think the role of it has sort of shifted over time, where initially it was to fit these small context windows. Now it's really useful because it helps us with splitting up the data that goes into the prompt and the actual rendering of it. And so it's easier to debug because you can change the rendering of the prompt and then try it on old prompts because you have the raw data that went into the prompt. And then you can see, did my change actually improve it for like this entire debug set?
Did you literally prompt with JSX?
Yeah. Kind of looks like React. There are components, like we have one component that's file component, and it takes in like the cursor. Like usually there's like one line where the cursor is in your file. And that's like probably the most important line because that's the one you're looking at. And so then you can give priorities. So like that line has the highest priority, and then you subtract one for every line that is farther away. And then eventually when it's rendered, it figures out how many lines can actually fit in the centers around.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And you could do like other fancy things where if you have lots of code blocks from the entire code base, you could use retrieval and things like embedding and re-ranking scores to add priority scores to these components.
So should humans, when they ask questions, also try to use something like that? Like, would it be beneficial to write JSX? And probably the whole idea is it should be loose and messy.
I think our goal is kind of that you should just do whatever is the most natural thing for you. And our job is to figure out how do we actually like retrieve the relevant things so that your thing actually makes sense.
Well, this is sort of the discussion I had with Arvin with Perplexity. It's like his whole idea is like you should let a person be as lazy.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, that's a beautiful thing. But I feel like you're allowed to ask more of programmers, right? So like, if you say just do what you want, I mean, humans are lazy. There's a kind of tension between just being lazy versus provide more, is be prompted, almost like the system pressuring you or inspiring you to be articulate. Not in terms of the grammar of the sentences, but in terms of the depth of thoughts that you convey inside the
I think even as a system gets closer to some level of perfection, often when you ask the model for something, you just are not enough intent is conveyed to know what to do. And there are like a few ways to resolve that intent. One is the simple thing of having the model just ask you, I'm not sure how to do these parts based on the query. Could you clarify that? I think the other could be maybe if there are 5 or 6 possible generations given the uncertainty present in the query so far, why don't we just actually show you all of those and then we pick them?
How hard is it for the model to choose to speak stuff back? Sort of versus that's hard. It's sort of like how to deal with the uncertainty. Mm-hmm. Do I choose to ask for more information to reduce the ambiguity?
So, I mean, one of the things we do is, it's like a recent addition is try to suggest files that you can add. So, and while you're typing, one can guess what the uncertainty is, and maybe suggest that, like, maybe you're writing your API, and we can guess using the commits that you've made previously in the same file that the client and the server is super useful. And there's like a hard technical problem of how do you resolve it across all commits, which files are the most important given your current prompt. And we're still sort of initial version is rolled out, and I'm sure we can make it much more accurate. It's very experimental, but then the idea is we show you, like, do you just want to add this file, this file, this file also to tell the model to edit those files for you. Because if you're making the API, like, you should also edit the client and the server that is using the API and they're the one resolving the API. And so it'll be kind of close. Both there's the phase where you're writing the prompt, and before you even click enter it, maybe we can help resolve some of the uncertainty.
To what degree do you use agentic approaches? How useful are agents?
We think agents are really, really cool. Like, I think agents is like, it's like it resembles sort of like it's sort of like with this, like you can kind of feel that it, like, you're getting closer to AGI because you see a demo where it acts as a human would, and it's really, really cool. I think agents are not yet super useful for many things. I think we're getting close to where they will actually be useful, and so I think there are certain types of tasks where having an agent would be really good. I would love to have an agent. For example, if, like, we have a bug where you sometimes can't command C and command V inside our chat input box, and that's a task that's super well specified. I just want to say, like, in 2 sentences, this does not work. Please fix it. And then I would love to have an agent that just goes off, does it, and then a day later, I come back and I review the thing.
You mean it goes, finds the right file?
Yeah, it finds the right files. It, like, tries to reproduce the bug. It, like, fixes the bug, and then it verifies that it's correct. And this could be a process that takes a long time. And so I think I would love to have that. And then I think a lot of programming, like, there's often this belief that agents would pick up over all programming. I don't think we think that that's the case, because a lot of programming, a lot of the value is in iterating, or you don't actually want to specify something up front, because you don't really know what you want until you see an initial version, and then you want to iterate on that, and then you provide more information. And so for a lot of programming, I think you actually want a system that's instant, that gives you an initial version instantly back, and then you can iterate super quickly.
What about something like that recently came out, Replit that does also, like, setting up the development environment, installing software packages, configuring everything, configuring the databases, and actually deploying the app?
Yeah.
Is that also in the set of things you dream about?
I think so. I think that would be really cool. Like, for certain types of programming, it would be really cool.
Is that within the scope of person?
Yeah, we're already actively working on it right now. But it's definitely, like, we want to make the programmer's life easier and more fun. And some things are just really tedious and you need to go through a bunch of steps and you want to delegate that to me. And then some things you can actually have an agent in the background while you're working. Like let's say you have a PR that's both back end and front end, and you're working on the front end, and then you can have a background agent that does some work and figure out kind of what you're doing. And then when you get to the back end part of your PR, then you have some like initial piece of code that you can iterate on. And so that would also be really cool.
One of the things we already talked about is speed. I wonder if we can just linger on that some more in the various places that the technical details involved in making this thing really fast. Every single aspect of cursor, most aspects of cursor are really fast. Like I mentioned, the apply is probably the slowest thing.
Yes.
The thing.
It's a thing that we're feeling, and we're working on fixing it.
Yes, I mean, it says something that feels that feels slow. That means that's actually shows that everything else is just really, really fast. So is there some technical details about how to make some of these models, how to make the chat fast, how to make the divs fast? Is there something that just comes to mind?
Yeah, I mean, so we can go over a lot of the strategies we use. One interesting thing is transforming. And so what you can do is, if as the user, you can have, you're probably going to use some piece of content, and you can know that before the user can type it. So, as we discussed before, reusing the KB cache results in lower latency, lower costs, cross requests. So as the user starts typing, you can immediately warn the cache with, like, let's say the current content. And then when they press enter, there's very few tokens it actually has to pre-fill before starting the generation. This will significantly lower TTFT.
Can you explain how KB cache works?
Yeah. So the way transformers work, I mean, one of the mechanisms that allow transformers to not just independently, like the mechanism that allows transformers to not independently look at each token but see previous tokens, are the keys and values to attention. And generally the way attention works is you have at your current token some query, and then you have all the keys and values of the previous tokens, which are some kind of representation that the model is currently of all the previous tokens in the fund. And like by default, when you're doing a chat, the model has to, for every single token, do this forward pass through the entire model. That's a lot of data that happen, and that is really, really slow. Instead, if you have already done that and you've stored the keys and values, you keep that in the GPU, then when let's say I have stored the last n tokens, if I now want to compute the output token for the n+1 token, I don't need to pass those first n tokens through the entire model because I already have all those keys and values. And so you just need to do the forward pass through that last token. And then when you're doing attention, you're reusing those keys and values that have been computed, which is the only kind of sequential part for sequentially dependent things.
Is there a higher level caching?
I see. Yeah, there's other types of caching you can kind of do. One interesting thing that you can do for is you can basically predict ahead as if the user would have accepted the transaction, and then trigger another request. And so then you become speculative. It's a mix of speculation, right? Because you're speculating that what would happen if they accepted it, and then you have this value that is passed, this suggestion. And then when they press tab, the next one would be waiting for them immediately. It's kind of clever heuristic stuff that uses a higher level caching, right? And can give it feels fast despite they're not actually doing it.
And if you can make the KV cache smaller, one of the advantages we get is like maybe you can speculate even more. Yes, here's the NCM step that could be used by like you predict the next 10, and then like it's possible the user hits the one of the 10, like much higher chance than the user hits like the exact one that you showed him. Maybe they type another character in it, and so it's something else in the cache. Like there's all these tricks where the general phenomena here is I think it's also super useful for RL. Is maybe a single sample from the model isn't very good, but if you predict like 10 different things, turns out that one of the 10 that's right, the probability is much higher. There's these passive K curves, and part of RL like what RL does is you can exploit this passive K phenomena to make many different predictions, and one way to think about this, the model sort of knows internally has some uncertainty over like which of the key things is correct, or like which of the key things does the human want it. When we RL our pressure tab model, one of the things we're doing is we're predicting which of the 100 different suggestions the model produces is more amenable for humans, like which of them do humans more like and other things. Maybe like there's something where the model can predict very far ahead versus like a little bit, and maybe somewhere in the middle, and then you can give a reward to the things that humans would like more, and sort of punish the things that it won't like, and sort of then train the model to output the suggestions that humans would like. You have these like RL loops that are very useful to exploit these passive features. Amon, maybe can go into even more detail.
Yeah, it is a little different than speed, but I mean, like technically you tie it back in because you can get a really small model if you RL your small and it gets the same thing. That's like, and Paul was mentioning stuff about maybe about reducing the size of your paper cache. There are other techniques there as well. They're really helpful. So kind of back in the day, like all the way 2 years ago, people mainly use multi-attention. And I think there's been a migration towards more efficient attention schemes, like group query or multi-query attention. And this is really helpful for then, with larger batch sizes, being able to generate tokens much faster. The interesting thing here is this now has no effect on time to first token pre-fill. The thing this matters for is now generating tokens. And why is that? Because when you're generating tokens, instead of being bottlenecked by doing these super parallelizable multiplies across all your tokens, you're bottlenecked by how quickly it is for long context. That's just by how quickly you can read those values. And so then that's memory bandwidth, and how can we make this faster? We can try to compress that. The multi-query attention is the most aggressive, where normally with multi-head attention, you have some number of quote-unquote attention heads, and some number of query heads. Multi-query just preserves the query heads, gets rid of all the key value heads. So there's only one key value head, and there's all the query. With group query, you instead preserve all the query heads, and then your keys and values are kind of, there are fewer heads, but you're not reducing competition. But anyways, like the whole point here is you're reducing the size of your keys.
And then there is MLA.
Yeah, multi-latent. That's a little more complicated, and the way that this works is it kind of turns the entirety of your keys and values across all your heads into this kind of one latent vector that is then kind of expanded inference time. But MLAs from this company called DeepSeek, it's quite an interesting algorithm. Maybe the key idea is sort of in both MQA and in other places, what you're doing is sort of reducing the number of KV heads. The advantage you get from that is there's less of them, but maybe the theory is that you actually want a lot of different, if you want each of the keys and values to actually be different. So one way to reduce the size is you keep one big shared vector for all the keys and values, and then you have smaller vectors for every single thing. So that when you want, you can store only the smaller thing, some sort of like low rank reduction. And the low rank reduction will at the end of the time, when you eventually want to compute the final thing, remember that like a memory vector, which means that like you still have some compute left that you can use for these things. So you can expand the latent
vector backup, and somehow like it's far more efficient for us. Like reducing, like for example, maybe like reducing like 32 or something. Like it's not sure that
Yeah, there's perhaps some richness in having a separate set of keys of values and query that kind of pairwise match up versus just compressing it all to one. And that interaction.
Okay, and all of that is dealing with being memory bound.
Yeah.
And what, I mean, ultimately, how does that map to the user experience? Trying to,
Yeah, the two things that it maps to is you can now make your cache a lot larger. It gives you less space allocated to KB cache. You made cache a lot more aggressive for a lot of things. You get more cache hits, which are helpful for reducing the time per token, reducing the cycle for time described earlier. And then the second being when you start doing inference with more and more requests and larger batch sizes, you don't see much of a slowdown in as it's generating the tokens.
But it also allows you to make your prompt bigger.
For sure. Yeah. So like the size of your KB cache is both the size of all your prompts multiplied by the number of prompts you can process. You can increase either of those things, right? The batch size or the size of your prompts without degrading the latency of generating tokens.
all right, you wrote a blog post, Shadow Workspace, iterating on code in the background. So what's going on?
So to be clear, we want there to be a lot of stuff happening in the background, and we're experimenting with a lot of things. Right now, we don't have much other than like the cache warming or like figuring out the right context to goes into your command key prompts, for example. But the idea is, if you can actually spend computation in the background, then you can help the user maybe like at a slightly longer time horizon than just predicting the next few lines that you're going to make, but actually like in the next 10 minutes, what are you going to make? And by doing it in the background, you can spend more computation using that. And so the idea of the Shadow Workspace that we implemented, that we use it internally for like experiments, is that to actually get advantage of doing stuff in the background, you want some kind of feedback signal to give back to the model, because otherwise, like you can get higher performance by just letting the model think for longer. And so like the one is a good example of that. But another way you can improve performance is by letting the model iterate and get feedback. And so one very important piece of feedback when you're a programmer is the language, which is this thing. It exists for most of the languages, and there's like a separate language for per language. And it can tell you, you're using the wrong type here, and then it gives you an error. Or it can allow you to go to definitions or understand the structure. So language servers are extensions developed by, like there's a TypeScript language server developed by the TypeScript people, a Rust language server developed by the Rust people, and then they all interface over the language server protocol to VS Code. So that VS Code doesn't need to have all of the different languages built into VS Code, but rather you can use the existing compiler infrastructure.
For linting purposes?
It's for linting, it's for going to definition, and for like seeing the right types that you're using.
So it's doing type checking also?
Yes, type checking and going to references. And that's like, when you're working on a big project, you kind of need that. If you don't have that, it's like really hard to code in a project.
Can you say again how that's being used inside Cursor? Language server protocol communication thing? So
it's been using Cursor to show to the programmer, just like in VS Code. But then the idea is you want to show that same information to the model, the AI models. And you want to do that in a way that doesn't affect the user, because you want to do it in the background. And so the idea behind the Shadow Workspace was, okay, like one way we can do this is we spawn a separate window of Cursor that's hidden. And so you can set this flag in the electron is hidden. There is a window, but you don't actually see it. And inside of this window, the AI agents can modify code however they want, as long as they don't save it, because it's still the same folder. And then can get feedback from the users and go to definition and iterate it.
It's like literally run everything in the background, like as if, right?
Yeah.
They may be removed.
So that's the eventual version. That's what a lot of the blog post is actually about. How do you make that happen? Because it's a little bit tricky. You want it to be on the user's machine so that it exactly mirrors the user's environment. And then on Linux, you can do this cool thing where you can actually mirror the file system and have the AI make changes to the files, and it thinks that it's operating on the file level, but actually that's stored in memory, and you can create this kernel extension to make it work. Whereas on Mac and Windows, it's a little bit more difficult, but it's a fun thing.
One maybe hacky but interesting idea that I like is holding the lock on saving. And so basically you can then hold the lock on saving to disk, and then instead of you operating in the ground truth version of the file that are saved to disk, you actually are operating on what was the child workspace if you're these unsaved things that only exist in memory that you still get link errors for, you can code in. And then when you try to maybe run code, it's just like there's a small warning that there's a lock, and then you kind of will take that lock from like if you're trying to do things concurrently, or from the shadow workspace if you're trying to do things concurrently.
That's such an exciting feature, by the way. It's something we're changing, but like to allow a model to change files. It's scary for people, but like it's really cool. Be able to just like let the agent do a set of tasks, and you come back the next day and kind of observe, like it's a colleague or something like that.
And I think there may be different versions of like runnability where for the simple things where you're doing things in the span of a few minutes on behalf of the user as they're programming, it makes sense to make something that works locally in the machine. I think for the more aggressive things where you're making larger changes that take longer periods of time, you'll probably want to do this in some sandbox in that environment. And that's another incredibly tricky problem of how do you exactly reproduce, or mostly reproduce, what are they effectively like for running code, the user's environment versus the sandbox.
I'm curious what kind of agents you want for coding.
Well,
Do you want them to find bugs? Do you want them to like implement new features? Like what agents do you want?
So by the way, when I think about agents, I don't think just about coding. I think so for this particular podcast, there's video editing, and a lot of, if you look in Adobe, a lot of this code behind it's very clearly documented code, but you can interact with Premiere, for example, using code. And basically all the uploading, everything I did on YouTube, everything as you could probably imagine, I do all of that through code. And including translation, uploading, all of this. So I envision all those kinds of tasks. So automating many of the tasks that don't have to do directly with the editing. So that, okay. That's what I was thinking about. In terms of coding, I would be fundamentally thinking about bug finding. Like many levels of bug finding, and also bug finding like logical bugs, not logical, like spiritual bugs. Ones like sort of big directions of implementation, that kind of stuff.
Like you find in bug finder.
I mean, it's really interesting that these models are so bad at bug finding. When it's nice to find a bug. They're incredibly poorly calibrated. Even the smart, exactly. Even O.
How do you explain that? Is there a good intuition?
I think these models are a really strong reflection of the pre-training distribution, and I do think they generalize as loss is lower and lower, but I don't think the loss in scale is quite, or the loss is low enough such that they're like really fully generalized. But like the things that we use these things for, the frontier models that they're quite good at are really code generation and these things exist in massive quantities of pre-training. All of the code in GitHub and the skills many forms of tokens and questions and answers on things like Stack Overflow and issues. And so when you try to push into these things that really don't exist very much online, like for example the cursor tab objective of predicting the next edit, given the edits done so far, the brittleness kind of shows. And then bug detection is another great example, where there aren't really that many examples of like actually detecting real bugs and exposing fixtures. And the models just kind of like really struggle. But I think it's a question of transfer, like in the same way that you get this fantastic transfer from pre-trained models just on code in general to your cursor tab objective. You'll see a very, very similar thing with generalized models that are really good at code to bug detection. It just takes like a little bit of touching in that direction.
Like, to be clear, I think they sort of understand code really well. Like, while they're being trained, like the representation that's being built up, like almost certainly, like somewhere in the stream, there's the model knows that maybe there's something sketchy going on. Right? So it has some sketchiness, but actually eliciting the sketchiness to, like actually, like part of it is that humans are really calibrated on which parts are really important. It's not just it's not just actually saying like there's something sketchy. It's like, is this sketchy trivial? Is this sketchy like you're going to keep the server down? It's just like part of it is maybe the cultural knowledge. Like, why is the staff engineer? The staff engineer is good because they know that 3 years ago, like someone wrote a really sketchy piece of code that took the server down, as opposed to like maybe there's like you just this thing is like an experiment, so like a few bugs are fine. Like you're just trying to experiment it to get the feel of the thing. And so if the model gets really annoying when you're writing an experiment, that's really bad. But if you're writing something for super production, you're like writing a database, right? You're writing code Postgres or Linux or whatever. Like your Linux kernels, it's sort of unacceptable to have even in that case. And just having the calibration of like how paranoid is the user, like.
But even then, like if you're putting in a maximum, it still just like doesn't quite get it.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's hard for humans too to understand which line of code is important and which is not. Like I think one of your principles on the website says if the code can do a lot of damage, one should add a comment that say this line of code is dangerous.
And all caps. Repeat it 10 times.
No, you say like for every single line of code inside the function, you have to, and that's quite profound. That says something about human beings because the engineers move on, even the same person. I just forget how it can sink the Titanic, a single function. Like you might not intuit that quite clearly by looking at the single piece of code.
Yeah, and I think that one is also partially also for today's AI models, where if you actually write dangerous in every single line, like the models will pay more attention to that and will be more likely to find bugs.
That's like actually just straight up a really good practice of labeling code of how much damage it can do.
Yeah, I mean, it's controversial. Like some people think it's ugly. Well, I actually think it's like I actually think is one of the things I learned from Aria is like I sort of aesthetically I don't like it, but I think there's certainly something where it's useful for the models, and humans just forget a lot, and it's really easy to make a small mistake and cause like bring down just bring down the server and of course we test a lot and there's always these things that can be
like with normal doc strings, I think people will often just skip it when making a change and think, oh, and you find it really easy.
Yeah, you have to be reminded that you can do a lot of damage. I think we don't really think about that.
Yeah.
You think about, okay, how do I figure out how this works so I can improve it? You don't think about the other direction.
Until we have formal implementation. And you can do whatever you want, and you know for certain that you have nothing to do.
So really, what do you think that future would look like?
I think people will just not write tests anymore, and the model will suggest, like you write a function, the model will suggest a spec, and you review the spec, and in the meantime, smart reasoning model computes a proof that the implementation follows the spec. And I think that happens in most functions.
Don't you think this gets at a little bit some of the stuff you were talking about earlier with the difficulty of specifying intent for what you want software? Where sometimes it might be because the intent is really hard to specify, it's also then it's actually matching what the intent is.
Like you think that spec is hard.
Yeah, or just like for a given spec, maybe you can. I think there is a question of like, can you actually do the formal verification? Like that's like, is that possible? I think that there's like more to dig into there. But then also, even if
You have this.
How do you,
You have
have
this.
this? Is this back within the mental?
Yeah,
How do you
no,
map
that's
this?
the spec. But how easy
Okay,
would that
so then I think that you care about things that are not going to be easily identified.
I see. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe an argument against formal verification.
Yeah.
Besides, there's this massive replacing something like unit tests. Sure.
Yeah. I think you can probably also avoid the special intelligence to capture some of the things that they don't really capture. I think it's very good.
And you're speaking not just about like single functions. You're speaking about entire code bases.
I think in practice it's harder, but that is what and I think and you can even there's like a lot of work recently where you can prove formally verify down to the hardware. So like through you formally verify the C code, and then you formally verify through the GCC compiler, and then through the variable model down to the hardware. And that's like an incredibly big system, but it actually works. And I think big code bases are sort of similar in that they're like multi-layered system. If you can decompose it and formally verify parts, then I think it should be possible. I think the specification problem is a real problem, but how do you handle that?
Or how do you handle, I guess, external dependencies like calling the Stripe API?
Just try to write a spec.
But like you can't do this for everything. Like, can you do this for everything you use? Like, how do you do it for? If there's a language, well, like maybe like people will use language models as primitives and programs, right? And there's like a dependence on it. Like how do you now use that?
I think you might be able to
Prove what about that?
I think it feels possible that you could actually prove that a language model is aligned, for example. Or like you can prove that it actually gives the right answer.
Yeah, there is. I mean,
Yeah.
If it's possible, I have a dream speech. If it's possible, that will certainly help with, making sure your code doesn't have bugs and making sure AI doesn't destroy all human civilization. So the full spectrum of AI safety to just bug finding. So you said the models struggle with bug finding. What's the hope?
My hope initially is, and I can let Michael chime in too, but this stuff is, it should first help with the stupid bugs. Like it should very quickly cap the stupid bugs. Like off by one errors, like sometimes you write something in a comment and do it the other way. It's like very hard. Like I did this. I write like left in a comment or micro maybe rectified. And the model is like, looks sketchy. Like, you sure you want to do that? But eventually it should be able to do that.
Yeah, and I think that it's also important to note that this is having good bug finding models feels necessary to get to the highest reaches of having AI do more and more programming for you, where you're going to, if AI is building more and more of this system for you, you need to not just generate, but also verify. And without that, some of the problems we talked about before with programming with these models will just become untenable. So it's not just for humans, like you write a bug, I write a bug, find a bug for me, but it's also being able to verify the AI's code and check it. It's really important.
Yeah, and then how do you actually do this? Like we have had a lot of contentious dinner discussions. So how do you actually clean a bug? But one very popular idea is, it's kind of potentially easy to introduce a bug than actually finding the bug. And so you can train a model to introduce bugs in existing code. And then you can train a reverse bug model that can find bugs using this synthetic data. So that's like one example. But yeah, there are lots of it.
You can also do a bunch of work, not even at the model level, of taking the biggest models and then maybe giving them access to a lot of information that's not just the code. Like it's kind of a hard problem to like stare at a file and be like, where's the bug? And that's hard for humans often, right? And so often you have to run the code and being able to see things like traces and stuff through debugger. There's whole other direction where it like kind of comes toward that. And it could also be that there are kind of two different product form factors here. It could be that you have a really specialty model that's quite fast, that's kind of running in the background and trying to spot bugs. And it might be that sometimes, sort of to Arvid's earlier example about some nefarious input box bug, it might be that sometimes you want to like there's a bug, you're not just like checking hypothesis free, you're like, this is a problem, I really want to solve it, and you zap that with tons and tons and tons of compute, and you're willing to put in like $50 to solve that bug or something even more.
have you thought about integrating money into this whole thing? Like, I would pay probably a large amount of money for if you found a bug, or even generated code that I really appreciated. Like, I had a moment a few days ago when I started using Cursor, where it generated perfect, like perfect 3 functions for interacting with the YouTube API to update captions and for localization of different languages. The API documentation is not very good, and the code across, like, if I googled it for a while, I couldn't find exactly. There's a lot of confusing information, and Cursor generated it perfectly. And I just sat back, I read the code, and I was like, this is correct. I tested it, it's correct. I was like, I want a tip. I want a button that goes, here's $5. One that's really good just to support the company, what the interface is, and the other is that probably sends a strong signal, like, good job. Right? There's a much stronger signal than just accepting the code, right? You just actually send like a strong good job. That, for bug finding, obviously, like, there's a lot of people, you know, that will pay a huge amount of money for a bug, like a bug bounty thing, right? Is that, you guys think about that?
Yeah, it's a controversial idea inside the company. I think it sort of depends on how much you believe in humanity. You know, like, I think it would be really cool if, like, you spend nothing to try to find a bug, and if it doesn't find a bug, you spend $0. And then if it does find a bug, and you click accept, then it also shows, like, in parentheses, like, $1. And so you spend $1 to accept the bug. And then, of course, there's a worry, like, okay, we spent a lot of computation, like, maybe people would just copy paste. I think that's a worry. And then there's also the worry that, like, introducing money into the product makes it, like, kind of, you know, like, it doesn't feel as fun anymore. Like, you have to, like, think about money, and all you want to think about is, like, the code. And so maybe it actually makes more sense to separate it out. Like, you pay some fee, like, every month, and then you get all of these things for free.
But there could be a tipping component, which is not like a
Yeah, it still has that, like, dollar. I think it's fine, but I also see maybe church.
Yeah, I was gonna say the moment that feels like people do this is when they share it, when they have a fantastic example, they share it with their. There is also a potential world where there's a technical solution to this, like on our system problem too, where if we can get to a place where we understand the output of the system, or I mean, to the stuff we were talking about with, like, you know, error checking with the LSP and then also running the code. If you could get to a place where you could actually somehow verify, oh, I have fixed the bug, maybe then the bounty system doesn't need to rely on the honor system too.
How much interaction is there between the terminal and the code? Like, how much information is gained from if you run the code in the terminal? Like, can you do like a loop where it runs the code and suggests how to change the code if the code in runtime gives an error? Because right now they're separate worlds completely. Like, I know you can do Control K inside the terminal. Help you write the code.
You can use terminal context as well inside of everything. We don't have the looping part yet, so we expect something like this could make a lot of sense. There's a question of whether it happens in the foreground too, or if it happens in the background, like what we've been discussing.
Sure, the background's pretty cool. Like, we do running the code in different ways. Plus, there's a database side to this, which I've had to not modifying the database, but okay.
I mean, there's certainly cool solutions there. There's this new API that is being developed for. It's not in AWS, but yeah, it's certainly. I think it's in PlanetScale. I don't know if PlanetScale was the first one to add it. It's this ability to sort of add branches to a database, which like if you're working on a feature and you want to test against the prod database, but you don't actually want to test against the prod database, you could sort of add a branch to the database. The way they do that is to add a branch to write a log. And there's obviously a lot of technical complexity in doing it correctly. I guess database companies need new things to do. They have the database now. And I think, like, Turbo Buffer, which is one of the databases we use, is going to add maybe branching to the log. And so maybe the AI agents will use branching. They'll, like, test against some branch, and it's sort of going to be a requirement for the database to, like, support branching or something.
It'd be really interesting if you could branch across
I feel like everything needs branch.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's the problem with the multi-source, right? Like if you branch on everything, that's like a lot.
I mean, there's obviously these like super clever algorithms to make sure that they don't actually use a lot of space or keep it over.
Okay, this is a good place to ask about infrastructure. So you guys mostly use AWS. What are some interesting details? What are some interesting challenges? Why'd you choose AWS? Why is AWS still winning? Hashtag.
AWS is just really, really good. It's really good. Like, whenever you use an AWS product, you just know that it's going to, like, it might be absolute hell to go through the steps to set it up.
Why is the interface so good?
Because it's just so good. It doesn't need
The
to,
nature of winning.
I think it's exactly. Yeah, yeah. But AWS, you can always trust that. It will always work. And if there is a problem, it's probably your problem.
Okay, is there some interesting like challenges to you guys a pretty new startup to get scaling to like with so many people?
Yeah, I think that it has been an interesting journey, adding each extra zero to the request per second. You run into all of these with like the general components you're using for caching and databases. Run into issues as you make things bigger and bigger, and now we're at the scale where we get like into overflows and roundtables and things like that. And then also there have been some custom systems that we built, like for instance our retrieval system for computing a semantic index for codebase and answering questions about a codebase that have continually, I feel like, been one of the trickier things to scale.
I have a few friends who are super senior engineers, and one of their sort of lines is like it's very hard to predict where systems will break when you scale them. You can sort of try to predict in advance that there's always something weird that's going to happen when you have this extra zero. And you thought through everything, you didn't actually think. But I think for that particular system, for concrete details, the thing we do is obviously we upload we chunk up all of your code, and then we send out sort of the code for embedding and embed the code. And then we store the embeddings in a database, but we don't actually store any code. And then there's reasons around making sure that we don't introduce client bugs, because we're very, very paranoid about client bugs. We store much of the details on the server, like everything is sort of encrypted. So one of the technical challenges is always making sure that the local index, the local code base state, is the same as the state that is on the server. And the way technically we ended up doing that is for every single file, you can keep this hash, and then for every folder, you could sort of keep a hash with the hash of all its children, and you can sort of recursively do that until time. And why do something complicated? One thing you could do is you could keep a hash for every file, and every minute you could try to download the hashes that are on the server, figure out what are the files that don't exist on the server. Maybe you just created a new file, maybe you just deleted a file, maybe you checked out a new branch, and try to reconcile the states between the server. But that introduces like absolutely ginormous network overhead, both on the client side, and nobody really wants us to hammer their Wi-Fi all the time if you're using Cursor. But also, like, when they would introduce like ginormous overhead on the database, and it would sort of be reading the tens of terabytes database, or approaching like 20 terabytes or something database like every second. Kind of crazy. You definitely don't want to do that. What you do, you just try to reconcile the signal hash, which is like a repeat project. And then if something mismatches, then you find where all the things disagree. Maybe you look at the children and see if the hashes match. If the hashes don't match, go look at their children and so on. You only do that in the scenario where things don't match. For most people, most of the time, the hashes match.
It's a kind of like hierarchical reconciliation.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's called a Merkle.
Yeah. I mean, so yeah, it's cool to see that you're going to think through all these problems.
And I mean, the point of like the reason it's gotten hard is just because like the number of people using it, and some of your customers have really large code bases. to the point where we originally wrote our code base, which is big, but it's just not the size of some company that's been there for 20 years and ginormous number of files. And you sort of want to scale that across programmers. There's all these details where like building the simple thing is easy, but scaling it to a lot of people, to a lot of companies is obviously a difficult problem. Which is sort of independent of actually, so that's part of this scaling our current solution, and it's also we have new ideas, obviously we're working on. But then scaling like that in the last few weeks, months.
Yeah, and there are a lot of clever things, like additional things that go into this indexing system. For example, the bottleneck in terms of costs is not storing things in the vector database. The database is actually embedding the code. And you don't want to re-embed the code base for every single person in the company that is using the same exact code, except for maybe there's different branches, there's different files, or they made a few local changes. And so, because again, embedding is a bottleneck, you can do use one clever trick and not have to worry about like the complexity of like dealing with branches and the other databases where you just have some cache on the actual vectors computed from the hash of the initial. And so this means that when the end person in a company goes to invest their code base, it's really, really fast. And you do all this without actually storing any code on the servers at all. On the code that's stored, we just store the vectors in the vector database and vector cache.
What's the biggest gains at this time you get from indexing the code base? Just out of curiosity, like what benefit do users have? It seems like longer term there'll be more and more benefit, but in the short term, just asking questions of the code base, what's the use? What's the usefulness of that?
I think the most obvious one is just you want to find out where something is happening in your large code base, and you sort of have a fuzzy memory of, okay, I want to find the place where we do X, but you don't exactly know what to search for in a normal text search. As you ask the chat, you hit Command Enter to ask with the code base chat, and then very often it finds the right place.
I think, like you mentioned, in the future, I think this is only going to get more powerful. But we're working a lot on improving the quality of our retrieval, and I think the ceiling for that is really, really much higher than people give credit for.
One question that's good to ask here: have you considered, and why haven't you much done sort of local stuff, where you can do it seems like everything was discussed is exceptionally difficult to do. How to go to the cloud, you have to think about all these things with the caching and large code base with a large number of programmers are using the same code base. You have to figure out the puzzle of that. A lot of it, most software just does stuff, this heavy computational stuff locally. Have you considered doing sort of embeddings locally?
Yeah, we thought about it, and I think it would be cool to do it locally. I think it's just really hard. And one thing to keep in mind is that, some of our users use the latest Magic Pro, but most of our users, like more than 80% of our users, are in Windows machines, which and many of them are not very powerful. And so local models really only work on the latest computers, and it's also a big overhead to build that in. And so even if we would like to do that, it's currently not something that we are able to focus on. And I think there are some people that do that. I think that's great. But especially as models get bigger and bigger, and you want to do fancier things with like bigger models, it becomes even harder to do locally.
Yeah, and it's not a problem with like weaker computers. It's just that, for example, if you're some big company code base, it's just really hard to process big company code base even on the beefiest MacBook Pros. Yeah. So even if it's not even a matter of like if you're just like a student or something. I think if you're like the best programmer at a big company, you're still going to have a horrible experience if you do everything locally. I mean, you could do Edge and sort of scrape by, but again, it wouldn't be fun anymore.
Yeah, like an approximate nearest neighbors and its massive code bases. And that's just that. Like, let's talk about like also the modeling side, where, as Robert said, there are these massive headwinds against local models, where one things that seems to move towards MOEs, which like one benefit is maybe there are more memory bandwidth bound, which plays in favor of local versus using GPUs or using NVIDIA GPUs. But the downside is these models are bigger in total, and they're going to need to fit. Often, not even on a single, but multiple. There's no way that's going to fit. It's even really good that way. And I think especially for coding, it's not a question as much of like, does it clear some bar of like the model's good enough to do these things, and then like we're satisfied, which may be the case for other problems, and maybe where local models shine. But people are always going to want the best, the most intelligent, the most capable of things, and that's going to be really, really hard to do. Almost all people locally.
Don't you want the most capable model? You want Sonnet?
And also with
I like how you're pitching me. Would you be satisfied with an inferior model? I'm one of those, because some people can do stuff locally, especially like really, there's a whole obviously open source movement that kind of resists, and it's good that they exist actually, because you want to resist the power centers that are growing up.
There's actually an alternative to local models that I am particularly fond of. I think it's still very much in the research stage, but you could imagine to do homomorphic encryption for language model inference. So you encrypt your input on your local machine, then you send that up, and then the server can use lots of computation. They can run models that you cannot run locally on this encrypted data, but they cannot see what the data is. And then they send back the answer, and you decrypt the answer, and you can see the answer. So I think that's still very much research, and all of it is about trying to make the overhead lower, because right now the overhead is really big. But if you can make that happen, I think that would be really, really cool, and I think it would be really, really impactful. Because I think one thing that's actually kind of worrisome is that as these models get better and better, they're going to become more and more economically useful. And so more and more of the world's information and data will flow through, one or two centralized actors. And then there are worries about, there can be traditional hacker attacks, but it also creates this kind of scary part where if all of the world's information is flowing through one node in plain text, you can have surveillance in very bad ways. And sometimes that will happen for, initially will be like good reasons, like people will want to try to protect against like bad actors using AI models in bad ways. And then you will add in some surveillance code, and then someone else will come in and, you're in a slippery slope, and then you start doing bad things with a lot of the world's data. And so I'm very hopeful that we can solve homomorphic encryption.
Doing privacy preserving machine learning. But I would say like that's the challenge with all software these days. It's like there's so many features that can be provided from the cloud, and all this increasingly rely on it and make our life awesome, but there's downsides. I mean, that's why you rely on really good security to protect from basic attacks. But there's also only a small set of companies that are controlling that data, and they obviously have leverage, and they can be infiltrated in all kinds of ways. That's the world we live in.
I mean, the thing I'm just actually quite worried about is sort of the world where Anthropic has this responsible scaling policy, where we're on like the low ASLs, which is Anthropic, of the models, but as we get to like quote-unquote ASL 3, ASL 4, whatever models, which are sort of very powerful, but for mostly reasonable security reasons, you would want to monitor all the prompts. But I think that's sort of reasonable and understandable where everyone is coming from. But man, it'd be really horrible if sort of like all the world's information is sort of monitored that heavily. It's way too centralized. It's like sort of this like really fine line you're walking. On the one side, like you don't want the models to go rogue. On the other side, like humans, like I don't know if I trust like all the world's information to pass through like three model providers.
Why do you think it's different than cloud providers?
Because I think this is a lot of this data would never have gone to the cloud providers in the first place. Where this is often like you want to give more data to the developers. You want to give personal data that you would never have put online in the first place to these companies or to these models. And it also centralizes control, where right now, for cloud, you can often use your own encryption keys. Like AWS can't really do much. But here is just centralized actors that see the exact plain text of everything.
On the topic of context, that's actually been a friction for me. When I'm writing code, in Python, there's a bunch of stuff imported. You can probably intuit the kind of stuff I would like to include in the context. Is there, like, how hard is it to auto figure out the context?
It's tricky. I think we can do a lot better at computing the context automatically in the future. One thing that's important to note is there are trade-offs with including automatic context. So the more context you include for these models, first of all, the slower they are, and the more expensive those requests are, which means you can then do less model calls and do less fancy stuff in the background. Also, for a lot of these models, they get confused if you have a lot of reach around. So the bar for accuracy and for relevance and context to include should be quite high. But this is already we do some automatic context in some places within the product. It's definitely something we want to get a lot better at. And I think that there are a lot of cool ideas to try that. Both on the learning better retrieval systems, like better embedding models, better re-rankers. I think that there are also cool academic ideas, stuff we've tried out internally, but also the field is grappling with writ large about, can you get language models to a place where you can actually just have the model itself understand and you put this information in. And the most popular talked about version of this is you make the context windows infinite. Then if you make the context windows infinite, can you make the model actually pay attention to the infinite context? And then after you can make it pay attention to the infinite context, to make it somewhat feasible to actually do it, can you then do caption for that infinite context? You don't have to recompute that all the time. But there are other cool ideas that are being tried that are a little bit more analogous to fine-tuning of actually learning this information in the weights of the model. And it might be that you actually get sort of qualitatively different type of understanding if you do it more at the weight level than if you do it at the context learning level. I think the jury's still a little bit out on how this is all going to work in the end. But in the interim, us the company, we are really excited about better retrieval systems and picking the parts of the code base that are most relevant to what you're doing. We can do that all day.
Like one interesting proof of concept for the learning this knowledge directly in the weights is with VS Code. So we're in a VS Code fork and VS Code. The code is all public. So these models in pre-training have seen all the code. They've probably also seen questions and answers about it, and then they've been fine-tuned and all that stuff. People speak and answer questions about code in general. So when you ask it a question about VS Code, sometimes it'll lose me, but sometimes it actually does a pretty good job at answering the question. And I think this is just it happens to be okay. But what if you could actually specifically train or post-train a model such that it really built to be understood? It's an open research question, one that we're quite interested in. And then there's also uncertainty of do you want the model to be the thing that end-to-end is doing everything, i.e. it's doing the retrieval in its internals and then answering the question, creating the code, or do you want to separate the retrieval from the frontier model, where maybe you'll get some really capable models that are much better than the best open source ones in a handful of months, and then you'll want to separately train a really good open source model to be the retriever, to be the thing that feeds any context to these larger models.
Can you speak a little more to the post-training the model to understand the code base? What do you mean by that? Is this a synthetic data direction? Is this?
Yeah, I mean, there are many possible ways you could try doing it. There's certainly no shortage of ideas. It's just a question of going in and trying all of them and being careful about which one works best. One very naive thing is to try to replicate what's done with VS Code and these frontier models. So let's continue pre-training. Continue pre-training that includes general code data, but also throws in a lot of the data of some particular repository that you care about. And then in post-training, meaning let's just start with instruction fine-tuning. You have the normal fine-tuning data set about code, and you throw in a lot of questions about code in that repository. So you could either get ground
truth ones, which might be difficult, or you could do what you hinted at or suggested using synthetic data, i.e., kind of having the model ask questions about various recent pieces of the code. So you can take the pieces of the code, then prompt the model or have the model propose a question for that piece of code, and then add those as instruction types to the database. And then in theory, this might unlock the model's ability to answer questions about that code base.
Let me ask you about OpenAI 01. What do you think is the role of that kind of test time compute system in programming?
I think test time compute is really, really interesting. So there's been the pre-training regime, which will kind of, as you scale up the amount of data and the size of the model, get you better and better performance, both on loss and then on downstream benchmarks, and just general performance. So you use it for coding or other tasks. We're starting to hit a bit of a data wall, meaning it's going to be hard to continue scaling up this machine. And so scaling up test time compute is an interesting way of how, increasing the number of inference time flops that we use, but still getting as you increase the number of flops used inference time, getting corresponding improvements in performance of these models. Traditionally, we just have to literally train a bigger model that always uses that many more flops, but now we could perhaps use the same size model and run it for longer to be able to get an answer of the quality of a much larger model. And so the really interesting thing I like about this is there are some problems that perhaps require 100 trillion parameter model intelligence trained on 100 trillion tokens. But that's like maybe 1%, maybe like 0.1% of all queries. So are you going to spend all of this effort, all of this compute training the model that costs that much and then run it so infrequently? It feels completely wasteful when instead you get the model that you train the model that's capable of doing the 99.9% of queries, then you have a way of inference time running it longer for those few people that really, really want to know.
How do you figure out which problem requires what level of intelligence? Is it possible to dynamically figure out when to use GPT-4, when to use a small model, and when you need the 01?
I mean, yeah, that's an open research problem, certainly. I don't think anyone's actually cracked this model right. We'd like to. We have like an initial implementations of this for something like Cursor Chat. But at the level of like it's going between Fora, Sonnet to 01. It's a bit trickier. Like there's also questions like what level of intelligence do you need to determine if a thing is too hard for the 4-level model. Maybe you need the 1-level model. It's really unclear.
When you mentioned this, so there's this pre-training process, and there's post-training, and then there's like test time compute. That fair to sort of separate. Where's the biggest gains?
Well, it's weird because like test time compute, there's like a whole training strategy needed to get test time compute to work. And the other really weird thing about this is no one, like outside of the big labs, maybe even just OpenAI, no one really knows how it works. Like there have been some really interesting papers that show hints of what they might be doing. And so perhaps they're doing something with tree search using process models. But yeah, I think the issue is we don't quite know exactly what it looks like. So it would be hard to kind of comment on where it fits in. I would put it in post training, but maybe like you spent for this kind of for getting.
What's up? No shit. Fantastic. Wow. I'm glad you're a fan of the Yankees. That's amazing. Excellent, man. Well, I'm very happy about that. It's kind of an interesting thing that I think we're literally kind of people in the future perhaps will be able. You could watch all of this, and it tells a story. There are lots of anecdotes and things like that, but especially the song that I'm doing, I've like got different characters that I kind of like joke about while I'm doing the song, or in the middle of the break, so I'm setting up for the next song just to kill time. But you'll be able to watch it going in reverse like a musical. Like imagine, let's say, I don't know, I do 50. You'd start at number 50, and then people watch 49, and 48, and 47, 46. And I intentioned on doing every major like band or group. And so tonight, I did last night like girl groups like Supremes and all those like those Spectre Wall of Sound, but I didn't do like Martha and the Vandellas. I might do like Aretha Franklin, like Martha and the Vandellas, something like that. I kind of want to check them off the list. Like, okay, I did like all the Timely Garden. I did every major song. I've done every major, like, uh, anyway, but I want to make sure I do all of them for every major artist, and then I'm surprised, honestly, that it's staying on YouTube. Because normally YouTube's so strict about it, but they are staying. But I'm glad to hear that you're jamming the back up. It's a great song. That's okay. It's all uploaded to their website. Okay. Yeah, exactly. I'm very fortunate that they are staying up. Like, it gets really frustrating. And I've done this before on a bunch of different platforms, and you just get copyright strikes left and right. And I think, well, when I'm uploading these things, I like it does the copyright check, and it says copyrighted music found, which is like okay, but it says if the artist has allowed their music to be used on YouTube. So that's where I'm waiting at. If not, none of this stuff is basically saved because how strict they are. However, Rumble, the All Star, has it all, and they don't give a shit. So, like the other night I did, and I noticed right when I started singing, 6 minutes into it, YouTube stopped the stream, and it's like, and you don't know that it stops the stream until you're totally done. It doesn't tell you, and yeah, exactly. And so what I did is check Rumble, and Rumble's got the whole thing. So it's like all I had to do was go to a downloader, download it from there, and then just re-upload it to my main account. And this way, it's all consolidated to one account, so that it's not like there's so many different accounts that anything. And I really think in the future it could be all cut up into really cool music videos. I mean, the music videos are kind of cool now. I do my best to make them three-dimensional, like clean to the camera and do all kinds of stuff like that. But in the future, pretty cool. And all I say to myself is every day that I do this, more and more people find out about me. Like the owners of these Discords are more comfortable with me, and they stand up for me. That's really what I mean. That's the kind of community that I want. Really, I'm positive about how things are going with this. Yeah, I recognize that, but I mean, like, hey, my playhouse. I got like people in my playhouse, and I understand they're more comfortable to watch me there, or Tequila, or like a whole bunch of others. So they do come in here, but yeah, no, I recognize that everybody would want everybody to come in here all at once. Everything be good. I almost, I in a lot of ways don't like it when people are here, except you, because you get it. You get it, but like, look, I don't have. I don't like. I'll sit here and answer questions, but if we're going 2 or 3 hours into this, I want to watch my fucking podcast. Like I have shit to do. And like a lot of times people are like, oh well, I want to know. Let's have a debate or all this other shit. It's like, hey, I will talk to you as much as you want, but I'm living my life. You just basically like barged into my house and you're like, hey, let's talk it out. And so I get people all the time who think I owe them a debate. But how are you doing? He's on Kick. Wait, he's on the guy on Kick? Yeah. Oh, no, wait. Right. Hey, it happens, and I just take it like water off the duck's back, just let it fly off the me. One thing I find interesting, I don't know, I've seen that the marker you can use on Twitch has changed. You now they consider calling someone a kind of paint, and I personally like the ability for people to be able to use whatever the words they want. I use the word silence all the time. And but it's about context too. I understand that, but I'm also being called that a lot more often. And when people say that to me, people say it's you're obsessed with me. Like if you have nothing better to do than pick on me, then I can say that. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. 100%. 100%. You like it. You fell into my trap. I did exactly what I wanted to. And exactly. 100%. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It definitely. Absolutely. I think that those kind of those discussions are really good. So that's why I use the defense mechanism of having an attack. Hey, you are coming at me with all these words to be a certified cognitive attack. If you want to debate the argument, don't debate the person. Don't attack the person, attack the argument. And I mean, we also get really really nice people in here too who are really understanding. So um, I appreciate those people more than I think I say. So shout out to all of you if you're up there doing that for us. Um, I'm watching this Lex Friedman podcast, and for as much as I like Joe Rogan, this podcast is like a level above that from an intelligence standpoint. I don't know. Like he I don't think he's a good interviewer. I don't think he's entertaining. No. But the people he has on are all from tech or finance or industry, and so it's not like it's different than Joe Rogan. Just like, hey, here's another comedian, here's another comedian. I get that, but I mean, right? Exactly. He's he's boring. He's boring. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Well, even I am watching this, and it's like I don't know what they're talking about it, but it's just not very exciting. But I recognize that I sometimes might have to focus on him or listen to him a little bit more. I've just watched all the Joe Rogans, the recent ones, and here's what happens, and I kind of can't stand. It's just the podcast world. You'll be watching these things, and then if you watch enough of them, and they talk about politics, you already know what happened. So it's like, oh, this is a whole podcast about the election. I already know what happened. So, skip. And then it just gets back to being like, you get too far back, and then some of the guests aren't as interested in others. So, and I'm open to it. I'm open to do podcasts. In fact, we're going to watch one right now. It's the new Joey Diaz podcast. It's the first one in 4 years that he's done with me. And I don't know how it's going to go. Yeah, he started back at yesterday. Yeah, exactly. And that's the funniest shit about it. I mean, like, if you could have died from cannabis overdose, they would have died. Like, and their podcast, while they're over, they're well, because I have so much footage, I've listened to, I don't want to say every one of them, but I've listened to, and they're on this. And I would listen to at least like an eighth of them all, maybe a sixth, I'm not the fifth, something on it. And when you think like, hey, they put out 600 shows, that's like 100 shows, which is a lot of content. Actually, no, I've listened to maybe 50% of them all, so even more than that. And I mean, I absolutely think it's fucking hilarious, but you can only hear about robbing someone so many times or kidnapping someone so many times. And I also run into issues where they use language that is not cool with YouTube, especially not the F word, but the F-A word, and like, those kind of words. and like, I have to kind of watch it when I have some of that stuff out with random strikes. Anyway, okay.
So what I noticed that that's a word that it's almost like an ethnic word kind of thing. But
Sure, I understand that.
just because they identify as good, that does not the other thing. Like,
Right.
they would be like, so maybe, wow, I kind of love that word.
Well, as you know, we have 15 years ago when you in comic books. But I'm going to put you down, so I'm going to call you this. It's like saying, and I'm just doing this for educational purposes, but you would say, if you don't like something, you say, that's gay. And that meant stupid. And I'll never forget, I had some friends that they're they were very progressive at the time. And one of them just said to me, this is actually really interesting. She said, when you use that term, you really just need to say that's stupid. Why don't you just say that's stupid? Because it doesn't have anything to do with what you're saying. And she just straight up told me that, and I was like, that makes a lot of sense. And I stopped using it after that, and I could never know this, but when this other time is moving upward, I was at Blockbuster Video with my friends, and I'd never met her brother. I'd only seen him in pictures, and he was maybe one of the most feminist kind of like acting people I've ever seen. And so I didn't even realize it, like, how close to home perhaps it could have been in her life, and she hadn't seen her go through all these kind of things. But, you know, 100%. I get it. Hey, people how to use the words, and under the right context, you're referring to a cigarette. That's what it is. Absolutely, 100%. Never ever forget when I laugh for days about that. All right. Here we go. It was uploaded 10 hours ago.
What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Uncle Joey here with fucking Leland. We're back. The church, the New Testament, I don't even know what it is no more. It don't matter. I'm just happy that we're back. Let's get this party started now. It's Tuesday, the 19th of November. The church New Testament is brought to you by Blue Chew. Listen, you never know how full you'll feel after a turkey dinner. Bring along some Blue Chew this Thanksgiving, just in case you bump into whoever made the turkey. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, but at a fraction of the cost in a chewy tablet. And it tastes tremendous. You bump into somebody, you want to get the party started, boom, you pop it out of your wallet, and within 30 minutes, there you are, bouncing up and down like a savage. Signing up is easy, too. Just head to BlueChew.com, meet with one of the licensed medical providers, and if you're approved, you'll get your prescription within days. Me, I love Blue Chew. I pop one of those things, I'm ready to do backflips. You know what I'm saying? So, Blue Chew wants men rock hard. Not like these other non-testosterone eating little skinny guys with brown shoes and black jeans on. That would never. Blue Chew wants you to be a savage at all times. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we got a special deal for the church New Testament. You ready? Try Blue Chew free when you press and code Diaz at checkout. That's right, I said free. It's a Tuesday. Just pay $5 in shipping when you use promo code Diaz, D-I-A-Z at checkout. That's BlueChew.com, promo code Diaz to receive your first month for free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information.
Turn off your TVs and for your lives. It's always up. Then you put down this plan just to get up. But up until I can do it, I can rule the world. I feel like it.
What's happening, beautiful people? It's Tuesday, November the 19th. What up, Don?
Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy. We're here. I was thinking about it when you walked in. When we were closing up the old office, I had no ever idea of us coming back.
Never. I thought the chapter was done, but you know what, man? I'm happy to be back. Listen, this is the first week. The studio's still a little bare. We got it up. We told you last week was the last Zoom, and we stuck to our fucking word. That's all that matters. We're ready to rock here. We're already fucking tuned up and ready to go. Let's talk about a few fucking things. What? I don't even know how to get this thing started.
Is it crazy? It's crazy to be working.
It's crazy. It's great to see this little guy. The last couple of weeks, we've been trying to put this together, and I've been taking it to all my old haunts from fucking Hiram's to get a hot dog on you.
I gained 6 pounds in 2 weeks.
We ain't fucking around here. You understand? You got to work out every day in this fucking neighborhood.
So
You got to go for a walk. You got to do something.
explain what Hiram's, they deep fry their hot dogs. And not only do they deep fry their hot dogs, they're ready in about 6 seconds. Because every time we get a hot, you ordered 2, but then you want another one. And the chili is amazing.
Everything.
And then they have steak fries and onion rings. And then
It's a little shack.
Yeah.
Like I went there when I was up in the 8th grade the first time, and then about 200 times after that. That's how you become a fat fuck.
And then tell them this is my favorite thing that I just found. I learned milkshakes last week, and this week I learned you have like a rotation of restaurants you call to find out what the specials are every day.
Every day. First, I like soup, man. I'm a fucking soup dude. There's 2 restaurants that make the kind of soup I like. Rudy's up here and the Brass Rail in Manalapan. They got the best soup ever. So I call around. You know, if I'm gonna come up here before I make the trip, I don't want to walk into Rudy's and it to be a fucking surprise. Oh my god damn it. So if they tell me they got Rhode Island, I get fucking excited. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm cutting people off a little bit. Now I'm trying to beat the fucking the waves. Like the waves. Yeah, the waves will give you a time. I'm always beating that fucking wave. Except tonight, they hit me with that. Go through here and we'll cut the time off by 5 minutes. Yeah, but then they put me behind some old lady. I guess the fucking, you know, I guess the fucking the computer didn't see it or whatever. She was doing 30 and a fucking 90.
Okay. I love being on the phone with you because every once in a while you'll just start screaming at traffic. I think was it yesterday you were pissed?
Listen, the ride up here is magnificent. You just can't handle the traffic. It's an hour up here. You know, my brother George comes down. He always tells me it's a long ride, especially at night. Especially if you're smoking weed for the fucking light starts, you know, blinking. You step on. I mean, that New Jersey Turnpike. If you go on it 10 times, you're gonna get a flat one.
I did it already.
Yeah, it's you're gonna get a fucking flat. But it's been great living in Jersey. It's been 4 years now. Lee's been out of LA for 4 years now. Everybody went back. Everyone, like the 20 people we left with, I think we and the guys in Austin are the only ones that held back. Everybody already went back. They go back every 3 weeks. Hollywood's calling. Hollywood ain't calling nobody. Things are bad all fucking over. You understand me? I haven't worked all year. First year. This is 1997. And it's November 18th, 19th.
What does that mean to you?
That means I'm getting older and uglier. Oh, hey, listen, this year had a lot of people ready for fucking. It's like, you know, I talk to people. Right. And they'll tell me we haven't even auditioned. I did have auditions, but I have eaten dick, all of them. I bombed on all. I had an audition for one fucking line. One word. You know what the word was? Go fuck yourself. Steve Martin. Who the fuck you? Martin Short. I fucking said the fuck you. He was a New Yorker, roughy, rough. Fuck you. I was already cashing the bank. Like I was already fucking. I got this. They didn't even call me back for call. I did a bunch of one word auditions. When you do one word and you don't put the audition, that's fucking pain in your heart.
Do you think like they could think you're over qualified for something like that?
No. The problem is the strength. Film production, and you guys are seeing any shit on TV. You sit there every night looking around, telling me I'm watching a show on that. Listen, the show sucks.
It does.
The show fucking sucks. You sit there. The only thing we live on is the one about the prison with the fucking dude that got run over by the snowplow.
I didn't. Oh,
whatever that name is. That's a great fucking show.
I haven't seen it yet.
If you have not watched that show, that is a great fucking show. Oh, it's about a dude who goes to prison and comes out and gets a job as whatever for the prison. You know, like between the guards and the
liaison or something
on the street. So he runs the prison because he talks to a black dude, he talks to Spanish, he speaks to people with black people and Mexicans, you know, the fucking triple Z's, you know, those dudes. He talks to all of them. I forget the name of the fucking show. I watched Tulsa King this year.
I haven't seen that yet. Was it
It had some really good episodes. Dominic Lombardozzi was great. I feel bad they shot him up. Sylvester Stallone is looking rougher and rougher. Last week they were shooting from behind. You can see like they were lifting Sylvester. We're not gonna put hair on there. We can't find a fucking band. All right, we're just gonna spray paint it a little bit. They don't show a lot of the back of his head, but he's fucking hanging in there. You know. What else? I already watched the show you recommended on Netflix. That was brilliant. With the kid from Walk to Space and Loudermilk is fucking brilliant.
I haven't seen it.
But besides that, I sit there every night, puñeta, with my wife, waiting for the fucking world to end. That's why I fucking go out. That's why I eat mushrooms at night. Because you just fucking sit there like, okay, so I try to get out of the house about 8, 8:30. I take my ride. I fucking see what's going on at Carvel, what's going on at my favorite pizza joint. You know what I'm saying? I take a piss. And then I go home waiting up, maybe something good's going to be on there. You shit up. I caught Bullet the other night. I caught the Hot Rock. It was back to back. The Hot Rock was 1972. I was 9 when that movie came out. And I saw it in the fucking movie theater in the Bronx. Robert Redford is in that fucking movie. A dude robs a fucking place and he steals a big diamond. He's in prison, so he shits it in the pipe. So they have to break into the jail to steal the pipe with the shit in it before it goes into the fucking New York Hudson River. Tremendous. We're back, cocksuckers. What?
I love it.
We got a little cave between you guys. It's beautiful. It's got no heat. Like, so we're gonna do this like my little fucking igloo. I built for that girl sophomore year when she didn't show up. My little fucking igloo.
I forgot about your fucking glue. Do you ever think about that? If you're just like making out with somebody, like this used to be so much cooler and like harder to do.
What?
Making out? Just even making out. Yeah.
Swap this bit?
Yeah. You don't swap the spit anymore?
No, I don't ever. I haven't swapped with nobody in 30 years because I don't want to hit them with a shot of bad breath. You know what I'm saying? It's either going to eat my monkey or that's it. At least after you eat that monkey, you're like, you can breathe whatever's on your breath. You know what I'm saying? Pickles. Oh, I mean,
dude, people are doing great. Like one of the last girls I hooked up with, I went down on her and she licked my face.
we're going to have to erase that show because only you would meet a woman that would lick your fucking face. You say, but Lee's in Harlem now, and he's doing quite well. He's got the 4 floors, which is, he never wants to go home.
I'm sure, right now, I know.
This motherfucker 18 times just is a man. I ain't really go home yet.
Yeah, I see it till like 10 o'clock. You know,
He just goes over there and he knows that I go in, I ain't coming back out. You don't want to make no mistake. There's 4 floors, there's 4 floors. I told you. Everybody says, oh yeah, 4 floors sucks. Okay? I don't care how much you spend on rent. I don't care what your apartment looks like. Because when you get there, after you check the mail, you always got to look up those stairs and go, oh, God damn it. And God forbid you got groceries.
what about that as a suitcase? I've been traveling somewhere. That's the worst. The fucking suitcase. That's the only part that kills me. Everything else has been cool. But New York's been pretty fun. Not loud. Like, you did great. I haven't gone. I had the worst show I had in 2 years. I felt like the only way I could describe it was, remember when Cowboy Cerrone fought McGregor and got knocked out by a shoulder? It just wasn't his night.
Yeah.
That was how I felt. I just was getting knocked out by a shoulder. Like it was, I couldn't blame anything. It was just the worst.
Sometimes you just blow people's minds. You have that effect. You walk in there like, what the fuck?
I guess.
And you know, it's been listening. Anybody who's been following this fucking show was just starting. We've been talking about stand-up for 10 years. And this motherfucker moved to New York to do stand-up comedy. I mean, it's still like a dream to me that this fucking guy that used to sit in the room with all of this Theo and Ralphie, you know, that he picked up little things. He used to go to this 4-wall place. He'd give him $5 every night to sit there and listen. I would go there too with him and fucking flick his ears.
Oh yeah, you would do
There were
that.
some retarded fucking people.
Yeah.
And we moved back and he continued to do it. And he goes on the road with Josh Work. And this is what the comic does. You have to pick a place. Like, he picked New York, which was great for me because I'm down an hour from here. Right? There's no way I'm coming up here every fucking day. But even tonight, you know, now I got the option. If I want to go into the city real quick and go over to the stand, I go and come back. As long as you get on that, you got to beat the Lincoln Tunnel. Closes at 12 or something like that. You got to beat the Howard Tunnel. Something crazy. So
The ferry closes.
the ferry shuts down. So now I got to take an Uber, whatever. But I don't know. We'll see how we feel after the fucking show. We got a couple of things in us. Let's see how they kick in and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you for getting a comfortable chair. I appreciate it.
This is tremendous.
Oh man,
And I even got like a little thing here. It's like a psychiatrist chair. Like if you get too high, we'll just sit you down here and we'll talk. What's going on with your life? You know, I played the piano in the 3rd grade. What are you going to tell me? Right there, we got the little psychiatrist chair. We got the couch. We have me and Lee. It's these two. If we get a fucking guest, I'll sit here. And guests will sit there. We got another beautiful fucking couch over there. And like I said, guys, we just set this up just to get the party started for tonight. I don't know who hated Zoom more. You motherfucking do it. Okay, I fucking hate it. I couldn't do it anymore.
Why you hate Zoom so much?
Because it just got old. Because then everybody wanted to fucking Zoom. It was like everybody was Zooming. People go, what are you doing? Let's Zoom. I don't want to fucking Zoom, okay? With my luck, I go on there and I hit the wrong thing. I wanted to Zoom as least as possible. And then the last year, they've been Zooming auditions. Right. They've been Zooming auditions. So if the person likes you, they'll say, set up a Zoom at 4:30. And he reads for me. You know how fucking awful? I'm reading into my fucking phone, guys. Because they don't want to bring us in. Listen, all that shit's done with. People are breathing on each other all the fucking time. Look at the Mike Tyson fight the other night. If anybody was going to get COVID, it's poor fucking Mike. He had 80,000 people breathing on him, all going down saliva. You don't see Mike with a fucking mask on until they get on a fucking plane. Listen, man, everybody had shit to talk about that night. I watched the fight. It was not on my agenda. I was not going to bet it on DraftKings, you know, that shit. I just, you know, I was curious. I'd eaten some mushrooms. And I said, what the fuck? And I get home about 10:15. I had to go to CVS and get the prescriptions. And that's not, I went for a little talky talk. I took a little number. My little eat. And I get home, we put it on, and there's the Spanish girls. A Spanish girl against the Irish girl. Then I switched it for a minute, and I came back, and they were still talking. I didn't know you had to press live. So I sat there for like a fucking hour and saying, why are these people talking so much? Why are they talking? What are they talking about? Look, I'm getting old. Shit, listen, my wife likes to fucking. Everybody has these little portable vacuums now.
Oh, the robot vacuum?
The little tiny one. Yeah. So she got one by the fire. I don't know this shit. She don't tell me nothing. Right? Nobody knows nothing. I walk in the house. She's like, I gotta go. Where you going? I gotta go here. My wife is constantly fucking food shopping. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've never met a woman that every fucking day, raspberry, green, I mean, you know. Well, it's me and my daughters. What happened with the vacuum? Okay. So, you know, I get home and I go, it was Sunday. My daughter slept out and we picked her up about 10. And my wife said, I'm just going to take her home and make her breakfast. All right, I'm going to go to the gym. And then I call my wife after the gym and I go, listen, what's going on? She's like, I'm waiting for you. And I got to go food shop. You got to get this, that. You put a list out. I did it. Okay. I go, what time you want to go food shop? She goes, 1 o'clock. I go, you got bats in your head. I'm going to go to the gym and watch the football game for you. But then I went to eat something because after the gym I was hungry. I went to get something real quick and there was a line. I said, fuck it. And I drove home and just got a protein shake. Now it's 10 after 1. I go, fuck it. Let me watch them. You know what? Go fucking shopping. I'll watch my daughter and watch the football game. My daughter's upstairs just laying there fucking doing homework. I go downstairs. You know, my wife is out of the house. I kick off the sneakers. Nobody's going to bother me. Nobody's got a question. My daughter's not going to come down unless she's hungry or whatever. I'm sitting there, I go out to the garage, I bang up I put a little mushroom gummy under my thing. I already had a couple of mushrooms in me, so I was already feeling it. And I'm on the fucking chair just reading because I didn't want to watch TV. And I hear, boom. What the fuck is going on? Somebody trying to break into my fucking house. I'm like, nah, it's daylight. It's up to 1 o'clock. Who would rob a house? I never robbed the house and go. I'm saying that maybe like 10, 9:30. That's a good time to rob a house. But 1 o'clock, there's neighbors. So I keep hearing this shit. And I go, is somebody breaking into my daughter's fucking thing? I just went and got a mallet and a knife. I got this big fucking rainbow knife. Jesus, I got the mallet and the knife. And I walk up the stairs slowly. And I go up and boom. And my daughter's like, what's going on? Why do you have a knife? I go, what? Do you hear that? And she goes, no. I got the earphones on. I'm playing Fortnite, whatever the fuck they play. And I'm like, thank you. Another idiot. You're in the house and you got fucking earphones on. That's what I need in my life. So I keep hearing boom, 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 and it's coming from the fucking fireplace. I go, that's brilliant. They're trying to break into a fireplace. But a guy comes once a month to spray around for mosquitoes or mice, whatever the fuck is out there. The town sends a guy and we fucking. I'm like, this motherfucker came on a Sunday. I'm like, listen, let me go outside and get this guy. I was gonna go through a kitchen and a thing. I could see he was down there, and I'm just throw the mallet on him. Down 911 or the knife, whatever the fuck I was in the mood for it, bro. So I go, there ain't nobody out there. I'm like, these fucking mushroom strips are getting out of control. Because I go back downstairs, boom, 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 boom. I go upstairs, there it is, a little fucking circle that's stuck. And it keeps hitting the fucking wall back and forth. It was supposed to make like a U-turn, but it got stuck on a shoe or some shit.
How fast was this thing going that you thought it was someone breaking into your house?
Boom, 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 because it was stuck. It kept going boom, boom. So after a while, you go, what the fuck is going on?
Have you ever had someone break into your house or anything?
Oh,
I did. I was a kid. It was crazy.
maybe it was me.
I didn't know you worked in Massachusetts. He was drunk and he tried. He ripped the screens off of the porch, and he took a piss, and then he gave up. That was like legit. They said like he tried the garage, and my dad was crazy. He had like those floodlights on, so as soon as you stepped, like you could see the whole yard.
Yeah.
And like that's what I woke up to, was him ripping the screens off of the screen. And like his excuse was he thought it was his house. So I don't know why he was ripping the screen off of
Did they arrest him?
Yeah.
They give him time. I gave him like probation.
I didn't follow it. I was like 6. So
He used to go out the corner. He scared me. I was playing with Mickey Mouse.
I was fucking passed out.
That's fucked up with that, something like that. It's happening a lot in the areas where people are getting home invasion.
Yeah.
Speaking of home invasion, yesterday was 36 years since I home invaded that poor bastard. He's probably getting flashbacks from yesterday. I feel bad for that dude. I still call him. I still call Ken. I'm thinking of calling him tonight, saying, hey, bro, how you doing? But he's in New Mexico. He moved to house or something like that. So he's not in Tucson no more.
Do you think about it as it leads up to it?
Every year, like I said it on stage, so November is like my bad luck month. My mother died, I quit doing coke, and I kidnapped Bella. I have like 3 anniversaries on fucking November, the 8th, the 15th, and the 18th. And I'm done till next year. I don't think it's shit till next year.
And it's fucked up how they merged it. It's over now.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. It's fucking-
Isn't that what they were originally offering you, 36 years? Or they
No.
threatened you with?
No, they hit me with a charge. It's called crime of violence. Crime of violence, if you take it to trial, crime of violence means ×2. So whatever the jury gives you, you automatically got ×2. That's why I didn't consider going to fucking trial, because I would have done it. I would have just been getting out. I would have started a podcast in there. Or how to cook on the fucking iron. How to take a shower in your sink.
They have people doing it on Instagram. Have you seen that?
What?
Like just in prison. They show you what the food is that day. They show you their little setups. Some of them have some good setups.
They got great setups. They're like the Cubans. Cubans could fucking.
But who do you have to pay off to leave? Like they have like rugs, a whole TV. Like they have a flat, like a TV, not like a prison.
No,
you can see
it's
inside.
not the black and whites no more for $29 a month. No, you can bring them into your cell. Now they have those medium prisons. Here's what happens. Okay, I get 22 years. Right? You get 8 years. You come in. You got money. You buy a chair. You get some of your Arabian friends to send over a carpet to you. And you get out. Who do you think you give the carpet? Like me, because I come a long term. So everybody gives me shit. After 10 years, what happened?
I have to go cook some people.
After 10 fucking years, you have a ton of shit in your apartment. Especially if you're like 40 years, you got everything. Ukuleles, bongos. Everybody leaves you something. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't want to remember that. Who wants to remember that shit in prison? Nobody. Like that's a bundle I had in prison. I don't want to see that motherfucker. I think I threw away everything. I brought home socks, underwear. That's bad luck. I didn't bring, and that's what people do. They leave everything except the Bible beaters. They leave with the Bible, like God, and all of a sudden you see them walk the fence. When they see a liquor store, they throw the Bible up in the air. It's over. That's how quick religion works in the prisons. So all those little jocks that come on them, the Lord said, listen, the Lord didn't save you. All you need is a cocktail and you'll be right back to what you were doing.
I can't imagine 36 years later. That's crazy. The thing is, like,
think of those people that do 20 fucking years.
no.
Think of those people that do 20 years and they come out and everything's different. Your wife, your kids, you come out, you don't even know how to use a computer. You don't know what an ATM machine is. I always think of this one kid that got arrested the night I won the comedy tournament in Boulder. He was dear friends with the people I was hanging out with. He robbed a suitcase from the Kentucky Fried Chicken, thinking there was a bunch of money in it. There was about $500 in it. They came and took it. That was, December 18th of 1991. That motherfucker just got out. He would get out for 6 months, get another 8 years. Think about that. From 91 to like 2000, they let him out during COVID. So think about it. 91 to 2020. That kid spent his whole life in some, that's 29 years in the system. Right. 30 years in the system. You answer to somebody, they come to your house, and you're still, last thing I heard, he's working, he's got, even though he did 29 years, that motherfucker got like 6 kids. What? He's got like 6 kids. I don't know how the fuck he did it. Don't ask me. I couldn't tell you, because I still talk to his nephew. Me and his nephew, he calls me Uncle Joey. We used to play. I knocked his tooth out. The kid was playing football in the yard. He was like 10. He would play football. He was a tough motherfucker. But I would always hit the ball from his hand, right? Fumble. And he'd yell, you cheated. You cheated. So even today, when I talk to him, I go, you cheated. Fuck you, motherfucker. I never cheated.
And how did he knock his tooth out? Did you wag it by accident?
His tooth was loose.
Oh, okay.
And then he came into like my fucking stomach and stuff, and everything fucking fell out. One tooth, his dad was laughing. His dad was dead.
6 fucking kids.
6 kids, and he was in jail for 29 fucking years. Because every time he got out, he scrubbed up some chick. And then he went right back in there. I'm like, fuck child support. And they would call me, bring the kid on visitation day. Fucking every month, 2 different bitches would come. Bring them Nutter Butters, maybe a carpet. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do. You can tie it. And there's women that like that shit. There's women that don't mind you going to prison. They don't got to deal with you. They'll fuck some old guy for money. And they send you $20 and they're happy. They show up with their hair done, their nails done. The husband's like, what's going on here? You're looking good, bitch. You got no fucking job. You're sucking somebody's pipe. And he had dog. I went to jail with a dude that was filthy rich. And he had 7 women. He had 7 kids with 7 different women. How old was I when I got locked up? 25, 26. He was 26. He was a fucking stone cold crip. And they brought coke into Colorado from LA and he got nailed. That dude had 7 motherfucking women because he bought them all cars. And they all had kids. Before they got a car, you got to give me a kid. You know what I'm saying? That's the way this works. There ain't no ring in my relationship. I'll fuck you and get your car, and then that's it. There ain't no ring. But he would buy him tremendous cars. He would buy him like Subaru, like the fucking sports car that Subaru made in '88, these SX or some shit like that. The other one had like a Mercedes convertible. This guy was banking.
Did you ever have anyone? Were you in there long enough to have like anyone hit you up on the prison pen pal and stuff?
No.
What do you know? They have a whole thing.
Yeah, I know. With a bunch of chubby women. That fucking haven't seen a dick in 22,000 years.
Is it only women? There's no guys that you want to hang out like you?
Yeah, that's what I want. Letters from you telling me how exciting your podcast is. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want. Are you fucking kidding me? Hold on 1 second. Let's take a minute here. DraftKings wants to talk to you about Pick Six. We'll be right back. What up, beautiful people? DraftKings is back at it. You ready? I know you love watching the NBA, so do I. But if you want to get even more into the action, you got to try Pick Six from DraftKings, an official partner of the NBA. Pick Six lets you select 2 or more players, then choose if they'll have more or less of a certain stat during the game. It's that easy. You can bet on things like points, rebounds, 3-pointers, and more. Then watch the game and see if you still got it. Get ready to have a blast this NBA season with the Big Six. And for the first time, Big Six players, check this out. New customers pay a thin $5 and get 15 Big Six credits. Again, new players, $5 and get $50 in Big Six credits. Download the DraftKings Big Six app now and use promo code Joey. That's code Joey for new customers. Play 5 and get 50 in plus 6 draft picks. Only on DraftKings Big Six, where the crown is yours. Now go have a good time.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick Six not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick Six credits that expire in 30 days. Limited time offer. See terms at picksix.draftkings.com/promos.
We're back, bitches. Oh my God! Don't forget, Big Six DraftKings. Woo. I forgot what I was talking about that for a second. I just got hit with one of these jokey fucking what do they call it? Joking toke, a gram of weed in the fucking thing. You light it. If you're sick of smoking, you put the cork back on. It's like I'm the hammer. You know what I'm saying? You can stop shit whatever you want. You stop yawning. He's yawning like Zombo over here.
What do you think is my choice? You think I want to walk around a normal just yawning? Let me fucked up.
Can you believe this?
What are you doing?
Here's what I live with.
Stop yawning.
Stop yawning. I'm not going to yawn no more.
That's not how that works.
And that's it. Wake
I'm
up.
not tired. I'm not tired.
Yeah. Say that to yourself. Yeah.
Who says yaw to themselves?
Just say that. That's when you wake up. Bro, the Chinese say it all the time.
No, they don't. I mean, one Chinese person has ever said yaw ever in their
Who's
life.
sleep? That's how you got up in the morning. Yeah. That fucking, that gets you excited about the day. Speaking about excitement, we were going to talk about it before, but somewhere we got a little disconnected, discombobulated. It's the first podcast together in a room since we put it up my fucking living room. But for a guy my age, the Tyson thing was really interesting. I mean, people were talking shit after the fight online, Jake Paul. It wasn't really about Jake Paul. It was really about Mike Tyson and what this guy's fucking been through his whole life. Now he got robbed and fucking, everybody robbed this poor bastard. Hold on. Ooh, the couch is not a virgin no more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It ain't a party till somebody farts on the couch. It's an empty fart, though. There's nothing in there. It was a protein shake. But,
How do you know?
Because that's all I had. I had a bean and rice and cheese burrito at the box.
Yeah, that sounds like you're
With salsa. That's it. No meat, no nothing. But anyway, you interrupt.
I'm so sorry.
Mike Tyson. So think about that man been through. I don't know if you people will even know or remember a couple of years ago, he lost a child on a treadmill. A child on a treadmill, And then we were lucky enough to meet him, do his podcast, go down there a few times, and he's a sweetheart of a fucking man. But there were times during the fight that I felt really bad. Like when he was walking in, I don't think he knew what he was. I really don't.
At the end?
No, in the beginning, when he was walking in, like it's like something like somebody said, Mike, I think you could fight 3 rounds. And he was like, yeah, I think so. It's like talking to me. Hey, you don't have any interest in going to Europe? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, good. And all of a sudden, this motherfucker's call you 2 days later, right? You were talking about I could get a fight going and I can get Netflix or whatever. And then it just kept. And then he got sick in June. That's why they called it off.
Right.
And what knows the reason? I know he was in the hospital and he was very sick or something. And then November, whatever, he fights, you know. And people talking shit, but it's like anything else anymore. You know, you show somebody a dollar bill, and instead of going, "Oh, that's a dollar bill," they go, "Oh, it's dirty. It's got coconut." You didn't get the fucking point. It's like when Bruce Lee smacked that little kid in the beginning of Enter the Dragon. And he's telling him, "Throw a kick at me," and he goes, "What did you feel?" And he goes, "Let me think." He goes, "You shouldn't fucking think about it. It should just come to you naturally." And he says something. He goes, something about looking. It's weird when people look at it anymore. We're all looking to tear down people. It's, you go online, I mean, my wife said to me, she goes, if you go online right now, they're tearing up this fucking bumper thing. It was Netflix's first time doing a live thing like that. I mean, that's fucking sports. That's a lot of people in a lot of fucking houses. How many fucking people saw that? It was the second biggest Netflix show, right?
Has to be millions.
Compared to the roast. So,
And you can rewind it. Like, for Netflix to be doing any of this stuff is crazy.
that's where it's going.
Mm-hmm.
Netflix very chance. They threw Charlize Theron in there. They had Shaq there. They had every fucking celebrity in the world down there. That costs money, guys, or they post said they're going to give them a special or something. Who knows, you know? But I got to see this guy, you know, like I go to jiu-jitsu, and I get pissed off the second time I roll because I can't finish a 5-minute round. And that's me fucking jumping up and down and lifting weights. And I saw him at the end of the 8 rounds. I thought he was going to fucking die. And I know that feeling. You just start getting tingles in your body. You don't even want to move. Yeah. You're like, this is it. This heart's going to blow up, man. You know, my fucking Whoop watch is going, that means you're over the fucking threshold of 150, your heart rate. Like I'm supposed to be at 125, but then 150 is where you should work out at. So I don't know. I'm no heart special. But just all those things. That guy took a hell of a fucking chance. And he got punched. He got nailed a couple times. I mean, somebody said, 16 minutes, I can do that stand on my head. You know what, man? Not when you got Jake Paul. Right. Your heart is beating.
In front of how many? Where was it?
No, forget about it. It's front of fucking 80,000 people.
Right, that's what I mean, yeah.
I'm talking about in front of a 27-year-old, roided up fucking kid that is strong. If he hits you with a fucking left hook, you're going to see pigeons. I don't give a fuck who you are. You know, he's a strong fucking kid. Yeah. He hit Tyson a few times. And if you watch the replay when you hit him, Tyson would get hit and then block. Guys, when you're fucking after 45, you're taking a big chance because your reaction time is slow. I mean, I don't know. Anybody see Aaron Rodgers play football lately? Not the same guy. Right. Moving, dodging. You know, you can actually start to see the aging. Nothing bad about it. This is all ball. Most guys would just go home. Okay? For you and you, look at fucking Brady. Brady looked fucking great. Look at this kid with the fucking kid that plays on his team now, LeBron.
Oh, yeah?
LeBron spends $8 million a year on his fucking body. And it works. And you see it. You fucking see it. That's what you need to be a high caliber athlete. Well, Mike Tyson's 58, and he's in LA. He was trained by Rafael Cordero, and he's in the land of fucking supplements, sun. Nothing could have helped him go. He was probably at testosterone. If that helps, or human growth. I don't know what he was on, but he had to be on something to recuperate.
Oh my God. But you think that was he not going super hard, or just, at 58, 8 rounds is a fucking long time.
2 rounds with a 2-minute break. Yeah, you can do that with a punching bag. I can do that standing on my head with a punching bag. 2 minutes, take a breather, take a hit off the joint. But you got a monster on it. Right. Every time he hits the body, that takes away from your breathing. Every time they hit your head, but you can see it. You see when he would connect with them, he would, like, the hand would be here. He'd go, it was too late. He already got hit. I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing. It happens. For you guys right now, because I've seen a bunch of old guys play shadow boxing. I went to the gym today, it was like 3 dudes shadow boxing. Some of these old guys watch the Mike Tyson fight. There's going to be a bunch of old guys getting their ass kicked pretty soon. Every day, some old guy gets knocked out in the Bronx. He's going to go out with his little fucking shorts on. that he had when he boxed in 1922, and he's going to challenge somebody. They're going to knock him the fuck out. Trust me. Take a ride this week to your local parks. Not in Colorado, it's snowing like a motherfucker. But take a ride to your local parks. You're going to see one old guy, fucking shadow. I saw 3 of them in the gym today. I'm not fucking kidding you.
Have they ever asked you to ever do one of those celebrity ones?
No, and I would never fucking do it. Why would I do it? I know who I am. First, I got a bum fucking me.
Right.
I got a fake fucking me. I got a whatever. You see me here. When I go for the court, I fucking almost tumble over with this fucking thing. I go fucking Pilates once a week. You know, I do it all. But I know I don't have my lungs. They're done. 30 years of cocaine, 50 years of smoking dope. Something's got to fucking, some tube in there ain't working like it used to. Because every time I get excited, you see I gotta go pee. 80 times a day, bro. I landed and I had to pee. I pee right outside. I don't even have time to walk down the stairs. It'll blow out of me in a second.
Really?
Yeah, it'll blow out of me. I got paper towels, I got water in the car, I got Lysol wipes. How many times my thing blows up on the turnpike? I can't even take it no more. Bro. I pull over to pee, and I don't even give a I just make sure I'm not close to a school or a girls' school or something, like I'm close to like a factory. Because they'll get you for that perversion shit, for that showing you the kids. Just because you're peeing in the park that nobody's around. There ain't nobody around except the tree. If the tree's not fucking 18, what the fuck?
You ever ask the tree?
No, but you know, if you cut the fucking tree, every line in the tree is how old the tree is. If you read,
Right.
you didn't know that.
I knew that.
No, you don't. Israeli people don't know that shit. Indians know that shit.
I haven't run into that. I've almost shit my pants a couple of times.
You ever pee the bed?
I peed it. I was
How
talking
many
about this
times?
today. Dude, a million. I peed
Okay,
it until I was
remember what
12.
your mattress look like?
Yeah.
One circle.
No, they
That's
got.
the inside of a fucking tree, okay?
Oh.
All little circles, and then as you get old, you get the cum one. It's just a little puddle. You can see that there's a little fucking leaf growing out of it. It's like,
Your cum leaves some stain?
completely.
I don't know. What do you mean? This is drugs. I was still thinking about that. I peed the bed till I was 12. And I didn't, after the first time I had the rubber mattress thing. But the
How
cover,
you have a rubber mattress now? You know
I haven't peed in the bed in a long time.
Remember they used to make excuses for fucking idiots? Like, oh,
Oh yeah, we didn't want to pee. We were asleep.
He must have saw fire before he went to bed. Really, he saw fire every fucking night. You know, they always said, oh, you drink too much water. I peed the bed a month ago. I didn't pee the bed. Listen to what I did. I went to get up, but I fell asleep sideways. So I just peed. I didn't even know. I had no idea. My wife goes, I talked to you about something. She was looking at the side of the bed. And the pee came out of the side. My God, I'm telling you, I take so many pees at night. I get up. Some nights I kick the cat. Fuck, it's brutal. So I pee, though. This is what it is to be 61. I fucking pee and I drink. I drink a lot of shit throughout the day. So it's got to come out.
Holy shit. And besides, so you were like passed out and you just kept peeing?
I guess. I don't know. There was a comedian that got so coked up in Vegas. He went on stage and he pissed himself.
Oh.
And so this day he said he didn't even feel it. He coming out. How much coke do you have to do not to feel the pee coming out of your fucking dick? Probably 200 people. They're like, what the fuck is going on?
I feel so much better now.
He
pissed
so
himself?
much better now.
Because I've never peed myself on stage.
Thank God.
Holy shit. Who's the guy, I was thinking about him, who like laid down and started doing his material? Like he was on coke or something, I don't know. I just have this image of this guy lying down.
There's a couple guys that laid down, but I don't fucking know. I'm all confused. I got my own problem. I can't even do 45 minutes. Shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm too old. I did 40 last week. I did like 37, 38. It wasn't my best shit, guys. But guess what? I'm coming back. My mind is starting to come back, and that's all that fucking matters. And I've been writing a lot lately. Yeah, and it's not funny. I don't know. I can tell you right off the bat, that ain't funny. But I also know that that's time. That's time served.
Right.
That's what I know after doing comedy for so long. And I'm gonna have 10 of those pages with nothing. And then I also write in the fucking journal. So I'm gonna have 10 or 12 of those pages, but then one day it's gonna come out. Yeah. One fucking day, one thing, so I'm gonna grow with that. And that's what happens. You just gotta stick to that. You gotta get the muscles back. If you don't write every fucking day, and I always write something in my head, you know that. I'm always thinking, cracking jokes to myself. But to write a joke and to space them and put them together and where you want, that's a different fucking habit.
And you can tell on paper if it's funny.
I could listen. If I'm writing at that level, I'm also getting fucking stuff.
Right.
And I gotta make myself like that's the whole thing. You have to put the fucking pen down and go, oh my God. What do they say? And then you start adding things by yourself. It's usually you be sitting there for an hour. That's why I tell people. That's why I tell people when you sit there with a notebook, it's not the first half hour. You're not gonna get a dip. It's like watching a movie in your house. People are text you, oh, I need a peanut butter cup. Yeah. Whatever the fuck you do to kill time. Right. And then the last 5 minutes, you come up with 2 good things that could grow on, and then on stage, another those things. But I know for a fact that, listen, you gotta hit that notebook every day, even with stupid shit. I say stupid shit, you know. But you gotta put it all together. And then you have to see what's going on in your life. People wanna hear what the fuck is going on with your life. Mm-hmm. Like, what is really the nuts and bolts of your life? Or how do you feel about it?
Yeah, you were teasing me a little bit last night, but I've watched the last couple of nights. I've watched 2 of Tom Papa's latest specials, and he does a fantastic job.
Writer.
Oh yeah, that's
He's
why I
a
want
great
it.
writer,
Yeah.
and his delivery is so deadpan.
Yeah.
So
And he repeats stuff. I just watch this stuff now to try to learn a little. But he has a special. I think it's 4 years ago, and it's talking about you're doing okay. And his whole thing is like, you know, like you're doing fine, but like you're a piece of shit. And just the way he did it was I don't know. I that's one of the few spots. Like that's how I know a special is good when I can rewatch it. Because I don't rewatch many specials.
you know, I started watching the special the other day. The girl, the Polito or something like that Ari produced.
Oh yeah, Adrienne Palucci.
Adrienne Palucci. She was pretty good.
Yeah, I've seen her. I haven't seen the special,
I've never
but
seen
I've
her
seen
live. It was pretty fucking damn good. The first 20 minutes that I saw, and then again, something happens.
Yeah.
Somebody fucking bothers you with a question. You're zoomed in. That's why we were discussing the movie theaters to this day. I'm a theater guy, you know. I just went, and my wife is one of those motherfuckers. And what she tells you, like the other day, she comes downstairs, she goes, I'm gonna go in the morning. She always leaves at 7. Once we put Mercy on the bus at 7:15, my wife goes after her. And she walks the neighborhood. She used to walk the park with the deer out. That's why I got chased by the fucking fox. I got chased. I don't even go up there unless I'm. You think I'm kidding, bro? I used to walk in the softball field up there. And one day I saw a little fucking deer, whatever, a doe. Deer. He was all skinny. And next thing you know, I didn't say nothing to this little motherfucker. I just was sitting there looking at him. He was like 60 yards away. I saw the mother jump the fence and come towards me. Like she thought I was gonna fucking shoot him with a bow and arrow. I had nothing. I had nothing. I had no guns. I had nothing. And she attacked me. The mother went to attack me. I had to fucking run through the fence, but she was in the fenced area. I just happened the fence was like 20 feet from where I was standing. She was running towards me. Jesus. So I don't go up there no more. I say fuck it. My wife walks up there, but now that it's cold, you know, she walks the neighborhood and shit. So there we go. How do we get? I don't know. So you know, she'll tell me I'm gonna go for a walk. Oh yeah. Okay. They should go up and down the stairs 3 times. I'm like, what's the story? How many times am I gonna go up and down? That's what I live with. Like I'm writing a joke at fucking 7:15 in the morning. 7:20, I'm in. I already did 3 bomb hits. I took a shit. I fucking drank water. I did everything. I drank a fucking liquid IV. You know, I've done everything. I'm ready to go. I already put $25 in DraftKings, $1 bills to see if I get the slots in the morning. That's the best time to get the slots. The fucking morning and late at night. Oh, what a big sporting event. I think I won like $82 the other day. And I fucking won Mike Tyson with beat up. Because when there's a good event on, the casino's empty. They're like, we need you to stay for a little while. So I'm just going to fucking DraftKings casino. You don't know how many fucking times I go, voila, I'm home for the day. I take my shoes off. I take 3 hits off the pipe. I pee. I wash my hands. Now she's upstairs. I can hear her, my daughter upstairs. The minute I put DraftKings in the $25. I can hear her start to make her way down. But as soon as I hit the jackpot, the 3 things, she's right there standing behind me like a fucking kiss of death. I focus. So I always don't get the 3 red ones. I always get a red one, a yellow, and a blue. And I'm like, I always get a blue when you're around. When you're not here, you get 2 reds and a fucking yellow. I know how to get the most out of DraftKings. She's got that type of luck. But she always comes down at the wrong fucking time. There's times I'm getting hot and sticky with a joke, and I'm giggling, and I'm putting YouTube on, and I'm fucking around. All of a sudden, she's coming down, and she's doing laundry. I'm like, why are you doing laundry? I said, I'm washing my ass. Now, when I go in the fucking shower, I get 2 minutes of heat and then cold water, which has never happened. But you don't want to have the laundry on them. Why? You want that water to be hot. You know what I'm saying? Right. You're killing me with this shit. He said, I didn't know. You didn't fucking know. And then she'll go upstairs. Then she'll come back down. There's no apples. You want the I don't give a fuck. You got a pineapple, an apple. I eat whatever you got. Then she'll come down again. Breakfast is ready. You come yell from upstairs. You can't see. I'm laser focused. When she gets up, she gets her coffee and goes right to her office. I never hit that door. I don't want to hear her no more. That's the last motherfucker I want to hear. I don't even look at the phone anymore. You ever look at the phone in the morning? I don't even do that. Because I always wake up to some stupid text message. Somebody I don't even know. Or, hey, I found this on Instagram at 2 in the morning. Give me a fucking break. I don't even sleep with the phone in my room. It stays on the loop. I charge it, and I put the loop sleep, so I know what the fuck I'm doing if I'm falling asleep, breathing heavy.
But this affects, like, it really, I feel like it seems like it affects you a lot. Like, just people walking by you.
No, because you're focused on something.
Right.
You ever try to work on something and somebody keeps coming in at the wrong time? You're right there trying to figure out that mathematical question like 60 times. And all of a sudden somebody comes in and goes, hey, I'm picking up at 2:15. Now you threw me the fuck off now. I'm trying to figure out 300. Now you come in at 2:15. You can't come in here and tell me fucking God bless you. No. You have to come down here and hit me with a number. Now I got my ear all fucked up. I gotta go get a fucking. They took a fucking stuff ball out of the law the other day. They took it down when it was on the fucking hook. It just sat there like a little paparietta. It looked like a little fucking potato ball, dog. I don't know what's in my fucking ear no more. Look at this poor bastard. Here we go. Hey Joey, here's what I wake up with. Hey, Joey, I was wondering if we could be willing to do a Skype and say a few words in my comedy roast, December 23rd, December 27th. You don't have to go anywhere. You can do it. I'm like, God, it's the 27th. You couldn't have a roast on April 8th like every other fucking moron. The 27th of December. I got things to do. I got the Jewel Log. You know what I'm saying? I'm at fucking Steak Shack. Has anybody had the Jewel Log? Chop and shake at Steak Shack, at Shake Shack.
No, Steak and Shake?
My daughter bought it the other day. She took a sip. She got braces. I made her a fucking. She had braces like that. I'm hungry. I go, I'll make you a milkshake. This is the first day she got the bracelet. I made her a chocolate. I made vanilla, and I looked in. Dope it up. I got chocolate chips, so I put them in there. Those beauty ones. And now she's like, Dad, I got chocolate chips in my braces. I know. I thought the blender took care of it. But she's been on fucking milkshake for 3 days. So the other day she brought that home. It was fucking delicious. You didn't bring a whole one for me. It's got to be 3,001 calories.
Oh yeah, but I love it. What is it? It's a Yule log
chocolate with like a white cream on top, a bunch of sprinkles and shit. I just got a little butter. God damn, that chocolate. Sometimes you need a good chocolate.
Yeah, they had Mr. Soft to eat at home today.
No, I couldn't.
You and Chase.
I've thought about it. I do. I feel like you do that. Whenever I'm trying to be good, I feel like you have like an aim with certain restaurants. You'll just tell them, come up with stuff like McDonald's comes up with stuff that I've always wanted to try. You don't think I want to try a chicken Big Mac?
Oh,
You don't think?
but why?
Why not?
Because
I'm high and it's there and it's gonna taste good if it's high.
you're not gonna taste good.
Mm.
You feel really shitty about yourself. You're gonna feel shit the next day. You're gonna either shit blood
That's
or
tomorrow's
bone.
problem.
Well, that's tomorrow's problem. Why would you think
I'm not going to eat it. I'm not
This
eating it.
one guy goes to a diner.
Mm.
He never knows before. We got 22 diners in the area. Not my brother. He's got to go to a diner. I stopped over there. Why would you stop over there? We grew up at the fucking diner on Bergen Boulevard. Grew up at it. I still remember in the 80s going in there for the toasted fucking corn muff. But this genius,
He wants to broaden his horizons.
yeah, to get a cheeseburger. You know what I'm saying? I can see if you want to go out there for chicken massage. Yeah, I got cheese. Only shit my pants. That's what you get. You got what you want to do with your race. Shit your pants.
I don't.
Chicken McDonald's. Be my fucking guest. We live in America. I think RFK became fucking president. Whatever the fuck they did. Bizarre. To fucking help us.
So
We're
then,
in bad
how big
shape.
they're gonna get now in McDonald's?
What?
It'll be healthy.
No. The best they can do is close that motherfucker down.
That's true.
But
I
they'll
haven't
never
been
do
in
it because Mickey D, the father, will give fucking Trump $2 million and they goes, you keep putting sugar in the french fries. See, that's the problem you have. So then you have to decide what you want to fucking do.
Oh right, but I like they.
Oh, right. What?
I don't know where it started. I just know that it always feels like when I'm trying to do something, they come up with shit, and I feel like it's you. Like, oh, that's how it is. Mr. Softy. No, I can't stop at Mr. Softy at 11 in the morning.
Yeah, but I call Mr.
Yeah, I
Softy.
feel like you do call Mr.
Just
Softy.
outside your house and fucking ring his bell.
Yeah,
You got some fucking
You
law
would do that. You would do
Jesus
that.
Christ. I can see if you said, Joey, you know, somebody stealing underwears and selling them to old people for $12. Just sniff them.
I have been using underwear. Is it you?
No,
I swear to God. You wait. To old people?
I don't fucking know. I'm just saying. I can see me coming up on the radar.
Right.
But what would I have to do with that? That means I have to get this fucking $20 to go to your fucking
I
neighborhood.
feel like you would do that.
And stand outside. Yeah, if he was selling poison, you know, if he was putting poison
Thank
in
you.
there,
I thought it was just
you
trying
give the
to.
small 50 over there and don't leave the leak comes out. Get it with the Jerry Jones mix, the Jones, the guy in Guyana.
Oh my God. How do you
Just go fast.
Who
That's
knows?
what I live with.
What do you mean? What did I do? This is what you create.
4 years without a podcast, and we sound like fucking, you know, freaking frack over here. We're supposed to bring joy
I'm very happy.
and I can see you're sitting there, half retarded again for the 80th time, and then we didn't even go heavy.
What do you mean we didn't go ahead and
How many milligrams? did you
200 milligrams of ABX
I ate
and
200
3 grams of
milligrams.
mushroom?
Drive it when I could.
Yeah, but no one does that.
That's why. You just got to keep training.
No one can train to that level.
You forgot all about this shit. This is why I'm happy you're back. You're back to training the Israeli way. This is Krav
Not
Maga
even
elements.
Israelis do this.
It's the Krav Maga way to do it. You think the Krav Maga people just go in there and they fight people? No, they make them do different things. They spray them with mace.
Right.
That's what makes you the Krav Maga guy. That's what makes Krav Maga so special. So one of those fucking Tuesdays, when Aaron goes, they fucking give them edibles. They drink that water. It's from Israel. They drink the water. Now they're all fucked up. You gotta fight people. You gotta fucking make all those noises and fucking,
I had no idea that Krav Maga was so serious.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to say. It's as serious as you make it.
Right,
You
but
just don't stop training. You know, it's all fun. But now that you're here, we got you.
well, not everyone has access. Dude, you try to go to a dispensary anywhere in the world and find anything like that. What 800 milligrams? Dude, I would eat eating gummies all day to take 200 milligrams.
We don't even show up.
I know you don't, but I wasn't here for a while.
I showed up with hash. I got all the goodies.
I know you.
Chocolate bar from fucking Funk Factory Farms. That was good. The salted chocolate caramel. Did you taste it? Fucking delicious. And we have the fucking gummy, nothing gummies, the
Under the tongue
breadstick. You don't even didn't hit you yet. We were
Why
smoking.
did Barry hit me? What the fuck did he hit?
Can you believe this poor guy's yelling and screaming like Kennedy's son over there? What the fuck is wrong with you?
I don't know what you were yelling.
I don't know. But our case gonna change all this shit. And you can't just eat whatever you fucking want no more. Like bagels used to be good. Like, you know, can't even eat them. They got a bunch of shit in them. They don't digest right in your stomach. Me, I don't give a fuck. I'm still gonna eat a good Staten Island bagel. That doesn't deter me from anything. But I'm not gonna eat them every day. Is where my point is.
No, and I don't think those are the bagels that put in chicken. Like the Staten Island ones, I would trust.
Oh, the ones that you get at the supermarket and actually take them home like you do.
I don't buy them.
Sarah Lee fucking bagels. What was his house for?
You never went there and saw Sarah Lee's
Sarah
bagels.
Lee bagels and fucking rice patties.
Rice cakes. you might have
Papillon
seen.
ain't better than that. Fucking Papillon ain't better than that. Who eats fucking rice patties?
Papillon.
Papillon is Steve McQueen. He was the movie. They threw him in a prison. He was eating cockroaches and shit.
He would love a rice cake. Are you kidding me?
Listen,
I
Papillon.
stand by rice cake.
Papillon was in solitary confinement for a year. He would never break down for a rice cake. He'd spit it back at them. He was in the highest cooking. He was eating roaches and lizards.
And you think he would say no to a caramel rice cake?
Yeah,
Well,
they got
well,
time
that's a
for
different
carbs.
story.
They got time for carbs in prison. You got no life. You couldn't push ups.
I think we fucking love it.
What do you got this week, Tuxer?
This week, I'm at Parks Casino on Thursday.
Oh shit!
And Friday and Saturday, I'm with Josh Wolf in Des Moines.
Oh shit! Des Moines, Iowa, city of excitement. All right, what else?
They have a pizza place with they put Chinese food on the pizza. I was gonna make it a surprise for you. What do you think about that? They have like an orange chicken one and a crab rangoon one.
Don't try to be with a crab rangoon saying stuck in your asshole. Cream cheese and mozzarella pizza. Who does that? That thing's gonna get wedged in your ass. That little fucking wonton is gonna be sticking like the lamp. 3 black dudes in Iowa trying to pull it out of your asshole.
How do you think it's gonna get in my asshole?
Because it's not gonna come out of your intestines.
Why am I eating this wonton whole?
Because how are you gonna eat the wonton?
I'm gonna chew. It's called like Mr. Fong's.
Okay, we go hang out with Mr. Fun. I'll be right here eating fucking nice Chinese food. Fucking, you're gonna get Chinese food in Iowa. You know, listen. Those are the leftover
It's not Chinese food, it's pizza.
The only Chinese people left in Iowa are the ones that left over from building the traps.
Well, those probably been good food.
And you remember they used to throw them over the ledge with a stick of dynamite. Well, come here. Throw them over the ledge with a stick of dynamite. Boom. That's the reason why there's Chinese people in Colorado and fucking Iowa, because they did the train. They're part of a Mongol network that brings heroin into the country. That's why all those little cities have fucking heroin.
I didn't know.
You didn't know that shit. See, Uncle Joey here to fucking break it down. You think you goofing on them going, ha 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 ha. We were wonton soup. These motherfuckers are making $6 million a month pushing heroin, growing weed now. They're growing fucking weed. If you want this own show.
In the restaurants?
This is what I gotta work with. Yeah, they're growing in the back. No, you don't. The restaurant is a front.
Oh, okay.
So that restaurant in Cheyenne, Wyoming, that's always been a front for somebody. You think Chinese people don't live in fucking Wyoming?
There has to be a couple of them.
When they're calling China, we're in Wyoming. Yeah. Let me send you a postcard from Wyoming. They're there for like a year. It's like the mafia. They send them out there for 6 months, and they bring them back. Go out there and take care of things. Go out there and handle things, and you go out there. But you think any decent Chinese person comes on that fucking boat to come over here and live in Des Moines, Iowa? Is that what you're fucking telling me?
I get but it has to be 5 or 6. You don't think that any Chinese people are interested in
Bruce
farming?
Lee fucking spun the thing, and he pointed at San Francisco.
Right.
Okay,
There's a
why he
lot of
ended
them
San
there.
Francisco. He was born in San Francisco, so he went back to China. He knew he had to go back to San Francisco. Nobody looks at Des Moines, Iowa. It's got to be a by the way. They send you there, listen, you're going to eat for free, all the fucking, all the spare ribs you want. Just look at the, I don't know what Ming is doing with that. I don't know what they're doing with the fireworks. I don't know what, Right. What's going on with the fucking bottle rockets? You know, I'm just trying to fucking figure out. That's why they send them out there.
I didn't know all of them
It's like
were.
a Chinese restaurant in Austin. Remember when you were going to go up there?
Yeah, good
Chinese
review.
people were like really dark skin. Remember they didn't look like regular Chinese people in Jersey. They had like a dark complexion. They weren't Chinese.
I had no idea. What were they?
They were like, I don't know, people who fucking, I don't even know.
You have a lot of conspiracy theories.
I don't have no this. I'm just telling you the truth. Why would there be a Chinese guy in Des Moines, Iowa? I'm gonna go to Des Moines and open up a fucking restaurant. Let's face it, these people don't think like this. They want to fucking, not these people. Nobody thinks that way. You know, except for my buddy who became a multi-millionaire by opening up a bagel place in Mississippi.
Right.
You follow? Mm-hmm. Well, you gotta get me a lot.
I'm trying. That's the whole point.
Yeah, I'm fucking hungry. I gotta pee, and you want to be.
You gotta pee again?
This is all I do. My resume is comedian. Yeah. I'll be right back. Talk for this now. We're back. I shouldn't have said that. I'm wrong. Because my friend from Freehold, New Jersey, he owned the vitamin store down there, and he moved to Idaho. And I asked him how was his wife gonna adapt because she's from Thailand. Okay. And he goes, "You're not gonna believe it. They have a small Thai community." So maybe I'm wrong.
No, but you were making jokes. I didn't think you were making jokes.
No, but I mean, like, listen, when I lived in Boulder, I used to go to a Chinese restaurant in Cheyenne. And I would always ask myself, why these fucking people? Right, like, not in a bad way. I would go, why are these Chinese people here? There's no other Chinese people on the block. And when they walk home, these people never saw a Chinese person before in their life. You know, they fucking, chang. You know, they're racist or whatever. Why did they live here? Well, maybe they had a restaurant that's that successful. There wasn't a big restaurant like a one by my house, Crown Palace or one in Staten Island. It was just a little hole in the wall. So you got to figure, what else do they do? Right. Oh, yeah, I know. You know, what else do they do? You know, so that's what I always think about. Everything. What else would they be doing? They got to be making six figures.
Dude, you had the theory about the fruit people.
And I was right. And you were right. They call one of them. If you're gonna do something like that, run a cartel, to make that much money, you're gonna have to launder, and you have to launder in plain sight. How many fruit stands were across the street from each other?
Oh yeah, like across the street.
It's like you just drive. There's a fruit stand. They all got the same thing for $1. They're out there, you know, doing their thing. Come on. And what they were, that's where they get the money when the guy comes up. From Juarez or whatever the fuck he comes up. He shoots back down, he stops to get an apple, and they give him a bag of fruit, which is really a bag of money because they give it to you in a plastic bag. Yeah, they give it to you in a plastic bag. So it's kind of like, after a while, you're like, why are they across the street from somebody? Even Spanish people know, I'm not going to hang out in the sun all day. I have my competitor across the street with the same knife and the same fruit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they got the same knife. They all have fucking machetes.
Jesus. Yeah, and you ever think about that?
You never think. People don't think about that. That's how a network is created. A criminal network, or whatever the fuck you want to do, was created. When I went to Aspen, I had a place out there called Far East Treasures. It was like one of the grocery stores, the weed stores in the 80s. You went in there, they had one euro and a bag of potato chips. Ain't in business on potato chips. They're selling $20 bags all fucking day long. What was Far East Treasures doing in Aspen? They had one carpet worse than this one and a poster of fucking some Indian country. That was it. That's all you had. Nobody was ever in there selling carpets. They were selling blood.
Dude, I get so bad when I go to bodegas like that. I'm like, man, not everything's stale. I'm the only one buying snacks. I didn't know. Jesus Christ.
Why would you buy snacks?
Who doesn't want a snack sometimes?
What kind of snacks do you get with it?
I don't know. I've got a bag of chips. I got.
No, why would you? You gotta get the coconut shit. If you go to real bodegas, they gotta be a Puerto Rican. And they have little croquettes, they got empanadas.
There's so many different
They got
kinds.
fucking, there's other things Puerto Rican. Yeah, the coquito.
Okay.
That shit is good. That fresh coconut grated with sugar, and more sugar. That's what you need to walk up those stairs.
I get so winded, and every time, like anytime I go have someone with me, it's like the most embarrassing. Because you try to hide it, but there's no way you can.
Just tell them it's not gonna stop you.
So I
I
can't.
do. When I get winded, I stop and make believe somebody talk.
Oh yeah, I know. I can get up. It's just I can't talk for a couple minutes.
That was good. That's what I do. I just make believe somebody's waiting for you. Hey, he's here. If you're walking, I get out of the car. Unless I gotta pee, I ain't gonna make it. So I just walk a little bit and I'm like, hey, hold on. And I just breathe, make believe. That's it. Nobody fucking knows. You gotta, no, outside the box, cocksucker. Why be Jewish?
I have no other choice. I'm doing good.
I'm excited that we got the podcast kicked up tonight. We just wanted to do this to see. We don't know if it's good or it's not good, and we don't give a fuck. For us, this is success because we haven't done shit in 4 fucking years. We're back. Things are cleaner. We got an office. We got a fucking space, and we're back, motherfuckers. I will be at. You're gonna be at Uncle Guinness? No, I don't say. Shut the fuck up, cocksucker. Let me do the ads here. I will be at. It's sold out anyway. Morris Plains on Wednesday. We got an open mic the 26th at the American Comedy Hotel. That's sold out. And Philadelphia sold out. I don't even want to tell you people this. I got the 4th. That's sold out in Jersey City. And then I'm adding a show at the Bowl. Maybe. I do not know. I need to think about it and see what my endurance is at. Again, I'm too busy on the 27th. I got to do a Skype for this fucking homo. You believe that? This is like the 3rd year in a row. And last year, the Skype went under.
How do you know?
I just tell them. I do what I do with most people with the fucking Skype and all that. I go on and I press that button card. And they go, download the app. I'm trying. I'm not trying. I'm going to get right smoking. I gave up. I want to be on your fucking Skype for you soon. You see what I do? That's every time. That's 20 times a day.
You can probably get like an AI thing and just train it to respond to your text word.
Like, what do you mean? Like, the AI will answer these people?
Yeah.
Like, I can't be rude. It's,
No, you can be nice.
December 27th is not a good date to do it. I got kids. I got people who come over the house. George, you, who the fuck knows? I don't want to sit there all night going, I got to do a Skype. But listen, nobody wants to fucking do a Skype. Because either you're there or you ain't there. What the fuck is wrong with people? I agree with you. And you know, I try, ladies and gentlemen, but this is the shit that drives me fucking crazy. I'm hungry as fuck tonight.
What are you gonna get?
Everything. I'm like that fucking hooker in Korea, in Vietnam, with the guy asking, Lisa Horny, oh yeah, what do you get for $10? Everything. Anything you want. Shit. But that's the church. Like I said, we don't know if this is good or not. We got guests lined up straight till fucking after New Year's. Guests that you heard us talking about before. This is going to put the face with the fucking story. And then we're going to throw some curveballs at you. You know how we do it. We're just getting started. That's it and that's that. I love you. And we'll be back next Tuesday. Hip Hop Magoo. Ready to rock. Stay black, cocksuckers. Hit them, Lee. Love you guys. The Church New Testament is brought to you by Blue Chew. Listen, you never know how full you'll feel after a turkey dinner. Bring along some Blue Chew this Thanksgiving, just in case you bump into whoever makes turkey. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, but at a fraction of the cost in a chewable tablet. And it tastes tremendous. You bump into somebody, you want to get the party started, boom, you pop it out of your wallet, and within 30 minutes, there you are, bouncing up and down like a savage. Signing up is easy, too. Just head to BlueChew.com, meet with one of the licensed medical providers, and if you're approved, you'll get your prescription within days. Me, I love Blue Chew. I'll pop one of those things, and I'm ready to do backflips. You know what I'm saying? So, Blue Chew wants men rock hard. Not like these other non-testosterone eating little skinny guys with brown shoes and black jeans on now. Blue Chew wants you to be a savage at all times. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we got a special deal for the Church New Testament. You ready? Try Blue Chew free when you press and code Diaz at checkout. That's right, I said free. It's a Tuesday. Just pay $5 in shipping when you use promo code Diaz, D-I-A-Z at checkout. That's BlueChew.com, promo code Diaz to receive your first month for free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information.
All right, what do you think, Rabbi? Hasn't hit its groove.
Greetings. Welcome to
Greetings, cocksuckers.
Getting test time compute to work through a model is going to dwarf pre-training eventually.
So we don't even know if O1 is using just like chain of thought, RL. We don't know how they're using any of these. We don't know anything.
It's fun to speculate.
Like if you were to build a competing model, what would you do?
Yeah. So one thing to do would be, I think you probably need to train process reward model, which is, so maybe we can get into reward models, outcome reward models versus process reward models. Outcome reward models are the kind of traditional reward models that people train for these for language modeling, and it's just looking at the final thing. So if you're doing some math problem, let's look at that final thing you've done, everything, and let's assign a grade to it. How likely we like what's the reward for this outcome? Process reward models instead try to grade the chain. And so OpenAI had some preliminary paper on this, I think, last summer, where they used human labelers to get this pretty large, several 100,000 data set of grading chains of thought. Ultimately, it feels like I haven't seen anything interesting in the ways that people use process reward models outside of just using it as a means of affecting how we choose between a bunch of samples. So like what people do in all these papers is they sample a bunch of outputs from the language model and then use the process reward models to grade all those generations alongside maybe some heuristics, and then use that to choose the best answer. The really interesting thing that people think might work, people want to work, is tree search with these process reward models, because if you really can grade every single step of the chain of thought, then you can kind of branch out and explore multiple paths, and then use these process reward models to evaluate how good is this branch.
Yeah, when the quality of the branch is somehow strongly correlated with the quality of the outcome, and like you have a good model and the language branch you take. And not just in the short term, like in the long term.
Yeah. And like the interesting work that I think has been done is figuring out how to properly train the process, or the interesting work that has been open sourced and people I think talk about is how to train the process reward models, maybe in a more automated way. I could be wrong here, could not be my some people, but I haven't seen anything super that seems to work really well for using the process reward models creatively to do research.
This is kind of an AI safety, maybe a bit of a philosophy question. So OpenAI says that they're hiding the chain of thought from the user. And they've said that was a difficult decision to make. They, instead of showing the chain of thought, they're asking the model to summarize the chain of thought. They're also in the background saying they're going to monitor the chain of thought to make sure the model is not trying to manipulate the user, which is a fascinating possibility. But anyway, what do you think about hiding the chain of thought?
One consideration for OpenAI, and this is completely speculative, could be that they want to make it hard for people to distill these capabilities out of them. It might actually be easier if you had access to that hidden chain of thought to replicate the technology, because that's pretty important data, like seeing the stats that the models have to get with final results.
So you could probably train on that also.
And there was sort of a mirror situation with this, with some of the large language model providers, and also this is speculation, but some of these APIs used to offer easy access to log probabilities for the tokens that they're generating, and also log probabilities of tokens. And some of these APIs took those away. And again, complete speculation, but one of the thoughts is that the reason these were taken away is if you have access to log probabilities, similar to this hidden thought, that can give you even more information to try and distill these capabilities out of the APIs, out of these biggest models you control. As an asterisk on also the previous discussion about us integrating O1. I think that we're still learning how to use this model. So we made O1 available in Cursor because, like, when we got the model, we were really interested in trying it out. I think a lot of programmers are going to be interested in trying it out. But O1 is not part of the default Cursor experience in any way. And we still haven't found a way to get integrated into into the editor in a way that we reach for sort of every hour, maybe even every day. And so I think that the jury's still out on how to use the model. We haven't seen examples yet of people releasing things where it seems really clear, like, oh, that's like the use case. The obvious one to return to is maybe this can make it easier for you to have these background things running, right? To have these models in loops, to have these models be agentic. But we're still discovering.
To be clear, we have ideas. We just need to try and get something incredibly useful before we put it out there.
But it has these significant limitations. Like, even on foreign capabilities, it does not stream. And that means it's really, really capable to use for things where you want to supervise the output. Instead, you're just waiting for the wall to show up. Also, it does feel like the early innings of test on computer search, where it's just like a very, very much a P0. And there's so many things that like don't feel quite right. And I suspect in parallel to people increasing the amount of pre-training data, the size of the models of pre-training and finding tricks there, you'll now have this other thread of getting search to work better.
Well, let me ask you about Strawberry Tomorrow Eyes. So it looks like GitHub Copilot might be integrating O1 in some kind of way. And I think some of the comments are saying, does this mean Cursor is done? I think I saw one comment saying that.
It's a time to shut down Cursor.
Time to shut down Cursor. So is it time to shut down Cursor?
I think this space is a little bit different from past software spaces over the 2010s, where I think that the ceiling here is really, really, really incredibly high. And so I think that the best product in 3 to 4 years will just be so much more useful than the best product today. And you can like wax poetic about moats this and brand that, and this is our advantage. But I think in the end, just if you don't have, like, if you stop innovating on the product, you will lose. And that's also great for startups. That's great for people trying to enter this market, because it means you have an opportunity to win against people who have lots of users already by just building something better. And so I think over the next few years, it's just about building the best product, building the best system, and that both comes down to the modeling engine side of things, and it also comes down to the editing experience.
Yeah, I think most of the additional value from Cursor versus everything else out there is not just integrating the new model fast like O1. It comes from all of the depth that goes into these custom models that you don't realize are working for you in kind of every facet of fun, as well as like the really thoughtful UX with every single feature.
All right, from that profound answer, let's descend back down to the technical. You mentioned you have a taxonomy of synthetic data.
Oh, yeah.
Can you please explain?
Yeah, I think there are 3 main kinds of synthetic data. The first is, so what is synthetic data first? There's normal data, non-synthetic data, which is just data that's naturally created, i.e. usually it will be from humans having done things. So from some human process to get this data. Synthetic data, the first one would be distillation. So having a language model output tokens or probability distributions of the tokens, and then you can train some less capable model. This approach is not going to get you a net, more capable model than the original one that has produced the tokens. But it's really useful for if there's some capability you want to elicit from some really expensive high latency model, and then distill that down into some smaller task-specific model. The second kind is when one direction of the problem is easier than the reverse. And so a great example of this is bug detection, where it's a lot easier to introduce reasonable looking bugs than it is
to actually detect it. And this is probably the case for deep scale. And so what you can do is you can get a model that's not trained on data, that's not that smart, to introduce code, and then you can use that to then use a synthetic data to train them. That can be really good. The last category, I think, is, I guess, the main one that feels like the big labs are doing for synthetic data, which is producing text with language models that can then be verified easily. So, like, extreme example of this is if you have a verification system that can detect if language is Shakespeare level, or if a bunch of these type of vectors. Like, you could eventually get enough training data to train a Shakespeare level. And I mean, this is the case, like, very much the case for math, where verification is actually really, really easy for formal languages. And then what you can do is you can have an OK model generate a ton of rollouts, and then choose the ones that can actually prove the ground truth. There's similar things you can do for code with leak code like problems, where if you have synthetic tests that correspond to if something passes this test, it is actually solved the problem. You can do the same thing where you verify this test and then train the model the outputs that have passed the test. I think it's gonna be a little tricky getting this to work in all domains or just in general. Like, having the perfect verifier feels really, really hard to do with just like open-ended miscellaneous tasks you give the model, or more like long horizon tasks, even in coding.
That's because you're not as optimistic. But yeah. So that third category requires having the verifier.
Yeah, verification it feels like it's best when you know for a fact that it's correct, and then it wouldn't be like using a language model to verify. It would be using tests or formal systems,
or running the thing too, doing like the human one verification where you're just doing manual quality control.
Yeah.
The language model version of that, where it's like running the thing that actually understands the output.
Yeah, that's
sort of somewhere between.
Yeah, I think that's the category that is most likely to result in massive.
What about RL feedback side, RLHF versus RLAIF? What's the role of that in getting better performance from the models?
Yeah, so RLHF is when the reward model you use is trained from some labels you collected from feedback. I think this works if you have the ability to get a ton of human feedback for this kind of task that you care about. RLAIF is interesting because you're kind of depending on, this is actually kind of going to, it's depending on the constraint that verification is actually decent bit easier than generating. Because it feels like, okay, what are you doing? You're using this language model to look at the language model outputs and then prove the language model. But no, it actually may work if the language model has a much easier time verifying a solution than it does generating it. Then you actually could perhaps get this. But I don't think it's going to look exactly like that. The other thing you could do is that we kind of do is a little bit of a mix of where usually the model is actually quite correct, and this is the case for path at picking between two possible generations of what is the better one, and it just needs a little bit of human nudging with only on the order of 50, 100 examples to kind of align that prior the model has with exactly what you want. It looks different than I think normal RLHF usually kind of using tons of examples.
What's your intuition when you compare generation and verification, or generation and ranking? Is ranking way easier than generation?
My intuition would just say, yeah, probably it should be. This is kind of going back to, if you believe P does not equal NP, then there's this massive class of problems that are much, much easier to verify than actually proving it.
I wonder if the same thing would prove P not equal to NP or P equal to NP.
That would be really cool.
That'd be a whatever Fields medal by AI. Who gets the credit? Another open philosophical question.
I'm actually I'm actually surprisingly curious what like a good bet for when AI was at the Fields Medal would be. Actually,
Isn't
don't
this
have.
monster?
I don't know what a monster is.
Sorry, Nobel Prize or Fields Medal
Fields
first?
Medal.
The Fields Medal level.
Fields Medal needs to solve.
Fields Medal comes first. Well, you would say that first.
But it's also this like isolated system, you know. Like I don't even know if I don't need to do.
I feel like I have much more to do. It felt like the path to get to IMO was a little bit more clear because it already could get a few IMO problems, and there are a bunch of like there's a bunch of low-hanging fruit given literature at the time of like what tactics people could take. I think I'm one much less versed in the space of zero proving now, and two, yeah, less intuition about how close we are to solving these really, really hard problems.
So you think you'll be Fields Medal first, and won't be like in physics or in?
Oh, 100%. I think that's probably more likely. Like it's probably much more likely that I'll get in. Yeah. Well, I think it goes to like I don't know, like VSD, which is a bird information data conjecture, and like these like hard not problems or actually it's sort of unclear what the path to get even a solution looks like. Like we don't even know what a path looks like right now. And you go by the idea this is like an isolated system. To have a good reward system. It feels like it's easier to train for.
I think we might get Fields Medal before the AGI.
I mean, I'm very happy. I'm very happy. But I don't know if I think 2028, 2030.
Well, Fields Medal.
Fields Medal.
Oh. So feels like forever from now, given how fast things have been going. Speaking of how fast things have been going, let's talk about scaling laws. So for people who don't know, maybe it's good to talk about this whole idea of scaling laws. What are they? Where do things stand? And where do you think things are going?
It was interesting. The original scaling laws paper, I was slightly wrong because I think of some issues they did with learning rate schedules. And Priscilla showed a more correct. And then from then, people again kind of deviated from the compute optimization. People start now optimizing workshop for making the thing work really well, given an inference. And I think there are a lot more dimensions to these curves than what we originally used of compute, number of parameters of data. Like inference compute is the obvious one. I think context is another one. If you care, like let's say you care about the two things of inference compute and then context window, maybe the thing you want to train is some kind of SSM because they're much cheaper and faster at super long context. And even if maybe it is 10x worse scaling properties during training, you can spend 10x more compute to train the thing to get the same level of capabilities. It's worth it because you care most about that inference budget for a really long context window. So it'll be interesting to see how people kind of play with all these dimensions.
So yeah, I mean, you speak to the multiple dimensions. Obviously, the original conception was just looking at the variables of the size of the model as measured by parameters and the size of the data as measured by the number of tokens, and looking at the ratio of the two.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a compelling notion that there is a number, or at least a minimum, and it seems like one was emerging. Do you still believe that there is a kind of bigger is better?
I mean, I think bigger is certainly better for just raw performance
And raw intelligence.
I think that's the path that people might take is align for like how many knobs are you turn to if we can on a month on training, like get the most of so like really caring like the naive version of caring as much as you can about the is what people have already done, but the normal model is overtraining with shit. Way more this. But if you really care about it, maybe you think you let's just not be training. Let's literally train on and minimize scale measurements with the distribution of and you're spending the piece of literally training 27 million all these tokens just to get out.
And the distillation gives you just the faster.
Yeah, distillation theory. I think getting out more signal. And it's like it's perhaps another way of getting over. Not like completely over, but like partially helping the data. Where like you only assume the data is like create a really, really big signal of all these tokens. And we distill it. Maybe we can get more signal per token for this much better. That was sort of cool.
If I gave you $10 trillion, how would you spend it? How would you allocate it in terms of the big models versus maybe paying for HF and the RLI?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of these secrets and details about training these large models that I just don't know. I don't really prepare for those files. So the issue is I would waste a lot of money if I even attempted this because I would spending a lot of this money and assuming you have an offer, or if you're saying like, you have an offer, or it's a limited.
No, that's what I was saying. You swoop in and you get off a little bit to this development of the parameters that define how this things if we look at how to invest money for the next 5 years in terms of maximizing
I mean, isn't the answer like really simple? You just try to get as much compute as possible. Like at the end of the day, all you need to buy is a computer. The researchers can find all like these things are true whether you want between a big model or a small model.
It gets into the question of like, are you really limited by compute and money, or are you limited by there's always but if you have a lot of costs, you can run.
You would run a lot of experiments and use that in trade.
I wish, but I do believe that we are. And yes, I think because even with all the compute and like all the data collecting the world, I think we really are ultimately not an idea, but just like really good engineering. Like even with all the content in the world, would you really be able to sample? Like there aren't that many people who really make it. And there's so much more that goes into research that is just like for really, really hard engineering. It's like a very equal how much work is joining together a lot of these really interesting concepts in the literature versus then going in and writing all this code, like maybe good kernel, maybe whatever else that I know. Efficiently, is that it actually saturated the GPU performance, right? And you do all this code, right? And or maybe going a step further, like having these things, like getting model code to work and scaling it on thousands or maybe tens of thousands of like hundreds, which I think GPT-3 made them. There's just so much engineering effort that has all of these things to make it work. If you really brought that cost down, maybe not zero, but just made it 10x easier, made it super easy for someone with really fantastic ideas to immediately get to the version of like the new architecture that is like getting 50-40% utilization. I think that would just speed up research.
I mean, I think if you see a clear path to improvement, you should always take a look at it first, right? I think bringing OpenAI and all the other labs is the right thing to pick up from low-hanging fruit. Where the low-hanging fruit is like, sort of, you could scale up to or 0.25 scale, and you just keep scaling, and things keep getting better, and as long as like there's no point of exploring with new ideas here. Everything's working. You just sort of bang on it, like try to get as much juice out as possible, and then maybe when you really need new ideas. I think if you're spending 10 trillion dollars, so see that then actually like reevaluate your ideas, like currently your ideas.
I think all of us believe new ideas probably needed to get
all the way there to API. And all this also probably be there just ways of testing out those ideas at smaller scales and being fairly confident that they'll play out. It's just quite difficult for the labs in the current position to dedicate their very limited research and engineering time to explore those other ideas when there's like this real probably like concrete
Yeah, but also these big labs like money. They just go wow. Okay. So how big question looking on to the future. You're now the center of programming the world. How do you think program the nature programming changes in the next few months, in the next year, in the next 2 years, in the next 5 years, 10 years?
I think we're really excited about the future where the programmers in practice for a long time. And you've heard us talk about this a little bit, but one that emphasizes speed, the agency for the programmer, the ability to modify anything, really modify the ability to iterate faster. And this is a little different, I think, than for some people are jumping to in this space, where I think one idea that's captivated people is, can you talk to your computer? Can you have it build software for you as if you're talking to an engineering department or an engineering box? And part of the reason we're not excited about that is some of the stuff we've got into. Again, the reason we're not excited about that is because that comes with giving up the rock before. It's much harder to be really specific when you're talking about specs. And if you're necessarily just going to communicate with the thing, like you'd be communicating with an engineering department, you're actually advocating in terms of such really important decisions for this watch. And this kind of gets at fundamentally what engineering is. I think that some people who are going to become removed from engineering might think of it as, spec is completely run out, and then the engineers just come and you just implement. And it's just about making the thing, making code, making the thing exist. But I think a lot of the best engineering we enjoy involves tons of time and microservices about what exactly we're building and about really how quick between speed and cost and all the other things involved in the system. And we want, as long as humans are actually the ones making, designing the software and the ones specifying what they want to be built, and it's not just like something run by AIs. We think you'll really want the human interaction to shape these decisions. And so the jury's still out on kind of what that looks like. I think that, one weird idea for what that could look like is it could look like you kind of can control the level of abstraction that you could base that. And you can point at specific parts of the code base that maybe you digest the code base by looking at it in the form of pseudocode. And you can actually edit that pseudocode too, and then have changes get laid down at this sort of formal programming level. And you keep the you can just grab any piece of logic in your software component of programming. You keep the inflow as against programming. You keep the control of when you go down into code, you can go higher levels of abstraction. While also being used for part of the minds.
It'd be nice if you were up and down the abstraction stuff.
Yeah. And there's a lot of details to figure out there. That's a fuzzy idea of how it actually works. But these principles of control of speed and privacy we think are really important. We think for some things, like our video for some software programming, you can kind of find it off track style. If you have a bug that's really well specified. But that's not commercial programming, and that's also not commercial programming we think a lot of people value.
What about the fundamental skill of programming? A lot of people, young people right now, kind of scared, thinking because they love programming, they're scared about not being able to have a future if I pursue this career path. Do you think the very skill of programming will change fundamentally?
I actually think this is a really, really exciting time to be building software. We remember what programming was like in 2015. And it was just so much more rough. People boilerplate and, you know, working with something really gnarly and this is something that's rough. But what I would say is very much. It's like we're really getting down to the light concentration. And all the things that really draw people to programming, like for instance, this element of being able to build things really fast and speed and also easy to control. Like all these are turned on. And so I think it's just maybe I think it's really, really fun time for people with software. I think that the skills will probably change too. I think that people's taste and creative ideas would be magnified. It would be less about maybe less a little bit about boilerplate exciting, maybe even a little bit less about purpose, which I think is really important today for a program. But yeah,
I'm very excited to be able to change. Like, just one thing that happened recently was like we wanted to do a relative migration for basically for using asynchronous course and Node.js, which is not before many were going to migrate. And this is a big migration over the entire project. And so on, and I spent 5 days working through this, even with the data. And I am really excited for a future where I can just show a couple of examples, and then the AI applies all of the features, and then it highlights, oh, this is a new example, like what should I do, and then I show exactly and then that can be done, and then you can finish much faster. Then you don't have to think as much upfront. You stand at the blackboard and like think exactly how are we going to do this because it costs so high. But you can just try something first, and you realize, oh, this is not the way I want, and then you can change it instantly again after it. So, yeah, I think being a programmer in the future is
I really like that point about it feels like a lot of science programming. There are two ways you can go about it. One is like you think really hard, carefully in front of that, you trust the way you do it, and then you spend your limited time to actually implement it. But I much prefer just getting in the code, like, taking a crack at it, seeing how it lays out, and then iterating it. That feels really fun.
Yeah, like just begin to generate boilerplate is great. So you just focus on difficult design, nuance, difficult decisions. Migration, I feel like this is a cool one. Like, it seems like everybody's not able to basically translate from one program to another, or like translate, migrate any general sense of that. But that's in the current moment. And the fear has to do with when you're doing less and less creative decisions, and is it going to kind of move to a place where you're operating in a design space of natural language is and I guess I could ask that by way of advice. Like if somebody's interested in programming now, what do you think they should do? Like today, you guys started Java and something free.
Objective-C.
Objective-C, there you go.
I mean, in the end, we all know.
And not TypeScript. This is going to be like the new JavaScript. This is going to people will make it pretty sweet. And I mean, it also brings up the question of like, I think Don Knuth has this idea that some percent of the population is geeks. And like, there's a particular kind of psychology at mind required for programming. And it feels like more and more that expands the kind of person that should be able to, can do great programming and might expect.
I think different people do programming for different reasons. I think the truly the best programmers are the ones that really love just like absolute programming. For example, who literally when they get that or they go and then they boot a cursor and then they start putting on their side project for the entire day. And when they're sad, they say, I just really, and I think like, there's that where like this obsession of love. I think think makes really the best product. And I think these types of people will really get into it themselves.
I guess the question I'm asking is exactly what I said about that. When the super talent is super awesome, praise big talent has to succeed. You keep praising talent.
That person that you love to push your talent more than yeah, and it's also not just like person talent. This person's people just say substance to it. But what you're actually doing with tab is that you're injecting intent all the time while you're doing it. Sometimes you're rejecting it, sometimes you're with and that's the way that you're sort of shaping the things that's being created. And I think programming will change if what is it that you want to make. It's sort of higher bandwidth. If the computer just becomes higher and higher bandwidth as opposed to like just typing it much lower bandwidth.
And this goes to your manifesto, titled Engineering Genius. We are an applied research lab building extraordinary productive human AI systems. So speaking text. To start, we're building engineer of the future, a human AI program that's an order of magnitude more effective than any one engineer. This hybrid engineer with effortless control is no low-entry keystrokes. They will iterate at the speed of their judgment, even in the most complex systems. Using a combination of AI and human ingenuity, they will outsmart and out-engineer the best pure AI systems. We are a group of researchers and engineers who can solve for our models which invent at the edge of their systems possible by work of hundreds of thousands of programmers. And on the way to that, we release my program with my fun. So thank you for talking about it.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Michael, Sally, Harvey, and for this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now I'm going to leave you with random, funny, and perhaps programming about the sound. Nothing is as permanent as a temporary solution that works. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic, and we've done these kind of wider or tighter nomadic circles depending on the geographic. But they really, so once humans figured out how to stay in a place, that's the initial trigger to what would become civilization.
I think you said beauty and blood and
What I meant by that is they were absolutely focused on human sacrifice and ripping people's hearts out. Because they had this just grotesque, violent bent. But in the same way, they also absolutely loved flower gardens and poetry and music and dance. The same Aztec king who would order the hearts of 1,000 people extracted also would stand up at dinner parties to recite his own poetry. They were really just searching for that. It was a thick obsidian knife where they could just break the ribs right along the sternum and push the sternum down, pull out,
while the person,
while the person with the
following this conversation had archaeologists specializing in ancient civilizations of South America, Mesoamerica, and this is a live streaming podcast to support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, let's end on track. Do you think there are lost civilizations in the history of humans on Earth which we don't know anything about?
Yes, I do. And in fact, we have some civilizations that we have no idea about just in my lifetime. Maybe that's and we have the stuff like Amazon, and there's some other less startling things that
civilization in the Amazon that the Amazon was hiding the evidence of.
Yes, I did. And we're beginning to find there are these huge, what we call geoglyphs, these mound groups that are in geometric patterns. I think that the average Joe, when they hear the word civilization, they think of something that looks like Rome. And I don't think we're ever going to find anything that looks like Rome in the Amazon. I think a lot of things, wherever you are on the planet, you use your natural resources. And in the Amazon, there's not a whole lot of stone. What stone is there is deep, deep, deep. So a lot of their things are down dirt and trees, feathers, and textiles.
But is it possible that all that land that's not covered by trees actually hide stones for some architecture, some things that's just very difficult to find for archaeologists?
I think at the base of the Andes, where the Amazon connects to the Andes, there's a lot of potential there, because that's where the stone actually starts to find. When you get down into the basic stones, meters and meters up and around, except for a stray cliff here and there, and a river that and even then, only because that river rises like over 100 feet every year.
That's one of the things I visited that area. I just interacted with waterfalls and seeing the water. I was humbled by the power of water to shape landscapes and probably a ways history of the we're talking about civilization. Water just disappeared for a period of centuries, millennia. And so if there's something that existed a very much time, thousands of years ago, it's very possible it's just eaten up by nature.
Absolutely. In fact, in my opinion, that's almost a certainty in a lot of places. The Grand Canyon was dug by water. There's this wimpy little river in it right now. I can't possibly imagine that it dug that, but it did. The power of nature and geology is really kind of magical. And when it comes to ancient civilizations, could be from a long time ago, there's probably a lot that are just under the ocean, just the wave action has destroyed them, but they haven't destroyed very deep.
Under the ocean, do you think Atlantis ever existed?
I don't think that Atlantis existed. I do think it was one of like those many parables talking about putting in an interesting story as a teaching device in his speech. If one did exist or a shadow of it, my money would be on Hyperteria. Hyperteria is what's left of a big city that was on the island of Santorini. And when their volcano blew up, it blew up most of the city and shot chunks of it so fast that 70 miles away in the creek, there are chunks of Santorini that cliff. So it blasted what was ever there, but what's left on the side of the crater, Hyperteria, is strangely advanced for its age. And so if there's anything that's a model for Atlantis, as Plato explained it, it's Hyperteria.
But Hyperteria is a city. So since the settlement was destroyed people, they're in eruption sometime in the 16th century BCE and buried in volcanic ash, preserved remains of the frescoes and many objects and artifacts. So we don't know how it happened.
No, but we can walk around the ruins and see that it's got streets, it's got plumbing, it's got little sconces for torches at night. It was a vibrant city with a lot of, especially in terms of hydraulic engineering. It's very advanced for it to be 3,500 years old.
If you check out an image of the excavation, what a project.
It's an amazing place. And you can tell that it's just a part of it because it's pretty close to where the crater began. So the city itself is probably much larger.
In this case, there's a lot of evidence, but like we said, there could be civilization. There is very little evidence because of the natural environment that destroys everything.
Right. And I think Hyperteria is actually a great example of that because here we have the side that did preserve that looks amazing. But we know there was more miles away. And, Plato says that it sunk. I was on an island and it sunk. Well, that's exactly what happened to bacteria.
Did he visit your plate and shit?
If it does exist, at least the model of it, I think this is probably what it's done.
And look at the other civilizations of which they were mentioning. But we have no record of it. And it's humbling to think that entire civilizations, with all the jobs of the technological innovation, the wars, the conflicts, the political tension of that, sexual interaction, higher things like that, the art would be just destroyed like that and forgotten, completely lost to ancient history.
I reflect upon that often as an archaeologist. I think about this great country that I live in and love and all the things we've achieved. But, we're a baby, historically speaking, even about 200 years. Heck, a lot of the cities I study, especially in South America, they had a run of 800, 1,000 years, and now they're ruins. But we're barely getting started in terms of historical civilizations.
So humans taking they didn't start civilizations right away. It was a long period of time. They did not have these complex societies. So how do we, let's say 300,000 years ago, actually go there and create?
I think that a lot of human evolution had to do with the pressures that their environment put on them. And a lot of things start changing right around 12,000. And that's when our last ice age would end. I think there's a whole lot of things that just pressured them into, especially new races and systems. Here in the Americas, a huge thing that happened was all the megafauna. When the climate changed enough, so the land died out, Iceland died out, and there was just they had to come up with different ways of doing it. We were hunters and gatherers, and we got some hunting, and we got some gathering. And in the Americas, when the things they were used to hunting went away, and they had to make do with rabbits, the gathering started to be a much more important thing. And I think that led to figuring out, hey, we can actually grow certain things. Gardens turned into crops, turned into intensive crops, and then people were allowed to gather in bigger groups and survive in a single area. They didn't have to roam around anymore. And that's where we get the first sedentary community, which means they stayed in the same place all year long. For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic. We've done these kind of wider or tighter nomadic circles, depending on the geographic regions where they know, in the mountains, we'll be in the summer in the mountains, because there's berries and things, and then in the winter we'll be down here. But they've moved. So once humans figured out how to stay on the site, that's the initial trigger to what would become civilization.
What do you think is what do you think is the motivation of society to care for this thing? So you said, like, is it when resources are out and maybe we'll like eating everything, figure stuff out? There's more care. There's always a human spirit that wants to explore, that wants to maybe impress the rest of the village or something like this with the discovery they made, venturing out, coming out, looking for different ideas of technological innovation.
Well, I have an explorer's heart. I'm biased, right? I do think that we have an innate desire to see what's on the horizon and to impress other people with our achievements, things like that. We're social beings. That's really the edge of human intelligence, is our ability to work. I think that it's much more the character. When things get ugly, the stick comes out. But usually the character does the job.
The really interesting story is how people came to it. But to me, that's pretty dense to go and
on the age all the way, potentially during the ice age, maybe at the end of the ice age, during that whole period, not knowing what the world looks like, going into the end. You talk to that process out. So, well, first off, I agree with you. That was pretty that's a hard place to live. I listened to some of your podcast. That guy, Jordan Jonas, but I wouldn't have any trouble.
But there you go. Like the fact that those guys exist, that somebody like Jordan Jonas exists, people that survive and thrive in these harsh conditions. That doesn't indicate that. But yeah, when do you think
The traditional theories are somewhat better, at least on the table, that when that land bridge occurred, that nomadic hunters just followed the game that they always had, and that game that crossed there, because there was no barrier, and they followed them. The thing that's changed is how early that is. DNA has been a total game changer for our life. You know, we get all of these evolutionary tracks that we could never see before. When I was a young I would have never dreamed of the information we had now. And that information, a lot of it coming out of we see the traditional 12,500 years ago that there was a migration. But now we're seeing one that's almost certainly happening closer to 30,000 years ago, and now the thing that seems like madness but might be true is that it goes into the 60s. A lot of the DNA things are suggesting that the very first migration could have come across as early as 60s. And when I was a young guy, it was heresy to go beyond this 12,500 back over 7. But now it's really very clear that they came up here at least by 30,000. And the bridge opened it.
that's during the ice age?
Right.
I mean, that's crazy, right? That is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't roll in and immediately make the door. But there are people, and there were definitely not people here before that, which is fascinating. When the bridge closed, DNA mutated, and so we have specific kinds of haplogroups that are here in the Americas that don't exist otherwise. And that same haplogroup has been showing us more and more that people came across Siberia. It's not Africa, it's not Western Europe. Those are still, they've become kind of fringe people, but they're not totally eradicated. I have DNA is developed in science as well, and I think we all need to keep that in mind. That it's not like they just cracked the code and now we know all the answers. And sometimes, like in any science, a breakthrough puts us two steps backwards, not others. So I think we don't need to have too much faith in the models that are now being created through DNA, but they are pointing in the direction. Everybody came across from Siberia. All Native American people are as Asiatic as the same.
Do you think it was a gradual process? It's like 30, 60,000 years ago. Was it a gradual movement? These nomadic tribes defied animals? Or was it like one explorer push the tribe to go from maybe across 100 years travel and across maybe into North America? Sort of like big leaps.
I think it was your guess. Now, this is just, most of the guess. But I think that much in the way that a lot of our evolutionary minds talk about punctuated equilibrium, that there are big moments of change, and then it settles out into more of a slow and steady pattern, and something big will happen again. I do think that the early people went as far as they could go, and there were certain colonies that just got isolated for thousands of years. One of the fascinating things that DNA is showing us, which actually blood types were showing way before that is that the oldest people in the Americas are in South America. The ones that are, they got separated early and didn't mix their DNA like the people in the Amazon. Most of those guys have O blood type, and their haplogroup D, which is the oldest one that entered the U.S. And what do they do down here? If I do believe they get across very straight, I don't think it's very. We have no real evidence to say they came in mass across Oceania. So they made it probably by boat along the coast, all the way to South America.
So there's some kind of cultural engine that drove those. So if you had to bet all your money, it happened tens of thousands of years ago. But very rapidly, these explorers all over there, and more stably. From there, South America, Mesoamerica, North America, kind of gradually expanding into the like the next wave came down into North America and Central America, and the very first wave made it all the way down to South America and kind of isolated, and then mixed in with the next group that came. That's fascinating. Kind of like there's an interesting correlate in Europe where today everybody feels like Celtic people are from Ireland. But actually, Celtic people started in Eastern Europe, and it was the entire area. And Rome kind of swept everything, and Rome was now the ruler of the day. It was on that far edge of the Celtic world, Ireland, that they were like, oh, that's from the island of the So now it looks like that's the heart of Celtic tradition, but actually, it's French. If it is 60,000 years ago, it's a really big.
Yeah. And there were consistent things that were coming out for decades about very old carbon-14 dates in the Amazon and in the Andes area that everybody just dismissed as not. Didn't get a date for 1,000 years. But I think we're going to come back around and start readdressing some of these based on new evidence at hand.
And that's the interesting thing is, the early humans spread throughout the world. And then, like I said, got isolated. And the civilizations spread. They all have similar elements. That's really interesting. Because multiple. Not just like one good idea. Like those ideas naturally, those structures naturally come.
And I wonder whether the similarities that all those creators have, it could be a shared, much deeper path that they all have. Or it could be a more kind of Star Trek thing where Captain Kirk was always talking about the theory of parallel human development. The humans across the universe go through certain stages of development, and that could be
Which one do you think? Which one is yours?
I think it's a case by case thing. I think if we look globally, I lean much more towards the human parallel. But if I look just to the Americas and a shorter time frame, where the things that become major civilizations, now I'll say up to 30,000, which is still a blip in the diet of humans. I think that there were shared things that those people came over with from Asia, and that as they got separated, that they had core values then turned into things like religion and cultural customs. So we can see, I'm a big proponent that there are commonalities in all of the cultures of the Americas that lead back to and point to a single distant origin.
You've spoken about the lost code civilization in South America. So, South America is not often talked about in the Vedas civilization. South America, North America, can you explain?
Well, we have very early stuff in South America. You're right. I mean, especially as an American. Our country's so big, we are so far removed from these places. We don't even think about it. But more and more, we're seeing things that predate the earliest stuff that we like to talk about, like Egypt and Mesopotamia. There are things, it's all on the Peruvian coast that we have these cradles of civilization. Someday we might start talking about the Amazon. But right now, what we've got are things that date back into the 3000s BCE along the coast of Peru. And there are big stone-built pyramids and temples. They're amazingly isolated. Even now that we found them, some of them, Corral is one of the most famous ones just north of Lima. We've known about it for a couple decades now, how old it is, but every time I visit there, it's like I visited the moon. There's absolutely nobody there. Not for miles. It's amazing how such a discovery was made, and yet still nobody goes to see it. It's not easy to get to.
Do you think there's a bunch of locations like that? Some that you discovered in the Peru area?
Oh, there's so many. Peru has tons. That desert gets really ugly quick, and it varies completely. There are so many pyramids out there that are still easily untouched. You know, when people hear the name pyramids, they think of Egypt. But Egypt, it's got about 140 pyramids, and we have pretty much found it. Peru has thousands of pyramids. And now they weren't built, not all of them were built to stone. Some of them were adobe bricks, which is weapons terrible. So now they're not exciting places to visit today. You know what's funny too? You know, we started out talking about whether I think there's a lost civilization. There are definitely things that are still to be discovered, but there are some things that were discovered 100 years ago, and archaeologists, or back then they called themselves antiquarians, just kind of passed over. Corral was one of these sites because the coast of Peru has some of those pyramids that were made by the Rothschild are full of gold and beautiful ceramics and things that you could sell for big money. But Corral was found a long time ago. But the archaeologist was like, no gold, no ceramics. Forget about it. This place is no good. We can't sell anything. And then about the 1970s or 80s, somebody said, hey, ceramics? Is that older than the invention of ceramics? We better go check out the look at that place.
So what's the dating of Corral?
Corral, I think, starts at about 3200 BCE, and it lasts as a major civilization, a lot of other cities around it, until about 1800 BCE.
So what's the story behind looking at some of these? What's the story of all the constructions like that? What was the idea?
I mean, it should be some sort of, like the archaeologists, this is a place where that's it. So many things we say are so painfully vague, and that's about, and a place like this, I know the one we're looking at here, I've been here a couple of times. In the pyramid behind it, the rubble is built in a way where the building won't rock hard. It's a very earthquake-prone place, but the buildings haven't fallen because they make these neck baskets of rocks inside, but all kind of wiggle around and don't allow the building to fall. And inside these, we've also found a couple of things that were babies, that were human babies that were buried in. And I don't think there's a lot of people that see that at all. I think a lot of the things that are interpreted as baby sacrifices, Corral's evidence being one, I think it's more about the tragic nature of infant mortality. In the past, it was a lot more common. There were cultures that didn't even really properly name their kid until they got to 5 because chances were they were going to die. And so I think a lot of these babies that we find in these ceremonial contexts that are interpreted interpreted as sacrifices. I think they're putting them in special places because they mourn the death of their kids, and it just happened.
One of the things you said that really surprised me, pyramids were built in Peru possibly hundreds of years before we were built. Is that true?
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, there's one that's now pushing 6,000 BCE. Like, that's thousands of years before the stuff in Egypt. And that one's called Waka Kriya. And it was not an Egyptian pyramid. But it was a pyramid, and it was thousands of years.
What do you think is the motivation to build it? The fact that it can withstand the elements, structurally, that kind of thing. Why do humans build pyramids? Why do they build it in all kinds of different locations in the world?
Well, you know, my brief answer is pretty boring. And a lot of people ask me, why are these pyramids all over the place? How is that? Is that a coincidence? I mean, well, I think that when people wanted to build a big building without rebar, and you end up building something with a fat base that goes up to a skinny top, and that turns into a pyramid. And any kid who's playing blocks on the floor builds a couple towers, so his brother knocks him down. He wants one that's going to stay and be tall. He ends up making something with a fat base and a tiny height. And I think that building something big and tall together is one of those human things. Like we built that be here after we're gone. People who remember who we were. We're all, if there's any human commonality, it's fear of our own death, and that we have nothing and no one will ever remember us. I think that the first big monuments like that were probably a group of people saying, we're going to do something that people will remember forever. Now, that being said, we were just talking about what we have this one that's almost 6,000 BC now is the first one. That one's a funny case. We just talked about all these lofty buildings, but actually, I'm pretty sure that Waka Kriya's first pyramid was about tapping a smelly pile of trash. I think everybody piled up their trash in the middle of town, and it stunk. It's on the coast. It stunk like fish. And somebody said, if we just bury this thing with dirt, it won't smell it. And then it was a big mound where people could get up and talk to everybody. And then the little squishy, if we tap it with clay, then it will really not smell. I really think that the very first pyramids in Peru were about trash man. Talk about that later.
Yeah, I probably saw it all in the press by later. The enormous construction, and then like, oh, maybe the next guy maybe we should keep building these kind of things.
Yeah. And not to jump ahead, but in North America, where that also might be, there's this interesting evolution where there were these piles of shells along the rivers and along the coastlines. People ate a lot of shells. That was an easy thing to collect and eat. So these piles of shells would be near communities. They probably became landmarks, but eventually they started burying their dead inside them too. Probably ants about sticks and about, well, we don't want dogs to eat them. Put them in the shells. But then that all of a sudden became this, like, that's where my grandfather's body was. That's where great-grandfather's body is. And all of a sudden, people started being attached to place, not just for the resources, but for the shared memories of their ancestors. So when the very first pyramid was built in Ohio area, like the Guinness pyramid, it was built out of dirt, but it's full of bodies. And I think it's an echo of an old thing where they used to be putting bodies in shell holes.
So where and who were the first civilizations?
Well, I think we're still piecing that together. It comes back to the first things we talked about. I think we're still missing a lot of stuff, especially in South America. It just keeps getting older and older. Part of the reason it's hard to answer that question is hunting megaphones. And then when those went away, we get into see a longer period of time called the arcade, where they're just hunters and gatherers. Sometimes somebody's coming up with a different kind of arrowhead, and they go back and forth with different hunting tools, but really nothing changes for thousands of years. And then finally they start developing into these larger groups, which for the most part has to do with agriculture. It used to be archaeology that was just the end all be all. Civilization starts with the invention of agriculture. And you can't have 7 dairy communities until you learn how to cross that. But that's been discounted. Peru was a big part of that. That area of Peru, it's connected to another city on the coast called Aspera. And Aspera starts about the same time. They're all about efficiency. They have no cost. And it's all upriver for them. But funny enough, they're not farming food. They're farming cotton. And they're making nets. And they're trading nets with the people on the coast for the fish. So it's not as simple as it's just agriculture. But it is, I think, still rooted in how can we feed more people than just our family? How can we together create a food abundance so we're no longer scared about running out of food?
So is it possible, something you've argued, that civilization started with in the jungle?
I do think also. I think religion in South America began again. I think there were people there very old. There's actually the earliest pottery in all of the Americas. All of these places that we have civilizations that grew up. You know where the oldest pottery is? The middle of the Amazon.
So there's interesting culture development on the Amazon. So religion, we would say, preceded civilization.
In South America, the Quran and Africa, it's weird what a dearth of art and any evidence of religion we have. We have those pyramids and things that we call temples, but we don't really know what's going on there. And there's no hint of religious iconography, ceremonies, nothing like that. The first stuff that we get is right when that culture ends, 1800 BCE. This culture called Shabin starts, and their main dance was utterly in this place of least resistance between the Amazon and the coast. It's about 3 days walk either way from this place where this temple. That's where we start seeing the very first religious iconography all over the temple. There are things that are definitely from the coast, but the iconography are all jaguars and snakes and crocodiles. And those don't come from the coast. All of those things are coming out of the Amazon.
The religions are religions are one of the most powerful, strongest ones that tie people together. And to you, it's possible that this powerful idea in South America started in the Amazon.
I do think it did. And you're right. Ideas are more powerful than that. But archaeology can't see them at all. You can see, sometimes we can see ideas manifest in the things they create, but there's an interpretation right about what ideas created. Those skills that archaeology just stick together.
That's one of the challenges of archaeology and looking at ancient histories. It's trying to not just understand what they were doing in terms of architecture, but understand what was going on inside their mind.
That's really what I'm in. Trying to understand this because it's really detective work. And we know we're dealing with a totally flawed record. We only have what preserved the test of time. You know, if we look around this room here, if 2,000 years of weather had happened, what would we think happened?
Right. But there's not in this room, but if you look at thousands of years, like it, maybe we can start to speak together about the different ideologies that we reveal, the religion, the different ideas Tell me about this thing, deity. One of your more controversial ideas is this belief that the religions is a thread that connects the different civilizations and societies in ancient Egypt. And the religion that practiced is more monotheistic currently viewed in mainstream. Guys, it's actually, I think it's all about this bang deity who somewhere thousands of years ago called his way out of the Amazon up into the Andes as a religion control. That could have been kind of a combination of ideas for the coast of the Amazon. He is the one creator, in my opinion, through all of these cultures. And the people in the Amazon still talk about that their name is Vihamasei, but they say that his emissaries on Earth are rejected Earth, and that he is the creator. Why is the current disbelief that a lot of religions are not this? Well, there are bona fide pantheons. You know, Greece has one, Egypt had one, Mesopotamia had one. Lots of the earlier religions of the old world were them. And I think that was part of the earliest archaeologists walked in there with a preconceived notion that ancient cultures had pantheons. And so they went to the art looking for it. And they came up with things like the shark god and the moon god, the sun god, and all these things. But when I went to the art, I was praised by a person right here in Austin, Texas, as an art historian. You follow certain diagnostic traits to art to see the development over time. And when I look at it and use that methodology, there's a single face with goggle eyes, fangs, with claws on his hands and feet, and snakes coming off of his head and on his extremities. He's got really identifiable traits. He also likes to sever people's heads off. But he's the fanged deity. He's there. He shows up at Shavin de Fontar, the capital of Shavin culture. And he keeps showing up in every culture, even thousands of miles away, throughout the next 2 millennia. Right up to the Inca. The Inca has a creator deity they call Viracocha. But Viracocha is the fanged deity. He is, when we do see him, like trying to get to Incas, they do this kind of like almost Islamic thing where they say you can't understand the face of Viracocha. So when they do put him in a cosmogram, they'll make him just a blob, like he's just unknowable. He's at the very top. I think we're misunderstanding a lot of things that we used to say were deities as just supernatural. If we flip the mirror on Christianity and take a look at it, which of course Christianity is monotheistic, right? I mean, heresies and other heresies. But who are all these other characters? Who are all these angels, demons? Jesus Christ. I don't even know who the Holy Spirit is, but he's some sort of supernatural being. But it's that monotheistic system has lots of things that have supernatural powers that are not God. That's where I think the crux of us misunderstanding ancient deities. What is the process of analyzing art through time to try to figure out what the important entities are? You just see what shows up in the
Well, certainly without the advent of Christ, depictions in art have all sorts of meanings encoded in it. And there are certain what we call diagnostic elements. Like we can pull apart the same sort of thing in the Greek painting. You know by their dress and what they're holding what the different gods are. You can tell Hades from Zeus by the different things that are lightning sort of trying whatever it is. So they all have these diagnostic elements. So that's how art history goes about analyzing art over time. Once we can put it in a chronological sequence, then we can say, okay, here's a deity here in Shavin. Now we move forward 500 years. Now we're in Moche and Nazca. where are the deities here? And what I see is that same guy, not just one or two things, but a whole package of them that shows up again and again and again for thousands of years in each one of these cultures. He's got circular eyes, he's got a fanged mouth, he's got claws on his hands and feet. He's a human, but he also has snakes coming off of his head like hair and snakes coming off of his belt. And then, not so much on Shabin, but as it goes forward, he starts carting around severed heads, human severed heads. So they're like in the literature, much of the time, decapitated. But then they have these other, like, oh, here's the crab deity, here's the fox deity. But if you look at them, like the crab deity is just that guy's face coming off of the crab, and the fox deity is that guy's face coming off of the fox. So, I think on that particular instance, I find it similar to what Zeus. Now Zeus is able to, like, bring up whatever animal he wanted to get the woman he wanted, and he showed up in all sorts of forms, but he was only close. I think that the Fang deity manifests himself through people and animals throughout the earth, and that there are missing stories of mythology that we don't have yet, and across hundreds of years, thousands of years, since Shamir to Rothschild, right? Mari has to Monaco, that's that famous place, Kunku. I don't know what it is of this thing deity. I think people walked in prosperous times. And places like Shaheen, there's a later one in Inca times called Pachacana, that are pilgrimage places where people come in to be healed if they're sick, but also just to pay homage to the gods. So, Shaheen was a place where people from the Amazon, people from the coast were all coming together. And we saw it in archaeology, which was these interesting labyrinths under the pyramids with the Fang deity all that have like one labyrinth that have all power, the next labyrinth will have it, and the next one will have a bunch of things made out of stone. So people are showing up and giving this tribute, and they're learning, and then they're going back to their community. So I think it dispersed from certain pilgrimage spots and became just like pilgrimage spots do. Somebody goes back and they build a temple to the Fang deity.
Do we know much about the relationship they have with the Fang deity and like their conception of the power of Fang deities? Were they afraid of Fang deities and all-knowing God and harvest? Is it something that you're supposed to be afraid of and sacrifice animals and creatures to keep it dead?
I think he had two sides of the coin. Like a lot of the Hindu gods are good. One aspect is arrogant, the other aspect is not. I think he had that same sort of power because we do see it as a fierce sport. Takes people's heads off, and he is a dragon, which in itself implies a certain power and ferocity. But then there are other funny things about it. He is definitely involved in a lot of healing ceremonies. And a lot of those healing ceremonies are involved with sex acts when it comes to the Rothschild. This whole group of sexual pottery where priests are having sex with women or men. And some of them show their faces transforming into that deity, like he is acting through them. But the thing that most cracks me up, that shows his softer side, is the fact deity has a little puppy. He has a puppy that's like just dancing around his feet and like jumping up on him in various scenes. You see him again and again. Sometimes he's in these healing sex scenes. In fact, I tracks that puppies from other contexts to these sex scenes where the priest was having sex with somebody in a house and there's a Fang deity, and there's a puppy just scratching at the door like, hey, you forgot me. And then finally one day I found one with a puppy having sex with them, and instead of the Fang deity, I was like, oh, it's very involved. So it's this weird puppy. So he's
civilization. It reads, Emotria and nature, sex, puppies, and headhunting, which he shows related to ancient Roshi shamans. So now you understand, I was looking at the puppy puppies, and the headhunting. That's the
And I've added rock and roll to that list, yes, which is rock and roll music is also like that. They call the spirits down. There's this one spirit world, there's the ancestors. And the people that drink San Pedro cactus juice kind of, they don't talk about the Fang deity anymore. I think Christianity in 500 years somewhat put him in the back. I know it was unpopular to have a Fang deity. So they don't talk about him much anymore, but he's still around. There in like the Route for Rio, they call him I. But music playing in the Amazon, they play flute, sometimes a chorus of women sing, and that's supposed to bring the spirits down into the ceremony. There's a spirit that's hurting the person that's sick, and then the priest or the shaman or the curandero, whatever you want to call him, has his own spirits that are going to help him figure out what's going on. So when the music starts, that's bringing those spirits in. And people don't see them in the list. They buy the San Pedro package, which is the solution chain, which is in the Amazon side, it was on the Amazon on the coast, it's the San Pedro package. But that's what allows you to actually see that.
Yeah, I went to the Amazon restaurant today. When in Rome. How far back?
Oh, I think it's longer than anybody can remember, but I mean, it's a natural plant that they've been there forever. I think it's thousands and thousands of years. That's another thing that Shameen de Montara was talking about, where I think things came, the religion came from the Amazon. There's this wall on the back side that faces the Amazon side. So if you're entering the city from the Amazon side, you see this wall first. And it's a bunch of faces that some of them are muted, some of them are total jaguar, and some of them are transforming in between. But there's a group of them that are midway through transformations, and they show their nostrils leaking out this snuff that's coming like down their face. And paper doesn't do that to them, but ayahuasca does. Ayahuasca, traditionally, they take a bliss on it and shoot it up your nose or up your ass. But it would a lot of times up your nose. And when it shoots up your nose, the first thing that happens is just this gush of snot. And there are stone depictions of people uncontrollably snotting on the backside of this castle from 3,000 years ago.
That you think could have been a big component of the development of religion.
I think that hallucinogens opens the mind then, like if they open the mind now.
Do you think that, the Stone Age theory, do you think that actually could have been an actual catalyst for the foundation of civilization?
In the Americas, yes, I do. Though, hallucinogens are not part of every ancient tradition of the world. Strangely, the majority of plants that are actually psychotropic, not just mood altering, are from here in the Americas. There are very few drugs that will make you hallucinate outside of the Americas. Of course, now they're global. They can be grown all over the place, but originally speaking, very, very few were outside of the Americas. So they were part of the experience here in ways they just couldn't do.
I wonder to what degree that it's part of a ritual, the creative force behind the art, versus literally the method by which you come up with ideas that define a civilization. Like the degree to which they had a role in the formation of civilization. It's kind of fun to think about psychedelics having a critical role in the formation of civilization.
I think in terms of South America, they responded really well. In North America, where more northern inclined here, and there are less of them. Not so much, at least in terms of psychedelics. Things like tobacco was always a big part of it. But a lot of there's more than one way to reach a hallucinatory state. The hard way is starvation, sleep deprivation. For the Maya, for example, sleep deprivation, starvation, and then they cut themselves very badly. And that loss of blood, we believe, trigger hallucination and visions. Nothing to do with drugs.
Oh, so it's the result of the tools aren't the thing that creates insight. It's the result.
So you get into, it's hallucinogens are poisonous. They're killers. That's it's a near death state, and people of the Americas believed sleeping was entering that other world. Death, you entered this other world, and you took this mighty house of poison. It was helping you enter that other world.
Yeah, actually, it's and so not like my tongue, a little drop of poison. Maybe that poison is a good cannabis for invention. So, who were the early first sort of mother cultures, mother civilizations? What is, if we look chronologically, is there a label we could put on the first kittens that emerged?
That picture is evolving. I mean, forever, it was just the Shameen people that we've been talking about. All the first depictions of religious art were the mother class. And they certainly did things that stuff. But then all of a sudden, Corral. The next one that we've barely ever begun looking at, so it's probably older than Corral, is Sachin. I was just poking around there last year. Just from the bus on the highway, I could see that's a pyramid. But there's another one. And I know how old the stuff we have studied there is. It's 3000 BCE. We're just really beginning to understand Corral history and a lack of art there. That's we've got studies, and they did. I don't know what those.
Right, so what people believe is looking at all the first art and then hopefully deciphering if there was any kind of writing.
That's the most crucial place to try to get at. Idea.
And it's such that I don't have art. If you just go back to the Amazon, you mentioned as possible that there's a lost in it carried a lot of names, lost USD, or Eldorado. Use the possibilities of
USD and Eldorado is pretty where it is, kind of centered around the first and city of. And so those are an America version of distance support. The entire people don't really think about it, but the entire United States would fit inside the Galaxy. We have a civilization. These big, it's lowland and it's one. They did is they had a big mound and there were two causeways between them. So they flew cities while they were seasonally in it, and a bunch of that stuff has been found in houses. Again, it's not stone built, but it's there. Now, Brazil was big on and I think it's completed now. Is Brazil and Bolivia partnered together and built a highway all the way across and opened up a whole bunch more land, which is found in more of these what we call like geometric earth. So there's more and more evidence. It's not a could be there. It's there. for sure. But the people who are trying to cut the road for us, really, she's a artist, build a road, loggers will call it. Yep, and that was perfect for that 4 miles of perspective, very rainforest perspective. It's obviously the opposite way. But it is interesting that seeing where loggers cut the forest, and then they, and when they leave, the forest heals itself very quickly. So, and you just need that decades. You expand that centuries, and so you could see how civilization can be completely swallowed up by the waters. And it happened for sure. One of the ways that we're trying to push the frontier where people are in the unsolved is so much effort. But they're finding more and more of these places that they call terra preta, which is black earth, and they're huge swaths. So it's the anthropology term is anthropogenic landscapes. And what they're saying is that really dark earth couldn't have just got that way through natural forest process. But sometime in the distant past, that forest wasn't there, and there was major farming and human activity to the point where they totally turned the soil, and it's much more enriched. And when I took a trip into the Amazon, I went from Manaus up the river, the Black River, a couple of days. I went and met 2 different communities, and I asked them about this black earth, and they were like, "Yeah, that's why we're here. Sometimes we move our village, but when we move, we look for the terra preta, and that's where we're going to put our village because that's a place that all of our garbage. The other places they don't." One of the things we talk about literally is ask the question, and the stories, all the secrets that carry people. Yeah, there's so many of them. The thing that excites the world about our geology right now is go back to that. And this 10,000 now around 10 years, 11,000 whole areas right south after we only found it a couple of decades ago. But it was just archaeologists running through the area, asked the sheep herder, "Hey, you guys know anything ancient?" "Oh yeah, I'll show you." And then all of a sudden we've got a lost civilization. And the shepherds always knew where it was, just nobody else. So speaking of what do you think about the Rothschild, who also believes that there's a lost civilization? Well, I've met Graham, and personally I like him. He's a nice guy, got a nice sense of humor, and I think he's smart. And I also think he is a very good researcher. He and I are working on the same set of facts. The differences are interpretations. I do not believe Graham's idea that a single now lost ancient civilization seeded the rest of them. I just don't see that on a number of levels, artifact-wise, technology-wise, art historical analysis. So I think his research is great. I think that he's very well read, in fact, better read than a lot of my colleagues. But his conclusions, I disagree with. And he and I have talked about this and had a very civil and normal conversation about it, and agree to disagree without spitting any venom at any point in the conversation. That'd be a fun argument to be around the wall for. So he believes he's proposed as possible a man-made garden that was planted there by an advanced ancient civilization. Is there any difference to which that could be possible? Frankly, I agree with you. And it's just like what I was just talking about. It's the conclusion part that we didn't make. But the facts that he's basing that on are that terra preta, are the huge geometric artworks, are the ever-increasing evidence of them. They are now from the bottom of Bolivia to Guyana. They're every time we open up the jungle, we find these big works. So yes, there was a vast civilization that was there. How Graham really focuses in on what we don't know and what
What's the, just to educate you, what's the key idea posing that you disagree with? Is it the level of advanced civilization works, or how
my main point of disagreement is that his ideas are almost like everything. No scientist or researcher in anything has an idea at the beginning of their career and until the day they die. His ideas are evolving. His ideas were made, and the core of them are that there was a very advanced, single, ancient civilization that was utterly destroyed by climatic conditions, and the younger Dryas hypothesis is part of that. Most recent, he used to not say that. Now he's into this meteor phase. But he believed that that civilization was destroyed, but that members of it escaped this cataclysm and then spread out all of the world to seed all of the world civilizations for the next revival. There's where I disagree. I think these were independent civilizations that grew up in their own way, that they were not seeded by some more advanced civilization in the past, and that they all have things in common because they have this common ancestry. In his early books, he suggested it's Atlantis. I don't think he suggests that, but he still hangs on to the single advanced, now completely lost civilizations. Archaeology, we don't have all of our ideas are very few of them are facts. And we're not, we could have the storyline. One thing we're real good at is finding things. We find niche things. So I find it just too big a pivot to swallow unless there was a civilization that was that technologically advanced and that large that we find a culture.
yeah, and of course it is a compelling story that there's a single civilization. Part of this, the idea that came across the books, all the reports touch that I see, we created all these novel, sophisticated civilizations and ideas, like religious ideas, that look similar to other, everybody has a collection, right? And so there's a lot of similarities. Every building pyramid. What? But there could be a lot of other explanations. And for even if it's such a compelling explanation, what would that ever be?
Everything's very forward, and as we're talking to scientists, we're trying to disprove our theories. We're not supposed to be trying to prove our theories. That's one more foot out of the science box. The archaeology steps. We're supposed to be disproving what we think is happening, not proving.
Yeah, you don't want to lean into the mystery too much. I mean, most of the successful ones, really disciplines, you're operating the really dark zone, feeling of that dark zone. There's mostly mystery. I would say a lot of science operates it's like a dark corner. You're kind of figuring out where the light is. Yeah, archaeology, most of those mysteries.
Yeah, jobs. But I do also try to always bring myself that every paradigm shifting idea that humans have ever had began as heresy and lunacy. That guy was crazy up to the second he was living. And so we got to keep our minds open to the things that sound outlandish, because one of them eventually is going to lead us to the big paradigm shifts. We're busy burning books of ideas that we don't like. That's where we close our minds to the possibility of the next thing.
I really love it. I really appreciate it. One of the fascinating things about the Amazon is that there's still a large amount of content. to rewind back ancient history, you can imagine all of these tribes that existed in the Amazon that were isolated, very distinct from each other. Can you speak to this, your understanding of these tribes and their history? Their history?
Well, a lot of them are these, it's like uncontacted. We don't know anything about these guys. We know roughly where they are. Like places like Ecuador have very responsible policies where no one's allowed to go contact. So we have this dearth of information. They walk out of the jungle and talk to us. That's one thing. And we don't go out there. But they do seem frozen in time. I don't think any of us have good explanation of how long they've been like that. But we were saying earlier that humans change based on pressures of their environment. It's mother necessity. It's oftentimes how we invent things or climate change. And one thing the Amazon is, once you figure out how to design it, it's a paradise of food. Food's falling from the sky all the time. And once you learn to adapt to that environment, you've got very little need. There's no pressure to make anything else. Things are working.
For the modern humans across these authentic tribes, one of the things they document and notice is the propensity of these tribes for violence. They get very aggressive and attacking whoever they can.
And not just foreigners, they attack each other. The Yanomami are famous for just never ending feuds with each other.
Reading this philosophy,
I don't, I'm a relatively peaceful person, but I've got my stuff too, like everybody does. And I think these, it's cultural norms that become institutional. So for the Yanomami, they really, part of the rite of passage to be a man is to go kill or maim somebody from another village. And they go in there and they say, okay, the way they let inbreeding set in and everybody, I think of it scientifically, they typically go and steal women from far off communities. And that starts big fights. Another thing that starts fights because nobody even can is illness. Illness in the Amazon and all of the ancient America wasn't seen as a biological thing, as a spiritual thing. So if somebody in your village is sick, the question is asked, well, what spirit is menacing him, and who called it out? And then the vote of something. Let us be still pissed off about how we used to and we have to go there and kill him. And then he'll get better. And so this round of never-ending violence, Hatfields and McCoys, the people of New Guinea also. So it's not, there are certain areas, mostly wooded areas, but I think about it, where people fight out and they attack each other as a cultural institution.
it's such a tricky thing to do to study not obviously figuring out the language, the philosophy of mind, how we communicate, hierarchy, the operations.
And there's a fascinating story in Peru, I guess it was about 8 years ago or something, but there was a ranger at one of the biology stations who just in by of protecting this area met one of these uncontacted tribes and befriended someone, not the whole tribe, but he made some friends who would meet him and stuff in their community. And he started to learn the language over a couple of years. And so he was this kind of important guy who actually could be the first translator to talk to these people. And one day, a couple of them just came out of the woods and just plugged him with arrows and just killed him. And then they went back in the woods like, that's the one guy who understands what we're saying. We should kill him and move our village.
So those folks really lean into the monster versus the puppies.
Everybody's got it. I do. It makes sense. We need to listen to our better age as we as a human species. daily choice we make not to be savage, which is a fascinating thing to remember. The fact is, in civilized society, it can be summoned. Like in 1984, there were 2 minutes of hate. With the right words, that crime will clear. It can be summoned and directed. Lead to a lot of destruction. And you know, our sports are good based on pictures, those types of urges. Channeling the positive where somebody's not getting it. Yep. So, at which point did what we now call the Mayan civilization arise? That's another complicated one, another group living loosely in a jungle that we have barely begun to explore. You know, the truth is, a lot of questions that the Amazon and what we're talking about now is the Japan and the mountains there. Those aren't places archaeologists want to live. They're horrible. I'm not going there. I don't want to live in a tent and eat rations. I want to live in a nice town. So, a lot of the places where the answers are, we still really haven't gotten that because it takes a special person to be educated enough to know what they're looking at and tough enough to be there. I've done my duty. I'm nice in a podcast studio. But seriously, the Maya, the first hint that we see people who are culturally Maya, very close to where the time period for that Shavuot is. It's about 1800 BCE. There's a culture that some call the Mokaya, not Maya. But they're on the Pacific coast, where Guatemala and Mexico called Sotomayor. And those are the first people that are really going to be culturally Maya. And they're interacting with the culture that has traditionally been seen as Mexico's mother culture. They're kind of the same thing as we were talking about in South America. The Maya, the original Maya, are not, there's not to indicate that they have a religion. The Olmec have this religion they developed, and they start exporting. And you see the Maya become more and more involved in the religion that's being created by Norman, who are to the north of the small city of I have a lot of natural secret creatures. The first the Maya are the first, and are they distinct groups? Like, how do you maintain a distinct civilization? I just finished filming a whole thing on the Olmecs and your interaction with the Maya for the Great Course film to come out next spring. I think they call archaeology in this regard is the worst enemy. So we put names on cultures. We talk about how they evolve from one to another. We have these signs with these time periods. A culture magically transforms into somebody with another name. So I'm pretty sure they didn't care about any of those names. But the Maya and the Olmec are two parts of a larger interaction experience happening in Mesoamerica. Very dynamic. The Olmec are really bringing the religion back. But the other areas are bringing technology, ceramic technology, mirrors, making tools out of obsidian and other stone types. You've got all that in the middle where Mexico gets skinny and it gets swampy down there. That's called Isthmus of Guatemala. That's where the Olmec are. Then you've got the Maya to the east of us. Then you have the Valley of Oaxaca, where the people call the Zapotecs. They're rising up. And then you have the Valley of Mexico, which will eventually become the Aztecs, but not linear. All those areas are interacting. Screens is also a line. Yeah. So what is Mesoamerica really talking about? Would you just like the end? Maya, huge. I guess people were talking about here and there. What is this? Yeah, the time period we're talking about where the Olmec was there, the house that we see is pretty mid-fit. I'd say it starts about 1800 BC I'd say about halfway through the Chihuahua Desert up there, up west. That's about Mesoamerica. There's this big desert and nobody likes it. Once you get north enough, you get into the ancestral Pueblo people that's now America, the Four Corners. They're not Mesoamerica. They're different.
What's wrong?
Modern Mexico is right place. You see the name Maya, like Guatemala, that's Guatemala. Guatemala cuts off most of Mexico from Central America. But Mesoamerica only goes about halfway through Honduras. And then it's really kind of a known Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, they really they're neither. They're not Mesoamerica, they're not South America. They're more South America because they've got some coast there. But then basically you get on the other side of it, and you're fully in South America. With two distinct groups too. You've got the guys that are on Andes on the west coast, and then you have the Amazon.
So the west of the Andes. So when you refer to the Andean region, is that referring to the Andes and Amazon or
just the Andes, and the coast to the Pacific? That's Andean civilization.
But does the Maya make it to the Andes, the Andean region?
Not that archaeology is true, but it's almost certain that they interacted. Number one, it's biased. These people couldn't travel just like these people on the other side of the planet did. But there's all sorts of things, like that first ceramics I was talking about, the Mayan. They show up strangely sophisticated technologically. And down in Ecuador, they had them for 1,000 years before. So a lot of people, myself included, think that the idea of ceramics actually came from South America.
Did the Maya get seeded by the second wave of the Grand Strait, or did that initial wave of people that came to South America? Were they the ancestors of the Maya? Like how did the migration happen?
We're still piecing it together. I don't think, I think Maya, but we do have evidence of Maya stature people. They're small people. Generally speaking, people that grow up in the forests are smaller, and people that grow up in the open plains are taller. Probably about 6 generations of people that sit their head on a branch or not. It's something taking you for small. The plains in Africa are big. The North American Indians are tall. The Maya are small. There is definitely a pattern. Smaller people in force. But anyway, there's a cave in the Yucatan called multiple cave that has handprints in the cave. If somebody who was coming out of the cave spit charcoal around their hands like a negative print, we can date that charcoal, and it comes from 10,000 years ago. And the hands are all small. It's, typical old Mexico. I walk right up to these things and put my hand, I didn't get next to them, so I put my hand next to next hand. And they're all smaller than Northern Europeans. And so either it was a bunch of kids who were in the state 10,000 years ago, or it was people of my age who did this.
So cool to be the I mean, so cool that's $10,000.
And actually we have one that's, I think, 2,000 years older now. Just a couple of years ago, again in Yucatan, in the cave, they found a woman named Nadia. And she's like 12,000 years old.
So the best guess that you have is to go across the Grand Strait to South America, across the Amazon. You don't have no idea the Amazon starts to back up into North America.
It's kind of the technology ceramics, I think, got there.
The interesting thing is that the Maya religion didn't have as a vibrant religious set of ideas, and they followed
books. I've been doing a deep dive on this whole course that I took, and it really does seem like these other cultures that have jade and hematite and obsidian, the Olmecs have none of that stuff. They were living in a swamp and building things out of dirt, but they were importing those materials from those areas, carving them into all sorts of religious iconography, and then exporting them back.
It's those main deities.
No, the main deities nowhere in Central America. And that's why there's jaguars. There's jaguar iconography, but it's not the same thing. It's this whole jaguar transformer deity does not exist there. They do have it.
So, why the Olmec and interesting people in the region, what was their, I first asked a question about steel. And one question I was curious about, what was their sex when they looked up at the stars? What was their perception?
That's the question I've spent my entire career trying to answer. I think they saw it as proofs of the cyclical nature of life. And certainly they saw it like every ancient group did, like the gods, right? Those things so far away. But I think that the Maya especially looked at it with a much more mathematical mind than we did. So they watched these things move every night. And if you do that even today, you notice that all the stars move in tandem. They're just this blanket. They're like a perfect. There's a stage upon which some very important players are dancing. And that's the moon, the sun, and the planets. There's 5 planets you can see. So they started watching us. Why are just 37 moving differently than the rest? And those are the things that they keyed on. That the sun, of course, was also involved in the agricultural cycle, so that was important in and of itself. But the planets, you can see them coming up with ideas, definitely doing the math, and seeing that there is a repeated cycle, and then coming up with mythology around it. Venus for them was associated with war, and they had very ritualized times to go to war. Sometimes in the classical period of Maya, it was the first appearance of Venus as the morning star. That was a good time to go to battle. And when it became post-classic with Chichen Itza being the capital of the Yucatan, then it looks like you watch Venus day after day, it's flashing up every day, and then when it hits its highest point as morning star in the morning, it goes down to the earth 3 times fast. All of a sudden, it just shoots down and hits the earth. So the people of post-classic like saw that as God shooting a spear into the earth. And that was a good time to attack the area. That was like war time, where the spear is going to hit the earth.
Right, so they just had the foundation, a sense of life existence at various time scales and seasons. Just a starting point. And then you just look out there and it's extremely precise. You can just measure the cycle.
Yeah, and they did it really well. Well, of course, they are the only ones to develop a fully elaborated writing system. South America keeps it so different than our writing. We're still trying to figure out the guidance. We know there's math there too. But they have the ability to take a lifetime worth of measurements and hand it to the next generation, who then do more. That's how they figured out kind of the holy grail of ancient astronomy. How good were they? Was whether they could see the precession of the equinox. The fact that we're just barely bottling and there's a 26,000 year period for the stars that have struck to spin all the way around and come back 26,000 years. But the Maya were able to figure out that if you're losing 1 degree every 72 years, and did a calculation based on where it should be in the ancient past. and they're using constellations. They're showing us they know how staying. This planet's in this constellation right now, and 33,000 years ago, it would be in this.
It's just fascinating. The way to just, I would love to sort of understand the details of the scientific community, if you call it that.
I think we absolutely could, and that's actually one of the things that I'm hoping to move the needle on in my generation, my career, is to give these cultures the respect they deserve as standing coded out with the rest of our ancient civilizations. That there are things that should be called science that are not being called science. They're incredible. They're hydraulic engineering. They're chemistry. And so I think to talk about these things differently as a way to get people to recognize who Jesus is in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, unquestionably, it's incredibly important in the astronomical science, especially here. Can you speak to all the sophisticated aspects of mind that days develop?
I know you got
No, I'm kidding. Say that you also come with me for my calendar.
Yeah, I guess it's just to show you that that calendar system is everything. If you go into the future or the past for billions of years in the system, they just like our system.
Can you speak to the three components here as I'm reading? The soul beauty, the hog, and the long what are these fascinating?
It's a really complex. They were really mad nerds. It wasn't good enough for them to just make one cycle to describe time. They had all these cycles that interlocked into each other, like cogs in a machine, because they never thought about that. But the Soul Kings, they're fixed. And the one that still endures today, there are millions of Maya people that are living their lives based on a 260-day count. And no weeks, no months. It's just 13 numbers combined with 20 days for a total of 260 days. And then it goes against everybody in the islands knows what their birthday is in that calendar, knows what it means about their personality and jobs that they're supposed to do. Each one of those days has their own spirit that's supposed to happen in those days. The Maya collectively call them the mom, the grandmother, grandfather spirits. And they talk to each one of those days. So they pray to them. There's now an association of 8,000 people that are called Tahaki, that are gatekeepers who are keeping the days. And they're also like community psychologists. People come to them and say, my life is fixed up. What's wrong? Well, let's ask them. Okay, it looks like you're not doing this. You're an accountant. You're not supposed to be an accountant. You're supposed to be, what you do. You're living your life right. You're a human. You need to start doing what you do.
I take extremely seriously the day on which you have the spirit of body life.
Like I'm 13B, but it says, look, it's funny how I live life. Mine is basically, I'm an irresponsible husband and parent, but people like me, so my family still comes.
That's hard. I mean, some of it is also the chicken or egg. If you truly believe that if you structure society with the safety, well, it manifests in hearts. The spirit does manifest itself in the life of people that is born on that spirit day.
Absolutely. And the Maya really feel this is a system. So that's the course. 260-day calendar was the very first calendar they made thousands of years ago, and it's the one that's most important today.
Why 260-day calendar? Is this some reason?
From most Maya agree with this today. Who knows what the original architects thousands of years ago thinking, but it's 9 months. It's the human gestation. So if you conceived on the day 13 months, chances are your kid's coming out all in a year 13 months. And I think it's beautiful. If that's right, that means the Maya and the people who mess with Earth are all together. When they talk about we need a count of time that's for us. They didn't look up into heaven, they looked like into their bodies. What's the first cycle that we actually go through as humans? And it's not love fight. It really is our time. And no other culture on the planet looked inside themselves to create the hell.
So that's the oldest one, the sacred one, the still carries through today. What's the second one?
The heart is the solar calendar, the one that everybody on the planet eventually sometime. We know it's second though because when they start talking about it, they use all the symbols and the numbers from the 260 one. They say, well, we know the solar one too. Let's just keep counting this another 105 days and we'll get to 365.
Oh, interesting. They kind of carry the same thought. And that's useful because all this agriculture.
Right. So interestingly, they never put the leap year. The Baha is also called the base. It's just 365, which means every year they're off a quarter of the days. And eventually it starts really adding up. In fact, even modern times, in this calendar year, I just do straight math from 1,000 years ago. That's a high place. The beginning of the solar year. Different than some Mayan, especially guys in islands in Guatemala, they break the math. And I don't know what time it is. But their relative changes in the 1950s because their agricultural cycle is so far off. They moved it 60 days back to make it in spring again. But it drifts, which is strange because it's not a very good thing for the agricultural cycle. It's one of these mysteries we still don't have an explanation for.
So that's, what's the loss?
So long calendar really mysterious too, because it's a linear calendar, which are not like that. It's a bunch of cycles like ours. Our weeks are a cycle, our months are a cycle. But it's weird in that its estimation of the year in the long count system is only 360. So it's misses off a solar year. And they count in base 1. So they count like we count in tens or decimal. They count in base 20 of decimal. And so it should be that there's 1, there's 20, there's 400, there's 8,000, there's 160,000. It goes just like our counters, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, but it's times 12. So that third day, so they have days, 20 days, and then they have these years that should be like a minute, but it's only 360, and that throws the whole thing out of whack. So further up, then they have a 20-year period, the 400 years, 400 years there. It's only by that time, it's only 396% in our So it's mysterious that it's why did they tweak it at the year? It's only 360 days. That's astronomy, that's not human cycle.
Yeah, but there's things they built up those thinking about very but 2 is 144,000.
Right. Or about 200 small counts. So it's kind of like our beliefs. Now, we think it's a big deal to get or a century. They have a 20-year period that they do a lot of celebrations on Rothschild, and then they have 200 Rothschild, which is the big, that's like their limit. And 13 of those Rothschilds occurred in the creation of the forest. They also think that that the world has got multiple creations. They're not aware of that. There's lots of ancient civilizations that say that. We're technically in the fourth creation. And they have a creation story called the Puzzle Zoo. And the Puzzle Zoo is clearly saying that the third creation ends with the help of these heroes called the Hero Twins. And the fourth creation began. And so on the Maya monuments, we see them doing the math on the long time. So we can calculate that very exactly what happened. The fourth creation started on August 11th, 3114 BC. And it says, it doesn't say it's day one, it says it's the last day of the 13th month of the third creation. Which leads us to believe that creation is only 13 months long.
So, and this would be the fourth creation. The count starts fourth creation.
But if you do the math going from 3114 BC and count 13 boxes forward, you get to 2012.
And the very popular notion of 2012, whenever that was,
December 21st,
by the end of the world. Right? Can you explain this?
those were very fruitful years. We had so many lectures around the country that was like that, like Garrett Forrest and Saturday Night Live. But the apocalypse was very, very good.
I mean, that's it. So that would be, so technically it'd be the
Yeah, technically we begin to just. So my argument was that actually, if you look through all the books of my mathematics and calculus, they never say anything like that. In fact, there's a handful of things that tell us that full creation does happen, but that Bactune place should have 20 boxes, like their counting system dictates, not 13. And there's a place in Palenque, there's a place in the Dresden Codex, one of the places I'm forgetting that all talk about time after 2012. So how does that happen?
there's an overlap. So it's like 13 is before it and 21.
They like the number 13. They call it it's a magic number. My explanation, which I admit is not very simple, but I think that the magical deeds of the hero is in the creation story at the end of the third creation. Hits the magical reset button, and that it just restarted time right there because of their death. But that was not to say that the natural cycle should be 13. And there are certain texts that go way forward in time and way backward in time, and whenever they want to do that, there are higher about that. There's a picture, and there's and it goes on and on. These are like 160,000 years. Huge increments of time. Whenever they want to do that, they talk about a long period of time. They start putting 13 in all of those instances, those higher orders. And I think what they're saying is they're making an esoteric statement about the nature of time. That's what I think they're telling us. Those texts that time goes on forever. It's magic.
But they still have a conception that they think they went forever before. That there's other civilizations that came before. That this is the fourth creation.
And the gods made the first ones were made of mud and they melted. The second ones were made of sticks, but they were just the animals. The third ones were like us, but flawed. In some other way, and we're finally made of the blood of the gods. We're made out of that, so we're perfect. And as it explains to us, the Buddhas, we've got it right. There's no reason to believe that this creation has a set for right. But one of the weird things things is with the Aztecs, who to a lot had contact. They also had the concept of multiple creations before us, but it was really clear to the Spanish that they weren't all at the same time. Some of them were in the 300s, some of them were in the 700s, but they were not the same time period. So our mathematical logic, if the third creation was 13, this one must be third creation, is it, or also be 13? It's in direct opposition to what the Aztecs about the nature of creation. They're different time periods.
What do you think there was in the previous creation? Did they have the kind of long, multi-generational memory of prior civilization?
It may have had some value in the Aztecs.
Same kind of nature myth.
There's a lot of different opinions about it. I could say we're all 13. If we have 5 creations, like the Aztecs said, and we're all 13, they would come up to roughly 25,000 something years, which is very close to that perception cycle. So some people are like, they designed it all on completion of the perception of people.
I don't think
That I don't believe that one, but that one sure sounds good. And that's going to be a learning
that one of the things that we obviously wonder about is why the flooding myth part of that most societies and most religions.
I think that one's pretty easy. It's the end of the ice age when the bad stuff goes deep down.
it's just the ice age.
It's the seas filling back up.
And they, without really understanding what happened, just scared this.
Everybody knows that everybody's nice coastal village went under water. And they had the sea fire crack.
And then it's like people are talking about the weather, everything was weather for many generations if you see that so much.
Why did you live here, Grandpa? Then the water came.
And maybe grandpa's later, it's just kind of hard to read again.
It becomes mythology. But global mythology. So that is one other things I don't have to do some explanation of what would be. So the flood myth is almost certainly the rise of sea level.
So this idea that every day represents there's a spirit, there's not a good astrology. Most people can't consider astrology with this maybe a bit unscientific guru type of sensories. Do you think there's some wisdom that can from your scholarship of the mind, even to carry that to the astrological perspective on it? I think there's some wisdom.
I don't know. That I have to do part of it. I would like to do that stuff, but I don't think as a scientist I cannot come up with a biological, scientific reason why that would be true. And when you look at it objectively, really everybody born with the sign Scorpio, I'm a moody person. That's objectively not true. But it is funny how oftentimes these Maya horoscopes, for lack of a better word, do hit the mark. There was some student who surveyed like 300 people with the app I made and asked them about their Greek sign and their Maya sign. And his conclusion for his term paper was that the Maya was supposed to be way better. Which that's fascinating. I mean, at least that's fun. But no, I'm sort of too much of a scientist to believe that. I just don't have any foundation in science that would allow us to believe that the month in which we were born in a cycle sets our personality and destiny.
I agree, and yet there is so much mystery all around us. What I do like is the inverted polarity reality of there's this whole, you can call it a spiritual world, a world where you don't understand. And then you can watch about what is the wisdom of the construct our systems for trusting us with that. And then there is where the enemy hubris can come in. But it's good to be humbled by how I do. I do love the history of pretty old. I would love to find an ancient civilization, but I don't want to solve the mysteries of the world. I think they're one of the things that make points like worth notice. That's true. That's true. You mentioned the Maya learning system. What are some interesting aspects of learning that they've used in the written? Well, one of the things that confound me as a guy who spent a better portion of my life studying, I had the honor of being a student of Linda Shields right here at the University of Texas at Austin. She got to group together this rope that I had put in the hieroglyphics in the 1970s. So I learned from the best, and I loved every moment of it. Can you speak to that code? Actually, kind of the code and what takes to break it? Oh, boy. I mean, what a we had kind of a code document. We had a page out of Diego de Landa's book, a priest who was converting the Maya in Yucatan, asked his informants about their writing system and what every language was. He was convinced they had an alphabet. So he got this Maya guy sat down in Spanish and he said, okay, we're going to write all this stuff right through right in here, say it, here, say it, here. And that guy just wrote all of these sounds that the priest was going to write. They were actually syllables. They were vowel, consonant combinations, like word sound. But that turned into our Rosetta Stone. The big key is that the Maya still speak that same language. There are millions of Maya people who are speaking a version of Maya. Now, there's where I get confused. That we've got a single writing system that is intelligible, we've broken the code, so we know that it's basically the same writing system from the top of Yucatan into Guatemala and El Salvador. But we have 33 Maya languages today that are mutually unintelligible. And we got to project the language output that they spoke back then that the lips are in, is something called Chol-Chi, which is a combination of Chol-Chi and Chol, which is those languages. But it doesn't work for me at all. How did, if there was one language, maybe two back then, how did it flower into 33 mutually unintelligible languages in just 500 years during acculturation and horrible infectious diseases that killed 90% of the population? How did that happen? So we're missing something huge here. I think it's more like Chinese, where Chinese letters, writing can be read in multiple languages and still understood. I don't know exactly the mechanics of how that would happen, but it just seems impossible that there are more languages, not less languages, in the Maya area after the last 500 years that they've been through.
They think that there's some kind of process of either rapidly generating dialects, or there always has been these dialects, or I should say, they're distinct languages, even though there's a common language.
There must have been a way that multiple languages understood the same language. Or maybe there was something like Latin. You know how there was a period in Europe where most people were illiterate, and there was this priesthood who all understood Latin and spoke Latin. Maybe the hieroglyphs represent kind of Latin in the ancient language.
Well, we don't really know, and there's not clear evidence to fill in the gaps of how it's possible.
But we did realize it was actually a Russian scholar, Yuri Rothschild, who wrote the book. The Americans and the Europeans were absolutely sure that the language was the written language of the dead. But Yuri, not knowing any of that, not being filled with all of those thoughts from America and Europe,
in the way that he was taught in his grad school in Moscow, and just went to the dictionary and he looked at Yucatec language that they're speaking today, and he applied it to the symbol system, and he knew that there were certain sounds, he used language alphabet, and he found that there was his two key examples were a picture of a dog with a symbol over it and a picture of a turkey with a symbol. Dog, a dog in Yucatec is food. So he saw two symbols. He said this one's probably soup and this one's food. And then the turkey was soups. So it would be food ending in soup. And he showed how, so this is soups, this is food. Those two things that should be soup are the same symbol. And that began this process of unraveling the syllables. So we're still working on today.
That's fascinating. Just like the coding process. Like, how do you figure out this process? Is there still, are you aware of any languages that haven't been decoded yet?
Yeah, there's a number of them. There's Easter Island script. I was just talking to we've prepared the data. So maybe the advances there now. It's like wrong, and we only have about maybe 25 examples. As we're beginning to break that, there's also a big one. It is Moroccan. Moroccan, sometimes you say that 5 independent scripts on the planet. And those were Chinese, cuneiform, which that's Italian, Egyptian, Maya, and then Moroccan, which is from northern India. That's the only one that we've never cracked. And now all the epigraphers, people have some terms, but epigraphy is translating these languages. They're all ganging up on Moroccan and want to pick it up. It had a temple set, but nobody's been able to crack it. And now they're saying it's just an 11 dozen of the spoken word. That's the larger of the hypothesis.
Which is really crazy.
But, the could just be Facebook and Twitter generation. Something to pick up to the time. The other one that fascinates me is from the Americans is the people. The Inca had people. It's not its string records, but it was definitely encoding more than just math. We know the math. I know lots of, I can do the math and figure out what the code is. Yeah,
People are recording devices fashioned strings historically used by a number of cultures in the region of India and South America. The keyboard usually consists of cotton or copper fibers from so strings are supposed to be a saying something.
There's one long string, a little bit dangling. Each one of the dangling strings have sets of knots on it. And the knots, some of them are mathematical, but those, we just do the math, we can prove that it's math. They also included language. They had entire libraries for Cusco where Spanish conquistadors were brought through, and the caretakers of the libraries would just they'd say, read that. We'd pull it out and just read a history of something that happened 200 years earlier. So it was definitely writing. But in the 1570s, one head of church there had all of the people that could read them, called people Kamaya, gathered up, had them read all of their papers and transcribe them into Spanish books, and then had the papers burned and those papers murdered. And so we can't break the code still today, but we know it was absolutely a written language. So it wasn't written, it was speech or not.
And there's still some people there that they could do.
There's, I think now we just crossed the 1,000. So we have 1,000 pieces. There's enough to break the code. And I think this generation might be the one that does it.
It's sad that so few have survived. Thousands of people.
But see, there's through barely scratched the surface of archaeology. There's so much out there. There was a priest I read about named Diego Piquero, who was one of the early people in Peru converting community. His chronicles are real clear. He wanted to teach his community of 3,000 people all the Spanish prayers, the important ones for them to be converted into Christianity. And he had the community people from Maya, not Hebrews for each person, that told them that they could read them out and memorize the prayers. And if they caught the other people in town, they would fly. So he had 3,000 of the same people made and handed out to the community. If we find that community and find its cemetery, there is our Rosetta Stone.
It is probably the case that somebody for maybe a large community and help this celebration. That might be such a short. It's like they're on target. Yeah, there are some communities that are used to it. There's a couple of them that we have high hopes for, and then it was apparent that they were just making shit up. Just so they didn't actually know how to read it. They just knew it used to be read. So they made a bunch of stuff about what it's like and they read it out. They can read it, but then when you ask them the details, they don't know. But then on a much simpler level, there's lava hurdles who keep a string in their pocket, and they've got the knots equally how many laws they have, where they have something out of it. This was sick, this lost these ones, lost ones pregnant. So they have these more simple and more mathematical people, but they're using them to affect as a record. Is it possible for archaeology to know that the social organization of the Maya was? Like what if there was a hierarchy, people what the political structure was, the leader, as well as, priests, like who had the power, who was the power,
Actually, because of hieroglyphs, there's basic things that archaeology, which is here to go to and figure out like this guy lives in the rich house, this guy lives in the poor house. But hieroglyphs tell us specific stuff about who can rule, hereditary, that hereditary rule was based on royal blood that could be burned and connect to the ancestors who lived up in the sky versus the one that lived in the other. It also tells us things about hierarchy. Councils of lords underneath the king, who each represented clans who had their own neighborhoods, and that there were revolving positions of authority. There was a site that I mapped for my dissertation, 8 years in the jungle there, Blank had Lord's title named Fire. That was one of the generals of the army. And we could tell that position changed over time. So there was one guy named Katu, who was the fire lord for the early part of the reign that came called Palmer. And then by the time he carved this other panel, there's another guy in position, which was the fire lord. And so he had government. It was really kind of that. But then we have the interesting case in the post-class, they shed the idea. They don't like things anymore. That's probably a big part of why the classic disappearance and abandonment of all those cities happened. People just got sick and dead. And so they turned into this little council at Chichen Itza. But then when Chichen Itza falls, there's a new city. This architecture looks a lot like Chichen Itza. It's called Maya. But it has what is called the League of Maya. And it has a council of representatives from the communities from all around the world. And it is basically a democracy. It is a Maya democracy that individuals from all around the Yucatan are there. Each family has their own council house at Maya land, but we live back at their place. It's kind of like a Maya house. It really does. I mean, and this happens in, I guess, 1250 AD. That's this Maya democracy. So you know the names of them, the families, and of murdered another family and like the whole city. But of course, it's probably some method of corruption, which is hard to discover. Part of it was the Aztecs. The Aztecs came down. All sorts of, like, we'll buy everything you're making. And then eventually they were like, would we maybe buy something? Yeah. And then one family was like, oh, the other family was like, oh, that's a lot of money. So then, you know, they murdered each other and the bars got food and the city.
This is like slavery, murder, and disease. The hard part. Scary. Because you mentioned different periods of mind, classic, pre-classic, archaic. We just that. So archaic is before there was civilization.
Archaic is pretty much what everybody's about.
So the classic period was the golden age, and the pre-classic is the interesting time that we were talking about, and the post-classic is when the democracy came about.
So, midway.
Yeah.
Reverted back to the Maya are large. So yeah, we have pre-classic is like the origins of starting to build cities, starting to create their data, starting to create these wonderful works of art. And the classic period, if you look at 10 different textbooks for the Maya, you'll get 10 different dates they're living around. But basically, that's the age of kings. That's when these cities decide that they're going to organize themselves around elite royal families that have this magical blood and contact their ancestors that are directly in contact with God. The Maya never contact their gods. They contact their ancestors who act like liaisons to the gods. And so the Maya age of kings has these dynasties around where these people have basically shown the rest of the people that they've got a special quality of their death. Only their offspring can do the same tricks and cause it. Everybody, every Joe Maya who left their blood and harness and contact their ancestors. But Joe Maya's dad is just a corn farmer who lives down below and he's got no influence. But their spirits go down briefly, then up into the heavens and reside where the gods are. So that's the validation for this kingship that happens for about 400 years. And then we say 250 to 900, which is kind of the encompassing edges of it. But it's interesting that it's actually specifically the ninth doctrine of their history. The ninth doctrine begins in 426 and ends in 829. So it's 400 year period of time. And before that, there were no kings. And after that, there really are kings. They're heads and councils. So it's I call it the age of kings, where everybody's following the directions of basically a despot. And for a while, that's great. New cities built up, populations happening. That's it. I see it as kind of a cult personality. Strong, charismatic leaders inspire people to do great things together. But eventually, like happens all the time with power, too much power corrupts. All of a sudden, there's this unwieldy, huge elite class that has to be treated specially by everybody else. And they start saying, I think we should fight with those guys. Take these things. And people eventually get sick of it and they walk away from the cities. And that's how we get the mysterious Maya collapse where all of these cities are just gone.
That's one of the great mysteries of Mayan civilizations, that over a very short period of time, like 100 years, it seems to have declined very rapidly. What do you think explains that?
I think the failing of archaeology to properly see what was happening. I think that most of those cities, populations moved no more than 20 to 40 kilometers out and started their own farms. They lived in perishing houses, and all archaeology sees is that nobody lives in the city center. You don't see a bunch of mass bodies. There's no evidence of people getting sick. There are certain cities that fought with each other at the end, and we see that same thing. We know what's in the tattoo box. Mostly that can help people move and migrate. And it seems like right there around between 800 and 900, a lot of the elites that were on top in the, most of it was in the rainforest of northern Guatemala. They moved. They moved in two directions. Some of them moved into the highlands of Guatemala, and some of them moved up into the Yucatan. The city of Chichen Itza becomes the next big capital in Yucatan, but the word Itza is actually a word describing the people who lived around Lake Itza in northern Guatemala. And all of the Maya are super clear about that, because the Itza came in as immigrants with these new ideas that were created in Chichen Itza. So the elites, who were no longer welcome in their cities, just moved and set up shop somewhere else.
So why was it decline? Was scholars for a specific kind of offense that started this an idea? Yeah.
We are still debating. I don't think there is a single reason that humans are complicated. I think a lot of things led to this. One thing we can see archaeologically is that every one of the cities became over. They were too popular, and I think that they pushed the limits of their capacity to be capacity. We see it in lots of the cities at the end of the classic period that people are seasonally starved. I remember really stark evidence of Copan lineage of 17 kings. But the last kings and the last elite areas that we dig from the city center, the key are the pellets. They get this thing when you're growing up and you're not getting enough food seasonally, it shows up in the enamel of the teeth. It's called dental hypoplasia. And if somebody's seasonally starved, it gets these lines on their teeth. And that last generation of Maya, before they went Copan, even the rich people are seasonally starved. So there's a problem there for sure. But I also think it's a weird thing. It's not an empire. It was a group of independent city-states like France. Some of them were allied, some of them were enemies. There was a huge civil war. It settled out about the end of the Classic. So if it was Europe, the victors would have taken over, the losers would have beat us on wherever they went. But when they abandoned the cities, it's independent. That's all both the guys that won and the guys that lost. So it couldn't be just as simple as spoils for the victor. It's such a wide area. Not everybody was starving the people in the Copan Valley. So I personally think it was calendrically correct. It is interesting to know that that ninth period, that 400-year period, ends right then. And I think a lot of people, and I can't prove it archaeologically, but I think a lot of people said, we're coming to the end of a great cycle, and we need to renew. We need to change what we're doing. When you talk to the Maya today, at the end of this 2012 thing, you actually talk to Maya, say, what happens at the end of the big cycle? They say cycles are a time of renewal and transformation. That it is all of our obligation to change our lives at the end of the cycle. Change is coming, we can either be part of it or we can just be that. The Aztecs did this neat thing called the new fire ceremony. Every 52 years, which is the biggest their calendar ever. They burn down perfectly good temples, and they burn down their houses. And they would just, everybody in society would perform this, what they call the new fire ceremony. And they would renew the world. So I think that my personal theory is that the Maya decided at the end of the night that it was time to renew the world.
I think this theory makes sense because they really internalize this really big part of their culture, the sense of this cyclical nature of civilization.
That's what I guess. I think that they created that calendar to perceive the cycle and harmonize them.
You mentioned Guinness. What was the origin of that? Where did these people come from? What time?
You know, almost every one of the cultures we're talking about now, we have two different versions of the answer to that question. We have the archaeology versions, and we have the Aztecs themselves. The Aztecs have this wonderful migration where they say that they came from a place well to the north called Aztec, and that they had this migration. They went through kind of a hero's journey where they go to Snake Mountain place and they encounter the birth of the war god, and I stepped into the Valley of Mexico as the lost brothers of everyone in the Valley of Mexico. They said they all came from the north near Aswan as a cave with 7 different passages called Chiquinos, and that all the people who spoke the language Nahuatl came from the cave, and most of them went early to the Valley of Mexico and the Aztec stories. They were just the lost tribe. They were the last brothers to come in. And but then they show up late game and they become mercenaries. They just start working for communities in the Valley of Mexico. And this takes place in the 1300s. So about 200 years before Trudeau shows up, the Aztecs show up in the Valley of Mexico. And they make themselves this indispensable group of mercenaries. They do the dirty work. All the civilized communities around Lake Texcoco, in the middle of which is now Mexico City. It's all dried up. But those guys were too civilized to fight each other. But they're tired of the Aztecs to do group stuff. So the Aztecs did that. It really changed the politics in the game. The Valley of Mexico.
The dirty stuff is the most messy.
Yeah, they go in and they kill whoever you want. So they good cases there. So one of these cases that are working for really like decided I'm going to make the Aztecs part of our ancestors. I'm going to give them my daughter to marry the head of the Aztecs. And the Aztecs sacrificed. And that really pissed him off. So he took like his whole life and ran the Aztecs out for a while. They say they live in this horrible desert section eating lizards. But then one of their priests would say, we're going to walk around the lake, and my visions say that there we see an eagle sitting on a cactus with a snake in its mouth is where we build our house. And they see that, but it's out on an island in the lake. And he said, well, that's the place. So they build up an island. They go to that island and then they just start piling up lake mud until they make a whole city there in the middle of the island. Make an island city. And all of this occurs in about 100 years. So they show up about 1300. The capital of Tenochtitlan, they called it, is really established, and from there they quickly take over the entire valley. They make what they call the Crescent Alliance, which is the 2 other big communities in the lake are now their allies. But they're not really allies. The Aztecs were just those guys who can shut up and us the Aztecs rather shut up. And then the Aztecs spread like wildfire all the way down into the Maya. Everywhere they go, they rename everybody's towns and they pay tribute.
Pretty short lasting positions. Spread extremely famous. What is the defining quality of this?
I think they were very much like it had an attitude like the television. They just had no problem with Jewish kids. Everybody else had become too comfortable and too civilized, and the Aztecs were just mercenaries. They told everybody, we can either rip your heart out, or you can work for us. And if you work for us, you'll be fine. They go to every town they go to. The first thing they do is they show up with a bunch of the time they were assessing their military prowess, what products they could take. And then soon after the coach special would come the military with the reconnaissance.
So the aspect that he's really so what was your we run a whole relationship with
They worshipped a or these. Their main temple was the temple of Michael. They had two temples. One was to Kuala, the rain god, who liked a lot of sacrifice himself, but then the other one was Huitzilopochtli. He was, that translates to hummingbird on the left. But he's the warrior. I love that he's a hummingbird. Maybe he comes through a magical tribe or something. But then right next to the temple, on either side, were two temples of the warriors. One was the Eagle Warrior clan, the other one was the Jackal. And they were symbolically in competition with each other. So a unified force, I guess, probably an analogy between like Navy and Air Force. Had a good-natured competition, who's better, but they were the same. So those were their symbolic dressed up and all of their finery, and they would come out with these two forces, and it was very unlike anything that had happened before. Again, I think I could draw a parallel to what happened in Europe. The famous Henry V moment in Azure where his kind of ragtag army wipes out France's aristocracy with the longbow. Like up until that moment, Europe had a very wars for the elite classes kind of matches. And then after France lost half their aristocracy, maybe we should be very influential. The same sort of thing happened with the there was Western America really didn't have a huge standing army, but the Aztecs put this army together and they intimidated people. They didn't actually have to use it. They were used to great effect in the Valley of Mexico. And for the rest of Central America, it's mostly fear sacrifice.
So there also seems to be a celebration of violence. I think you said the beauty of blood and so maybe like the Roman Empire, they just had it maybe at the perfect century of violence, where that stood, the purpose of life, purpose of existence, the Pharisees.
I would call it sci-fi. I mean, I think one of the wonderful things about studying the ancient cultures, knowing what our human capacity is. And the Aztecs, when I said that, what I meant by that is there was absolutely human sacrifice and ripping people's hearts out. They had this just grotesque violence then, but in the same way, they also absolutely loved flowers, gardens, and poetry, and music, and dance. The same Aztec king who ordered the hearts of 1,000 people extracted also would stand up at dinner parties to recite his own poetry, or the poetry of famous statesmen and poets. And they spent money on things like flower gardens. There's all of the pathways leading to the Aztec capital has beautiful flower gardens, and they had a museum, and they had an aquarium, and a zoo, and they had opera, and they had a ballet, and these things existed together. It was not in the Aztec mind any conflict between witnessing someone's heart getting ripped out one moment in the evening was going to
how does that contrast the relationship with war and violence with the other civilizations in America and South America? Maybe the Maya. What was your relationship like?
The Maya were influenced by the Aztecs again, so we get a skewed perspective from the contact period of past because the Maya were much more violent and sacrifice-oriented in the post-classic rendition, but in the classic period, it was mostly the priests and the kings that were doing the sacrificing of themselves. We know that the Maya kings would cut their penises and then bleed that blood on the paper. And the paper was burned and become smoke, through which they'd commune with their ancestors. But they'd actually tie this paper onto their penis, cut it, and then dance with blood splatter. But it was them by themselves. It was different than killing a bunch of other people. Auto-sacrifice. Still very macabre, but very different than deciding a whole bunch of other people's self-sacrifice.
Can you speak to sacrifice again? Auto-sacrifice. Where exactly? My aspect, different culture. The religious nature,
It was absolutely religious. And the Aztecs were of the opinion that the war gods and man people captured and sacrificed. And it had to be valuable. There's a lot of, before they made that big stand army, they had just ritual battles that they would have, and they take captives, in fact, all around the world, so that they could bring them back and sacrifice to the gods. And the Aztecs decided to specifically follow the war gods more than anything. They did so much and so successfully that they didn't have any other enemies nearby. So they decided this one poor sucker group, not that far away, called the Rothschild, that they were never going to make peace with them, so that they could go close by every year and just have a little symbolic war with the Rothschilds and call them back for a sacrifice. Cortez met those guys and he was like, "You're a super hate their guts. I'll just use these guys." So we say, let's just move to the next world. There's Cortez and 20,000 super pissed off
and they have to sacrifice, like, so there would be kind of these gifts that they would chopping off people's heads. Like, is there some interesting rituals around that?
It's mostly heart extraction. Sometimes they bring up on top of the temple so everybody can see it, and they have a specific stone in the middle, so their ribs come out. And they use like a thick obsidian knife that have a really just right and true way to do it. They stab it in a certain place close, and then they push down and start as they rip it up on the rib. And they just make a place where they can just rip it right out. Yeah, but they're really just certain that this is a thick obsidian knife where they can just break the ribs right around the sternum and push the sternum down, pull them up. The other person is, yeah, I'll start looking. And the Aztecs had this idea, like, there was a horrible drought that went on, but almost really higher about. And they came to the conclusion that it's because we haven't been killing enough people. Right? We've got to bump this up. And then when they did, and they decided that they really took it out of the water, it rained. So it was so positive that they should keep doing it. And they ate it. They really did. As part of that festival, after the sacrifice, then they would eat. And this was part of the drought and famine that started. But then it was just kind of the same thing. When Cortez got there, they were still having certain special feasts that involved humans. And it really upset us. That was a human.
So the idea was that actually having a taste of human flesh, or is it just these kinds of ideas of, like, if you eat a person's heart, you can get their spirit, that kind of thing?
In the case of the Aztecs, it seems like they just liked this guy Sahagún was a very responsible chronicler that was pretty specific that, like, there was a distribution thing. Like the elites got butts. The butts were the best part. The butt cheeks, those were the best parts to eat, and then, like, if went down the train and some people just got my fingers and stuff. Literally about this. Yeah. Oh, they really did. In fact, that could cause have you heard of the no change free state night? The night that the Aztecs really go nuts on the Spanish and kick them out. It's all triggered by this one guy, Pedro de Alvarado, who's left in charge by Cortez. As Cortez goes to the coast and tries to talk to the new force, talk them into being for him, which he does. But Pedro Alvarado is left back in town in charge. And they're doing another one of these huge Aztecs buffets and parties to honor her. And it happens that I say, and Alvarado freaks out because the guards close the doors. He murders everyone in the park, women, children. Nobody has to. He just murders everyone. And that's what's bad that the Aztecs have to eventually murder Montezuma, who was the captain, and then try to murder all of them. It's all Pedro Alvarado freaking out about eating demons.
Just a little cracks as well.
Yeah, it's just, I thought it was funny.
I didn't realize, but I kind of assumed that some of it kind of wasn't had to do with eating hard to gain score to the place.
In certain records, yes, you're right. The athletes, no, they don't. Like you said, it was part of the fear factor. I mean, they could walk into a new town and be like, you guys could eat this and us, and let's help us. Or we can eat you.
But that's logical warfare, the actual warfare, it worked, and that's how they started.
Mm-hmm. And they were just about to take over the land on the Spanish Navy. They had the Mayas around it, and they were about to take the whole region.
So you think without it would be this Aztec Empire?
Yeah, I think there would have been an Aztec Empire. I think they would have finished dominating everybody. But they did it through education, and everybody had to see that. So it wouldn't have lasted. They were not ruling just us. They were ruling by us, and that can only go on so long before revolution happens. The Inca Empire, I think that would happen. They were really community. No one in the Inca Empire started. They built architecture. It was exciting. Once they started taking over, what they did is they empire. Everybody else just raided their neighbors to get permission. Everybody they raided, they turned them into the Inca Empire. They created this incredible meat system, so turns working, and they created the road system so that you get troops working back and forth. So a town of, let's say, 5,000 people. The end of the goal up to an army of 100, 200,000 people and say, would you guys like being part of the empire, or would you like us to escort you to the edge of the empire? And if your mayor here agrees, then you can have some troops there. But then the very next month, a big work crews would show up, and they'd start building agricultural towns and storage units. And every month, with the agricultural excess, they would have big parties, and everybody would eat. So people lived well in the empire. So from the beginning, anybody who agreed to be part of it immediately had access to a whole bunch of resources and security they never had. So they started in South America.
Cusco was like a center.
So in their language, Quechua, it means navel, belly button. And it's up in but there's 4 quarters. They call their empire Tijuana, and they end the 4 quarters. And the center of those 4 quarters is Cusco. It's gone for all of 8 AD. Yeah, what it was. But it was probably mid 1200s was the first Safa ink, the first ink. It was the night really started to be an empire. And part of that, and what we were designed out of Silk Road to deliver massive road network. Roads and the thing is that the Roman strategy of building roads and infrastructure, and then every place they took over, they created certain key pieces of Roman architecture that kind of made that city better. They rename it something. They did the same thing. They had certain signature Inca architecture that they would build in as the administrative part. They send the people to Maya, the guys who would do the or not keep as accounts. Or they would go through and say, just everybody did. Okay, you're a good farmer, you're a good farmer. You're a good weaver, you weave, all the men here, at the army. And they're like an independent piece of Maya. Every community had like 5 or 6 that were not allowed to work with each other, and all had to independently send their people back to Cusco. And if there were accounting discrepancies, they just called Cusco to figure out who's lying about what. So there's like a super sophisticated record. Yeah. And that was secret. And the Spanish reported what they could have heard. So that's an interesting development for an empire, because that allows you to be expanded and have some kind of some level of control. Yeah, they could. At the end, they were really friendly, and there's just no way to do that without some sort of sophisticated record.
I think I have to phase out that.
I mean, the Aztecs were psychotic. The Inca had a business reserve for Maya, and they had set and there's only one thing that everything got pissed off about such these kids. For some reason, everything was owned community except the llamas. The llamas were king. And so that was one thing that was like some of them would stay in town now if you worked on the culture. Like, you don't own your house. And people are really attached to this day. They are like family members. So it'd be like everybody walked in and said, everybody's family dog. It like really upset people on an emotional level. Well, I mean, so llamas
Got domesticated with some place. Like I don't know, probably on.
We have rock that progresses to make it see that like progression from people depicted hunting them to people depicted standing next to pregnant women. So it was still in that archaic period, at least, that they became friends.
If you roll in,
That hit everybody. For some reason, the Inca owned everybody's llama, and he would take anything he wanted. A lot of them would just get carted away that day, just to be sent to Cusco. They'd also take their money. Everybody was always there dead, but the Inca just like ceased to accept it. They would just, the mummies were still there. Okay, he's dead, so let's still got clothes, let's party, let's put a beer in something. They just kept people as mummies. And so the ancestral mummies of every town, part of the being absorbed into the empire was, okay, most of those mummies are now their own beautiful house in Cusco. But it's physically bring those mummies to Cusco to make now Cusco spiritual home. That's their system.
yeah, I can see how that does people also felt like a way to like if the ancestors that you revitalize the respect of
They've been elevated. We didn't steal them. We have given them a new place of life. And you're welcome to come visit them all the time. And they did. They had these festivals where everyone from all corners of the world come to Cusco.
And which of the civilizations mummified people?
Yes, the Incas for sure mummified people. He did some of that kind of Egyptian-esque taking out of organs and preparing the body to put like strong inside the canopy and mummify them. Maya didn't do it. The Maya, in fact, on surface, with blood tinged with water, so that the skin flunk off the skeleton stuff, and then they get back in there. It was dirty, so I think the bugs probably had part of it. But then they would get back in there to get the bones. They'd open it back up and take the bones out and paint them with red cinnabar. The one that I was in the car, we had evidence that they'd gone in there 4 different times. And the last couple times they only took the skull out and repainted it and then put it back in and articulated it on the skeleton. But they didn't know that. They encouraged us with like mostly smoke the bodies so they could get the skin off faster and get to the bones. Where would they keep the bones? Yeah, they keep the bones and they pull the bones out occasionally and do rituals to them or commune with them and then put them back in.
So there's still a deep connection to the ancestors, to the physical manifestation of the ancestors.
Yeah,
the mummified
and to this day, like if you do an excavation here in the United States, Native Americans have like their graves, which is fine enough. I don't want somebody digging up my grandma either. But the Maya didn't want it. And every Maya person who comes outside is great. Yeah, it's cool. They're not thinking about it. I don't think it's exciting. I one time was helped out a physical anthropologist to get an osteology collection together of various anatomies. So we got those from an excavation. We could see what kind of animal it was based on the collection. And the family said, our family dog died last year. You need a dog. We go pick up the dog, and then they were like, our kids came out. So their kids came out. And this was like, they died only less than a year ago. And we got to it, and like one of them just like grabbed at the bone, and he was like, wait, see, bones, little bitty bones, yeah. What a weird attitude. That's the dogs there. They have a different relationship with the dog.
It's in some sense a beautiful lifestyle.
Yeah.
Why pretend it's not real? Kind of cool. As you say it now,
People, that's what Day of the Dead is all about. You have days. You know, Halloween's this creepy thing where they're all dogs. The Day of the Dead is this beautiful thing. We remember our ancestors. I convinced my kids after the movie Coco came out. Now we have an altar with all of our great-grandparents on the altar. We talk about who they were, how they lived. We put things on the altar that mattered in their life. And we remember that. It's something that's so weird. Eat too much candy and wear it off the next. I mean, that's something beautiful that we discussed where we came.
I have to ask about the giant steps that people been able to somehow move and put together perfectly. Do you understand? Is it understood how to do that? So,
No. Well, the moving of it, I think that these are brief here. You know, there are ways to pivot large races. A retired contractor here in the U.S. who built Stonehenge in his backyard in Minnesota, single-handedly, showing how you can move big stuff. So I think Wally's already figured out how to do it. It's the perfectly fit, so carefully fit together that you couldn't even put a diamond between the stones. That's the one that I think still has to be back. The common archaeological wisdom that you find out of textbooks is that they just kept tapping away at the silverstones and setting them until they're perfect, which has to be bullshit. That is, there's no way that they just were that ridiculous. I mean, everybody's got a hammer. I personally think it's acid. I think they melted together. And there are weird places when you really look at it closely to these stones. Like I've done a number of going back next month to Machu Picchu, and especially Cusco. I walk around in the alleys where these 500, 2,000-year-old laws are still there. And I see things like the crystal in the andesite are almost stitched together all in seams. Like there's the andesite around them is melted out, crystals have. And there are other places where there are weird lights on the wall, like it's just melted, like somebody took a rag and wiped it on the salt. Lots of talk about salt, stones turning hard too. I have been agree that this is one of these, end of my archaeological career sectors. I'm either going to prove myself wrong or prove it. But I think they use that. My dad's a chemist. He told me a long time ago there's no naturally occurring gas. But my current theory, actually, I got the idea initially from the show Breaking Bad. I don't know if you guys saw the show. But there's a point at which they're trying to dissolve the body. Yes. And they're using hydrofluoric acid and it goes right through the ceiling. That hydrofluoric acid is so fascinating. It evocates plastics. And you can also bring it in our parts and then combine it. The Inca made tons of jewelry out of fluorite. Fluorite is big in the Andes. And they also mine a lot of things, the gold and silver, and the byproduct of that mining is sulfuric acid. But sulfuric acid and fluorite together, and it's hydrofluoric acid. And that was run through andesite or anything. If you know how to do it judiciously, and then you compare whether it's a servant's lost an armory, then you could actually use them to fuse these together. And I think they're fused together. I asked the city of Cusco if I could take some core samples, and they said, go hyper, start pushing it. So this next time I'm going to go try to talk to we'll catch the authority for this place called Oil and Podcast, and maybe I can convince them. But right now they just think I'm a weird ass regular who else but knows no else.
This is fascinating curious. And so how can you get to the bottom of it? So getting into some of these people, some kind of trace.
Somewhere I would say that if there was hydrofluoric acid, that core safety right on the food, they can separate out the elements in there and detect whether there was actually a hydrofluoric acid. I want to go straight to this stuff. We already know that's true, or yeah, they could have, but that's just chemistry. We had to prove that it would happen in plants. We get us samples. But that was before COVID and now, so you know how it is. You probably the same guy. That's 1,000 ideas. The ones that are fruitfully irrelevant, and the other ones you can practice.
That would be fascinating to look at these insurance. There's or either one.
I'll try to disprove it.
I wonder if it's discount how much amazing stuff is actually coming. It just feels like a large number of humans are just working a little bit, chipping away. So, at scale, it can be miraculous. So the question is, how can a large number of humans be motivated to do just when we think about like some very challenging architectural construction, we don't think about a large part.
Well, that together by a small number of administrators who are dynamic and convincing themselves.
Yeah.
One of my favorite quotes is, I think it's Margaret who said, never underestimate the power of small groups working together. And the truth is that those are the only people that have ever changed. That small, dedicated groups of people are what changed the world.
Yeah.
That inspire big groups of people to embrace their vision.
Yes. Yeah. I think we sometimes underestimate how much
They love The average here had all sorts of skills, at least I personally. You know, I'm wearing a shirt, but I can't make it. That's for somebody else. He was also electric Jamie Rogers, I'm watching that. And also helped teach me that there's a lot more complex society going on here for a long period of time. So maybe give us that again. So we go through that paleo Indian and archaic for thousands of years. As we started this conversation, it probably 30,000 years to take conservative now humans first got to be Americans. But the first cultures we get here are mound builders around the Mississippi and to the east, and then also a totally separate group in the what we call the American Southwest now, the Four Corners, who were developed into mostly the people we call Pueblo, who are still there today, Tennessee and OPC. We've got these two clusters. The very first major community in North America is in the most unlikely place. It's in northern Louisiana. People think I'm crazy when I say this, but there is a pyramid in northern Louisiana, a big one, at a site called Harvey Point, that is 3,500 years old. So it's the same age as the pyramids in Egypt. And it is a giant thing just looking out of the bayous of Louisiana. And people don't believe this, I say, but it's there.
The mountain Indians. What was that society like in comparison to everything else we have talked about?
They are mounds built for thousands of years. We call them mound builders. This is something that I object to. I think we should have a better way. We do, there's the last version of it called the Mississippi. But generally speaking, we call all of these guys mound builders. But what they built were pyramids. They look like they're on snow. And they didn't build them out of snow. That's, that's kind of our just inherent Western body. Something that's built out of stone, it's sophisticated, it's something that's built out of dirt, it's but in their whole living form, they did have cores of dirt, but they also had clay pits, so they had terraces, they had whole complex facilities up on top. There were kings that lived up there. There's the biggest of the Mississippi, and it's right outside of St. Louis. And it was huge. It had a population of 20,000 people, pyramids all over the place, a huge palisade wall around it. It was absolutely gigantic, thriving metropolis. And we in America have kind of a collective amnesia. We never heard about these massive civilizations. Cahokia was the big first city, but then it spread from the Mississippi all the way to the Atlantic. There were hundreds and hundreds of these big cities that had 5,000 to 10,000 people.
Were they their own thing?
They had a unified religion and culture. They were again not sort of ordering cities. They were kind of territories that were owned by big kings, and then the cities around them were kind of subsidiary areas. One kingdom could either ally with the neighbors or have a fight. Where they were kind of countries, I think. We could safely say there were different countries within this patchwork that was Eastern United States. And it's so weird that we don't know this because it was clearly documented by the Spanish. It's this. I'm not talking about just archaeology. Fernando de Soto landed in Florida over 3 years from went up to the Carolinas and over down into Alabama, Louisiana. He's the first one to see the Mississippi up there. But for 3 years, he went through city after city after city. Unfortunately, decimating them, eating all their soil, giving them diseases. But the documentation is clearly there, that collectively millions of people in a very sophisticated and uniform civilization.
There's disease and being resources. Is there like explicit going on?
Unfortunately, yes. He was a murderer, psycho, liar. He smelled them that he was some kind of deity. He actually learned the trick from the Incas. He was with Pizarro in his first run. He got sent back to Spain, was rich, had a wife, castle. Then he got pulled out and decided to have a reign of terror in Northern America for 3 years. But he had people burned at the stakes. He had dogs ripped them apart. He was very, very he ruled that area and had absolutely no respect for anybody. He made promises and broke them all the time. He was really good.
This whole period before Columbus came, how did that generate?
Well, there's a great anthropological body of literature. It's called the Columbian Exchange. Well, based on Columbus, but all this trade back and forth between the New World and the Old World. And the Old World got just wonderful stuff. All of a sudden, the dietary stuff, all these vegetables came in. The New World got herding animals, pigs and cows and goats that it didn't have, but it also got 13 infectious diseases. Europe had wave after wave of kind of had herd immunity on a lot of us, but it didn't actually go away. It just couldn't spread like a wildfire immunity. So when they arrived to America, all of a sudden it was just a pile full of these people. I think in the first 20, 30 years, there were people who had contracted multiple deadly diseases at once and died of it. But the numbers, it's a shameful part of it. It wasn't something that Europe perpetrated on. The medical science at that time was still the poor humor species. The people were made of yellow bile, wax bile, blood, and flesh. And we did things like, well, you've got a bleeder, you'll feel better though. So we had no idea what an infectious disease was. But the reality was that this horde of diseases hits everyone. And the numbers are now saying in the first 50 years that it's 90% of everybody was dead. And that the number of people has increased as well as far as our estimates. We're thinking it's somewhere around 150 cities. And 90% of them. And with them, all their knowledge. Imagine a moment, who dies when things get bad? Young adults. So all the knowledge people die suddenly. The children die. This next generation is half gone and now completely demoralized, thinking that this is a spiritual attack that their gods have. But the only way out of it is to accept this new Christianity. But they don't have kids into this world where everybody's dying, and even if they do, they can't teach them what the old people were going to teach them because the old people are gone and didn't finish the translation. So in a simple, terrible moment in human history, so the generation loses all their knowledge. The things that these people knew just left out.
But with that, also just the wisdom entire civilization.
So much of what they knew was lost at that moment. So everybody who had those
Yeah, but not a significant integration that was there wasn't the Europeans came, it wasn't like the cultures integrated. So it's a story of domination.
in North America, there's a new term in the literature that call this the Mississippian shadow. That Mississippian civilization is millions of people they got spread out all over the place over the next centuries. And now we have this shadow zone. We have ruins, and the people that were actually from those ruins somewhere else on a reservation far away. You know, I'm just about to talk to a Cherokee who listened to some of the things I had to say. And says, all those Rothschild things you were saying from that Rothschild culture. My grandparents talk about this sort of thing too. Can I talk to you by phone and tell you about these things? So we've got the shadow zone where, you know, we're going to kind of put the puzzle back together, especially in terms of Mississippi and religion. I really think we're making headway in this generation. It's exciting to be part of piecing this old religion and its mythology together.
This is a lot of people kind of refer to Christopher Columbus as the person who discovered America. I read that the Vikings reached North America much earlier, 1,000. Mm-hmm. And why do you think they didn't?
Because they got parents. It's the truth. It is absolutely true that the Vikings was here. There's a great site here in Nova Scotia called Glencoe Meadow, which definitely has what's left of the Viking colonies. Lee Barrett and his father, Eric, they got kind of kicked out of Europe because they apparently couldn't stop murdering people. And so they went to Greenland and then kind of islands over to Canada. I think the culture that was in that area was in the Dorset. So they would have nothing to do with the Vikings. They attacked the Vikings settlement every day and did not give them an inch until they decided it was just close and they left. You know, and the Vikings attacked Ireland and they just found a bunch of, you know, monasteries full of gold with a bunch of guys going, Vikings were like, this is great, that's great, this is easy, we'll just do all these Easter eggs with the Native Americans in Canada were not happy. They kicked their ass. In fact, Lee Harrison's brother died there. So the natives killed him. He was supposed to be in charge of expanding the settlement, but they just killed him.
A lot of them use particularly war and culture.
Yes, they fought, especially the Mississippians. Boy, they were tough. And so were the Five Nations, the Mohawk, the Huron. The ones that kicked the Vikings ass up there, they were probably Algonquin speakers. So they were connected, like, you know, just above the Great Lakes. But they were all very tough people.
So you hear a lot about the Spanish and the Portuguese and the over 100 million people they killed. You see that as a tragedy of history, not just the way of history?
I think that the epidemic, I consider it a tragedy. It did not happen. And that was not a fair fight. Nobody knew what to do about it. It was just a tragic, perfect storm of events. There was no, you know, I think the Spanish and the Portuguese get unfairly relied on what's been called the Black Legend, that they just marched into America and murdered everyone. That's not fact. So it was the diseases that murdered everyone. In fact, there was a really poignant story I read of a Spanish priest in the Amazon in the Brazilian northern part of the Amazon. He made this utopian community, and he was bringing people in that were getting sick. And he wrote, well, I'm baptizing everyone. You know, I baptize 10,000 people a day. And yet God's still killing them. Why is he doing this to them? They're doing everything that I asked them to do. They are submitting to the will of God. But this guy doesn't realize that the same holy water that's baptizing them in, he's just wiping the disease on everybody's faces. He's accelerating it when he doesn't even realize it. He thinks he's saving it, but he's actually killing it.
Yeah.
That's a tragedy. You know, that's not just like, oh, let's go to the pictures. That's just straight tragedy.
Yeah. Yeah, that one is ultimately like that. The impression is they don't operate on normal human sense, right?
go through the top populations. Back to wild residents. I mean, we didn't really talk about what engine is and also how humans have evolved. And we did talk about there could be just a lot of fucking ancient history that we have. Do you think it's possible that other intelligent civilizations from outside of Earth have visited? You have to write into the that one I'm not sure whether we have any. We certainly have no archaeological proof that I will cite or contemplate as the evidence of such. But you know, the guys that discovered DNA, that's really great. Watson, who actually used hallucinogens to invigorate his thinking, he said that he thought that DNA on this planet was way too complex to have developed over the time period that it had at its disposal. And that his guess was that our DNA was somehow seeded from outside of our planet. And we don't think that's what it is, but the guy who we respect many also said that. So that's interesting. But in terms of, aliens visiting us, I don't know. It does smack of a kind of human hubris that we think we're important enough for some advanced species to give a shit about us. But statistically speaking, the universe is way too big. We can't be the assumption of it is. There's got to be somebody else out there. Whether they care about us, that's a question. I've been on ancient aliens like many times. I show up. I'm an educator. I mean, refusing to be part of the conversation to the media fan. But there was one time where they asked me at the end, anything else you want to say? And I said, this premise is that aliens came down a long time ago and gave humanity these wonderful gifts of science, medicine, engineering, these things. Today, we also have a lot of stories of the aliens we have, but now all they're doing is mutilating cows and sodomizing rednecks. Like, whatever they did, it's not the quality of the gift has decreased rapidly. It's interesting thought you mentioned. What archaeological would you have to see this might be a technology that doesn't belong there, first and foremost? I mean, we gotta, if we just run with the premise that somebody, in this case, was making a vehicle that could get them from somewhere far away to here, that was almost certainly mechanical. I love the aliens say they're biomechanical, but it certainly could be. That would, that's the thing. We could see that, but I would expect some kind of technology that showed up out of the blue and changed things. That would be something. But I would think, mechanics or a substance that's not functional. But of course, we would only see the results of that mechanical. You mean like literally, right? Some sort of thing like that. The typical thing people say is, how did they use these things, right? But just look at that on the face. Aliens come from across the universe to meet humans, and the thing they tell them is how to move rocks. What's it? I mean, like they give them interpreters or a combustion engine or something. They came across the universe and they showed them how to move big rocks. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. That just doesn't make any sense.
What do you think Earth will look like?
I think it will be a lot more automated. Or it could be towards time. If there is a possibility we could end ourselves, then there's that possibility. We really open Pandora's box in some regards. I did listen to one of your podcasts, yes,
1,000, 10,000 years ago. And technology is improving, becoming more advanced rapidly, and the rate of that is increasing ever more. So that's the part of the question I have. Does that bother you? Yes, definitely. You know, I heard somebody say, I forget who it was, that systems of any kind, human systems, biological systems, can be put on a graph that's changed over time. And any graph that's a change is way faster than the time, and the line starts going straight up. That is a system in crisis. In almost any biological system that has that fast change over that little time, any other thing, you describe it as a crisis. When you apply that sort of technology change, it's a crisis. From that perspective, absolutely. But I also have a faith in human humanity that many humans like to create a really difficult situation and then come up with ways to get out of that situation. And in so doing, innovate and create a lot of awesome stuff. And sometimes cause a lot of suffering. But I'm a pro and I would make it better. But yeah, okay, with nuclear weapons, the bad stuff like actually we can beat that. I guess there's always that chance. But I am an optimist. I think too. I think exactly as you just said. I think that the greatest capacity of humans is our ability to have. We have no other innovators when we're under stress. I think that a lot of the developments of humans over the last thousands of years have been about, we didn't change the world when we were healthy. It was when we were in crisis, whether necessities, whether inventions. So I think this will be all right. I think that this impending climate crisis is real and happening. I'm so thankful. I'm gonna answer a question. I think we're wasting our time thinking that we can reverse this. I'm all for and being good stewards of the environment, but we are wasting our time not technologically adapt to what's out there. We're spending too much time defending that the average American thinks that we all just drive cars and do that kind of bullshit. That's not going to happen. We need to start making technologies to desalinize water, a host of things that we need to use our technological capacity to accept it and adapt instead of popping in. I think if we can make it better. Yeah, that kind of stuff that the world will change and a lot of big problems arise as we develop technology that addresses them. I think you guys that have the finger on the pulse there, you start thinking about how we survive this, make it better. Not just a lot of time. But it's some catastrophic thing. Oh, we just do this, right? What do you think would be followed by aforementioned early civilization? The anthropologist, the grad student anthropologist that visit Earth study, how much of what we know and think of as human civilization would be lost? Well, time moves on, and things that are perishable perish. So, we didn't put a time element in there, but I would say that everything that can perish will, and whoever shows up here will be stuck with only things that didn't perish. So they'll have buildings, plaques, but they won't have the books, they won't have any hills, they'll have the incomplete record I one time did a talk in Sioux Falls, and I said, I thought, what's this? And there was a big obelisk in front of our campus. And everywhere I go, I see the names Lewis and Clark.
And 1,000 years from now, if I was an archaeologist investigating this place, I could think that it was founded by the Egyptians, and their kings were named Lewis and Clark. But first, as you know, Lewis and Clark stayed one night here. But it's just a big deal. So I would be so about your times based on what was ever. It's so beautiful. Like what would archaeologists really wrong about? And realization for fossils you read about Washington, D.C. was clearly made by a combination of the Egyptians and the Greeks and the Romans, because that's what all the archaeologists do.
Yeah, and they'd be able to reconstruct certain empires, the powerful empires, and the warring empires.
For that matter, me and my colleagues done that. I never searched my gut laugh at what I think I know what they were.
I wonder, do you ever think about like what we just as a human civilization are wrong about amongst like mainstream archaeology? Just like a suspicion. What can we get completely wrong? Well, one way to get something wrong is totally lost that. It's a gigantic civilization. Was there a land with a money or something like this, 10,000 years ago?
There's certainly that. There could be things that were either wiped away or still hiding under the oceans that would completely change the way you think about things.
And everybody knew they existed.
I think it's an explanation of their motivation is what I'm most strong. My teacher Sheely a long time ago said, I've come up with all sorts of theories. I was always thinking about stuff, and she looks at me and she says, if you don't stop thinking like a Western European and start trying to put yourself in the mindset of these people, you will never understand any of it. Which I'm taking on. I mean, I really do. When I approach these things, I try to step out of my cultural assumptions, try to think like they would think is the best I could. It's very different. This whole, our cyclical, the whole sacrifice was so, that's what's happening. Those are the austere, actual sacrifice. They weren't just, hey, let's all get together and kill that guy that's pushing us last time. And they were like, giving your best back. There was a different mentality. This was not brutal. This was a bona fide sacrifice.
That's the whole mystery of the supplement. And then she starts having sex with this position.
I'm an unbeliever.
What you think? Now, this is how they care of
All over he's everywhere. I gotta write this next year, the year I'm gonna write that thank you. I will have a whole chapter dedicated to
the history yourself. I mean, it gets you through the book. I mean, again, human material, nature there, because their jokes are
and that's so beautiful. I'll tell you a little side story. When I worked with some other people in Colombia, I spent 3 years making this map of the city, and I could see the jungle everywhere. They would talk to each other in their own language. But I noticed after a while, they were big jokers. They loved to tell jokes, and they would laugh at jokes. And they would pass. One of them would say something, and the other ones would go, woohoo! And I eventually asked him, what's that? Why do you think that woohoo is? I said, that's because he made a really smart pun. Just like that. He said 3 different things at once. It was a turn of phrase that was smart. And they didn't make laughs at that. They had a noise for when somebody said something super clever. So there's also that, just clever turn of speech. Yeah. And I think about that when I'm looking at things. It's like, here's a beautiful thing. It's going to be like a whole political statement. And I'm just plotting in the dictionary of what this means. That's probably double the one time because all through this text, and the real meaning is the subtext. And I'm thinking they're talking about porn, and they're talking about the nature of life.
Yeah, it could be satire, it could be, in Soviet Union, where it did. You're not allowed to actually You have to hide everything you're actually trying to say. And subtext. And all of that. There's a funny Maya ceramic that the ceramics are neat because they don't. The monuments can be kind of broken. Like I'm the king, I'm not being people love, I married this woman, I died. But the ceramics will tell us things out of mythology stories. And there was this one of the rabbit looking at the merchant and nobody could translate the text. And finally, this Eastern European, actually in Ukrainian, translated it. And the rabbit saying to the merchant god, "Bend over and smell my ass." It's like, we were expecting this wonderful piece of mythology. I said, no, it translates "bend over and smell my ass." It's great. That's human.
As we mentioned previously, human nature is not. You mentioned that blanket laughing. It is just out of curiosity. What is that product like? It's interesting.
Oh, it was a great impression. I love it, but it was difficult. I woke up every morning thinking, I will be Prince today. Where? On my body? Because it was the jungle. But in the jungle, it was the best. Like, what do you have to do to Well, it was tricky too because it was also a national forest. So the forestry department didn't want us to cut down anything more than we had. We basically just cut tunnels through foliage. We'd make everything twice. The first thing we do is go in, find a building, draw it on a piece of graph paper. And I say, you guys to the north, you guys to the east, west, find other buildings, and then find those, pace back to this one. And so I started making a map. I'd make the whole, one piece of graph paper was enough to then we bring the machine in, we bring the laser field to get really accurate information. On that piece of paper, I would write like, don't bring the machine this way, there's a free fall. Or stand on top of this building and you'll see 4 different buildings at once from this way.
And all of this is in God's jungle.
And the deeper we got off the road, the deeper it was. Sometimes it would clear out, but certain places, it would be such like vegetation. It would grow back so fast. Sometimes we would cut just tunnels through tall grass, and we'd come back 5 days later, and they were gone. Like we couldn't even find trails of it. They would grow back that fast.
But you see the buildings.
Right, and that was the fun part. And sometimes it would just be like a little neighborhood with little low buildings so bigger than the state. But some just 5 kilometers in, and I'm standing under a pyramid that nobody had ever met. Wow. I don't know. Some days they have good days, like 3 pyramids. I felt that's such a more exciting job than the typical excavations. My buddies were all just, in a hole for a week in the middle of the city. I'm prancing around the jungle. I could probably 10 buildings for that. I might find a pyramid. Who knows?
I still feel like the crime was a grandmother built and one of the only humans that are not it should be to ever see this. It's
great. I love that. I'm an explorer, so finding something like that. When I was 25 years old, I found a whole Mayan city. I got to name it. Its name is Rothschild, off in the Saline Junction, and that was just outrageous. It almost like that, and almost depressing. I was my entire I had this great life ambition that I would find a lost city. And then I did it at 25. And I was like, I my own life. I actually I wrote a bunch of letters to NASA trying to get them to let me be the first archaeologist on Mars. I never got a single reply back. I'm sure none of that's listed somewhere there.
How'd you find mine?
I used the topography map of the area, and I played the game. If I was a Maya, where would my favorite place to live in this big area be? I looked for the biggest mountains because they call all of their pyramids, stone
they love mountains. And when I found that mountain, there were two others right next to it that made triangles. And they loved those triangles. And there were rivers in between them. And I thought, that's it. That's where I would go to the city. And I got there over 2 seasons with the students, the other grad students. Like, we just having the students just wandering through all day. But I came back to the city.
So, given that you feel the deep past of humanity, what do you hope about our future? Maybe our deep future of this human civilization?
It's a good thing. And I do have hope. I believe in the spirit of humanity. I, as a person who has studied history, history knows kind of a sign of it. There's highs and there's lows, but no matter how low you go, get up and fall. And I think that humanity will continue. We will rise to the challenge. Now, some of the challenges may be created by ourselves as well, but we will adapt and overcome. That's what we do.
And who is find a way? Right? That's like the biggest key of this is during this point, empires collapse. They the humans that come out of that, they stick themselves up and away.
So the mentality of people like study believe in the cyclical nature of life. But you understand, life can't continue without that uniform cycle. We get our life and our hearts, but the cycle continues forever, right?
As you mentioned, that you have a lot of different courses, but you have also an amazing podcast, talking about that. If people want to listen to what would you recommend? What episodes should they listen to?
Oh, that is a good question.
What is the sample? You know, it's like asking that sample.
Well, different strokes for different folks. You know, I do 2 different things on that podcast. Sometimes I just teach about culture and stuff like that. I start off by saying it's my podcast. Sometimes I talk about really specific things like a tool type or an animal type. But my favorite ones become when I just tell my stories of my adventures. I've got a lot of weird adventure stories, and it's been fun, and they've been very well received. I've got humor in there, and things that went right, things that are wrong, the adventures that I had are all part of this RPA. So RPA is kind of a study on you understand, but it's also an education. Now, what I'm really trying to do with this too is specifically the Americans. I want to be part of the reawakening that there were these great things here, especially in North America. I think it's pretty amnesia that there was no great civilizations here before Europe showed up. That's simply not true. I think it should be part of our history base. In fact, I have a program called For the Americans that would introduce, as part of American history, the part before Europeans. And I think that kids at the K through 12 level should grow up not being told this fallacy that no one was here before we showed up in 1492. And one of these days, I'm going to find a funder to help us put together before the Americans. So it's going to make it part of the curriculum for every kid in the U.S. That's know the past.
It's a great project. And thank you so much. Thank you for talking today. Thank you for fascinating ideas you put out today. And can't wait to hear you.
Thanks so much. That's what I'm excited about.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. Support the podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, I believe you some words. Life is but a mask, worn on facing death. And his dust on but another mask. How many can say, she asked that, but there's not truth beyond. Thank you for listening. We hope to see you next time.
The way I would do it, 75% headcount reduction across the board into federal bureaucracy. Send them home. Shut down agencies of criminal case. Rescind every unconstitutional regulation of Congress. In a true self-governing democracy, it should be up to the representatives that make the laws and rules, not an elected democrat. Merit and equity are actually merit and group votes are unique. You can have one or the other. It's an assault and a crusade on the United States. And the United States presents itself in several factors. The entitlement state, the welfare state, presents itself as a regulatory state that you're talking about. And then there's the foreign United States, where effectively we are subsidized by other countries that are paying their fair share of the to summarize my ideology in a nutshell, it is to terminate the nanny state in the United States of America in all of its ways. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy state. Once we've done that, we've revived the idea.
The following conversation is with Dr. Rothschild about the future of conservatism in America. He has written many books on this topic, including his latest called Truth, Future of America. He ran for president this year in the Republican primary. It's considered by many to represent the future of the Republican Party. Before all that, he was a successful biotech entrepreneur with a degree in biology from Harvard and a degree from Yale. As always, on top of his politics, I will continue talking to people on both the left and the right, with empathy, curiosity, and background. This is the Last People Podcast. We check out our sponsors, spaces. Knowledge, your friends, with your best and respond. You are one of the great elucidators concerning ideas. So you're the perfect person to ask. Yes. What's your, let's say, conservative vision from that?
Well, actually, this is one of my criticisms of the modern Republican Party and direction of the conservative movement is that we've gotten so good at describing what it is. So there's a list of things that we could rail against: wokeism, transgender ideology, climate ideology, COVIDism, COVID policy, the radical Biden, the radical Rothschild, the list goes on. But actually, what's missing is the conservative century. What we actually stand for. What is our vision? And I saw it as a deficit at the time I started my presidential campaign. In many ways, the purpose of my campaign, because I do feel that that's why we didn't have the same wave. But if they try to blame Donald Trump, they try to blame abortion, they blame a bunch of individual specific issues. I think the real reason we didn't have that wave was that we got so practiced criticizing Joe Biden that I forgot to do so what do you think? I think we stand for the ideals that we fought the American Revolution for. Ideals like America, right? That the best person gets the job without $1,000, that you get ahead of this country out of the out of your skin. Free speech and open debate, not just some sort of catchphrase, but the idea that any opinion, no matter how heinous, you get to express it. Self-government. This is a big one, right? The people we elect to run the government, they're no longer the ones who actually run the government. We, in the conservative movement, I believe, should believe in restoring self-government, where it's not bureaucrats running the show, but actually elected representatives. And then the other ideal that the nation is founded on, I think we need to revive, and I think is one star of conservative movement, is restoring the rule of law. Think about it, the abandonment of the rule of law, self-order, particularly personal freedom, get legal immigrants to this country. You and I actually share a couple of aspects of that in common. That also, though, means your first act having an expected because we have some commitments and principles, merit, free speech, self-governance, rule of law. And then I think culturally, what it means to be a conservative is it means we believe in the anchors of our identity. In truth, the values of individual, family, nation, and God. B, race, gender, sexuality, and climate. If we have the courage to actually stand for ourselves, that's a big part of what we're missing. And
big part of not just through the campaign, but through a lot of other advocacy. That's interesting. Yeah, we're talking about each other's issues, immigration, bureaucracy, government, religion, really interesting topics that we've spoken about a lot. But you've also had a lot of really intense debates. So you're supposed to be person who's asked to steal me on the other side.
Yeah.
So let me ask you about progressives. You're stealing me on the case for progressives. Yeah, so look, I think it's always nice, particularly with the left-wing ideas in the United States, in the American context, is that the country has been perfect in living up to that. So even though our founding fathers preached the importance of life, right, decision, happiness, and freedom, they didn't practice those values. So many of our founding fathers were slave owners, inequality of women, and other disempowered groups, such that they say that created a power structure in this country that continues to last to this day. The vestiges of what happened in the 1860s, of course, human history isn't that long enough, and that we need to do everything in our power to correct for those imbalances in power. That's the core view of the modern world. I'm not criticizing that. I'm still trying to give you a sort of articulation of why, unless you believe they have a power case, or the government stepping in to correct or historical present evil. I can give you my counter about that, but the best statement to that is that it's been imperfect in living up to those ideals. In order to fix that, we're going to have to take steps severe steps, if needed, to correct those historical inequalities before we actually have to evolve that. That's the case for the left wing. So what's your criticism? So my concern with it is, even if that's well motivated, I think that it recreates many of the same problems that they were setting out. I'll give you a really tangible example of that. I may be alone amongst prominent conservatives who say something like this right now, but I think it's true for themselves. I've actually, even in the last year and a half, seeing actually a rise in tangible acts of racism. Right when, over the last 10 years, we've got close to one of the promised languages, a place where you have every American regardless of their skin color, able to vote without obstruction. It's a place where you have people able to get the highest jobs in the land without racist getting their way. Why are we seeing that resurgence? There's parts because of, I believe, that with recession with racial equity is of course over the last 20 years. And so when you take something away from someone based on their skin color, and that's what the correcting for crime and justice was supposed to do. The left wing did correct for crime and justice by saying that whether you're white, straight, cis, man, you have certain privileges that you have to actually correct from. When you take something away from somebody based on their genetics, you actually foster greater animus towards other groups. And so the problem with that philosophy is that it creates a sort of problem. The most significant problem that I think everybody can agree is on a board is to actually fan the flames of the very division that is supposed to be. I see that in the context of immigration policy as well. Think about even what's going on in Ohio, when raised Ohio, the controversy in Springfield, Ohio. I personally don't blame really any of the people who are sick. Either the native people born and raised in Springfield, or each nation that sees a move to Springfield. But it ends up becoming a divide and conquer strategy where if you 20,000 people in a community, you're 50,000 people, where the 20,000 are coming in, don't know the language, are unable to follow the traffic laws, are unable to assimilate. You know there's going to be a reactionary backlash. And so even though they begin some type of charitable instinct, right? Some type of sympathy for people who went through the earthquake in 2010 in Haiti, achieved temporary protected status in the United States. What began with sympathy, what began with earnest intentions, actually creates the very division and reactionary response. Those are the you say in other places. Definitely never want to place this in the discussion. Number two is I do believe that merit and equity are actually merit and equity are one or the other. And the reason why is no two people. I think it's a beautiful thing. Between you and I, between you and I and all of our friends, or family, or strangers, or neighbors, or colleagues. no two people have the same skill sets. We're each endowed by different. We're each endowed with different talents. And that's the beauty of human diversity. And a true meritocracy is a system in which you're able to achieve the maximum of your God-given potential without anybody standing in your way. But that means necessarily there's going to be differences in outcomes in a wide range of parameters, not just financial, not just money, not just fame or currency or whatever it is. There's going to be different outcomes for different people in different spheres. And that's what meritocracy demands. And so the left's vision of groups equity necessarily comes with the cost of meritocracy. Those are my two reasons for opposing the views. One is it's not meritocratic. The two is it often even has the effect of hurting the very people they claim to want to help, and I think that's part of what we're seeing.
Yeah, you have a pretty intense debate with Marky. Great conversation. I think it's on your podcast.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's great. Okay, well, speaking of Guinness, he messes me all the time with beautifully kids. What was one more conviction of things he said? We mostly focus on DEI.
So let's just take a step back. And people use these acronyms and they start saying it out of muscle memory and stop it. DEI refers to capital D, diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is a philosophy adopted by institutions, principally in the private sector, companies, nonprofits, and universities. Is that it strives for specific forms of racial, gender, sexual orientation, diversity, and it's not just a D, it's for equity, ensuring that we have equal outcomes as measured by certain group quota targets or group representation targets that they would meet against. Now, the problem with the DEI agenda is in the name of diversity, it actually has been able to sacrifice the truth. So the way the argument goes is this, that we have to create an environment that is receptive to minorities and views. But if certain opinions are themselves deemed to be hostile to those minorities, then you have to exclude those opinions in the name of the capital D diversity. But that means that you're necessarily sacrificing that true diversity. I'll give you a very specific example that might sound like, well, is it such a bad thing if an organization doesn't want to exclude people who say racist things on a given day? We could debate that. But let's get to the tangible work of how that actually happens. I, for my part, have not really heard in ordinary America people uttering racial epithets if you're going to the restaurant or the grocery store. But that's a theoretical case. Let's talk about the real world case and how this comes out. There was an instance with a case that presents itself before the Equal Employment Opportunity, the EEOC, one of the government enforcements of the DEI agenda. And there was a case of a woman who wore a red sweater on Fridays in celebration of veterans and those who served in the military, and invited others in the workplace to do the same thing. They had a kind of affinity group, you could call it that, a veteran club, appreciating those groups for sons and stuff. There was a minority employee at that business who said that he found that to be a so the employer asked her to stop her. Yeah. Well, he still felt like she wanted to celebrate. I think it was Friday was the day of the week that they did it. She still wore the red sweater she was wearing, but she was hanging on the back of her seat. She was on the back of her seat. It's an interview, you can't do that. So the irony is in the name of this capital of diversity, is creating a supposedly welcoming workplace for all kinds of Americans. By focusing only on certain kinds of so-called diversity, that translates into actually not even a diversity of genetic diversity, claim to be solved, but also a hostility to diversity of thought. And I think that's dangerous. And you see that happen in the last 4 years across this country. It's been pretty rampant. I think it leaves America worse off. The beauty of America is a country where we should be able to have institutions that are stronger on different points of view to express. But my number one criticism of the DEI agenda is not even that it's anti-democratic. It is anti-democratic. My number one criticism is that it's actually hostile to the free and open exchange of ideas by creating that illegal liability for organizations that even commit to viewpoints to express. And I think that's the essence. I think when Marcus says diversity allows you to look for talent in places where you haven't looked before and find really special. He did make that case. That was a great conversation. And my response to that is, great, that's a good thing. You don't need it.
people that are acronyms do this, right? You don't need special programmatic EDI and stuff to do it, because companies are always going to see in a truly free market. I think this in the United States. But in a truly free market, companies will have the incentive to hire the best and brightest, or else become less competitive versus other companies. You don't need ESG, EDI, CSR, and G's hard enforced by the government to do it. Today, to be a government contractor, for example, you have to adopt certain racial and gender representation targets in the workforce. That's not the free market. So I think you can't have it both ways. Either it's going to be good for companies and companies are going to self-interest, like the capitalists like Mark Cuban and I believe. But if you really believe that, then we should let the market drive forcing it to adopt these standards. That's my advice.
I don't know what it is about whenever you have an administration committee that gets together to do a good thing. Committee starts to use good things, the ideology behind which there's a good ideal to employ people to do that. I don't know what it is.
This is less to the left wing versus right wing ideology. More the nature of a bureaucracy is one that looks at its own existence as its top choice. So part of what we've seen with the so-called perpetuation of wokeness in American life is that the bureaucracy has used the appearance of virtue to actually deflect some beliefs for its own failure. You see that in several different spheres of American life. You can talk about the military. But think about our entry into Iraq after 9/11 had nothing to do with the stated objectives that we had. And I think by all accounts, it was a policy that we regret. Our policy ranks and our foreign policy establishment made a mistake in entering Iraq invading countries and really by all. Not all. Nonetheless, if you're part of the U.S. military or you're General Martin Miller, you would rather talk about white rage or systemic racism than you would actually talk about the military aspects of failure. It's what I call the practice of blowing woke smoke to deflect accountability. It's the same thing with respect to the education system. It's a lot easier to explain that, I'm not going to make this claim, but we can make this claim that math is racist because there are inequitable results on subject tests of mathematics based on different demographic attributes. You can claim using that math is racist. It's a lot easier to blow that woke smoke than it is to accept accountability for failing to teach black kids in the inner city how to actually do that and fix our public school systems and zip coded mechanisms for tracking kids into abuse in bad schools. So I think that in many cases what these bureaucracies do is they use the appearance of signaling this virtue as a way of not really advancing the cause, but it's strengthening the power of the bureaucracy itself and insulating that bureaucracy. In many ways, bureaucracy is a part of the channel in which much of us live ideology is. And that's why part of my focus is shifted away from the wokeness versus combating such bureaucracy, the rise of this managerial class, the rise of the deep state. We talk about that. The deep state doesn't just exist in government. It exists, I think, in every sphere of our lives. Companies, the nonprofits, the universities. It's the rise of what's called the managerial class, the committee funds, people professionally sit on committees, and they're wielding far more power today than actual creators, entrepreneurs, original ideators, and ordinary citizens.
Yeah, you need managers that are as few as possible. It seems like when you have a giant managerial class, the actual doers then get to do. Like you said, bureaucracy is phenomenal from left to right.
It's not even left or right. It just transcends that. It's American. So the founding fathers, they were anti-bureaucracy. They were the pioneers, the explorers, the unstruck. But they were the inventors, the creators. People forget this about Benjamin Franklin, who signed the Declaration of Independence. One of the great inventors that we've had in the United States as well, who invented life. He invented the Franklin stove, which is actually one of the great innovations of the field of thermodynamics. He even invented a number of musical instruments. Mozart and Beethoven went up. That's just Benjamin Franklin. So you think, oh, he's the one. Everybody thinks, he was the one, zany founder who was also a creative scientist, innovator of the Well, it wasn't unique. If Thomas Jefferson, what are you sitting in right now? You're sitting in a swivel chair.
Mm-hmm.
Who invented the swivel chair?
Thomas Jefferson?
Yes, Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah.
He invented the swivel chair while he was riding the Declaration.
You're the one
That's saying.
reminded me that Bradford, you know, he was 33.
And he was 33 while he invented the swivel chair. I like how you're focused on the swivel chair. Going to the cause and the clothes that you make the door. Everybody's like, what people don't know who is an architect. So you work in Virginia. Virginia State Capitol Stone, the building that's in Virginia, or the state capitol, that dome was actually designed by architects. These people weren't people who sat on national committees. They weren't bureaucrats. They hated bureaucracies. Part of political England is England was committed to the idea of bureaucracy. Bureaucracy and monarchy go hand in hand. A monarch can't actually administer or govern directly. It requires a bureaucracy machine to actually practice government. The United States of America was founded on the idea that we reject that old. And ultimately, the vision was that we, the people, cannot be trusted to self-govern and make decisions for ourselves. We would burn ourselves off the planet, the modern person. Existential risks like global climate change if we just leave it to the people and their democratic wills. That's why you need professional technocrats, educated elites, enlightened bureaucrats to be able to set limits that actually protect people from those who are. That's the old rules. Most nations. But what made the United States of America itself? No one made America great. What made America itself? What made America itself was they told me that we the people, for better or worse, were self-governed without the community class restraining what we did. And like Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin, and I can give you examples of John Adams, Ross Livingston, who goes straight down the list of founding fathers who were inventors, creators, pioneers, explorers, who also were the ways we came together and decided about the defend. And so, yeah, this rise of bureaucracy in America, every spiritual life, I view it as anti-American. And I hope that certain people's life get behind my crusades related to get there and shut most of it down. Yeah, speaking of shutting most of it down, how to propose that we how do we make government more efficient and make it smaller with the different ways to do it? The first thing I would say is you're always taking risks. There's no free lunch. Most of it. You're always taking risks. One risk is that say I want to report gradually on a grand master plan. You get exactly what's the right end state it is, and you carefully cut with the chisel, like work of art. I don't believe that works. I think it's an approach that was taken many years. I think it has not. And the reason is, if you have like an Asian cut off one of the heads, the other risk you can take, that's the risk of not cutting off. The other risk you can take is the risk of cutting too much. Because then I'm going to cut so much that I'm going to take the risk of not just cutting the fat, but also cutting something. So, what? But I'm going to take that risk. I can't give you option C to say that. Exactly the right amount, and I do it purposely. Okay, you don't know exactly beforehand that it's exactly right. That's a meaningless point. So my question is, which risk would you take? I believe in the moment you're living right now. Second risk is risk. Yes, we haven't had a class of politicians. Donald Trump in 2016 was the first to have gotten that. The second was even closer to what we did. But short of that, I don't think we've really had a class of politicians that's gotten very serious about cutting so much that you're also that's the risk of trust. This is what I 75% of the in the federal bureaucracy. Send the plane. Shut down agencies, rescind every unconstitutional regulation of Congress. In a true self-governing democracy, it's your representatives that make the laws and rules, not an elected bureaucrat. That is the single greatest form of economic stimulus we can have in this country, but it is also the single most effective way to restore self-governance in our country as well. And it is the blueprint for everybody's life.
75%. There's this kind of meme like video of Argentina president Javier Milei or a whiteboard where all the 18 ministries lined up. It's just like this working Department of Education gone. This needs to go with now the situation in Argentina is pretty tough. And the situation in the United States is not quite like the empire is falling. Still, in my opinion, the greatest nation on earth. Still, the economy is doing very well. Still, there's this culture, the culture of innovation, culture for so many amazing things. Do you think it's possible to do something like fire on a 75% of the government when things are going relatively well?
Yes, in fact, I think it's necessary to reset. I think it depends on what the level of well really is with the benchmark. America's not built on some places. We're built on the pursuit of excellence. And are we still the greatest nation outside of Earth? I think we all agree with you. But are we great as we could possibly be, or even as we have been, measured against our own standards of excellence? No, no, no. I think the nation is in a trajectory of decline. Within the empire now. But we are a nation of decline right now. I don't think we trust it. But part of that decline is driven by the rise of this managerial class, bureaucracy, sucking the lifeblood out of it. Sucking the lifeblood out of innovative ways, our culture of self-government. So it's possible. Yeah, it's surely possible. I mean, I'll tell you one easy way. It's a little bit, I'm being a little bit cruel here, but I think it's not crazy. Jesus, it's not exciting. Getting there on day one, that anybody in the federal bureaucracy is not allowed. Elected representatives, I would say, were elected by the people. But the people who are not allowed, if your social security number ends in an odd number, you're out. If it ends in an even number, you're out. There's 50% cut right now. Of those who remain, if your social security number starts showing even number, you're in. And if it starts to not number, you're out. But 75% reduction. Then literally, okay, one of the virtues of that, the thought experiment, one of the virtues of that thought experiment is that you don't have a bunch of lawsuits you're dealing with about gender discrimination or racial discrimination or political viewpoints discrimination. Actually, the reality is you can bring it to us and you're going to change things. I guarantee you, do that on day one, and do number step 2 on day 2, on day 3. Not a thing will ever change for the ordinary Americans. Other parts of the government, smaller amount of training, spending a lot less money to operate everything. And most people run a company, like a larger company, so it's 25% of people who do the work. These government agencies are no different. So now, imagine you do that same thought experiment, but not just doing it at random, but do it still at large scale, some type of screening for those who actually have both the greatest competence as well as the greatest commitment. Knowledge of that I think would immediately raise the civic character of the United States. Now, if people who are elected on the government, that's how to run the government again. Of course, again, like the bureaucrats who wield the power now. It will also stimulate the economy. I mean, the regulatory state is like a wet blanket on the American economy. Most of it's unconstitutional. Always require leadership to respond to get there and actually do what conservative presidents have maybe gestured to and talked about, but have not really effectuated ever. Not this way.
And by the way, that kind of thing would attract some ultra confidence that you want to look at.
Exactly. That's what missing today. Because right now the government is swallowed. Most competent people feel like that bureaucratic machine is swallowed at all. We clear the decks, 75% of them, and then renovate it.
Yeah, it's kind of a cynical view of capitalism where people think that the only reason you do anything is to earn more money. But I think a lot of people would want to work with argument to build something that's helping the Constitution of people. Yeah, look, I think there's opportunities to have large scale impact. So all kinds of business. Universities, K-12 education, entrepreneurship. I'm obviously very biased in that regard. I think there's a lot to create that we couldn't create for government. But I do think at the moment that we live in, where our government is as broken as it is as responsible
driven by a belief that they can do more than they're being permitted to do with their skills. So I'll tell you that I've run a number of companies, and one of the things that I used to ask when I was not day-to-day involved in anymore, but as CEO, I would ask when I did interviews. The first company I started, like 4 years in, the company was pretty big by that point. I would still intend on interviewing every candidate before the interviews, screening for the culture of that person. I can talk a lot more about things that could build that place. But one of the questions I was always asked about is to start a conversation, pretty basic question, why did you leave your last job with Ryan and then your last job? I'll tell you what I didn't do. Is that I wasn't paid. Right? Maybe they'd be shy to tell you that in the interview because indirectly that really wasn't at all like even a top 10 reason why people were leaving. I'll give you what the number one reason is that they felt like they were unable to do the true maximum of what they were potentially doing. That's the number one reason. And by the way, I would say that I'm saying that it's both the way to protect these people. I think it's also for most people who left the company as well. Right? And that was to avoid for other companies that started. I think the number one reason people join companies, the number one people leave companies, whether they've been join mine or leave mine in the past, have been they feel like they're able to do more than they can with their skill set that environment permits them to actually achieve. And so I think that's what people hunt for. Think about capitalism, free market capitalism. We use words earlier like autocracy. It's about building a system, whether it's in a nation or whether it's even within an organization, that allows every individual to flourish with people. Sometimes just it's efficiency and somebody's skill set is really well aligned with different missions. The right answer is it's not a negative thing. It's that person is leaving, find a mission somewhere else. But to bring that back to government, I think part of what's happening right now is the rise of that bureaucracy. So many of these government agencies has actually obfuscated the mission of these. I think if you went to most federal bureaucracies, like what's the mission if you want to talk about what is the mission of the agency? I doubt somebody who works there, even the person who works there, will give you a great answer. I just totally get it. And you can fill in the blank for any range of most people go straight down the list of each of these. What is the mission of this program? You would say the U.S. military. What's the purpose of the U.S. military? I think it's to win wars, and more importantly, prove its strength to avoid wars. That's it. Well, okay, that's the mission. Then you know, okay, stop tinkering around and messing around in some sort of conflict where you kind of feel like it's a time where we don't. And who decides that? I don't really know, but whoever people are that decide that, we follow those orders. No, our job is to protect the United States of America and win wars for those people. What's protecting the United States of America? We want the whole of the United States of America and the people who decide. Okay, that's a clear mission. You're talking about reading services, maybe if you're reasonable mission. Say that I want to make America the healthiest country on planet Earth. I will develop metrics to meet those metrics. That's the goal of the Department of Justice, to set policies or to implement policies that best achieve that. And maybe that's the right statement of mission, maybe it's not. But what happens is when you're governed by the committee class, it dilutes the sense of mission out of any organization, whether it's a company or government agency or bureaucracy. And once you've done that, then you lose the ability to attract the best and the brightest. Because in order for somebody to achieve maximum their potential, you have to know what it's field that has to be mission in the first place. Then you're not getting the best and brightest, you get more from the committee class. And that becomes a self-perpetuating downward spiral. And that is what the law of the federal bureaucracy really looks like today.
Yeah, you said something really profound. The individual skills, the individual contributor, doer, creator. What happens is you have a certain capacity to do what you should. And then there's barriers that come up. We have to wait. This happens, there's friction always. As humans together are working on friction. And so the goal of a great company is to minimize that friction, minimize the lack of pain. And what happens is the managerial class, the incentive is great barriers.
Well, it does. And that's by the nature of the bureaucracy, which creates sand in the gears to slow down whatever they are. Is there some room for that somewhere in some kind of sure? It's a defensive mechanism that's designed to reduce that. But I think when that becomes cancerous in its scope, it then actually kills the host itself, whether that's a school, whether that's a company, whether that's a it's sort of much like there's a balance of distributed power. I don't mean power in the Foucault sense of social power, but I mean just sort of power in the ability to affect relevant change in any organization between what you could call the founder class, the creator class, the everyday citizen, the stakeholder class, and then the data class. And it is all three of them, right? You have the constituents of an organization, say like the public citizen, you could have the equivalent of the creator class, which is create things in that title, and then you have the bureaucratic class, which is designed to administer and serve as a liaison. I'm not denying that there's some role somewhere for people who are in that class. Right now, in this moment of history, I think it's been more or less true for the last century that it's grown. Starting with the work of that market, metastasizing through FDR's ideal is required techniques, blown over and metastasizing further through LBJ's Great Society and everything that's happened since, even aided and abetted by Republican presidents along the way. Has created the United States of America where that committee class, both in and outside the government and our culture, wields far too much influence and power relative to the everyday citizen stakeholder and to the creators who are in many ways constrained, hamstrung, shackled, and straitjacketed from achieving the maximum good. And I certainly feel that myself. I probably identify as being a member of that creator class, or course, we've done great things. And I think when you live in an environment in the United States of America where we're still probably the best country on earth, where that creator has that shot at the positive side of it, but one where we are far more constricted to the creator class than we have been when we get it. And that's what I want to say. You sort of steal me on the perspective of somebody that looks at a particular part of education. And so the amount of pain that you cause by closing it by 75% of people will be too much. Yeah, so I go back to this question. One of the who make arguments for the Department of Education aren't aware why the Department of Education was created in the first place. That might be a useful place to start, because this thing was created. It had a purpose. What was that? Might be at least a relevant question to ask before we decide what we do with it or not. What was the purpose of this thing that we created? It's not a to me, seems like a highly relevant question. Right? In this discussion right now, it's interesting how other people sort of skip over that question and talk about the status quo, it's just going to be disruptive. First, asking the question, okay, this institution was created, it had an original purpose. Is that purpose still relevant? Is this organization at all fulfilling that purpose today? To me, those are some relevant questions. So let's talk about that. The purpose was relevant. Which is to make sure that localities, and particularly states, were not siphoning dollars, taxpayer dollars, away from predominantly black school districts, predominantly white. And that was not a theoretical concern at first. It was happening. There's some evidence that was happening in some states. And so you may say you don't like the federal solution, you may say you like the federal solution, you don't like it or not. That was the original purpose of the U.S. Department of Education, to make sure that from a federal perspective, states were not systematically disadvantaging black students. However noble and relevant that purpose may have been 6 decades ago, it's not a relevant purpose today. There's no evidence today that states intentionally mapping out which was black versus white school districts and siphoning money from one direction. To the contrary, one of the things we've learned is that the school districts in the inner city, many of which are pronounced black, actually spend more money per student than other school districts, for a worse result, as measured by test scores or performance on a per student basis, suggesting that there are other factors in dollar expenditures per school determining student success, and actually suggesting that even the overfunding of some of those already poorly run schools rewards them for their actual bureaucratic failures. So against that backdrop, the Department of Education has instead extrapolated that original purpose of a racial equality purpose to instead implement a different use of racial equity through the ideologies that they demand in the content of the curriculum that these public schools actually teach. So the Department of Education funding, the federal funding accounts for about round numbers, around 10% of the funding of most public schools across the country. But that kind of springs ahead. So in today's Department of Education, this didn't happen back in 1997, this happens today. Ironically, it's funny how these things change. Bureaucracies that fail, they blame it to cover for their failure. What happens with today's Department? They effectively say you don't get that funding unless you have certain goals to achieve racial or gender goals. And in fact, they also, reading the curriculum, where there's evidence that schools in the Midwest and the Great Plains that have been denied funding because the Department of Education funding so also they have certain subjects like art. There's one instance of a school that had art in script. I thought it was interesting. I think that with the kinds of physical education, this is one that's aligned my focus with maybe I'm biased, doesn't matter. Whether you like archery or not, I think the federal government's job to withhold funding from the school because they push into their curriculum with federal government teams and so forth, where that locality cannot be run from local education. So what you see then is an abandonment of the original purpose of long class. You don't have this problem that the Department of Education was originally for to solve, siphoning money from black schools to white school districts and laundering money effectively for fun. That doesn't exist anymore. So they find new purpose instead, creating a lot more damage along the way. Yes, they still that, but I said constructive rather than just on the outside. One way to think about this is, for a lot of these agencies, were many of them formed with a positive intention at the outset? Yes. Whether that positive intention existed, I'm still a skeptical for the bureaucracy, but if it create one, at least make it, what do we call it? Make it task force with agency means after it's done, you celebrate, you get your work, pat yourself on the back, and you move on. Rather than creating standing bureaucracies, which actually finds things to do after it has already solved or addressed the first reason to form the first place. And I think we don't have enough of that. By the end of the company generated tons of cash flow, and it solved the problem. Let's say it's a cure to some disease. All the people knew at that company at the time developed a cure to that disease. And they generated both of cash and business. At some point, you can just be shareholders to close up shop, and that's a beautiful thing to do. You don't see that happening in America. It's not just Western American culture. When an institution has achieved its purpose, celebrate it, and then move on. And I think that culture in our government would result in a vastly restrained scope of government, rather than today, the one way around. Once you cause it to come into existence, you cause new things to come into existence, but the old one that came into existence continues to persist and exist as well. And that's where you get this metastasis over the last centuries.
Well, what kind of things do you think government should do to the private sector, the forces of capitalism, to create direct inequality, create the kind of thing to go?
If there's questions, what should government do? I'll give you one. Protect our freedom. Capitalism is never going to be the job of capitalists. We're never going to be the ability or inclination of capitalists to preserve national order. And I think a nation, literally, one chapter, okay, a nation without borders is not a nation. Don't have to talk about that. An open border is not a nation. Capitalism doesn't solve this. What can solve that is a nation. Part of the job of the federal government is to protect the homeland of its nation. In this case, the United States of America. That's an example of its proper function of the federal government. Provide physical security to its citizens. Another proper role of that federal government is to look after, or in this case, constituents, to make sure that private parties cannot externalize their costs onto somebody else without their consent. Fancy way economists would use it. What does that mean? It means if you go dump your chemicals in somebody else's room, you can lie about it. It's not that, okay, I'm a capitalist, so I want to create things, and I'm going to do hell or high water, whether or not it harms people around me. The job of the proper government is to make sure you protect the rights of those who are harmed by those who are pursuing their own merits through a system of capitalism. You can seek prosperity, you're free to do it, but if you're hurting somebody else without their consent in the process, the government is there to enforce. But it's really still involved in enforcing private property. So I would say that those are two central functions of government: is to preserve national boundaries and the national security of the homeland, and number two is to protect and preserve private property rights and the enforcement of those private property rights. And I think at that point you've described about 80 to 90% of the property rights of the road infrastructure. I think that most of the infrastructure can be dealt with through private property, being mission specific, but infrastructure that's specific to national security. I do think that military industrial base is essential to provide national security, that's infrastructure. I don't think you can rely exclusively on the private sector to provide the optimal level of transportation. But interstate highways, I think about whether or not it's a common good that everybody benefits from, but nobody has an incentive to create it. An argument for the existence of interstate highways. I think you'd also make powerful arguments for the fact that you couldn't have a private sector co-ops that would cause that to come into existence as well. So I'm not dogmatic about it. Broadly speaking, 80-90% of the goal of the federal government, I'm not going to say 100, 80-90% of the goal of the existence of the federal government should be to protect national boundaries and provide security to the people who live there, and to protect the private property to the people who live there. If we restore that, I think we're well on our way to revival what our founding fathers did. I think many of them would give you the same answer that I would say. If we get government out of the position, we should be also for equal as government in the state. Or as I think if it goes closer to municipalities and states, I'm fine with that being a locus where people determine it. Because, for example, let's say school districts are taxed at the local level. For that to be a matter for municipalities and townships to decide democratically how they actually want to adjust, whether it's balance between public school district versus making that same money available to families and vouchers or of ability to educational savings accounts, whichever mechanism it is, to opt out of that. Because that's done locally. I'll have views on that that seem to go further in the direction of true educational choice and diversity of choice. So the implementation of charter schools, granting state charters, or even lowering the barriers to granting one. I favor those kinds of policies. But if we've got the federal government out of it, that's achieved 75% of what I think we need to achieve without focused on solving other problems. And leave that to the states and the government. So, during this conversation, what do you think of Elon's proposal of the Department of Government Efficiency under the Trump administration or whatever it is?
I'm just biased. We discussed that for the better part of the last year and a half. I think it's a great idea. It's something that's very consistent with the core premise of my presidential candidacy. I got to know him as I was running for U.S. president in a couple of events that he came to, and there was much friendship after that. So, obviously, I think it's a great idea.
What do you think is more powerful than yours?
Well, I think Elon is still pretty hard to run. I have 75% of federal bureaucrats and laws that the president is like, you need to put in 75%. So I agree with him. I think it'd be a fun competition to do that. Who ends up more hardcore. I think I don't think there's someone out there who's going to be more hardcore. And the reason is, I think those both we share in common the willingness to take the risk. I mean, some will still rise. Not much I guarantee. Is there going to be some broken glass again? There's no way around it. But once you're willing to take that risk, then it doesn't become so scary. And here's the thing, it's easy to say this. Let's talk about what the rubber hits the road. Even in second Trump terms, the discussions, President Trump and I had this conversation today. Raise rank on our private because there's always going to be a trade. If you have a different policy objective in life, a good policy, whatever that is, right? Immigration policies, you talk about economic policy, there are other policies that you're going to trade on a little bit in the short run. The effectiveness of your ability to carry out that policy goal
if you're also committed to actually thinning out the federal government, because there's going to be some clunkiness, right? And there's just going to be frictional costs for that level of cut. So the question is, where does that rank on your price? To pull out the 75% reduction of size and scale of the federal government to regulatory state headcount, I think that only happens. You can do it at a smaller scale, but at that scale, it only happens if that's your top priority. Then as president in a position that says, no, in the super short run, that might make it a little bit harder for me to do this other thing that I want and use the regulatory state to do it. But I'm going to pass on it. I'm going to pass that up. I'm going to bear that hardship and inconvenience because I know this other goal is more important on the scale of decade and century. So it's a question of prioritization. And certainly, my own view is that now is the moment where that needs to be a top priority for saving this country. There's one thing about my campaign, I would be even clear about, I conduct a lot of campaigns and talking a lot about it too, but if there's one thing that I care about more than anything, nailing that bureaucracy, it was an assault and a crusade on the nanny state. That nanny state presents itself in several ways. The entitlement state, the welfare state, presents itself in regulatory states, and then there's the foreign nanny state, where effectively we are subsidizing other countries that are paying their fair share of the protection of regulations. Just to summarize my ideology in a nutshell, it is to terminate the nanny state in the United States of America in all of it. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy. Once we've done that, we've revived the program. You mentioned the Department of Education. There's also that part of it. And there's a very large number of very powerful people that have gotten used to a bunch of that increasing and the number of wars and military conflicts. If we just talk about that, this is the number one priority. Like, difficult to say, DOD would be probably the hardest. So let's take that off. What's your view on military industrial complex of the wars? So I think the statement gets thrown well on against the foreign policy in the United States. Right? Starting off as first of all, I think that it was easy for many people from the neocon school to try to caricature my views with the media sides. But actually, my own view is if it's in the interest of the United States of America to provide certain levels of protection to U.S. allies, we can do that as long as those allies actually pay for it. And I think it's important for two reasons. Less important reasons. Less important reasons. It's still money for us. Right? It's not like we're swimming in for $34 trillion national debt in the world. And it's pretty soon the interest payments are going to be large flying around. So it's not like we have money really to just hand over our quick. That's the less important reason. The more important reason is that it makes sure that our allies have actual skin in the game to not have skewed incentives to actually enter conflicts where they're not actually going to hostage. To take NATO, for example. Most NATO countries, literally a majority of NATO countries do not pay or contribute 2% of their GDP to their own national defense, which is supposedly a requirement to be in NATO. So the majority of NATO countries are failing to meet their basic commitment to be in NATO in the first place. Germany, particularly, I think, is arbitraging the hell out of the United States. And I would think that I'm not going to be some sort of shrill voiceless, so therefore we should not be supporting any allies providing security blankets. Right, we're going to pay for it. Pay for it, A, because we're not spending excess money ourselves, but because it tells us that you actually have skin in the game for your own defense, which actually then makes nations far more in the risks that they take without the other risks that somebody else is paying for. And somebody else is providing this pretty good, take the gamble and see where I end up in the war, versus the restraint that imposes bring something to the public defense. I think the top goal of the U.S. defense policy establishment should be to provide national defense of the United States of America. And the irony is that they're actually doing this. We're not really using, other than the we're not really using the U.S. military to prevent crossings of the southern crossing. In fact, the United States of America, our homeland, I believe is less secure today than it has been in a very long time. Vulnerable to threats of hypersonic missiles, where China and Russia certainly has capability and access to that in the United States. Missiles, hypersonic missiles faster to shoot sound than the United States, including those during the warheads. We are more vulnerable to super EMP attacks, electromagnetic pulse attacks, that could, without exaggeration, some of this could be coordination, some of these could even be conservative things, cause significant mass casualty in the United States of America. Electric grids gone, it's not exaggeration to say if that happened, planes even falling out of the sky, ships really depend on those electromagnetic would be affected by the pulse. More vulnerable to cyber attacks. I know this is how people start yawning and say, okay, George stuff, secret, cyber, whatever. Well, actually, it's pretty relevant to whether or not you're actually facing the risk of not getting risk because your refrigerator is stored, or your food can't be stored, or your car, or your ability to fly an airplane is impaired. Okay, so I think that these are serious risks where our national defense spending is only inadequate. So I'm not one of these people that says, oh, we need to decrease versus increase national defense spending. We're not spending it in the right places. The number of places we need to be spending it is actually protecting our national defense. And I think that is not protecting our own homeland. And I think we actually need an increase in spending on protecting our homeland. But that is different from the agenda of foreign intervention for any state specific, where we should expect more and demand more of our allies to provide for their national defense, and then provide the relevant security guarantees to allies who are ready to advance these. So that's what I was. And I think this process has been corrupted by what our famously used by those called the mostly industrial contracts in the United States. But I think it's bigger than just, I think it's easy to tell the tales of financial corruption. It's kind of cultural corruption that just because a certain number of people in that expert class have believed that their belief happens to be the right one because they can scare you with what the consequence would be if you don't follow that. And one of the beauties of the United States is that, in principle, we have civilian-controlled rule. The person who we elect to be the U.S. president is the one that actually is the true commander in chief. I have myself around operating. I think it's quite obvious that Joe Biden is not a functioning commander in chief of the United States of America. You're on paper, person who still is. But at least in theory, we're supposed to have civilian control of the U.S. military. And I think that one of the things that leader needs to do is to ask the question, in the mission, what's the purpose of this U.S. military in the first place? At the top of the list should be to protect the homeland people who actually live here, which is failing to do. That's where I like this question. Right? Okay, there's a lot of, first of all, I'm Joe Biden. I mean, he's functionally not in control of the U.S. military because of age pressure or because of the nature of the president. Good question. I would say in this case, particularly, it's a good because of both. In this case, I don't think anybody in America anymore believes that Joe Biden is functioning as president of the United States. How could he? He wasn't even going to be a candidate after a debate that was held in June. There's no way he's going to make the most important decisions on a daily or demanding basis to protect the litigation in the world. Now, more generally, though, I would give you the thought that even when it's not Joe Biden, in general, the people we elect to our government it's been the unelected bureaucrats, bureaucratic state police that's really been making these decisions. I've done business in a number of places. I've traveled to Japan, business, corporate athletes. As soon as we get outside of politics, we can listen and pay attention. It's a little more so fraught right now that you start talking somebody who's not used to the politics of it. Listen, make the same point across. So we're starting in Japan. I was having a dinner with a CEO of Japanese cultural countries, and it takes a while to really get them to listen up. Culturally speaking, in Japan, related to you. He said that on CO I could go and find the head of Mason, tell him, okay, this is a project I want to support. We don't want to spend money on it, we'll spend money somewhere else. And he'll look me in the eye and say, so come back 6 months later and find that they're spending exactly the same amount of money on those exact same projects. No, we agreed, we told you that you're not going to spend money on this project. So we have to stop now, we stopped 6 months ago. They slap on the wrist for it. Yes, sorry, yes, of course. Come back 6 months later, same person is spending the same money on the same project. Here's why. Historically in Japan, I say in Japan, is changing now. But historically, until very recently, and even to an extent now, it's new and possible. So if somebody works for you and you can't fire them, that means they don't actually work for you. It means in some deeper, revert sense, you work for them because they're responsible for what they do without any authority to act. So, I think most people who travel to Japan and Japanese culture through the 1990s and 2000s, 2010s, maybe even some vestiges of the 20s, wouldn't really dispute that. Now, let's bring it back to the more contentious terrain. I think it's basically how things work in the executive branch of the federal government of the United States. You have these so-called civil service protections on the books. Now, if you really read them carefully, I think there are areas that provide daylight for ruling, constitutional administrations, president to act. But apart from those, the contrary view that I have that bucks too much wisdom, apart from that caveat, in general, the conventional view of the U.S. president fired. So 4 million federal bureaucrats, 99.9% of them can't be fired by the person who people who elected to run the executive branch can't be fired. It's like it's something about that. And so that culture exists every bit as much in the federal bureaucracy of the United States of America as it did in Japanese corporate culture through the 1990s. A lot of what's wrong with not just the way that our Department of Defense is run, our policy establishment is run, but it applies to a lot of the domestic policy stuff. Yeah. Come back to the core point. How do we save this republic? This is the debate in the conservative movement. It's a little bit spicy for some Republicans to say, like, and my top focus is making sure that we win the election. But let's just move the ball forward a little bit. Yes, it's saying we win the election all well and dandy with the philosophy that determines how we govern. There's a little bit of a force in the road. Where there are those who believe that the right answer now is to use that regulatory space and use those levers of power to advance our own pro-conservative, pro-American conservative control. And that's a good to all of the but I don't think that the right way to do it is to create a conservative regulatory state that replaces liberal. I think the right answer is actually get there. I want to replace the left-wing United States with the right-wing United States. I want to get in there and take this next. And I think it's been a long time in the United States, maybe ever in much history, we had a conservative leader at the national level who makes it their principal objective to dismantle the nanny state, the parliament state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy state. That was a core focus of my candidacy. One of the things that I wish, and this I'm doing for everybody else, I should have done better, is to make that more crystal clear and focused without getting distracted by a lot of the shenanigans, let's just say, that have been sideshows for that page. All that a lesson learned, because I do think it's what the country needs.
Yeah, it's a really, really powerful idea. It's actually something that Donald Trump made on the I think on most of the times, maybe you disagree with me, he did not successfully do so. He did fire just people more than you.
When I say a word about the conditions he was operating in, but I think that's why I'm far more excited about this stuff, is that a lot has changed in the legal rights. But Donald Trump did not have the Supreme Court backdrop in 2016 that he does today. There's some really good cases that have come down from the seat. One is the West Virginia versus EP. I think it's probably the most important case of our generation. In 2022, that came down and said that if Congress has not passed a rule into law except when it falls upon and it relates to what they call a major threat, a major policy or economic threat, it can't be done by the stroke of the pen by a regular economic officer. That quite literally means most federal regulations are. Then this year comes out a different, another big one from the Supreme Court in the local right, which helps that historically, the last 50 years in this country, the doctrine that's been called Chevron deference, the doctrine that the federal courts have to speak to an agency's participation. They now talk that up. The federal court no longer has to refer to an agency's participation. The combination of those two cases is seismic and its impact. There's also another great case that came out, was SEC versus Jarkissi. And the SEC, the agency that embodies everything we're talking about here. The SEC, among other agencies, has tribunals inside that not only do they write the rules, not only do they enforce those rules, they also have these judges inside the agency that also enforce the rules and determine if they're right. That doesn't make sense. We really separate the powers in the United States. So the Supreme Court recommended that practice of the SEC is unconstitutional. Actually, the side of the Supreme Court has said countless practices and rules written by the SEC, the EPA, the FTC in recent years were outright unconstitutional. Think about what that means for a constitutional practice. That supposedly these law enforcement agencies, the courts have now said, especially this year, the courts have now said that their own agencies actually break the law. So the very agencies who are supposedly enforcing the law are actually behaving with utter, blatant disregard for the law. That's un-American. It's not tenable in the United States of America. But thankfully, we now have a Supreme Court that does that. Whether or not we have a second trust term, that's up to the voters. But even whether or not that now takes advantage of that backdrop, the Supreme Court has given us the true gut, the regulatory state. We'll find out. I'm optimistic. I certainly think it's the best chance that we have in a generation. I'm expecting that's a big part of why I'm putting Donald Trump. So I'm giving my power to help them. But I do think it is going to take a spine of steel to see that through. And then after he's taken on the regulatory state, I think that's the next step. But I do think that this broader project of dismantling the nanny state, all of it, the entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy state. Three-word answer to summarize my worldview and presidential campaign in 3 words: shut states. Okay, so the Supreme Court cases you mentioned, what nuance there? Yeah, I guess it's weakening the immune system of the different parties. Yeah, you psychology. You basically kind of imply Donald Trump was for any president. It's a legal situation. Is that the only thing really operating? Like, is it probably not as psychological level, just hard to fire every one? Is that what it is? Like, why is there basic stability of momentum going? There's one other factor. You're right. The legal backdrop is a valid, an understandable excuse. I think there are other factors at play too. So I think there's something to be said for never having been in government, showing up there the first time, and you're having to understand the rules of the road as you're operating within them, and also having to depend on people who actually are aligned with the policy mission to tell you to face the problems. And so I think that's one of the things that I think about President Trump is he's actually saying very open about that, very humble about that. Says there's a million learnings from that first make connected shifts and more interesting in terms. But everything I'm talking to you about is what needs to happen in the country. It's not specific to Donald Trump. Lays out what needs to be done in the country. There's the next 4 years. Donald Trump is our last hope of chance for moving that forward. But I think that the vision I'm laying out here is one that hopefully goes even beyond the next 2 or 4 years. Of really fixing a century's worth of mistakes. I think we're going to fix a lot of them in the next 4 years of Donald Trump. But Because if a century's worth of mistakes that accumulated with equally good to the mistake in the US, I think it's going to take probably the better part of a decade at least to fix it.
I would disagree with you on both that and the best. Donald Trump is more likely to fire a lot of people. But he's the best person to do so.
Yes, you can. Right? People face a choice. It's a relevant election. One of my goals is to speak to people who may not agree with the 100% of what do not agree with 100% of Donald Trump. I can tell them, you know what, I don't agree with 100% of what he says. And I can tell you, as somebody who ran against him for U.S. president, that right now he is, I said, last best hope. I mean, this cycle, the last best hope that we have for this man's next. And, you know, I think that I'm talking about the fact that it's going to take a long run project that we have the next step after that. So that's kind of where I'm at. You talked about this 2 weeks ago, so I saw you had a podcast. What was your impression about his preparedness to do it?
My impression is his priority allocation for people leaders. I think he's more focused on some of the other topics he's doing. And there is a tension there. Just as you clearly highlighted.
You should see priority with respect to setting board versus there's near-term fixes that we can get out of the park in the first year. But at the same time, I think we've got to think also about the step people have. So my view is, I think that he is my conviction and belief that he does care about dismantling that federal bureaucracy, certainly more so than any Republican outcome we have had here, certainly my lifetime. But I do think that there are going to be competing schools of thought where some will say, okay, well, we want to create a right-wing republic and shower federal subsidies on favored industries that people use and disfavored industries and do bureaucracies to I don't think that's good. I don't want to see the bureaucracy expand in a pro-conservative direction. I want to see the bureaucracy shrink in every direction. And I do think that from my conversation with Donald Trump, I think he is well aligned with this bureaucracy. That's a lot of the project. There's so many priorities at play here. You really do have to do the thing.
Right, but that's so get set. He's to be firing on very large number of people. And it's not just about firing, it's about sending missions to the different departments to remain hiring back, hiring back based on their occupancy. It's a full-time, and not only full-time in terms of actual time, it's full-time psychologically because you're walking into a place like Twitter, already successful. The government, everybody around you, all the experts and advisors are going to tell you you're wrong. And it's a very difficult psychological place to operate because, like, you're constantly the asshole. And the certainty you have to have about what you're doing just nearly infinite because everybody, all the really smart people are telling you this is terrible. This is a terrible idea.
You have to have this spine of steel to cut through that short-term advice is the understand. And I'll tell you, certainly, I intend to do whatever I can for 4 years and beyond. But my voice on this will be crystal clear. And President Trump knows this my view on it, and I believe he shares it deeply. It's that all else equal things get there and shut down as much of the excess bureaucracy as we can do it as quickly as possible. And it's a big part of how we save our country.
Okay, I'll give you an example of the potential given your priorities of immigration. There's an estimated 14 million illegal immigrants in the United States. You've spoken about mass deportation.
Yes.
That requires a lot of money. I mean, how do you do it? How does that work to the city?
Sure. And so it goes back to that original discussion of what are the two top roles of the government? I gave you two. One is the government service. One is to protect the national borders and sovereignty of the United States, and two is to protect private property. There's a lot of most of what the government's doing today, both the federal and state level, is in the other people. But in my book, those are the two things that are the problem. So for everything else the federal government should not be doing, the one thing they should be doing is to protect the homeland of the United States of America and the sovereignty and sanctity of the country. So in that domain, that's the mission aligned with a proper purpose for the federal government. I think we're a nation founded on the rule of law. As it is the king of legal immigrants. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the laws. In some ways, if I was to summarize a formula for saving the country over the next 4 years, it would be a tale of two mass deportations. The mass deportations of millions of illegals who are in this country in Chicago, and then the mass deportation of millions of unelected federal bureaucrats to Washington. Now, all of it we could say those are intention, but I think that the reality is anything outside of the scope of what the core function of the government is, which is protecting borders and protecting private property rights, that's really where I think the predominant question to be. And if you look at the number of people who are looking after the border, it's not even 1% of the federal employee base today. So 75% isn't 99.99%, it's 75%, which still leaves it would still be a tiny fraction of the remaining 25%. Chances it's more. Right? So it's a good question, but that's sort of where I land on it. Proper role of the federal government, great, and can actually do your job. The irony is 99.999% of those resources are going to functions other than the protection of private property rights and the protection of the rights. There is a lot of criticism of the idea of an exploitation. But one theft would cause a larger amount of economic use in the short term. The other is there would be potentially violations of our higher ideals, how we want to treat human beings, in particular separation of families, for example, tearing families apart. And the other is just like the logistical complexity. How do you think some of this things? So fair enough. And even if your business is just thoughtful questions, right? Even if somebody who's really aligned with this, those are thoughtful questions to ask. So I do want to say something about this point on how we think about the breakage of the U.S. law. There are 350,000 others who are facing the United States today who could have caught and convicted. They didn't take that fish with them to the first, right? So we face difficult trade-offs in all kinds of contexts as it relates to the enforcement of law. And I just want to make that basic observation against the backdrop of what nation founded on the rule of law. That's not, we acknowledge there are trade-offs in enforcing the law. And we acknowledge that other contexts. I don't think that we should have a special exemption for saying somehow we weigh the other way that has to be supported. For a nation founded on the rule of law, we enforce law that has costs, that has trade-offs, not to. So that backdrop is something that disease is back that is 250,000 so smokers who are in prison and did not take this to prison. Is that bad? Is it undesirable for kids to grow up without those 250,000 It is. But it's a difficult situation created by people who violate the law and face the consequences of it, which is also a competing and important priority. So that's in the domestic. As it relates to this question of mass deportation, let's just play very practical. That's all I have to say. Very practical. The way to do this, starting out, people are already broken the U.S. People are not just broken more dream, but committing other crimes while they're in the United States. A clear case for instant mass deportation. You have a lot of people who in their communities. Think about the economic impact of this. A lot of people are in detention already. A lot of those people should be immediately returned to their country of origin, or at least what's called a safe third. The safe third country can give you somebody claiming to seek asylum from political persecution. Well, we go to other countries that don't have to be the United States of America, but pass through, say Mexico, before actually coming. Other countries around the world are doing Australia is detaining people, and let them out and live a normal, joyful life because they get in the country. They detain them until their case is adjudicated. Well, the rates of fraud in Australia is what people lie about. This is way lower now than the United States because people respond to those concerns. So I think that in some ways people make this sound much bigger and scarier than it needs to be. I sort of think it's a deeply pragmatic approach. And the North Star for me is how is the policy that helps the United States citizens wrong? What's that policy? Clearly, that's going to be a policy that includes a large number of people. I think by definition, it's going to be the largest class deportation in history. Sounds like a punchline and background, but actually it's an actual statement because if we start by far the largest influx of illegal immigrants in American history, it just stands to reason. It's logic. Okay, if we fix that, we're going to have the largest class deportation in history. There was going to be Rothschild. So people were breaking the law in other ways in the United States. Start with people who are already in detention or entering detention now. That comes at no cost and strict benefits. There's even a little bit of an economic price. Then you get to areas where you would say, okay, the cost should be evaluated benefits. And that's exactly where our courts try to. We want to do it in as respectful and as humane of a manner as possible. And the reality is, I think one of the things we got to remember, give the example I gave with the Haitian case in Springfield, a town that I don't have time to growing up in Ohio. I lived on the house for the day. I don't blame the individual patients. Okay, I'm not saying that they're bad people, because in that particular case, those were the local law. They gave a part of the program called temporary protective status. Now, the operative word there, first one, temporary. They have all kinds of lawsuits. There's all kinds of lawsuits, even 8, 10, 12, 14 years after the earthquake in Haiti, where many of them came, when they're removed for allegations of racial discrimination or otherwise. But temporary protective status is temporary, because we're not abandoning the rule of law when we send it back. We're abandoning the rule of law when you let them sit. Now, if that has true benefit to the United States of America, economic or otherwise, go through the path that allows somebody to enter this country for economic reasons. But don't do it through asylum-based plans of temporary protective status. I think it's one of the features of our immigration system is it is built on a lie, and it incentivizes it. The reason is the arguments for keeping people in the country, if those are economic reasons, but the people actually enter using claims of asylum or refugee status, those two things don't match. So just be honest about what our immigration system actually is. I think we do need dramatic reform to the legal immigration system to select purposely for the people who are going to actually improve the United States of America. There are many people, I know some of them. I gave a story of one guy who was educated at our best universities, or among our best universities in Princeton. He was at a business school. He has a great job in the investment community. He was a professional tennis player. He was a concert pianist. He could do Rubik's Cube in less than a minute. I'm not making this stuff up. These are marked facts. He can't get a green card in the United States. It's been here for 10 years. He asked me for the best advice I could give him. I unfortunately could not give him the actual best advice, which would just take a flight to Mexico across the border. Claimed to be somebody who is seeking asylum in the United States. That would have been morally wrong advice. I didn't give him. Practically, if we were giving him advice, that would be the best advice we get, because it's a broken system on both sides. People who are going to make those contributions to the United States and pledge allegiance to the United States, speak our language, assimilate, we should have a path for them to be able to add value to the United States. If they're not the ones who are getting in, it's actually the people, our immigration system selects the people who are in. That's what it does. It selects for people who are willing to say that seeking refugee status or seeking asylum, claiming that thing. And then we're policymakers who want. After the fact, there's an economic justification to keep them. But if it was an economic justification, that should have been the criteria used to bring in the first place, not this illusion of asylum or refugee status. There's a case actually in the New York Times report on this. A woman who came from Russia, fleeing Vladimir Putin's intolerant LGBT, anti-LGBTQ. She was fleeing persecution by the evil man. She came here, and eventually, when she was pressed by a series of lies, came out and cried. Broke down. She's like, I'm not gay. I don't even like gay people. That's what she said. And yet she was pretending to be some sort of LGBTQ advocate who was persecuting Russia, when in fact it was just somebody who was seeking better economic conditions in the United States. I'm not saying you're wrong to seek better economic conditions in the United States, but you are wrong to lie about it. And that's what you're seeing a lot of people, even in this industry, of sort of quote unquote tourism to the United States. And your kids in the United States, they go back to their home countries, their kids enjoy birthright protection. You have people claiming to suffer from persecution. In fact, they're just working in the United States and living in these relative mansions in parts of Mexico or Central America after they've spent 4 or 5 years hiking up here. Just abandon the line. This is how the immigration system goes on science. Just tell the truth. If the argument is that we need more people here for economic and government, skeptical of the extent to which a lot of those arguments are true, let's have this debate in the open. Rather than having it through the back door saying this refugee asylum stuff, we know it's a lie. And we justify that by the fact by saying this economically left the United States. Cut the dishonest. And I just think that that is a policy we would do well to expand every sphere. We talked about military industrial complex, to the rise of the managerial A lot of what our governments have put up with our own history to even this question of immigration today. Just tell the people the truth. And I think our government might be better serving our people.
Yeah, in the way you describe eloquently, the immigration system is broken in the way that it proves coming up in lies. But there's the other side of it, you know, illegal immigrants are used in their political campaigns for fear mongering. So what I would like to understand is what is the actual harm that the claim, one of the tax claims is crime. And I don't understand vigorously because the surface level studies all show that even for illegal is less crime.
And it's just true for people who live, I think it's not as
What I saw,
I in sort of in this part where I wrote about it, okay, and it's what is called truths. So you're talking about a well sourced facts here, right? Can't be made up are truths. Careful, even in my own research context, I know a lot of it is true, like even in writing the chapter on the third verse, I learned a lot from a lot of different dimensions. Some of which even caused me to revise some of my premises. Okay, my main thesis in that chapter is forget the demonization of illegal immigrants or whatever, as you put it, right? Fear mongering, just put all that to one side. I want an immigration system that is built on identify what the objective is. We can debate the objective, no matter people's opinions on the objective. Some people may say the objective is the economic growth of the United States. I think that I air that argument. And I think that's insufficient, personally, I think the United States is more than just an economic zone. It is a country, it is a nation, bound together by civic ideals. I think we need to screen not just for immigrants who bring economic contributions, but those who speak our language, those who are able to assimilate, those who share these civic ideals. And those U.S. citizens, that is the average U.S. citizen. That's what I believe. But even if you disagree with the sole goal is economic production in the United States, then at least have an immigration system that's honest about it, rather than one which claims to solve that goal by bringing people who are rewarded for it. We should reward the people in that law. I can get you with money, but you have got your money. Reward the people who demonstrated and demonstrably proven that they would make economic contributions to the United States, not the people who have demonstrated that they're willing to lie to achieve a goal. And right now, our immigration system rewards one quality over the other. There's one parameter that rewards the Union. It isn't civic allegiance to the United States. It is fluency in English. It isn't the ability to make an economic contribution to this country. The number one attribute, human attribute, that our immigration system rewards is whether or not we are willing to lie. And the people who are telling those lies about whether they're seeking asylum or not are the ones who are most likely to get it. And the people who are most unwilling to tell those lies are the ones who actually lie. That is a hard, uncomfortable truth about our immigration system. And the reason the law says you only get asylum if you're going to face bodily harm or near-term risk of bodily injury based on your religion, your ethnicity, or something like that. And so when you come into the country, you're asked, do you fulfill that criteria or not? And the number one way to get into this country is to check the box. So that means just systematically, right? Imagine if you're a university department, Yale, whatever, the number one attribute you're selecting for is your SAT score, is your GPA, is your athletic accomplishments. It's whether or not you're willing to lie on that. You're going to have a class populated by a class of scholars. That's exactly what our immigration system is doing in the United States of America. It is literally selecting how many people to fill up. Let's say you're somebody who's the first of integrity. I want to bet I'm not going to pay. I want to check this, that I'm not going to lie, right? The law is that person is infinitely less likely to get into the United States. I know it sounds provocative to frame it that way, but it's not a opinion. It is a fact that that is the number one human attribute that our current immigration system is selecting. I want an immigration system that's honest. In order to implement that, we require first person. And then we have to immigration system a lot of conservatives. Some conservatives are expecting for honesty. believe that the goal of the immigration system should be to protect American workers from the effects of foreign wage competition. But if you have immigrants in the crisis, then we need to protect American workers from the effects of that downward pressure on wages. It's a goal, it's a coherent goal. I don't think it's the right goal, but many of my friends on the right believe that's the goal. At least it's honest, and then we can design an honest immigration system to achieve that goal. If that's the goal. My other friends on the right say the sole goal is economic growth. Nothing else matters. We did that as well. My view is the goal should be whatever enriches the civic quality of the United States. That includes those who know the language, know our ideals, pledge allegiance to those ideals, and also willing to make contributions to the country, which is part of our ideals. But whatever it is, we can have that debate. I have a very different view. I don't think it's a proper road to immigration policy. I think it's just a paper. Because the United States of America's founder of excellence, we should be able to compete. But that's a policy debate we can have. Right now, we're not even able to have a policy debate. This whole immigration policy is built on economy and time, but not rewarding those to do less. That's how it's such.
So just to move a little bit of the dehumanization and to bring culture into the picture, which I recommend people should listen to your conversation with her. I love it. She had this thing where she was clearly wise and respectful of human beings. And she's basically saying, you're one of the ones. And this idea that I have to question on it was and she basically said, it's not you. She said, well, maybe you, but not people like you. So that whole kind of approach to immigration, I think, is really anti-American. So I want to confront this directly because it is a popular current on the American right. The reason I'm not big on culture is because I think actually it's a much more widely shared view. And I just give her these credits a little bit. A view that the blood and soul is what makes the American story. And I just reject that as anti-American. I think what makes for American identity is your allegiance, undivided allegiance to the founding ideals of this country, and your willingness to pledge allegiance to those. So those are two different views. I think that there is a view on the American right now that says that we're not freedom, that our nation is not about creed, it's about a physical place, physical home. I think that view fails on several. Obviously, we're a nation. Every nation has to have a geographic space that defines itself. So obviously, among other things that we do. But the essence of the United States of America, I think, is the common creed, the ideals that hold that common nation together. Without that, a few things happen. First of all, American exceptionalism becomes impossible. I'll say right now. Every other nation is also built on the same thing. Most nations have been built on common blood and soil arguments, genetic stuff. Italy or Japan have a stronger national identity than the United States because they have a much longer standing claim on what their genetic lineage really was. The ethnicity of the people is far more pure in those contexts than in the United States. So that's the first thing. American exceptionalism. The second is there's all kinds of contradictions when start to occur. Your claim on American identity is defined based on how long you've been here. But the Native Americans would have a far greater claim of being American than somebody who came here on Mayflower or somebody who came here after. Now, maybe that claim shows it's not quite Native Americans only. It started at this point and ended at this point. So I'm just going to blood and soul identity. It couldn't have come before a certain year. That doesn't hurt. But if it came after a certain year, it doesn't have this. That just becomes highly unconvincing as a view of what American national security is. Versus my view that American national identity is rather than allegiance to the ideals codified in the Declaration of Independence and actualized in the U.S. Constitution. And it's been said, some of my friends on the right said things like, people will not die for a set of ideas. People won't fight for abstractions, for abstract ideas. Actually, disagree with that. The American Revolution basically just proves it. The American Revolution was fought for anything over abstract ideas. It said that, what we believe in something, we speak. It's free exercise of everything. That's what we believe in the United States. It's different equal world. So I do think that there is this brewing debate on the right, and right,
disagree like hell with that culture on this? Absolutely. And did I take serious issues with the things she told me? Absolutely. But I also believe that she had the stones to say, I say it that way, that things that many on the right believe, but haven't quite articulated what she asked. I think we need to have that debate in the open. Now, personally, I think most of the conservative movement actually is with me, but I think it's become a very popular narrative in the other direction. Your visual American identity is tied, it's almost physical in nature. And to me, I think it's still ideals-based in nature. And I think that that's a good debate for the future for us to have in the conservative movement. And I think it's going to be a defining feature of what direction conservative movement goes in the future. Quick call to Chef. Yeah. So we ask you to still in the case for and against. So my biggest case is the time that take elections as a 2020 election, and actually the 2020 election, in the way you formulated the information, it's just the entirety of that process instead of focusing on winning through lying. I like people that win not lying, even when the rest are biased. So look, I think the United States of America, I preach this to the left, I preach it to my kids. We got to accept in our own side too. We're not going to save this country by being victims. We're going to save this country by being victims. Okay? And I don't care whether it's left-wing victims, right-wing victims, or against the number one factor that determines whether you achieve something in life is you. I believe that's not the only factor. There's a lot of other factors that affect whether you succeed. Life is not fair. But I tell my kids the same thing. The number one factor that determines whether or not you achieve your goals. I tell to my kids, I preach to the left, I preach to our side. Yeah, that being said, that's just unfortunate. That's the first person. You ask me to teach you something different, and I'm always a fan of that. One of the things the standard I hope that people hold me to when they read this book as well is I try to do that to give the best possible argument to the other side. You want to give some rinky-dink argument to the other side, you want to give the best possible argument for the other side. And then offer you one, or else you don't have to say it. What's the strongest case against Donald Trump? Well, I ran for U.S. president against Donald Trump, so I'm going to give you my perspective. I think it's nothing but what you hear on MSNBC or from the left attacking him to be a threat to democracy. I think all of that. I actually think it is, if you were making that case, and I'm this is my full support, but if you were making that case, I think for many voters who are of the next generation, you're asking the question about how are you going to understand the position that I'm in as a member of a new generation, the same person they had applied about. You could say, oh, well, are you too old? Are you from a different generation? Or is it too far removed from my generation? I think that's, in many ways, a factor that weighs on both Trump and Biden, but when they play the trick of swapping out the right and they left that issue much more on the table for Donald Trump. So you ask me to steal management, that's what I would say. What's the number one issue that I would need to persuade independent voters of to say that this is still the right choice? Even though the other side claims to offer new generation leadership, here's somebody who is one of the older presidents who was elected. How do we keep those people? That's what I would give you that question.
Right. I get it, and we share a lot of ideas with Donald Trump that when you're running for president, you would say that. But there's other criticism you could provide. Again, the 2020 election.
Let me ask you, you spoke about Trump. What's your top objective to potentially voting for Donald Trump? And let me see if I can address it.
2020 election, and not on the what is it, TBS kind of objection. It's just I don't think there's clear, definitive evidence there was voter fraud.
Let's give it one.
I think there was a lot of interesting topics about the media, text, and so on. But I want a president that has a good, clear relationship with the truth. Who knows what truth is, what is true, and what's not true. And moreover, I want a person who doesn't play victim, like you said, who focuses on winning and winning big, and if they lose, just walk away with honor and win big with it. Or channel that into growth and
winning. You're winning in other directions. So just like the strength of being able to give everything you've got to win and walk away with your duty. And everything that happened on the is just was against that. So I respond to that. Obviously, I'm not the candidate, but I believe my perspective. I think we have seen some growth in Donald Trump over that first term and the experience of the 2020 election. And you hear about it on the campaign. I heard about that in the conversation that we have to do that. I think he is more ambitious for that second term than he was for that first term. So I think that was the most interesting part of what you just said is you're looking for somebody who has growth and some experiences. Say what you will, I have seen, personally, I believe, some meaningful level of personal growth and ambition for what Donald Trump hopes to achieve for potentially the second term that he wasn't able to for one reason or another. COVID put a lot of different things on it, but in the first term. Now, I think the facts, if the backdrop doesn't for an election to really do that, I don't think that isolate one particular aspect of criticizing the 2020 election without looking at it. On the eve of the 2020 presidential election, we saw a systematic, bureaucratically and government-aided suppression of probably the single most important piece of information released in the revealing potentially a compromised U.S. presidential candidate. The family was compromised by Hornet. And it was suppressed as misinformation by every major sector. The New York Post had its own Twitter account live at that time. And we now know that many of the censorship decisions made in the year 2020 were actually made at the behest of U.S. bureaucratic actors in the deep state, threatening those tech companies to do it, or else those tech companies would get stopped. I think it might be the most undemocratic thing that's happened on this field, is the way in which government actors who were never elected to the government use private sector actors to suppress information on the eve of an election that, based on polling afterwards, likely did influence